Chapter 1606. What's going on? Save me, Qin Shao. Save me. Young master, young master. The moment the power of darkness engulfed everything, Qin Shao felt as though the entire world had been plunged into darkness. His mind was also engulfed in darkness as he lost all light. It felt as though he had been sucked into a whirlpool of death when he was still very weak. Right now, he was in the midst of the darkness of death. He could be swallowed up at any moment, and he was slowly walking towards death. He could vaguely hear the cries of others ringing in the depths of his mind. They were sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and he couldn't tell where the voices were coming from. Everything was sucked into the whirlpool of death. Qin Shao couldn't see anyone else, and he couldn't sense their auras either. It felt as though he was a dying man on his deathbed. The power of the darkness was so strong that Qin Shao couldn't resist it at all. He was directly swallowed up by the whirlpool. The powerful devouring power rapidly attacked Qin Shao's body. Qin Shao could clearly feel his divine body being swallowed up and shattered. It wasn't just his divine body that was damaged. Even his soul and will were attacked by the terrifying devouring power. The most terrifying thing was that Qin Shao did not have the slightest ability to resist the devouring power of the darkness. This feeling was even more terrifying than when he faced Saint Yuluosha. In an instant, Qin Shao felt as though his divine body had completely collapsed. He couldn't feel his body at all. His soul and will also collapsed in an instant. All of his consciousness was gone in an instant. Was he dead? The huge mass of darkness disappeared in a flash. Clarity was restored, and the saint light could be seen once again. However, what disappeared along with it was Mount Skybridge and the people on it. Everything had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Old drunkard, look at what you've done," said a tall and strong man. The one he called the old drunkard was a stooped old man. He was dressed in gray and did not trim his clothes. He looked a little sloppy. The old drunkard's face turned slightly red, as if he had done something wrong. He said, "Damn you, Xianyuan. If you hadn't dragged me to drink and gave me all those weird things, I wouldn't have farted like that." Who would have thought that a fart would be so powerful? Coincidentally, a group of little fellows passed by here. "Can you blame me?" The tall and strong man called Xianyuan immediately said, "Old drunkard, you can't blame me for this. You drank the wine and ate the food. You couldn't control yourself. How can you blame me? I know that you're an old drunkard who loves wine as much as your life, so I took out all the good wine in my collection to entertain you. Now that you've finished drinking and wiped your mouth, are you going to deny it?" The old drunkard's face turned even redder. "How could I not control myself? I was just farting to relieve myself. I didn't think so much." "Eh? No, that's not right. Xianyuan, you're just toying with me. I thought those little fellows were all dead. I didn't expect you to save them. You're such a nice guy, yet you still want to blame me?" "Ah." The tall and strong man laughed heartily. "Those little fellows came from the universe. It wasn't easy for them to come all the way to the immortal region. Wouldn't it be a pity if they died? They suffered an unexpected calamity, so I did a little and saved their lives. However, your fart just now was too powerful. It was a little too late for me to react. Although their lives were saved, they're not in a good situation. Whether or not they can survive will depend on their luck and good fortune later on." The old drunkard pinched his fingers and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the tall and mighty man and said, "Xianyuan, no wonder you saved them. You took a fancy to one of them, didn't you? I didn't expect there to be one among them. He's a good seedling. No wonder you saved him." "What are you talking about? I didn't want you to kill the innocent. That's why I saved them. Don't you know how to thank me?" The tall and strong man flatly denied. The old drunkard glared at him and said angrily, "Who doesn't know who you are? I know how many hairs you have. How can I not know what you're thinking?" Sister, his clothes are so strange. Do you know where he's from? A man in tattered animal skin clothes asked curiously. His sister's clothes were similar to his. She was also wearing animal skin clothes. However, she was covered with white and red fur, so she looked very beautiful. His sister shook her head and said, I don't know. I've never left this world. I don't know what the outside world is like. However, I've heard some elders in the clan talk about it. With this kind of clothes, he might be from the Middle Earth. It's said that it's the most prosperous place. They have very beautiful clothes. Looking at his clothes, they're quite beautiful. It's very likely that he's from the Middle Earth. Wow, the Middle Earth. I've heard of the Middle Earth, but I don't know where it is. I also don't know how to get there. No one in our clan has ever been to the Middle Earth. The man in animal skin clothes had a curious and yearning look on his face. His sister shook her head again and said, Yes, no one in our clan has ever been to the Middle Earth. So we don't know what the Middle Earth is like. It's just some hearsay. I don't know if it's accurate or not. The Middle Earth is very far away. We won't be able to reach it even if we spend our entire lives. It's too far. Even the strongest elders in our clan have no way to reach the Middle Earth. The man in animal skin clothes thought for a moment and asked, Sister, if he really came from the Middle Earth, then why would he appear here? And his injuries are so serious. What's going on? His sister shook her head and said, I don't know. There might be a lot of things. I can't say for sure. His aura is very weak. His injuries are too serious. However, from the traces of time on his body, he shouldn't be very old. He shouldn't be very strong. For him to appear here with such serious injuries, it's very likely that an accident happened. Let's not worry about this for now. We'll ask him when he wakes up. Sister, he's been unconscious for so long. Why hasn't he woken up yet? We've used so many medicines on him. Sister even gave him the precious Yongshan pill. But he still hasn't woken up. The man in animal skin clothes said. His sister said, Brother, don't worry. He must have been seriously injured. That's why he fell into a coma. But his aura hasn't dissipated. That means his life isn't in danger. He just needs a little more time to recover. It's okay. He'll wake up eventually. Let's wait a little longer. The man in animal skin clothes nodded and didn't say anything else. Young master, Jing Yang can't accompany you anymore. You have to walk your own path in the future. Young master, take care of yourself. Qin Shao, save me. Brother Qin Shao, I'm in so much pain here. That big bad guy bullies me every day. Hurry up and save me. Qin Shao, before I die, can I see you one more time? Yao Xuelian, don't ask for anything in this life. I just want to see you, Qin Shao, one more time. I'll die without regrets. Voices rang out in the depths of his mind. They were like cries of blood, full of sadness and piercing to the bone. Each and every one of them could stab at Qin Zhao's soul. Traces of consciousness began to recover, and the voices gradually became clearer. Qin Shao gradually regained consciousness. He felt that his body was still there, his soul was still there, and his aura was still there. I'm not dead yet. Qin Shao tried hard to open his eyes. But he felt that his eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. It was very difficult to open them. Qin Shao wanted to move his body, but he felt that his divine power had been exhausted. He couldn't support his body at all. His divine body was seriously injured. There were wounds everywhere. As soon as he moved, he felt a piercing pain all over his body. Qin Shao had never experienced this kind of feeling before. It was really very uncomfortable. Sister, come here. He's about to wake up. Come quickly. A man's voice came into Qin Zhao's ears. He sounded very excited. But this voice was very strange. Obviously, he didn't know who it was. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Immediately, Qin Shao felt a breath coming close to him. It was the breath of a woman. There was a special fragrance like an orchid. It was very pleasant to the nose. Just a whiff of it would make people feel very comfortable. Although he couldn't see her, Qin Shao knew that this woman must be very beautiful. That was why she could give people such a feeling. Wake up, wake up. A warm hand patted Qin Zhao's body twice. A voice like a silver bell rang in Qin Zhao's mind. This voice seemed to have an indescribable power. Qin Shao opened his eyes forcefully. After a powerful blow, his eyelids finally opened. After blinking hard, two unfamiliar faces appeared in front of Qin Shao. One was a handsome and somewhat childish man. The other was a beautiful but plainly dressed woman. Both of them had a very warm smile on their faces. The strong emotions transmitted by them were very infectious. Qin Shao looked around again. This was a very simple and crude room. It was a bit shabby, and there were no arrays set up in the room. It was indeed simple and crude enough. This feeling made Qin Shao feel as if he had returned to his own origin world. He felt as if he had returned to the era of ordinary mortals. But this was obviously not an ordinary world of mortals. From the breadth of this world, the pressure, the gravity, and the restrictive power of space, Qin Shao could be 100% sure that this was the sanctuary. Compared with the heavenly fire mystery realm, it was easy to tell that this was the sanctuary. Is this the immortal domain? I didn't die. Am I in the immortal domain? What about the others? Qin Shao tried hard to recall everything that had happened. He tried to recall the details. He still couldn't figure out what was going on. Chapter 1607. What on earth was going on? He wasn't dead, so how did he end up here? Was this place still the immortal region? My divine body, Qin Shao frowned deeply. He wanted to get up, but he realized that his body had been greatly damaged, and he felt powerless all over. This feeling made him feel as if he had returned to the time when he was a mortal. It was a feeling of extreme weakness. It wasn't just his divine body that was damaged. Qin Shao quickly realized that whenever he thought about what had just happened, his soul and will would feel an indescribable pain. He had only felt this feeling when he was a mortal. No matter what, he was a celestial venerate now. How could he still feel this way? I can't use my divine power anymore. How can this be? If I don't have my divine body, then isn't my strength crippled? Qin Shao found it hard to accept such a situation for a while. Besides himself, Qin Shao was also worried about the safety of others. If he was already like this, then what about the others? Jing Yang was slightly better. Qin Shao wasn't too worried. But what about the Lord of Desolate Land, Baichuan Fu Su, Master Hongchen Ku and the others? Are you all right? The man's voice rang out again, interrupting Qin Zhao's thoughts. Only then did Qin Shao realize that the two people in front of him were looking at him strangely. Only then did Qin Shao stand up and bow to the two of them. With a face full of gratitude, he said, "Many thanks to the two of you for saving me. Qin Shao will definitely remember this great kindness in his heart." Haha, you're Qin Shao? What a simple name. My name is really long, but you can just call me Xiao Dao. The man chuckled as he introduced himself. He immediately pointed to his older sister. This is my older sister. Her name is also rather long, but others like to call her Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, Xiao Yu. Qin Shao remembered the names of the two people. They could be considered his saviors. Qin Shao would definitely remember this kindness and return it when he had the chance in the future. Xiao Dao was a little curious. He immediately asked, "By the way, Qin Shao, are you from Middle Earth?" Middle Earth? Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. Obviously, he had no idea where Middle Earth was. Jing Yang wasn't by her side, but she didn't even have anyone to ask. Now, Qin Zhao's eyes were completely black. Seeing Qin Zhao's confused look, Xiao Dao said with some surprise, "Hey, you didn't come from Middle Earth. Looking at your clothes, my sister thought that you came from Middle Earth. It is said that only people from Middle-earth would dress like you. Dress to the nines, it's bright and luxurious. It's not as simple as ours. We also use animal skin. If you're not from the prosperous Middle-earth, then where are you from? Anyway, you're definitely not from our southern wasteland. Our southern wasteland doesn't have such a style of dress. Are you from the eastern Jihua immortal sect, the northern Kunlun immortal sect, or the western Jade Lake sacred ground? Middle-earth? Jihua immortal sect? Jade Lake sacred ground? Kunlun immortal sect? Southern wasteland? Qin Shao had never heard of any of these places. He didn't know where they were. However, from the looks of these 5 forces, east, south, west, north, and center, they should be able to represent the entire sacred realm. However, from these names, Qin Shao was even more certain of his guess. This should be the immortal realm. These names were very similar to the immortal realm. It seemed that he was really lucky. He didn't die in the darkness, but was directly transmitted to the immortal realm. This was also a very understandable matter. After all, that dark force was too powerful and terrifying. It was normal for it to be able to tear open the void. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't speak, Xiao Yu pulled Xiao Dao and said, "Why are you asking so much?" If Qin Shao doesn't want to say, he naturally has his reasons. Don't ask too much. Hee, sister, I'm just casually asking. I'm very curious about Middle-earth. I won't ask. Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled at Xiao Yu. Then he said to Qin Shao, "It's okay. I'm just a curious person. If you don't want to say, then don't say it. It's fine. Don't worry about me." Since the two of them found a way out for him, Qin Shao didn't explain anything. He nodded slightly and said, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you. But I want to ask, how did you save me?" "Oh, sister and I found you when we were hunting in the back mountain. When we found you, you were unconscious. Then sister and I saved you. It took us a lot of effort. We gave you all kinds of medicine and things like that. You didn't wake up until now." Xiao Dao was very straightforward. He was quick-witted and said whatever he wanted to say. Qin Shao also realized that in order to save him, this pair of brother and sister had spent a lot of effort. This was a kindness. "I was alone at that time?" Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao nodded and said, "That's right, it's just you. What's wrong? Do you have companions?" Qin Shao nodded, indicating that there were others. Xiao Dao scratched his head and shook it. "That's strange. We only found you at that time. And at that time we also deliberately looked around. We were afraid that you had companions, but we didn't find any. In our clan, we haven't heard of anyone else who saved you." "People didn't find any? What about Jing Yang and the others?" Qin Shao frowned and fell into deep thought again. What was going on? What exactly was that dark energy? It didn't kill him, but it let him into the immortal domain, but he was separated from the others. Moreover, Qin Zhao's soul was also seriously injured at this time. He had temporarily lost contact with his original body in the primordial universe. When the soul was injured, the power of the soul would naturally be greatly weakened. With the weakened power of the soul, there was no way to contact the original body in the primordial universe. However, this was a very normal thing. The reason Qin Zhao's clone could maintain a soul connection with his original body was that Qin Shao was the origin master of the primordial universe. His soul was entrusted to the universe, so naturally, he was incomparably powerful. Only such a powerful soul could allow the clone in the Great Thousand Domains to maintain a connection with the original body. Now that Qin Zhao's clone's soul was seriously injured, it was unable to do so. "Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Baichuan, Master, nothing must happen to you." At this time, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen to them. Although he was worried and anxious, Qin Shao couldn't even take care of himself now. Xiao Dao seemed to have noticed the worry in Qin Zhao's heart and immediately comforted her. Qin Xiao, don't worry too much. Your companion is blessed by the heavens and will definitely be fine like you. I think you're a good person. They all say that good people will be rewarded, so you'll all be fine. Good people will be rewarded? Qin Xiao smiled. Perhaps. Hopefully that was the case. However, at this time, Qin Xiao had no other choice. He could only put this matter aside and hope that good people would be blessed. Qin Xiao sized up Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu. Although he had lost his strength, his eyesight was still somewhat good. Although he couldn't see the specific level of Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu, the only thing he could be sure of was that these two were not celestial venerables. Even if they were not celestial venerables, the strongest they could be was only a universe master. Of course, in Qin Zhao's current situation, he probably couldn't even beat a universe master. Brother Xiao Dao, where am I now? Qin Xiao asked. Xiao Dao smiled and said, You are now in the Xian Hua clan's territory. Sister and I are from the Xian Hua clan. This entire territory belongs to the Xian Hua clan. Xian Hua clan? Hearing this name, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This name really made him feel a sense of familiarity. He couldn't be more familiar with the two words, Xian Hua. In the source world, he had joined the Xian Hua Palace and inherited the Xian Hua of the Xian Hua Palace. Therefore, Qin Xiao had a special feeling for the two words, Xian Hua. Xian Hua, a bloodline of Xian Hua, represented the inheritance of a force and a race. The two words, Xian Hua, had a profound meaning. What a coincidence, it was actually called the Xian Hua clan. Haha, I'm sure you haven't heard of the Xian Hua clan. After all, our clan is just an insignificant speck of dust in the Southern Baron. It can even be said that we are not even a speck of dust. After all, we are too weak, too weak. Our Xian Hua clan is in the Southern Baron's Fu Tai mountain ridge in Yiduchu. We are just a very weak clan among the millions of clans in Yiduchu. We are in a barren area in a desolate polar region. Xiao Dao continued to explain to Qin Xiao. Although the Xian Hua clan was relatively weak, Xiao Dao's face was still full of pride when talking about it. This was a sense of belonging to the clan and a sense of love. For the clan to be able to make Xiao Dao proud, it meant that the Xian Hua clan was a united and friendly clan. It was a clan that was supported and respected by everyone. Only when they were united would they have great strength. As for the Southern Baron, Fu Tai Mountain Ridge, and Yiduchu that Xiao Dao mentioned, Qin Xiao was also at a loss. He had no idea at all. However, Qin Xiao did not ask much. If he did not know, then so be it. He just needed to understand the situation in front of him. As for the rest, he would talk about it later. Brother Xiao Dao, it's really a coincidence. My previous sect was also called the Xian Hua Palace. Just like your Xian Hua clan, it also has the two words Xian Hua. And now that I am in trouble, it was you guys who saved me. Maybe this is a kind of destiny. Qin Xiao smiled and said. Xiao Dao was even more amused. Ha ha, then it's really a coincidence, it's really fate. Qin Xiao, I can see that you are a forthright person. You give off a very good feeling. You must be a gentleman, a kind and benevolent person. He Qin Xiao, let me tell you. My sister is very good at judging people. She can tell at a glance that you are a good person. She said that your forehead is emitting an aura of righteousness. That's why she asked me to save you. Now, it seems that what my sister said is indeed correct. You talk too much. Xiao Yu spat. Her face could not help but blush with shyness. Qin Xiao looked at Xiao Yu. The latter actually turned her head to the side shyly. She did not dare to look at Qin Xiao. This was the shyness of a young girl. This was pure and lovely. Qin Xiao could not help but secretly shake his head and smile. He said, Miss Xiao Yu, thank you. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Xiao Yu replied, but her face turned even redder. Chapter 1608. Qin Shao had seen girls who were shy, but it was rare to see someone as shy as Xiao Yu. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Seeing this, Xiao Dao immediately changed the topic and said, "By the way, brother Qin Shao, how's your physical condition? I feel that your level is not low, and you should be stronger than my sister and I. You've been unconscious for so long, so your injuries must be very serious, right?" Qin Shao frowned slightly and shook his head. "My godly body is greatly damaged, and my soul and willpower are greatly damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a short time. Right now I have almost no godly power left, so I can only use some of my physical strength." He might be able to use some of the power of the true meaning of power, but he definitely couldn't use all of it. As for heart force, he definitely couldn't use much of it. Needless to say, he couldn't use any of the power of the sword Dao Law. So now, Qin Shao could only use his physical strength and some of the power of the true meaning of power. He couldn't use anything else, so he didn't have much of his strength left. Qin Shao estimated that he might not even be able to reach the level of a universe master now. So serious? Then it seems that it won't be easy to recover. Xiao Dao's expression darkened slightly, and he thought for a while and said, "Then what do you plan to do now, brother Qin Shao?" Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "My injuries are very serious now, and my strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave here. Besides, I'm not familiar with this place, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to leave." Xiao Dao smiled and patted Qin Shao's shoulder, saying, "Then don't leave for now. Brother Qin Shao, you can rest assured and stay at my house until you recover. It won't be too late to leave. You're seriously injured now, so it's indeed not good for you to leave. You'd better rest assured and recover first. It's okay. You can stay at my house for as long as you want. Don't worry about anything else. The people of our clan are quite friendly, and we treat our guests kindly. We won't chase you away. You can rest assured and stay here. Moreover, if you stay here, big sister and I can think of ways to get more spiritual herbs for you to eat. This way your injuries will heal faster. Furthermore, the southern wasteland is rather chaotic. Therefore, it is indeed very dangerous to leave rashly. Brother Qin Shao, your family is not in the southern wasteland, so if you want to go out, you have to leave the southern wasteland. It would not be easy to leave the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland was way too big. I heard that even a celestial sovereign would find it difficult to leave the southern wasteland in his lifetime. The land of darkness. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I won't be polite with you. I really want to stay and recuperate before leaving. Otherwise, I might not be able to walk out of here. Then I'll have to trouble you. Thank you. I, Qin Shao, will definitely remember this kindness." Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled. His smile was very honest and sunny. "It seems that the heavens are not unkind to me. Although I experienced extreme danger this time, I was still able to survive in the end. Furthermore, I was even saved by a good person." Qin Shao felt very fortunate in his heart. The wonders of life were often like this. Qin Shao also hoped that this kind of miracle could also happen to Jing Yang and the others. However, what Qin Shao most urgently and desired at this time was to quickly recover his strength and become stronger. Only in this way could he find Jing Yang and the others and bring them back as soon as possible. But all of this must be based on a strong practical foundation. Entering the immortal realm was not like other places. In the immortal realm, not to mention the Lord of Nine Dragons and the others, even celestial sovereigns like Qin Shao and Jing Yang were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. It was impossible to find people and rescue people in the immortal realm without the support of powerful strength. Therefore, the burden on Qin Zhao's shoulders became heavier. "By the way, brother Xiao Dao, how long have I been in a coma?" Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao said, "It's okay. It's only 1,000 years. It's not too long." 1,000 years? That was indeed not too long. 1,000 years was not a long time. Perhaps Jing Yang and the others would be fine.
Brother Qin Shao, you must still be worried about your companions, right?
How about this? I'll go back and ask if there are any other clans that have rescued people. Perhaps you're just scattered. If you're in trouble, you might have been rescued by different clans. The area around us is not bad. There are no particularly evil clans. Generally speaking, they will save people. Xiao Dao seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. Hearing Xiao Dao's words, Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony with him. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's what I'm thinking. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Xiao Dao. I have 10 companions who are dressed similarly to me. If Brother Xiao Dao has any news, please let me know as soon as possible." 10? So many? Xiao Dao was slightly surprised, but he immediately nodded and said, Okay, Brother Qin Shao, don't worry. I'll definitely inquire about it for you. I hope there will be some good news. Brother Qin Shao, you're injured. You'd better not think too much about this matter. Just take things as they come. It's useless to think about it.
You have to take care of yourself first before you think about other things, right?
If you can't take care of yourself, it's useless to think about other things. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. It was indeed true. Of course, he knew this. He did not think about this matter in particular. He also knew that it was meaningless to think about it. It was just that this matter was very important. It involved the most important people in his life. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart naturally attached more importance to it. Qin Shao also knew that he had no other choice now. He could only wait. While waiting, he had to recover his strength first. Then, he would pursue a higher level. Only when he was truly powerful could he resolve this matter. Qin Shao, you've just woken up. You should rest more. I'll go and get some food and wine. Xiao Yu said and left. Qin Shao stood up and walked around the room. He felt his body again to see if he was wrong. However, the situation was obviously not so dramatic. Qin Shao was right. He could not summon a trace of divine power at all. His divine body was severely damaged. It wasn't an easy task to slowly repair his divine body. Firstly, it required time. Secondly, it required the power of the world origin. If there were enough primal chaos source rocks, Qin Shao was confident that he would be able to recover quickly. However, Qin Shao did not have a single chaos source rock with him now. The injuries to his soul and will also needed time to slowly heal. As for the trauma in his heart, he would need time to slowly recover. After carefully sensing it, the result was also very unsatisfactory, causing Qin Shao to involuntarily shake his head. If I don't have the help of chaos source rocks or some elixirs, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to fully recover my strength. I'm afraid time alone is not enough. Some injuries are very difficult to heal. I need something to make up for it. That dark force, I really don't know what kind of terrifying thing it is. It's actually so powerful. I'm really worried about Master and the others now. Will something happen to them? Although he did not want to think about it, he could not help but think about it. Brother Qin Shao, you're thinking too much again. Don't think too much. Just focus on recovering. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll try my best to help you. Xiao Dao suddenly patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and did not deny anything. To be honest, Qin Shao was a little impulsive. He wanted to ask Xiao Dao if he could get some chaos source rocks. However, Qin Zhao's rationality prevented him from asking. Looking at the situation here, he knew that Xiao Dao could not take out the chaos source rock. Therefore, Qin Shao did not ask and did not want to make things difficult for Xiao Dao. Besides, the chaos source rocks were very precious. Qin Shao was even more embarrassed to ask for them. Therefore, he could only give up. Let's just leave it at that for now. It's just an injury. It's not like I can't recover. As long as I'm given time, I can still slowly recover. Soon, Xiao Yu served a table full of delicious food. Although it wasn't a rare thing, Xiao Yu's cooking skills were really very good. The dishes that she made were very delicious. Drinking coarse wine and eating ordinary game could be considered a rare enjoyment. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yu and Xiao Dao left to let Qin Shao have a good rest. They did not want to disturb Qin Shao again. After sending the siblings off, Qin Shao could not help but smile. It's my destiny. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. It's my great fortune to be able to meet Xiao Yu and Xiao Dao. Fate has been good to me. Therefore, I don't believe that anything will happen to Jing Yang and the others. There's no need to think too much. Now, let's focus on recovering. Recovering was not like cultivating. Cultivating was not a difficult thing for Qin Shao. It was not an easy thing. At least, it was something that he had been doing all along. Therefore, it was very easy for him to do it. However, Qin Shao had not done much recuperation. This was much harder than cultivation. The wounds on his body were also slowly recovering. Although the speed was still relatively slow, it could be said that he was recovering bit by bit. Xiao Yu and Xiao Dao were responsible for his daily life. From time to time, Xiao Yu would bring some elixirs for Qin Shao to eat. Most of these elixirs were rare treasures of heaven and earth. They contained a lot of world origin energy. Naturally, they accelerated the recovery of Qin Zhao's injuries. As for Xiao Dao, he would come to Qin Shao from time to chat. He would enlighten Qin Shao so that Qin Shao would not be lonely. Moreover, Xiao Dao would also tell Qin Shao some things about the southern wasteland. He would talk about their Xian Hua clan and the surrounding clans and so on. There were still many topics to talk about. However, what Xiao Dao knew was mainly about the surrounding areas. If it was further away, he would only hear about it from hearsay. After all, Xiao Dao had not even left the territory of the Xian Hua clan. He had also not been to other clans. However, Qin Shao did not care. He did not need to know so much. He only needed to know the basic situation. What made Qin Shao completely sure was that this was indeed the celestial realm. The southern wasteland was located in the southern part of the celestial realm. It was known as a desolate land, a barren land, and an undeveloped land. It could be regarded as the least prosperous place in the celestial realm. Chapter 1609. The southern wasteland was huge. Even the elders of the Xian Hua clan did not know how big it was. Not to mention the southern wasteland, even Yetaku was vast and boundless to them, and they would never be able to walk out of it. This was a barren land, a desolate land, just like the word wasteland in the southern wasteland. The people here were still very simple, but there were also valiant clans and tribes. Everything here was actually a little beyond Qin Zhao's imagination of the sanctuary realm. In his opinion, the saint realm should be incomparably sacred and powerful. There should not be such a barren land and such weak clans and tribes. However, that was not the case at all. Qin Shao had imagined many situations that the saint realm should have, but none of them were reflected here. Perhaps it was because this was the most barren place in the immortal realm. He wondered what the most prosperous place in the immortal realm would be like. However, the sacred and lofty image of the sacred region had been somewhat destroyed. It turned out that the saint realm also had such a side. But all living beings were still pursuing the saint realm. They yearned for the saint realm and regarded it as the most sacred light in their hearts. This, perhaps, was a mission given to all living beings in the vast thousand world. Perhaps the greatest transcendence of the saint realm is that it is indestructible and eternal. It can live and die together with the vast thousand worlds and will not be threatened by any calamities. Moreover, the eternal holy light gathers the source of the world and the spirit of the world. It is the best place for cultivation, the origin of the laws, the real place where all flowers bloom. Over time, the supreme halo of the saint level was created. Although there are as many celestial venerables as dogs in the saint realm, it does not mean that the weakest are celestial venerables. Although it's a sacred land, the number of native life forms is also endless. This, perhaps, is the true appearance of the saint realm, and also the way it should be. My previous idea of the saint realm was indeed wrong. But this is also quite good. What I pursue is not how powerful the saint realm is, but the big stage it is. Although Qin Shao was greatly affected by the sacred domain before him, it didn't stop Qin Shao from having a good impression of it. He was just trying to change his way of thinking about the saint level. What intrigued Qin Shao was the fact that the Xian Hua clan was really weak. Although the Xian Hua clan had a huge population of over 1 million, this was the result of countless years of accumulation. However, their prowess was indeed weak. In the entire Xian Hua clan, there was only one heavenly venerate, the clan master of the Xian Hua clan, an ancient existence that had lived for more than 1,000 eras. There were over 1 million Xian Hua clansmen, and there was only one heavenly venerable among them. How low was the probability? With such prowess, the Xian Hua clan could be easily annihilated by any of the forces in the universe. There was also the Laozhan clan and Fei Liang tribe that Qin Shao had met before. They were all much stronger than the Xian Hua clan. Furthermore, the Fei Liang tribe was not as old as the Xian Hua clan, but their prowess was at least 10,000 times stronger than the Xian Hua clan. Therefore, this was also a very strange phenomenon. It even made Qin Shao wonder if this was the celestial realm. However, this was the celestial realm, there was no doubt about it. It was just that this place was too barren, and it was very difficult to cultivate. Therefore, it was too difficult for living beings to grow up here. Moreover, Qin Shao did feel that the suppression here was too strong, and the spiritual source was also very dry. It was indeed very difficult to cultivate here. Perhaps it was because of this that the people here were very simple. Although it was a desolate land, a barren land, and a land of savagery, there were very few wars here. This was not like the situation that Qin Shao encountered in the Heavenly Fire secret realm. There were constant conflicts between the tribes there, and from time to time, tribal wars would break out. The hostility was very strong, and it was very barbaric. Moreover, the living conditions in the Heavenly Fire secret realm were extremely difficult. Without great prowess, there was no way to survive. Therefore, there were very few clans and tribes in the Heavenly Fire secret realm. It was because of the small number that they became very strong. They had all adapted to the harsh environment to survive. The Deqian secret realm actually also carried some of the characteristics of the sacred realm, and it was almost indestructible. However, the Deqian secret realm was not a place shrouded in sacred light, so it lacked a sense of holiness. After chatting with Xiao Dao for a long time, Qin Shao also learned a lot about the basic situation of the celestial realm. Living beings in the celestial realm were born at the Almighty level. This was not called the Almighty level, but the Path Integration level. When they reached adulthood, they could basically reach the ruler level. However, to reach the universe grade required some talent and hard work. Generally speaking, it was not difficult to become a universe grade. The real difficulty was to become a heavenly venerate. For living beings in the celestial realm, becoming a heavenly venerate was a very crucial point. Everyone below the heavenly venerate was an ant. This sentence was even more vividly expressed here. If one could not become a heavenly venerate, it would be a dream. If one could not become a heavenly venerate, one could only live for one universe epoch. This was the same as the Deqian secret realm. With the restrictions of nomological laws, living beings below the heavenly venerate level could not live for long. Therefore, many living beings who did not want to die would directly enter the endless universe ocean to wander before the end of their lives. Although the endless universe ocean was not restricted by nomological laws and there was no threat of death, It was still too dangerous in the endless universe ocean. One could die at any time. Moreover, if one entered the endless universe ocean under such circumstances, one would not be able to enter the sacred realm or the Deqian secret realm. One could only wander endlessly. Many people would rather die than live like this. Many living beings were actually very indifferent to death. Being able to live for one universe epoch was not considered short. The weakness of the Xian Hua clan was a little beyond his expectations. However, Qin Zhao's current strength was probably at the ruler level. In such an environment, this was not a bad thing. At least this way, he would not appear too weak. Xiao Dao's strength was not strong. He was only a ruler. Xiao Yu was about the same. Both of them were only at the ruler level. After recuperating for 1,000 years, Qin Zhao's physical condition was much better. However, the injuries to his godly body and soul were indeed too severe. Moreover, there were no real treasures or elixirs to consume. Therefore, the speed of recovery was naturally very slow. This kind of thing could not be helped. It could not be rushed. Fortunately, it was very quiet and leisurely here. He could meditate and recuperate. No one would come to disturb him. Even the other members of the Xian Hua clan would not come to disturb Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, I see that you have been cooped up in the house. Why don't I take you out for a walk? You can also take a look at our clan. Although it's not very nice, maybe a poor place has a different view. Xiao Dao suggested. Qin Shao nodded and smiled. Yes, I have the same idea. My body is much better now. I feel much more energetic. I want to go out for a walk. A poor place has its benefits too. Actually, I was born in a poor place. Therefore, I feel a sense of belonging to a place like this. Haha, that's great. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. Xiao Dao laughed. The two walked out of the house. Qin Shao had not taken a single step out of the house for 1,000 years. He did not know what the outside looked like. When he walked out, he found that the house Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu lived in was indeed very simple and shabby. Moreover, the place was not very big. It was probably only about 1 mu of land. It was very poor, but the house and courtyard were very clean. Some bright flowers and plants were planted in the courtyard, exuding a pleasant fragrance, so it gave people a very good feeling. Qin Shao liked this feeling very much. He felt a strong sense of belonging. It was as if he had returned to the age of mortals and found a trace of warmth sealed in his heart. He raised his head and looked into the distance. It was a green mountain. It was warm sunlight. It was endless green and lush. It was a beautiful painting. It was refreshing. It was the beautiful scenery of nature. It was a touch of warmth that shone on his body and warmed his heart. Qin Shao took a deep breath. Immediately, his whole body and mind felt very comfortable. This feeling was really wonderful. Qin Shao stretched his muscles and bones. Immediately, he felt much more relaxed. It was as if he had thrown away the mountain that was pressing on his body. It was so good to breathe in the sunlight. Perhaps this is a new beginning that fate has given me. Then let me start from here. I started from being weak. I will walk step by step from being humble to being strong. Just like me in the past, I walked all the way from being humble all the way to my current height. Now, the heavens have let me return to being humble again. This is letting me walk the path that I have walked. Very good, very good. Qin Shao was also secretly pondering in his heart. The conviction in his heart became even more firm. A powerful force spontaneously rose, burning Qin Zhao's blood and making it boil. This was a desire. It was also the strength of confidence. Everything else was thrown to the back of his mind. Before he had the strength, everything was just nonsense. The Xian Hua clan was built in the midst of green mountains and clear waters. The buildings in the clan were ordinary and dilapidated. Most of them were stone houses. However, they were not too particular about their residence. As long as they could live in it, it was fine. They were all built with stone. It did not matter if it was luxurious or not. There was no pattern to the houses. It was as if they could do whatever they wanted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came. It felt as if the whole ground was trembling slightly. It could be seen how powerful the sound was. The force that stepped on the ground was very strong. It was as if a mountain had heavily smashed on the ground. This loud noise made Qin Shao slightly surprised. He looked over and saw a group of about 20 to 30 tall beasts. They formed a line and walked over in an orderly manner. These beasts were tall, mighty, and ferocious. They looked like tigers, lions, elephants, and dragons. They were about 50 feet tall and more than 80 feet long. Their bodies were covered with black scales, which made them look even more powerful. A powerful aura was emitted from his body. His baleful aura was overbearing. It was enough to make people feel fear just by looking at him. One look and one could tell that these beasts were not ordinary. They should be at the universe grade level. Riding on the head of each ferocious beast was a strong and powerful man. He was dressed in ferocious beast clothing and carried a huge weapon on his back. There were knives, swords, spears, bows, and arrows. They looked exceptionally mighty. On the back of each beast there was also something as big as a small mountain. It was obvious that they were returning from a rewarding journey. This group brought a joyous atmosphere to the Xianhua clan. It was as if they were celebrating a triumphant return. The people of the clan also came out of their houses, laughing and chatting, to welcome these heroes, the return of the clan's warriors. Chapter 16:10. The Xianhua clan's people lined the streets to welcome them. They were overjoyed and laughed continuously. Everyone's faces were filled with happiness. It was so warm and heartwarming. This was the feeling of home. Such a scene also brought back endless memories in Qin Zhao's heart. Countless beautiful memories. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the person leading the group. It was the person Xiao Dao called Big Brother Lai Wang. This person was unusually tall and burly. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. He looked especially strong. His body was covered with a layer of strange runes, which made him look very mighty. His face was sharp like a knife, his eyes were like the stars, his eyes were like a phoenix, his nose was like an eagle's hook, and his forehead was full. He gave off a very heroic feeling. However, there was no sharpness or majesty on his face. His smiling face brought him closer to the crowd, making him look especially amiable, like a warm big brother next door. He even waved and nodded at the crowd. Sometimes he would even say a few words. He did not put on any airs at all. Big Brother Lai Wang, when I grow up, I want to be a warrior of the Xianhua clan like you. I want to hunt and kill those monsters. A little boy who looked like he was 7 or 8 years old said in a childish voice. His voice was sonorous and strong, and he looked like a teenager. He looked very mature. After hearing the little boy's words, Lai Wang smiled at him and said, "Good luck, work hard in your cultivation. When you grow up, you will be a warrior of the Xianhua clan like your father." Yes, Big Brother Lai Wang and my father are my good role models. I will definitely work hard. The little boy nodded heavily with a determined look on his face. It seemed like the intent severing was very strong. If he had such a strong intent at such a young age, it might not be impossible for him to grow up. Regardless of talent, as long as one was willing to work hard and put in twice as much effort as others, there would be rewards. Besides, the living beings of the sacred domain were generally not too bad. After all, their starting point was very high. They were born as powerful beings. Usually, they could easily reach the level of sovereign when they reached adulthood. If they worked hard, it would not be difficult for them to reach the universe grade. A little higher and they would become half-step heavenly venerables. Actually, the road wasn't particularly difficult. Of course, it was still a difficult task for the Xianhua clan. After all, this place was too barren. There was an extreme lack of cultivation resources. It was very difficult to grow. Such a heartwarming scene further displayed the unity and friendliness of the Xianhua clan. This was the atmosphere a family should have. Roar. A vicious beast suddenly saw Qin Shao and immediately issued a roar. It opened its huge mouth and revealed long fangs. It looked like it wanted to eat Qin Shao. Xiao Dao was startled by such a sudden situation. She subconsciously pulled Qin Shao back and took a step back. However, Qin Shao was not frightened. He still stood in the same place, motionless. He looked at the beast without any change in his expression. His face was extremely calm. No matter how strong this dire beast was, it was only a universe-grade beast. Qin Shao was a first-step heavenly venerate. Naturally, he wouldn't feel any fear when facing a universe-grade dire beast. If this had been before, Qin Zhao's gaze would have been enough to make this dire beast quieten down. Now that his divine body was greatly damaged, his soul was severely damaged, and his strength was crippled, Qin Shao did not have the ability to deter this dire beast. Be quiet. This is our guest. The beast that roared at Qin Shao was Lai Monarch's mount. Lai Monarch patted the beast and shouted. The dire beast was obviously afraid of Lai Monarch. It immediately quietened down and turned its head to the side, no longer looking at Qin Shao. After reprimanding his mount, Lai Monarch's gaze fell on Qin Shao. After quickly sizing up Qin Shao, he said, "I'm sorry, brother. You must have been frightened. Fortunately, I didn't scare you. I can see that you have an extraordinary aura. You are not an ordinary person. However, you are heavily injured and your Yuan Qi is damaged. This time, I went into the mountains to hunt and obtain some rare treasures. When I return, I will sort them out and send them to you. They will help you recover faster. Judging from your attire, you must be from the Middle Earth, right? Brother, you have come from afar. My Xianhua clan is poor and simple. Please forgive us if we have neglected you." Upon hearing Lai Monarch's words, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Why was he so friendly during their first meeting? In the Xianhua clan, Lai King could be considered as one of the noblest people in the Xianhua clan, and yet, he was able to treat Qin Shao with such hospitality, which made Qin Shao feel at home. This was indeed out of Qin Zhao's expectations. Lai Monarch was really welcoming him as a distinguished guest. If Qin Zhao's strength was not damaged and he was still a first-step heavenly venerate, it would make sense for him to receive such treatment. But now, he was only a ruler realm cultivator. Lai Monarch was still treating him so courteously. This meant that something was wrong. Furthermore, Qin Shao could see that Lai Monarch was treating him with sincerity. This was the Xianhua clan's way of treating their guests. Qin Shao had always been a sentimental person. This kind of thing could touch his heart the most. "Thank you for your concern, Lai Monarch. My body is fine now. Xiao Dao and Xiao, you have treated me well. Thank you." Qin Shao smiled and nodded at Lai Monarch. Lai Monarch smiled and said, "That's good. I will visit you again later. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about you." "All right, you are always welcome," Qin Shao said. Lai Wang nodded and continued to lead the team forward. The conversation between the two allowed the others to see Qin Shao and discover that there was an outsider. Many gazes also fell on Qin Shao, sizing him up curiously. The Xianhua clan's people had never seen anyone from the Middle Earth. They had only heard about the legends of the Middle Earth. But legends were just legends. There were all kinds of stories and none of them were true. But now, there was a person who was suspected to be from the Middle Earth standing right in front of them. Naturally, they would look at Qin Shao curiously as if he was a monster. The Xianhua clan's people rarely walked out of this area. Their knowledge was very limited. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. However, these people did not look at him with malice. They were just curious. A person that they had only heard of in legend. Now that they saw him in front of them, their curiosity was completely aroused. Lai Monarch and the others quickly left and walked towards the depths of the clan. Xiao Dao, where did you invite this guest from? How come we didn't know about it? A man with a square face walked over with a smile. He looked at Qin Shao curiously and asked Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao scratched his head and said, Brother Big Brother Big Brother Big Brother Qin Shao was rescued by Big Sister and me from the mountains 2,000 years ago. He's been recuperating in his room, so he hasn't told anyone about this. You should have told us earlier. Our Xianhua clan can't afford to miss out on an important guest. This Brother Qin Shao looked like a kind-hearted person with a kind look on his face. Moreover, he is from the Middle Earth. He is an important guest, said Big Brother Yao. Xiao Dao quickly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yao is right. Big Brother Yao looked at Qin Shao and said with a smile, Brother Qin Shao, you can be more casual here. Don't be so polite. If you need anything, just let us know. If Xiao Dao doesn't treat you well, just tell us. We won't let Xiao Dao go. Qin Shao knew that Big Brother Yao was only joking, but he really cared about him and treated him with respect. Qin Shao smiled and said, Big Brother, you're thinking too much. Xiao Dao is very enthusiastic and hospitable. Even I feel a little embarrassed. I've caused you trouble. Sigh, it's no trouble at all. Big Brother Yao waved his hand and said, You came from afar and you are a guest. We should treat you with respect. Our Xianhua clan welcomes all friendly guests. You look like a friendly person. So, we welcome guests like you very much. Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu saved you. That is fate. It means that Brother Qin Shao is fated to be with our Xianhua clan. Even if it is fate, it is also a kind of friendship. So, you came to our Xianhua palace. Naturally, we should treat you with the respect of a distinguished guest. Big Brother Yao's words were very affectionate. Qin Shao didn't know how to respond for a moment. He just smiled and felt warm in his heart. It really felt like he had returned home. This made Qin Shao have a better impression of the Xianhua clan. Originally, he was very close to the two words Xianhua and had a very good impression of them. Now, he had a very good impression of the Xianhua clan's people. Not only Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu, but also the other people in the clan. This was really rare. This was also something that Qin Shao didn't expect. He really felt at home. Brother Qin Shao, you are injured, right? Is it serious? I still have some spirit herbs in my house. I will give them to you later. Another man walked over and said, Brother Qin Shao, you must have hurt your Yuan Qi, right? I also have some strange fruits that can replenish Yuan Qi. I will give them to you later, another man said. Everyone's enthusiasm and selflessness really made Qin Shao feel flattered. This kind of treatment was even better than when he was at home. Qin Shao quickly thanked them. Everyone, thank you for your concern. My body is fine now. You don't have to spend so much money on me. Qin Shao appreciates everyone's kindness. I also thank everyone here. There is no need to trouble everyone. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so polite with us. If you need anything, just let us know. Yes, the most important thing is to recover from your injuries. By the way, Brother Qin Shao, are you really from the Middle Earth? In the face of everyone's sincerity, Qin Shao didn't hide anything. Instead, he said, To be honest, I am not from the Middle Earth. I ascended from the universe and came to the immortal realm after going through a lot of hardship. Qin Zhao's words made everyone suddenly quiet down. Some of them looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Even Xiao Dao was quite surprised. The atmosphere didn't seem right. Chapter 16:11. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I thought you were from Middle Earth, but it turns out that you ascended from the universe. I've heard that only peerless geniuses can ascend from the universe, Xiao Dao said with a smile. His face was filled with admiration. It was sincere admiration, without the slightest hint of falsehood. He came out of the universe. He's so powerful. He's so powerful. It is said that the beings born in the universe are extremely weak. They have mortal bodies and are incomparably humble. To be able to come from the universe, it is incredible. Yes, we have never seen a person who ascended from the universe. Turns out that he looks similar to the people from Middle-earth. I have heard a lot of legends about the beings from the universe before. Today, I finally see a living being from the universe. Everyone also began to talk, but most of them were more curious, and their enthusiasm was even higher. Qin Shao did not expect that everyone would be even more enthusiastic about him after knowing that he came from the universe. Some were curious and some were impressed. Being able to come from the universe was a very amazing thing in itself, and everyone's impression of him was extremely high. This kind of high status was more recognized than the identity of the people from Middle-earth. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qin Shao finally believed what Jing Yang had said before. Sure enough, the beings from the universe were more popular. After all, the universe was a humble and weak place. To be able to kill an endless number of beings, grow up step by step, and finally reach the sacred realm. After going through such a process, it must be possible for a peerless genius to be able to do it. With such a foundation, it was easy to go far on the path of cultivation, and it was easy to become stronger. At least, the probability of this was very, very high, much higher than the native beings of the sacred realm. Moreover, there were very few people who could come from the universe, and it was precisely because of this that the sacred realm was more popular. It was no exaggeration to say that the smaller forces would crazily fight for the beings from the universe. It was precisely because of this that Jing Yang had said that everyone's path should be easy, and the conditions in the sacred realm would not be bad. Of course, there were also some special circumstances. There were many people and forces who hated the beings from the universe, and it depended on one's luck. With everyone's enthusiasm, the worry in Qin Zhao's heart instantly dissipated. It seemed that he was indeed lucky this time. In a completely native tribe, he was treated with such respect, which was indeed a little beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu had asked about it before, but Qin Shao hadn't dared to say it out loud because he was worried about these issues. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking, but it was always good to be careful. Haha, everyone, don't just stand there. Let's go to the torch altar. The ceremony is about to begin. Yes, let's not delay. Brother Qin Shao, let's go and join in the fun. Xiao Dao slapped his head and immediately said to Qin Shao, Yes, brother Qin Shao, let's go. I'll bring you to the torch altar first. We're going to have a ceremony soon. Ceremony? Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. Xiao Dao nodded and said with a smile, Yes, didn't Brother Lai Wang and the others just come back with a good harvest? This is the tradition of our Xian Hua clan. Whenever there's a good harvest from a big hunt, we will hold a ceremony to thank the heavens and the ancestors for their blessings. This is a small ceremony, it's basically held once every 10,000 years. As for the big ceremony, it's held less often. If there's nothing special, there won't be a big ceremony now. Basically, it's rare to have a big ceremony in a universe era. A ceremony. Qin Shao nodded his head in relief. He had seen such sacrificial ceremonies in many tribes. However, it was rare to see such a ceremony being held after a good harvest. It was quite interesting to think that such a tradition had been passed down for so long. Although everyone knew that such a sacrificial ceremony was meaningless, it was nothing more than holding a sacred belief in their hearts. For such a ceremony, the Xian Hua clan's people were obviously very enthusiastic. The clansmen walked out from their houses and rushed towards the torch altar. Unless there was something that they couldn't leave for, or those that didn't return from outside, most of the clansmen walked out. There were all kinds of people, but the way they dressed was basically the same. They even looked exactly the same, as if they were manufactured. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all. This was probably a sign of the simplicity of the clansmen. "Brother, I heard that you came from the universe. Is your universe very far from here? How did you get here? Did you have to walk for a long time?" A little boy suddenly ran in front of Qin Shao and asked curiously. This question made Qin Shao a little embarrassed. "Yes, my universe is very, very far from here. I walked for a long time to get here." "I heard that the universe is very, very small. Is it as big as our clan?" the little boy asked again. This question made Qin Shao even more embarrassed. How big was the Xianhua clan? Even if the Xianhua clan's territory was included, it couldn't be compared to an entire universe. An entire universe was still very big. Although the Xianhua clan was much smaller than the Saint Realm, it was still not something the Xianhua clan could compare with. As if seeing Qin Zhao's embarrassment, Xiao Dao immediately said, "Little Lele, you know more than me. Why? Although the universe is not big, it is still much bigger than our Xianhua clan's territory. Compared to the entire immortal realm, our Xianhua clan is not even worth mentioning. Pitiful. Ah? Our Xianhua clan is pitiful? But I think it's very, very big. I haven't even walked out of the clan, let alone our Xianhua clan's territory." Little Lele looked at Xiao Dao in surprise. Xiao Dao smiled. He patted Little Lele's head and said, "Little Lele, you will understand in the future. Alright, stop asking, let's go." Oh. Little Lele finally stopped. He was still thinking about something. Children were always full of curiosity, and curiosity towards the world. Qin Shao also smiled. "I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. Children like to play around," Xiao Dao said. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "No, I think it's quite cute. After all, it was good for children to be more curious. When they are curious, their desire to explore the world will be stronger." Little Lele is good in all aspects. He even talked to Lai King just now. I have a deep impression of him. If we nurture him well, he will be a promising talent. Xiao Dao nodded and said, "Yes, brother Qin Shao is right. We all have high hopes for Little Lele. In the new generation of the Xianhua clan, Little Lele is the best in all aspects. Therefore, Little Lele is now the most important descendant of the Xianhua clan. But it's too difficult for him to grow up. The resources are too scarce, we can't even compete for any resources. It's too difficult for the Xianhua clan to give birth to another heavenly venerable. In fact, it wasn't difficult to become a heavenly venerable. But this place was too barren, the spiritual energy was depleted, it was not suitable for cultivation. It was naturally difficult to grow up in such a place. Furthermore, the Xianhua clan had never been strong since their ancestors. Thus, the bloodline heritage was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Naturally, the clan had always been weak. The barren land was remote and desolate. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, "Work hard. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will become a heavenly venerable one day." Actually, becoming a heavenly venerable was just a starting point on the path of cultivation. Of course, Qin Shao didn't say this out loud for fear of hurting Xiao Dao's confidence. Xiao Dao's talent wasn't very good, but talent wasn't the deciding factor. As long as he was willing to work hard, as long as he was determined and had a bit of luck, it was still very possible. Haha, thank you for your encouragement, brother Qin Shao. Actually, I'm just thinking about it casually. I haven't really thought about it. I just feel that becoming a heavenly venerable is too far away for me. I'd better not bite off more than I can chew. Right now, I just want to reach the universe grade as soon as possible. Xiao Dao smiled and shook his head. He shook his head. This was a serious lack of confidence. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Xiao Dao, you can't be so discouraged. How do you know you can't do it if you haven't tried? There's a saying in my hometown that goes, where there's a will, there's a way. It means that if you're determined to do something, you'll definitely succeed. The amount of effort you put in will be the amount of return you get. It's always proportional. Therefore, don't think that things are difficult. If you don't put in enough effort and give it a try, how do you know it's difficult? Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao nodded thoughtfully and fell silent. Qin Zhao continued, just like in our universe, many lowly and ordinary creatures can grow up step by step through their own efforts. In terms of resources, your Xian Hua clan can't be worse than a universe, right? The weakness of ordinary creatures is something you can't imagine. The most ordinary creatures in my hometown have a lifespan of less than 100 years and a strength of less than 50 kilograms. They die of old age and illness. Their lives are worthless. I also started out as a lowly and weak creature and became stronger step by step. It sounds like an impossible miracle. Xiao Dao stared at Qin Zhao with widened eyes. For a moment, he seemed to be in disbelief. Ordinary living beings are actually so weak? They only have a short lifespan of 100 years. It feels like they'll finish their whole life just by taking a nap. Xiao Dao said in surprise. Qin Zhao nodded and said, yes, that's right. Just a nap and you'll finish your whole life. In that case, I really should have more confidence in myself. Xiao Dao nodded in understanding, and his face became more determined. Brother Qin Zhao is right. If I don't have the determination, then it's even more impossible for me to succeed. Brother Qin Zhao, you've made me understand something. Thank you for reminding me. I'll work harder in the future and strengthen my determination. No matter if I can reach that step in the end, at least I've tried. Chapter 16:12. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at the Xian Hua stage. It was a huge empty space surrounded by mountains, forming a vast square. This place was built as a sacrificial altar by the Xian Hua clan, and all kinds of activities were held here. The space here was big enough to accommodate everyone from the Xian Hua clan. Although today was only a small harvest ceremony, there were already millions of people gathered on the Xian Hua stage, and the number was still increasing. Qin Zhao and the others came a little late, so they could only stand at the back of the crowd, looking at the sacrificial altar from afar. On the sacrificial altar, Lai King and his men were still riding on their beasts in an orderly manner. Other than Lai King and his men, there were also a few old men in strange white robes chanting. In the middle of the sacrificial altar there was a huge cauldron, and in the cauldron there was a huge sword. A cauldron and a sword, such a combination was quite strange. Qin Zhao looked at it for a while, and he understood. The cauldron represented the harvest. The sword represented the martial arts. When the sword was in the cauldron, it represented the harvest through martial arts. Perhaps it was to encourage the Xian Hua clan members to not forget to cultivate hard, to become stronger. Only with great strength could the Xian Hua clan achieve the harvest. Dozens of old men in white robes surrounded the sword cauldron, chanting and chanting. This should be some kind of ceremony. Lai King and the others stood there in an orderly manner, enjoying the baptism, the glory of being the center of attention, and the glory that they deserved. When they went out to hunt, they could be gone for tens of thousands of years or even longer. They worked hard, risked their lives, and brought back the prey. This was a great contribution. Xiao Dao, you guys seem to value the harvest very much? Qin Zhao asked. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, brother Qin Zhao, the harvest is the most important thing for our clan. Our clan has always been hunting for food, so hunting has always been the most important thing for us. Our clan has a special hunting team. They are called the Hunter Corps. To be able to join the Hunter Corps is the most sacred goal in our hearts, and I also hope to become a hunter one day. This way, you will be able to hunt in the mountains and contribute to the Xianhua clan. I hope that we, the Xianhua clan, will never starve, we will never die from lack of food. Therefore, the harvest is very important to the Xianhua clan. Starved to death because of food? Hearing this, Qin Shao was also stunned. She looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. It couldn't be, right? How could there be such a thing as starvation? This didn't make any sense at all. Life forms in the sacred region were born as powerful beings, and once they reached adulthood, they would become rulers. If they were slightly talented and worked hard, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become universe masters. Even Empyreans could be found everywhere. The Xianhua clan situation was probably one of the rarest examples in the celestial realm. So, how could there be such a thing as starvation? Qin Shao couldn't figure it out. In the primordial universe, once one became a god, one would no longer need to consume any food and would not die. Seeing Qin Zhao's puzzled expression, Xiao Dao also looked at Qin Shao strangely. Brother Qin Shao, you don't know about this? Qin Shao shook his head, indicating that he really didn't know. That can't be right, Brother Qin Shao. Could it be that the people in your universe don't need to consume food to survive? That doesn't make sense, right? The divine body also needs a lot of energy to support it. If you don't replenish your energy, won't it be easy to starve to death? Xiao Dao said again. Qin Shao said, Xiao Dao, in our universe, as long as one is a god, there is no such thing as starvation. Although we don't need to consume food, we can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish our energy and maintain our divine power. So, we really don't need to consume anything. That's why we can survive forever. Food, to us, is just a hobby. It doesn't make any difference whether we eat or not. As long as you are willing, there is no problem at all if you don't eat or drink for an entire universe era. Ah? So amazing? Xiao Dao was also surprised. He was dumbfounded for a while. If that's the case, your universe is also amazing. It can actually do this. It's really hard to imagine. But we can't do it. Since our ancestors, we all need to consume food to replenish our divine power. Although there is an origin spirit between heaven and earth, it is extremely thin and there is no way to replenish it. If we don't consume food to replenish our divine power, like me, we can only live for a few million years at most. If it is after a battle, then we must consume food immediately to replenish our divine power. Otherwise, our divine power will be consumed even faster. Once our divine power is exhausted, we will die. So our need for food is still quite large. We need to consume food from time to maintain a relatively abundant state of divine power. Brother Qin Shao, you have been with us for 2,000 years. Don't you feel that your divine power is being consumed and drained? Hearing Xiao Dao's words, Qin Shao also felt it carefully. Qin Shao really didn't care about this kind of small matter. After all, he had never been troubled in this regard before. Whether it was in the primordial universe or in the endless universe ocean, there was no threat in this regard. So when he came to the immortal realm, Qin Shao naturally didn't think in this direction. Now that he heard Xiao Dao's words, Qin Shao also began to pay attention to it. After carefully perceiving, he really did discover the situation. Xiao Dao, it's really like this. I do feel that my godly power is slowly draining away. It's as if there's an indescribable power that's devouring my godly power. How strange. Qin Shao had never encountered such a thing before. Then what was going on? Xiao Dao was relieved. Haha, that's right. That's right. I say, Brother Qin Shao, you can't have such an exception. All of us here need to eat to replenish our divine power. It has been like this since ancient times. And I heard from the elders in our clan that many of our Xianhua clan's ancestors starved to death. That's why we slowly built this sacrificial altar. Once there is a harvest, we will hold a sacrificial altar to ensure that there will always be a harvest. This way, the Xian Hua clan's people won't need to eat anymore. With this problem, no more people will starve to death. Brother Qin Shao, you saw the cauldron and the sword on the sacrificial altar. The sword represents martial arts, and the cauldron represents harvest. Using martial arts to achieve harvest, this is also a warning to the descendants of the Xian Hua clan. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed similar to what he had guessed. This was the meaning behind it. But why was it like this? Shao Dao, then do you know if heavenly venerables need to eat to replenish their divine power? Qin Shao asked. Shao Dao thought for a moment and said, it seems that heavenly venerables can jump out of this restriction. But heavenly venerables should also need to replenish their divine power, right? But maybe their needs aren't that big. Even if they don't replenish their divine power, they can still live for a long time. And for heavenly venerables, there are many other ways to replenish their divine power. They don't necessarily need to rely on pure food. They can also draw from the heaven and earth. Anyway, I don't really understand. After all, heavenly venerables are too far away from me. I only know that we all need to eat. Without food, we will soon die. This has always been our way of survival. The way of survival of the Saint Realm, Qin Shao pondered. Was this the way of survival of the Saint Realm? The laws of the Saint Realm? If this was the case, then Qin Shao really needed to redefine the Saint Realm. From the looks of it, the sanctuary was indeed very different from what he had previously imagined. The Saint Realm might not be the real Holy Land, the place of pilgrimage. The Saint Realm was really not that glorious. It was really not as beautiful as one imagined. It was really difficult for a universe master to survive after entering the Saint Realm. However, Qin Shao himself was a heavenly venerate, so his situation should be better. Therefore, Qin Shao had stayed here for more than 2,000 years. If it weren't for what Shao Dao said just now, Qin Shao really didn't notice that his divine power was draining away. It was only after carefully sensing for a while that he could feel that there was an inexplicable force devouring his divine power. But fortunately, the speed of devouring wasn't too fast. In addition, Shao Dao, sister, and Miss often made some food for Qin Shao, so he was always replenished. In addition, he had eaten a lot of treasures of heaven and earth, elixirs, and the like. Naturally, there wasn't much left. He felt it. Although the Saint Realm has a bigger stage, more opportunities, and a wider world, the Saint Realm also has a cruel rule. But at the same time, the Sacred Realm also has a very cruel law of survival. This law is even crueler than the universe. The Saint Realm is not a holy and beautiful place. But thinking about it, this is normal. The Saint Realm is so big, and it can exist forever. If there weren't some cruel rule restrictions, the 8 great Saint Realms would probably be full of people. With this cruel rule and the rule of elimination, a balance can be maintained here, allowing the Saint Realm to develop steadily. The weak, no matter where they are, have a very difficult life. The people of the Xian Hua clan are the weaklings who live at the bottom of the immortal realm. Therefore, their lives are very difficult. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for even a heavenly venerate to be born here. In Qin Zhao's heart, there were many more insights and many more emotions. Everything contained the great Tao of the heavens, and the heavenly Tao's laws were everywhere. If a life wanted to go from being weak to being strong, it must experience countless dangers and endless ups and downs. To walk the path of miracles in life, to make the impossible possible, to break the shackles of fate time and time again, to become strong step by step. The strong weren't simply lucky. In such a weak and difficult situation, Qin Shao had a deeper understanding and more emotions. This would be a bright light, guiding him on the way forward. The clan leader is here. It was unknown who said this sentence, but it attracted everyone's attention. Qin Shao immediately retracted her thoughts and looked in the direction of the voice. A solemn and dignified old man flew over and landed on the sword hilt. He stood there and looked down at the entire Xianhua platform. The person who came was the clan leader of the Xianhua clan, the only heavenly venerate of the Xianhua clan, an existence who had lived for more than 1,000 universe eras. From the aura of the Xianhua clan leader, he should only be a first-step heavenly venerate, and his strength should not be too strong. After living for so long, his cultivation level was still the same. Chapter 1613. The clan leader of the Xianhua clan, an old antique that had lived for more than 1,000 eras, a true living fossil. He was also the oldest living being that Qin Shao had ever seen. The vicissitudes of time had left many marks on his body. His body was slightly hunched as if it was bent by the merciless pressure of time. Even his face was full of wrinkles that could not be removed even with the use of his godly power. His hair was as white as silver, and his hair was as white as snow. He held an ancient sword in his hand. What surprised Qin Shao was that the sword was a heaven-grade weapon. Who would have thought that the weak Xianhua clan would be able to possess a heavenly weapon? This was indeed a very shocking matter. One had to know that the Feiliang tribe that he met in the Heavenly Fire secret realm only had a heaven-grade weapon. It was the clan's greatest treasure, just like the Laozhan clan. The Feiliang tribe was more than 10,000 times stronger than the Xianhua clan. They only had a heaven-grade weapon as their clan's greatest treasure. There was also the Sword King Saint Sek's Supreme Lord Jialan in the Hongmeng universe. She was a fourth-step celestial venerable, but she did not have a heaven-grade weapon. Generally speaking, only ancient saints could have a heaven-grade weapon. Fourth-step celestial venerables who had a heaven-grade weapon were extremely rare. A first-step celestial venerable like the clan leader of the Xianhua clan who had a heaven-grade weapon was even rarer. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. The sacrificial ceremony was actually quite simple. There were not many complicated things. After all, this was a small sacrificial ceremony, and not a great one. After the ceremony, the clan leader of the Xianhua clan stood up and said a few words. He praised Lai Wang and the other hunters. Then, Lai Wang and the others piled up all the spoils of war on the Xianhua platform, filling it up completely. These hunting trophies were mostly various kinds of demonic beasts, as well as some heaven and earth treasures. The meat of monster beasts contained large amounts of source spirit that could be used to replenish one's strength. The same went for the treasures. However, the meat of monster beasts could be eaten. Hence, this method of replenishing one's godly power was more popular. Not only could they eat delicious food, but they could also replenish their godly power. This was killing two birds with one stone. However, there were also some heaven and earth treasures that could be made into delicacies. These were all relatively popular things. Although the spoils of war were piled up like mountains, the amount of food consumed by the Xianhua clan's over 10 million people was also an astronomical figure. Next, it was time to distribute the food according to the number of people. Each family only needed to send someone to collect the food. The amount of food each person received was based on each person's strength and realm. There was a corresponding amount. Strictly speaking, everyone was equal. Of course, the rules of the Xianhua clan were still very humane. Other than these rigid rules, there were still ways to deal with them. If any family had special needs, they could also request for more food. For example, he could ask which family had injured people and so on. Xiao Dao's family was relatively simple. It was just him and his sister. His parents were both hunters, but unfortunately, they had died during a hunt. Therefore, the two of them were left to depend on each other. Haha, brother Qin Shao, the clan has given us a lot of extra food. It's enough for double the amount. The extra is for you to recuperate from your injuries. Xiao Dao said to Qin Shao happily after he finished collecting the food. There's also a share for me? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Xiao Dao nodded and smiled. Yes, of course there's a share for you. Brother Qin Shao, you are our Xian Hua clan's guest. We can't possibly let our guests starve, can we? Furthermore, you are an injured person, so we have given you enough food. You can eat without worry. If it's not enough, I can still apply for more. The Xian Hua clan's hospitality truly touched Qin Zhao's heart. Thank you, Qin Shao said. Xiao Dao waved his hand and patted Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, there's no need to be so polite. It's fate that brought us together. Yes, it's fate that brought us together. I will remember this kindness. Sometimes, Qin Shao was indeed very lucky. On his path of cultivation, he met many people who helped him. Maybe it was because his luck was especially good. Most of the time, he met good people. The incident with Wulong Zhantian could be considered an accident. However, Qin Shao still believed that Wulong Zhantian was a good person. Even if Wulong Zhantian chose to side with the Wulong sect in the end, Qin Shao didn't blame him in his heart. If that situation had happened to him at that time, perhaps Qin Shao wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Dao, the clan leader, asked you to bring this brother over. He said he wants to meet this brother. Suddenly, someone walked over and said to Xiao Dao. After hearing this, Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao, asking for Qin Zhao's opinion. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did the clan leader want to meet him? But thinking about it, it shouldn't be a bad intention. Thus, Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. He said to Xiao Dao, "Let's go, bring me to meet the senior clan leader." Xiao Dao nodded and brought Qin Shao to the back of the torch stage. The Torch Clan's clan leader was already waiting there. Junior Qin Shao greets senior clan leader. I thank the Torch Clan for taking me in and giving me food. I, Qin Shao, will remember this life-saving grace forever. Qin Shao bowed respectfully. Although the Xian Hua clan's clan master's prowess was not necessarily stronger than him, he was after all the clan master of the Xian Hua clan. Now that Qin Shao was indebted to the Xian Hua clan's clan master, he naturally had to show due respect. The Xian Hua clan's clan master was still as stern as before. His face was stern and solemn. But this face didn't make people feel cold or afraid. Although he looked cold and had a straight face, he still gave people the feeling that he was somewhat amiable. The Torch Clan's clan leader's gaze fell on Qin Shao. He carefully sized him up and raised his eyebrows slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, "According to the old man's knowledge, those who want to ascend from the universe and successfully reach the Saint Realm should be in the Heavenly Venerate level. There is a trace of the aura of a Heavenly Venerate on you. However, this aura is very weak, not like that of a Heavenly Venerate. If the old man's guess is correct, then you should be in the Heavenly Venerate level. However, on the way to our immortal territory, you have encountered many dangerous situations that damaged your god body, soul, and soul. You have also been hurt badly. That's why you look so weak. You should be a first step Heavenly Venerate, right?" Hearing the Torch Clan's clan leader's analysis, Qin Shao was secretly shocked. As expected of a living fossil that had lived for more than 1,000 universe eras, his eyesight was really sharp. Originally, he wanted to hide it a little, but now that he was directly exposed, how could he hide it? Forget it, since it's exposed, then so be it. Since the Torch Clan's clan leader had said so, Qin Shao didn't hide anything anymore. He nodded directly and said, "Yes, Senior Torch Clan's clan leader, to tell you the truth, this junior is indeed a first step Heavenly Venerate. The situation is indeed as Senior speculated. Now that my vitality is greatly damaged, my strength is probably only in the Sovereign Realm." The Torch Clan's clan leader nodded slightly. Everything was within his expectations, so he naturally wasn't surprised at all. To be able to come out of the universe as a heavenly venerate is already a very amazing thing. It's a pity that our Torch clan is too poor and backward, our temple is too small to accommodate a great bodhisattva like you. Otherwise, I would really want to accept you into our Torch clan. After saying that, the Torch clan's clan leader shook his head with a look of pity. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He couldn't deny this matter, it was indeed a fact. The strongest in the Torch clan was only a first step heavenly venerate, the same level as him. Indeed, the Torch clan couldn't accommodate a great bodhisattva like him. Therefore, it was naturally impossible to join the Torch clan, and even more impractical. Once upon a time, my ambition was higher than the heavens. I always thought that my stage should be in the Middle Earth, only there could I shine with my supreme brilliance. But later on, I realized how laughable I was, how insignificant and how narrow-minded I was. The further I went, the more I realized that I couldn't even walk out of this world. So when I saw you, I felt a little more emotional. Your stage should also be in the Middle-earth. Only there can represent the brilliance of our immortal realm. Our South Barren is too barren, a forgotten world. In the eyes of many, perhaps the South Barren has long ceased to exist. It doesn't even exist anymore. The Torch clan's clan leader said with a little bit of emotion. From his words, Qin Shao also obtained some useful information. It seemed like the Middle Earth was the place he should go. This also gave Qin Shao a definite goal in his heart. With a goal, it was easy to do, he just needed to work towards it. The Torch clan's clan leader waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Little friend Qin Shao, your vitality is greatly damaged, and your strength is greatly reduced. It's not good for you to leave this place to explore. Furthermore, our place is too remote, it's too difficult to go to the Middle Earth from here. With your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach it in your lifetime. Let's not talk about this first, let's heal up first. It's not too late to talk about other things later. Our Torch clan has always been hospitable. I see that you have a pure heart, you must be a gentleman. Don't worry and stay in our clan. It won't be too late for you to leave when your wounds are fully healed. Later, I will ask you to send some medicinal pellets to you, I hope they will be helpful to you." Qin Shao immediately said gratefully, "Then this junior will shamelessly accept them. Thank you senior clan leader for your kindness, Qin Shao is really grateful. After healing up, Qin Shao will leave, I won't disturb you anymore." The Torch clan's clan leader waved his hand and said, "That's fine, it's up to you. Go." After bidding farewell to the Torch clan's clan leader, Qin Shao and Xiao Dao walked back. Qin Zhao's heart was also filled with emotions. It was the first time he had seen such a pure and kind clan. From the clan leader to the children, they were all the same, all of them were pure and kind, without any malicious intent. They were all good people. Qin Shao was really grateful to be able to enjoy such treatment. "Brother Qin Shao," no, I should call you Senior Qin Shao, or Big Brother Qin Shao, okay? Cough, I really didn't know you were a heavenly venerate. I thought you were a universe grade. Sorry for the offense. Chapter 16:14. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and chuckled. "It doesn't matter if I'm a universe grade or a heavenly venerate, it won't affect our friendship. In terms of strength, I might not even be on par with you now. Let's treat each other the same way we treated each other before." It was said that everyone below the heavenly venerate level was like an ant. This wasn't just a saying, as it was a true portrayal. Xiao Dao had indeed thought that Qin Shao was only a universe grade and hadn't thought that he was a heavenly venerate. This was because he had heard that universe grades could leave the universe without having to reach the heavenly venerate level. Although there was a difference of one level between a ruler and a universe grade, it wasn't that big of a difference. After all, they were all at the level of an ant. However, it was completely different when one became a heavenly venerate. It was a qualitative sublimation that was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, Xiao Dao was also deeply affected by the situation of the Xian Hua clan. The Xian Hua clan only had one heavenly venerate. Therefore, heavenly venerates were supreme in the hearts of the Xian Hua clan members. Because of this, Xiao Dao naturally felt a little unnatural in front of Qin Shao. This was an instinctive form of respect. The strong were respected. This was the unchanging law of survival. Therefore, Xiao Dao found it difficult to completely let go. But, you are a heavenly venerate. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, so what if I'm a heavenly venerate? Friendship shouldn't be measured by this, right? Heavenly venerates are also weak in the immortal realms. If you still feel that there's something wrong, then I'll be the big one. How about you call me Big Brother Qin Shao? This. Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he nodded solemnly and said, all right then, Big Brother Qin Shao. I reckon that in terms of age and strength, you are qualified to be my big brother. Ha. Calling a heavenly venerate big brother is a great bargain for me. Don't mention it. I'm only equivalent to a ruler now. Qin Shao shook his head. Xiao Dao said, don't worry, Big Brother Qin Shao. You've only suffered a great loss of vitality. This isn't a big deal. As long as he recovers his Yuan Qi, Big Brother Qin Zhao's strength will be fully restored. The patriarch also said that he would send someone to deliver some spirit pills and miraculous medicines. I believe that the patriarch should have some good elixirs that can help Brother Qin Shao recover as soon as possible. Yes, I hope so. But when I recover my strength, I will leave here and find my own stage. Qin Shao nodded. Xiao Dao smiled, looking at Qin Shao with an expression of envy, and said, that's for sure. Big Brother Qin Zhao's stage will definitely be in the Middle-earth realm. That is the most powerful and prosperous place in our celestial realm, the most sacred place, the most desirable place. Even in my dreams, I want to visit Middle-earth one day and broaden my horizons. However, he could only think about it. Even if I become an Empyrean, I might not have the chance to leave. It's very difficult to leave the southern wasteland. According to the patriarch, it's almost impossible for Empyreans to leave the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland is too big. It's too difficult to leave this place. Qin Shao was also aware of this situation. Although Empyreans could fly in the sky, the restrictions in the celestial realm were too strong, and the speed of flight would be very slow. Just by relying on flying, an Empyrean might not be able to fly out of the southern wasteland and reach the Middle-earth realm within a chaos epoch. It was definitely impossible to rely on flying. If one wanted to leave the southern wasteland, they could only rely on spatial transmission, void jump, or greater teleportation. There was also another way, and that was to rely on flying equipment. However, Qin Shao didn't have Mount Skybridge with him, so Qin Shao couldn't rely on flying equipment to leave the southern wasteland. After the darkness descended, everything fell into darkness. Qin Shao didn't have many memories, so he didn't know what happened to Mount Skybridge. Therefore, based on the current situation, it was indeed too difficult to leave the southern wasteland. Let's not think about these headaches first. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. If he couldn't recover his strength, everything would be in vain. There's always a way out. I don't believe that I'll be trapped in the southern wasteland. After comforting himself, Qin Shao waved his hand and said, forget it, Xiao Dao. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go. Xiao Dao nodded and didn't mention it again. It was indeed meaningless to talk about it now. Everyone's heart was filled with curiosity, yearning, and fear for the unknown. The unknown represented an unknown opportunity, but it also represented an unknown danger. These two things often coexisted. Qin Shao didn't think about these troublesome things. When the boat reached the bridgehead, it would cross the bridge. There was no need to worry about these things. Taking one step at a time was the way of the king. Before he recovered his strength, talking about anything would be a waste of time. Only with strength could he be qualified to talk about other things. Now, Qin Zhao's strength was only at the level of a sovereign. Anyone could easily kill Qin Zhao. Jing Yang wasn't by his side, Baby Mo wasn't by his side, and neither was Mount Skybridge. The heavenly weapon was still there, but without the strength of a heavenly venerable, it was impossible to unleash its power. Not to mention unleashing its power, even the heavenly weapon would be injured. It could be said that Qin Zhao didn't even have a trump card to save his life. The most urgent thing now was to recover his strength. Otherwise, Qin Zhao's heart would be filled with a sense of crisis. Although the Xianhua clan looked peaceful and tranquil, like a paradise, they still couldn't afford to be careless. After all, until now, Qin Zhao still didn't understand what was going on. What the hell was that mass of darkness? He wasn't dead yet, and he didn't know what would happen next. These were all unknown. Why is it so lively over there? Qin Zhao suddenly looked at a grassland not far in front of him. There was a huge grassland surrounded by many people, and the atmosphere was very joyous. From time to time, cheers could be heard. Qin Zhao looked carefully and found that there were two groups of people kicking a round ball on the grassland. They were fighting with each other, and it was very intense. It looked very interesting. There were also a lot of people watching from the sidelines. There were thousands of them. There were men and women, young and old. It was very lively. To be able to attract so many people to watch, it must be a very interesting thing. Kuju. Qin Zhao finally understood. These people were playing Kuju. Qin Zhao had only seen this game in the source world when it was still weak. He had never seen anyone play Kuju in the God world. Even in the source world, it was only played by the weaker mortals or children. The stronger ones wouldn't play Kuju. If they were strong, their destructive power would be too great, and it would be meaningless to play. A casual kick was enough to send Kuju flying into the horizon. This made Qin Zhao quite surprised. He didn't expect that there would be people playing Kuju here. And looking at the atmosphere, this game was very popular here. Haha, yes, Kuju. Brother Qin Zhao also knows about it. It seems that you have seen or played it before. Does your universe also play this game? Xiao Dao nodded with a smile. He thought that Qin Zhao hadn't seen it before. He didn't expect Qin Zhao to be able to say it. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, there is this game in my hometown, but it is played by younger people. I haven't played it before, but I don't know much about it. However, it seems that the game you are playing is a little different. First of all, this place is very big. It is at least 100,000 feet long, right? It is also at least 30,000 feet wide. Just this venue alone is too big. And this ball, it seems to be very heavy, although it is not big. The number of participants from both sides is also relatively large. One side has a total of 36 people. Also, their confrontation is very fierce. They are just short of directly fighting, but there is still a lot of physical contact. They also rely on their strength to win the ball. This seems to be different from what I have seen in my hometown before. There seems to be a lot of differences in the rules. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any difference. Haha, yes. Xiao Dao nodded and said to Qin Zhao, "Brother Qin Zhao, you are not in a hurry anyway. Since you are out, you should relax. Let's go over there and have a look. The Kuju game is still very interesting. Our Xinhua clan has a lot of Kuju teams. These two are just relatively ordinary Kuju teams, but their games are still very interesting. Let's go. As we walk, I will explain the rules of our Kuju game to you." Qin Zhao nodded. Since they were out, there was no harm in relaxing a little more. He was indeed not in a hurry to recuperate. There was no use in being anxious. Xiao Dao patiently explained along the way. After listening to Xiao Dao's explanation, Qin Zhao also understood the rules of Kuju here. There were also many rules. First, the rules of the number of participants were divided into 3 categories: small, medium, and large. For the small category, each side would send out 36 people. For the medium category, each side would send out 81 people. For the large category, each side would send out 108 people. Of course, the size of the corresponding field was also different according to the number of people. What Qin Shao saw in front of him was just a small field. There were still some large fields in the Xinhua clan. However, there were more competitions in the small category of 36 people. This was a more formal competition. If everyone played casually, then there was no need to care about the number of people. As long as both sides sent out the same number of people, they could play. This was not a problem. In the 36 people competition in front of him, 35 people would compete on the field for the Kuju ball. Then, one person would guard the gate and not let the other party hit the ball into their own gate. The rest was the competition for the ball. Basically, there were not many restrictions. However, except for the gatekeeper, the others could not touch the ball with their hands. Except for the hands, other parts of the body could be touched. But if the members of both sides fought, as long as they did not attack each other, it was not a violation. It was purely a physical confrontation. Physical confrontation was not against the rules. Therefore, while playing Kuju, it could also test a person's strength. Of course, wisdom was also very important. After all, this was a team game. There were many people cooperating, so it was full of wisdom. Wisdom, strength, these two together were the key to victory. The rules were actually not complicated. Moreover, everyone was actually very compliant with the rules. Therefore, they played more happily and there would not be any conflict. The Xinhua clan was originally very united and friendly. All the clansmen were as close as a family. Therefore, there were very few conflicts. Chapter 16-15. Everyone is fighting fiercely. This is basically a sparring session. Everyone is fighting for that ball, fighting with passion and goals. It can completely arouse everyone's hot-bloodedness. In the competition, one can discover one's own shortcomings. In the competition, one can sense the opponent's strength and improve one's own strength. It's a game, but it's also a way of cultivation. After watching for a while, he discovered many things. No matter what, Qin Shao was still a heavenly venerate. He still had a discerning eye. To be able to obtain such a good cultivation effect in the game, this was simply a very interesting thing. Although there were actually many games designed for cultivation, in Qin Zhao's heart, Kuju was just a game for ordinary people to have fun. But he didn't expect that the Xinhua clan would be able to use Kuju here, turning it into a cultivation game. Haha, that's right, big brother Qin Shao, you've seen it. The reason why Kuju is popular in our Xinhua clan is because it has a strong cultivation effect. Using this game to arouse everyone's hot-bloodedness, completely arousing their passion, the effect is very good. That's right, that's why our ancestors have been vigorously promoting Kuju in our Xinhua clan. Over time, Kuju became the most popular game in our Xinhua clan, and it continues to be so until today. I also play it often, and I feel that it is indeed very effective in the game. But this game consumes a lot of godly power. Other than those professional Kuju teams, we can only play it occasionally. We can't afford to play it often. Xiao Dao smiled and said. Qin Shao could also see that in such an intense confrontation, the consumption of divine power was naturally very fast. This place wasn't like the universe, where one could quickly recover by absorbing origin qi from the heaven and earth. Here, it was very difficult to recover by oneself, and one could only replenish one's godly power through food. So, to play once, one would have to pay the price of a lot of food. The Xinhua clan was relatively poor. They only distributed food every 10,000 years or so, and everyone's food was limited. They could be a little generous, but if they were to be generous too often, they would definitely be stretched thin. Such a large clan couldn't give everyone a special case. Qin Shao had also analyzed the situation in his heart, and he concluded that the root cause of the Xin Hua clan's backwardness was the lack of resources. The source spirit was too barren, and the bloodline inheritance was also very weak. Without cultivation resources, isolated from the rest of the world, and without any good cultivation methods or secret techniques to pass down, they fell into a vicious cycle. Naturally, they couldn't get out of this barren cycle. Furthermore, the Xin Hua clan had always been a conservative clan. The people of the clan would never venture out of the Xin Hua clan. They would never try to leave the Xin Hua clan and head to a stronger place. Furthermore, this region was also in the same situation as the Xin Hua clan. They were all barren and backward, and their conditions were not any better. All kinds of conditions were greatly restricted. With all these factors added together, the current situation of the Xin Hua clan was created. Moreover, they didn't have too many pursuits in life. Everyone enjoyed the happiness brought by this peace. Being able to eat until they were full and not starving to death was probably the pursuit of most of the clansmen. This kind of thinking was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of many clansmen. Naturally, it was very difficult to get rid of it. But on second thought, Qin Shao felt that this kind of ordinariness was also a kind of happiness and bliss. There were many kinds of happiness in life. It didn't necessarily mean that one had to constantly pursue higher realms, constantly strive, and experience endless dangers to be happy, right? Sometimes, thinking about it, an ordinary life was also a kind of happiness. If one's pursuits were different, one shouldn't judge others based on one's own ideas. For example, Xiao Dao didn't have too many pursuits. His biggest pursuit was to become a universe grade. Actually, this was pretty good. At least, Qin Shao still liked the living atmosphere here. Big brother Qin Shao, I see that you are quite interested in Kuju. Why don't you go up and have some fun? Xiao Dao suddenly asked. Me? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. Indeed, he was a little interested in Kuju. The intense competition made one's blood boil. Hee hee. That's right, big brother Qin Shao. Let's go up and have some fun. The two of us will join in as well. Most of the people playing here are rulers, so we won't be at too much of a disadvantage, Xiao Dao said with a nod. Qin Shao thought about it and nodded. Alright, let's have some fun then. However, I have never played before. Haha. It's fine, it's fine. Just have some fun. It doesn't matter if you haven't played before. I haven't played much anyway. It's fine as long as you know the rules. As long as you don't break the rules, you can play however you want, Xiao Dao said. Qin Shao nodded. Let's have some fun then. This was a rare opportunity. However, Qin Shao found it a little funny when he thought about it. If his strength hadn't been severely damaged, he wouldn't have gone up. Going up as a heavenly venerate would be too much of a bully. Those people definitely wouldn't agree. Now that he only had the strength of a ruler, he could still go up and have some fun. He would just treat it as a game. It would be good to relax his mood. Xiao Dao immediately ran to the field and waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Although the game at home was very intense, everyone immediately stopped when Xiao Dao waved his hand. The people from both sides also separated, and soon 2 camps were formed. One group had red stripes on their bodies, while the other group had blue stripes on their bodies. The people of the Xinhua clan all looked and dressed alike. Therefore, if they didn't differentiate, it would be hard for people who weren't familiar with them to tell them apart. Xiao Dao, what's wrong? You want to play? A man asked. Xiao Dao nodded and said, Yes, big brother Yaofeng. Big brother Qin Shao hasn't played before. Let's join in. Haha, brother Qin Shao wants to play. Then let's join in. We're just having some fun anyway. It doesn't matter. Brother Qin Shao, doesn't your universe have such a game? Everyone was very enthusiastic when they heard that Qin Shao wanted to play. They immediately expressed their welcome. Qin Shao smiled and said, "There is, but I haven't played it before. Furthermore, the people who play Kuju in my hometown are mainly children. There are fewer adults." Haha. Kuju isn't a game for children here. It's an intense game for strong men like us. However, Brother Qin Shao, you came from the universe. You should be a universe grade, right? You're bullying us. Haha, it's fine. Universe grades are fine. We have a few universe grades too. It's fine. Let Brother Qin Shao join in. Brother Qin Shao can join our team. Yao Feng, you make it sound so easy. You don't feel any pressure to join your team. Why don't you join ours? Alright, I'll join your team. I don't mind. Xiao Dao, join my team. We're not betting today anyway. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. Haha. Brother Qin Shao, join our team too. A man stepped forward and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. This was a friendly gesture. Qin Shao looked at the 35 people in the team and memorized their names. He couldn't possibly mistake them for someone else. That would be awkward. However, having a photographic memory was child's play for him. Thus, he wouldn't mistake them for someone else. This is my first time playing, so I might be unfamiliar with it. If I don't play well, please bear with me. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said to everyone. The man who had patted Qin Zhao's shoulder said, "We're not that professional. We're just an ordinary team in our family. Our strength is very average. We'll just play casually. It's fine." Oh right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Donglu. Also, I'd like to introduce my team to you. Get to know them. Wu Donglu obviously played a captain's role in the team. Although he wasn't officially part of the team, everyone had basically tacitly agreed. Thus, he had the highest prestige in the team and naturally had the most say. Both teams had 2 universe grades each. Wu Donglu was one of the members of the red team. Yao Feng also played a similar role in the blue team. He was also a universe grade. However, there were only 2 people in the red team that Qin Shao had the deepest impression of. One was Wu Donglu, who played the captain's role, and the other was Wild, who had pretty good skills. However, Wild wasn't a universe grade. He was a ruler. However, Wild's skills were definitely very good among rulers. At the very least, he could be considered the main force of the red team. In terms of skills, he didn't lose to Wu Donglu. However, Wu Donglu was slightly stronger. Thus, if the 2 of them really went head-to-head, Wild would still be at a disadvantage. If Wild broke through to the universe grade in the future, it would be hard to say who was stronger between the 2 of them. The situation might change. After the introductions, Wu Donglu gathered everyone and clapped his hands. His expression became serious as he said, "Let's adjust our tactics. We'll still follow the 3rd level formation." Brother Qin Shao, you just got here and don't understand. Let me explain the 3rd level formation to you. Qin Shao said, "Brother Donglu, is the 3rd level formation divided into 3 echelons like 10, 16, and 10? 10 is the vanguard formation. It takes the lead and guards the first line of defense. 16 is the middle formation. It guards the middle and prevents the opponent from attacking. 10 is the backfield. It guards the hinterland and is the last line of defense. Such a 3rd level formation can effectively block the opponent's attacks by forming an echelon defense. Is that right?" "Ha ha." Wu Donglu laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It seems like Brother Qin Shao is very knowledgeable. In that case, I don't need to explain much. Let's follow this later. Brother Qin Shao, you might not be familiar with it yet. You can move to the middle formation for the time being. When you become more familiar with it, we'll make some adjustments based on the situation. The front formation is a sharp knife, so the big generals are usually deployed in the front formation. The middle formation is a wall. It's fine as long as it can block. The focus is on blocking, not attacking. The backfield is a shield. It has to block and attack.
I wonder if Brother Qin Shao can understand what I'm saying?
Qin Shao nodded his head to indicate that he understood. To put it bluntly, the front formation and the backfield formation were the most important. Therefore, most of the experts were arranged in these two formations. As for the middle camp, it was secondary. Those who were arranged in the middle mostly focused on defense, not on offense. When the opponent came knocking on their door, the midfielders were basically here to be meat shields. That was more or less what it meant. In other words, there were very few opportunities for the midfielders to display their abilities. Basically, they could only block and pass the ball. There were very few opportunities for them to display their abilities. Chapter 16:16. After arranging the tactics, allocating the people, and setting up their positions, both sides began to take their positions. The red team lined up in a formation of 10, 16, and 10. A man was the vanguard, while Wu Donglu held the fort. The formation was not bad. On the other side, Yao Feng and the others also set up their formation, preparing to attack. This time, they were the ones who served the ball, so their formation was not like Qin Zhao's. The blue team's formation was like a fork, with 3 paths and 3 sharp points. They were going to directly and ruthlessly cut into the red team's formation. "Get ready," Wu Donglu said in a low voice. Everyone clapped their hands to boost their morale. Their legs were slightly apart, their waists were bent, and their hands were stretched out in front of them, ready to fight. Everyone's eyes were also fixed on the people in front of them. They looked at the people on the other side as if they were staring at their prey. On the sidelines, everyone also quieted down, quietly watching, waiting for the intense scene to begin. Suddenly, it was as if everything was silent. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. In such an atmosphere, everyone's nerves could not help but tense up. Their blood was swelling, as if it was about to boil. It was as if there was a nameless fire igniting the hot blood in their hearts. The atmosphere was a wonderful thing, especially when one was in it. Qin Shao could clearly feel his blood slowly boiling. Whoosh! The blue team began to attack. One person started the ball, and the Kuju seemed to be glued to that person's foot, quickly rushing forward. This person was clearly an expert in control. Under his feet, Kuju felt as if he could do whatever he wanted. Wherever he hit, it would go. It wasn't easy to control Kuju. There were a lot of things that were involved in this. There were many requirements for strength, speed, angle, timing, and so on. It had to be very accurate. Otherwise, the Kuju would be lost if there was even the slightest deviation. After all, the weakest experts here were all sovereigns. Even though the strength of sovereigns in the immortal domain wasn't as exaggerated as it was in the primordial universe, and they were greatly suppressed here, their strength and speed were still there. Especially their strength, it wasn't weakened by much. It was just that the space in the immortal domain was much more stable. Therefore, the effect of the same attack was naturally different from that of the primordial universe. In the Grand Mist universe, a sovereign was a supreme existence that could rule over a part of the universe. They could easily destroy the heavens and earth. They could easily travel through the void and reach any part of the universe. That kind of strength was naturally incomparable in the immortal realms. Given the stability of space in the immortal realm, sovereigns couldn't even fly, let alone travel through the void. The power unleashed would be suppressed by the spatial constraints, so even if the power unleashed was very strong, the effect would not be reflected. With one person controlling the bow, the others would attack from 3 directions, opening up a path for the person controlling the bow. 3 attacks, 3 incomparably sharp knives, fiercely piercing over. It was enough to make one's heart tremble. The moment the attack was launched, it was a direct and fierce attack. There was no room for a buffer at all. The moment the attack came, everyone's passion was completely unleashed. The atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. There was no need for a warm-up at all. It directly entered into a tense and exciting state. One attacked fiercely like a tiger, while the other was as stable as a city wall. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the person who charged up from the blue team. According to the allocation, each person had to focus on one target. Qin Zhao was now locking on to his own target. However, before the target got close, everything was still a variable. Brother Qin Zhao, don't be nervous. Although you haven't played before, you still have a certain advantage in terms of strength. As long as you don't break the rules, you can do whatever you want. Don't be so reserved. Just be fierce and fierce. This game is like that. If you aren't fierce and fierce, there's no way to play at all. Everyone will bring out their ruthless and ferocious side. When they get close, you just have to lock on to one target and defend. Our most important task is to defend. However, we don't need to care about anything else. As long as we can block them, then we will. Our task will be completed. The game of Kuju is more about cooperation. Only with good cooperation can you win. A man standing beside Qin Zhao grinned and said to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded. He naturally knew these simple principles. However, he had never played before, so he was indeed a little nervous. Perhaps this nervousness also came from some excitement. Qin Zhao quickly adjusted his state of mind. Purring! Soon, the two sides collided fiercely. As long as they didn't attack, they wouldn't break the rules by relying on their bodies. The two sovereigns' bodies collided violently. It was as if two mountains had collided, and a thunderous sound was produced. The fierce collision of bodies was a collision of strength. Incomparably fierce sparks were produced, and it also attracted a lot of cheers. It aroused the crowd's hot blood. This scene seemed barbaric, but it was also the charm of Kuju. After all, everyone didn't treat Kuju as a simple game. If it was just a simple game, it wouldn't have been popular in the Xinhua clan for so long. More importantly, everyone would clash and improve themselves through actual combat. Using this kind of game, everyone would be able to display their various skills. Then, they would recognize their own shortcomings and improve themselves. That was the main goal. The first line of defense of the red team only had 10 people. Naturally, they couldn't withstand the impact of the 3 sharp blades of the blue team. After breaking through the first line of defense, the next step was to launch a fierce attack on the second line of defense. The members of the blue team were all like wolves and tigers. Their aura was so strong that it was frightening. A man rushed towards Qin Zhao with a face full of smiles. Brother Qin Zhao, let me play with you. Facing this person, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate at all. He prepared to defend. Who? The man was like a peerless, ferocious beast. He quickly rushed in front of Qin Zhao and his body slammed towards Qin Zhao. This was like the collision of a gigantic beast. In terms of strength, the members of the Xinhua clan had the upper hand. Although their bloodline inheritance was weak, they lived in this barren land and relied on hunting for a living. Therefore, their physical strength was especially strong. Their bodies were also especially strong and sturdy. The strength they could unleash was also very strong. In this way, compared to Qin Zhao, they naturally had a slight advantage. However, Qin Zhao did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Before the other party could reach him, Qin Zhao could feel a powerful wave of energy surging towards him. He could feel how powerful the other party's energy was. Qin Zhao could feel that the other party's energy was extremely strong. Qin Zhao also didn't hesitate. He released all his strength and prepared to meet the man's fierce collision. But soon, the situation changed. Qin Zhao saw that the man had only bumped into Qin Zhao from the side at a small angle and did not collide head-on. At the final moment when they were about to collide, the man's body suddenly shifted, and he missed Qin Zhao. In this way, he only bumped into the man's shoulder. Oh? Something's wrong? But Qin Zhao immediately realized the situation. Sure enough, after the man brushed past Qin Zhao, he used the force of the collision just now and turned it into his own strength. He directly rushed forward. I was fooled. Qin Shao finally understood. It turned out that the man deliberately wanted to have a head-on collision with Qin Shao. He thought it was a competition of strength, but he didn't expect that the man did it on purpose. At the last moment, he borrowed Qin Zhao's strength to give him a push, allowing him to advance even faster. In this way, after a confrontation, Qin Shao was directly left behind. This was a trick to show off his experience. Qin Shao didn't realize it at first, but now he completely understood what was going on. Sure enough, he couldn't win without experience. Fortunately, this was only the second line of defense. If it was the third line of defense, it would be very dangerous if he let one person pass. It was fine if the second line of defense was broken, but there was still the third line of defense. Brother Qin Shao, it's okay. Hurry up and keep an eye on the others. A voice came. It was Wu Donglio's voice, comforting Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and quickly collected his thoughts. There was a price to pay for growth. Since he failed to guard against the man just now, Qin Shao could only immediately keep an eye on the other target. Soon, Qin Shao had a target. He charged toward the man, intending to stop him. Brother Qin Shao, my strength is very weak. You don't have to keep an eye on me. Go and keep an eye on the others. Seeing Qin Shao rushing to him, the man immediately said. However, Qin Shao didn't care about this show of weakness. He had been tricked once, and he wouldn't fall for it a second time. With the lesson just now, Qin Shao had become a lot more cautious now. He rushed towards the man and cut off the man's path. When the man saw this, he had no other choice. He could only choose to give way to Qin Shao and not confront her. He didn't go forward but ran to the side. What tricks does he want to play? Forget it. I'll catch him first. Anyway, as long as I can keep an eye on this man, my task will be completed. Therefore, Qin Shao also chased after him in case the man took a detour and didn't give him a chance. Brother Qin Shao, you see, I don't even have the intention to charge forward. Why are you still chasing after me? I'm not the main force. It's useless for you to chase me, the man said again. Qin Shao said, well, I'm not the main force. Since you said you're weak, I don't have much experience. Then I'll ask you to keep an eye on me. Anyway, my task is relatively simple. I just need to keep an eye on one person. I'll keep an eye on you. Cough. The man suddenly choked. He smacked his lips and said, Brother Qin Shao, you can't play like this. You'll keep an eye on me even if I run to the side? Are you going to keep an eye on me if I run back? I'll keep an eye on you, Qin Shao said decisively. The man actually ran back. Qin Shao thought he was joking. Now that their blue team was on the attack, how could they not run back when they had reached the front of the field? Shouldn't he rush forward with all his strength? Chapter 16-17. Cough. Are you serious, Brother Qin Shao? Why are you chasing after me even though I'm running back? Why are you chasing after me when there's such an intense battle going on over there? I just became a ruler not long ago. You are a universe grade. My cultivation base is far inferior to yours. You've been chasing me like this, and I don't dare to fight you head-on. Aren't you bullying me? The man curled his lips and said. Qin Shao ignored him and said, This is my first time playing, so I can't say that I'm bullying you. Let's call it even. The man had no choice but to rush back. Qin Shao didn't hesitate to meet him head-on. Pung! Their bodies collided very quickly. Qin Shao was knocked back a few steps by the powerful impact. His blood churned and he felt a tearing pain all over his body. This force was really very strong. Naturally, it would not feel good to be hit so hard on the body. Although Qin Zhao's cultivation base was at the heavenly venerate level and his body was also at the heavenly venerate level, Qin Zhao's divine body was greatly damaged. Fortunately, Qin Shao had cultivated the true intent of power and his body had improved considerably. However, Qin Shao was only at the universe grade when it came to the true intent of power. Therefore, Qin Zhao's body was only comparable to the Xian Hua clan's universe grades. It wasn't at the level of a heavenly venerate. However, as a universe grade, he had a slight advantage over this ruler. Qin Shao only took a few steps back, but the man's situation wasn't so good. He was sent flying a few hundred feet away before crashing heavily on the ground. Ouch! The man rubbed his body in pain and looked like he couldn't stand up. Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback by this situation. That can't be right? The strength he could unleash now was only at the ruler level. At most, he should be close to the universe grade. However, he shouldn't have reached the universe grade yet. How could he have hit his opponent so hard? Friend, are you all right? Qin Shao stopped and walked over, asking with concern. The man stood up with difficulty, but suddenly, it was as if he had suddenly come back to life. He ran forward fiercely and caught Qin Shao off guard. Qin Shao stopped and was concerned about him. The two of them were separated by several hundred feet again. When Qin Shao let her guard down, the man suddenly ran away. He had been tricked again. This was another trick. However, there was nothing wrong with playing Kuju. Furthermore, it was highly recommended. After all, this game was meant to train one's abilities in all aspects. It was just that this method was relatively inferior and could not be used normally. However, it worked for Qin Shao. It was because Qin Shao had never played this game before, so he was naturally unprepared for all kinds of tricks. However, this time, Qin Shao was not completely unprepared. When the man suddenly attacked, Qin Shao also rushed over quickly. Qin Shao did not chase after the man directly. Instead, he also ran forward. Soon, Qin Shao stopped the man in front of him. I actually didn't manage to trick you. You actually caught up to me. The man couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw that Qin Shao had caught up to him. He had thought that he had completely tricked Qin Shao and that Qin Shao would definitely not be able to catch up to him. He had not expected that he would be caught up so quickly. Naturally, he was a little surprised. So, you already knew about it just now? You weren't tricked by me? The man asked with interest. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I indeed guessed it just now. I clearly felt that you didn't use your full strength during the collision just now. You were holding back. Furthermore, you deliberately used the force of my collision to retreat and pretended to be in pain. Therefore, I guessed that you were faking it. You probably wanted to let my guard down and take the opportunity to slip away. Ha ha! Lihai, you are indeed a universe grade. It seems like I really can't deceive you. The man laughed before turning around and running towards the crowd. He couldn't deal with Qin Shao alone, so he went to the crowd and made use of others to confuse him. The situation on the other side was also very intense. The blue team quickly broke through 3 lines of defense, and the members of both teams were completely tangled up in a chaotic battle. The blue team members were trying their best to break through the encirclement and charge towards the red team. The red team members were also trying their best to snatch the bow. Originally, the red team had still wanted to defend. However, the power of their defense had been completely broken and scattered. Therefore, they could only fight on all fronts now. Turning defense into offense and snatching the bow was the best way to go. Qin Shao also charged into the battle very quickly. A few experts in the core circle were exchanging blows to snatch the bow. On the outside, other people pulled up a wall to block the others. When Qin Shao rushed over, 2 people immediately rushed out from the left and right sides and formed a small 2-man wall to block Qin Shao. Boom! Qin Zhao's body crashed heavily into the 2 people. He wanted to push them away, but Qin Shao hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to push them away. Instead, he bounced back and retreated several hundred feet before stabilizing his body. What a powerful force! The 2 people were clearly only rulers, but the power they unleashed was actually able to make Qin Shao suffer a great loss. This was something that Qin Shao hadn't expected. The powerful force collided violently, shaking Qin Zhao's body until it felt like it was being torn apart. Qin Zhao's divine body was already seriously damaged and his vitality was greatly damaged. Now, under the fierce resistance, he naturally felt that his injuries were aggravated. Moreover, in such a fierce resistance, he could clearly feel that his divine power was rapidly draining away. Of course, with Qin Zhao's cultivation level, the suppression of the immortal realm's source on him was actually much smaller than that of others. This was where Qin Zhao's advantage lay. The man who was standing with Qin Shao just now came over and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. He asked, "Brother Qin Shao, are you all right?" Qin Shao smiled at him and said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." "Haha, that's good. If you're tired, just say it and rest by the side. Don't force yourself," the man said. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. He wasn't the main force, so the resistance wasn't that intense. Therefore, he was fine. Besides, there was no reason for this kind of resistance to make him unable to continue. "Let's continue fighting." Qin Shao encouraged himself and continued to rush forward. However, this time, Qin Shao didn't rush forward like before. Instead, he ran around from the side and looked for an opening before rushing inside. A man followed and also ran around Qin Shao. He didn't confront Qin Shao head-on. Instead, he kept blocking Qin Shao from rushing inside. He wanted to keep Qin Shao outside. Pung! Qin Shao suddenly slammed into the man, but the man was clearly prepared for it. A powerful energy shield suddenly burst out. After the fierce collision, both of them retreated a few meters. Neither of them had the upper hand. Hee. Brother Qin Shao, it seems like your power isn't that strong. The man chuckled. Everyone knew that Qin Shao had ascended from the cosmos. In everyone's understanding, those who ascended from the cosmos should be at the universe grade. However, Qin Zhao's performance in reality didn't seem to be at the universe grade. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "I was injured when I came to the immortal realm. Therefore, my strength is indeed only at the ruler level." "I see. No wonder. But it's fine. Haha, we're just playing around anyway." The man was relieved. Qin Shao smiled. That was indeed the case. Although it seemed like they were playing intensely at home, they wouldn't really go all out. They had the mentality to win, but it didn't matter if they lost. The customs of the Xianhua clan were indeed quite good. Qin Shao liked this very much and admired it very much. If we were to fight head-on, I wouldn't have the upper hand at all. If we were to use divine power, I wouldn't be able to use it. The power of the true intent of power is just like that. I still wouldn't have the upper hand. I can't use other methods. After all, this isn't a battle arena. It's a pity that my heart power is also severely damaged. Otherwise, if I used my heart power, I would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, if I really used my heart power, I would be suspected of cheating. There's no need for that. If he thought about it carefully, there really wasn't any better method. Strength, wisdom, experience, and the use of nomological laws were all possible. It was very difficult to control one's body in an extreme state. Soon, Qin Shao had a plan in mind. Suddenly, Qin Shao launched an attack on the man again. The man was already prepared. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to Qin Shao. Therefore, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. He could definitely fight head-on with Qin Shao. However, just as Qin Shao was about to collide with the man, his body suddenly changed direction rapidly and collided with the side of the man's body. This was a very common tactic. Collide with the side of the body, and then use the force of the rebound as a boost to push forward faster. Qin Shao had fallen for this trick once before. If used well, it could achieve a miraculous effect. Obviously, this time, Qin Shao also wanted to try this tactic to see if it could have an unexpected effect. "Haha, brother Qin Shao, you're playing this game with me. I'm an old hand. The man had obviously expected Qin Shao to play like this, so he was already prepared. When Qin Shao turned sideways, he actually turned around directly, not giving Qin Shao a chance. However, when he turned around, Qin Zhao's mouth slipped into a faint smile. Qin Shao seemed to have expected that the man would turn around, so when the man turned around, Qin Shao also turned back. Now that they were back and forth, the situation still hadn't changed. At this moment, the man suddenly came to his senses and came to a realization. Oh no, I've been fooled. The man cursed inwardly, but it was already too late. He couldn't make it. Qin Zhao's body hit the side of the man's body heavily. He made good use of the rebound force of the collision and immediately bounced himself out. Qin Shao, who had been prepared for this, directly rushed inside and broke through the defensive wall with the help of the rebound force. Haha, brother Qin Shao, good job. You're a fast learner. You know how to use this tactic so quickly. You've played it beautifully. A man praised. Chapter 16-18. Big brother Qin Shao, you are really experienced. You have learned battle tactics so quickly. However, I won't let you get past me so easily. After Qin Shao got past the person from the blue team, a familiar figure immediately appeared in front of Qin Shao. It was none other than Xiao Dao. After Xiao Dao spoke these words, he also began to treat the situation seriously. He stood in front of Qin Shao and swiftly moved. Under this rapid speed, he formed an invisible wall. This kind of movement was very good. Xiao Dao used his body to form a wall. If he wanted to get past this wall, he would have to collide head-on with Xiao Dao. Qin Shao knew a little about Xiao Dao's strength. He had already reached the limit of the ruler realm. He was just one step away from the universe grade, and he wasn't far from it. Furthermore, Xiao Dao's technique was very good. He was stronger than the person from the blue team. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Shao to get past him. His speed is not bad. His movement is not bad. Since he wants to use a wall to block me, I will give it a try. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao directly launched the first round of attacks at Xiao Dao, directly rushing towards Xiao Dao. Qin Shao rushed over at full speed. He was like a wolf riding on a rampage. With a sharp edge, he turned into a sharp blade and fiercely stabbed over. Boom! Qin Shao slammed into the wall formed by Xiao Dao. When the two powerful forces collided, Xiao Dao's body also erupted with a powerful force as he blocked Qin Zhao's attack. The two of them collided with each other with all their strength. It was like two celestial bodies colliding, causing a powerful explosion of energy. Although Qin Shao had pushed Xiao Dao back a few steps, he had also taken a few steps back. In the end, he still hadn't gained the upper hand. In terms of strength, Xiao Dao wasn't any weaker than him. It seemed like forceful tactics wouldn't work. He simply couldn't break through Xiao Dao's defense. Since he couldn't force his way through, he could only find a flaw in Xiao Dao's defense. Where was the flaw? After retreating, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he was looking for Xiao Dao's weakness. No matter how strong a wall was, it shouldn't be invulnerable. These were just tactics. Since they were tactics, there must be a way to break them. Qin Shao was trying to find a way to break them. Speed was not invulnerable. Make use of every opportunity. Qin Zhao's heart stirred, and he immediately had a countermeasure. With a countermeasure, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed over. Hee, big brother Qin Shao, you won't be able to break through. Even though I'm not that strong, I've been playing Kuju for so many years. This is my best move. Xiao Dao was rather confident in himself. This was the move he was most proud of. Is that so? Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. When she rushed in front of Xiao Dao, she suddenly stabbed him like a needle. It was like a needle, but also like a knife. It carried a sense of sharpness as it pierced through a gap in the wall. Before Xiao Dao could react, Qin Shao had already broken through his defense and directly passed through. Ah? How did I pass through? After passing through, Xiao Dao was still in a daze. He was confused and tried hard to recall what had happened just now. He didn't have time to react at all. She passed through with a whoosh. Moreover, how could the defense wall that he was so proud of suddenly be silently torn apart? After Qin Shao passed through, she didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Xiao Dao, although your defense wall seems to be invulnerable, it's still not enough. But no matter how fast you are, there is still a gap in time. Even if the time is short, if the gap between the two can be grasped accurately, then you can pass through. So, I grasped the gap in time and naturally passed through smoothly. Qin Shao said to Xiao Dao behind him. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao was relieved. So that was how it was. However, after thinking about it carefully, grasping the gap in time was definitely a very, very difficult thing to do. He really admired Big Brother Qin Shao for being able to do it. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was amazing. It was indeed very difficult to achieve this. Most ordinary universe grades wouldn't be able to do it. However, Qin Shao was a first step heavenly venerate. Although his strength wasn't there anymore, he still had a discerning eye. With this discerning eye, he would be able to grasp the opportunity very well. Then, with another burst of energy, it naturally produced such a miraculous effect, directly piercing through it. After breaking through 2 consecutive defenses, Qin Shao had already entered the core circle and joined the battle for the ball. There were only about 10 people in the core circle. Both sides only had 5 people here. Now that Qin Shao had joined, Team Red had 6 people. Haha. Good job, brother Qin Shao. You learn really fast. Wild gave Qin Shao a look of approval as he fought fiercely over there. It was obvious that Qin Zhao's performance was very good to be able to receive Wild's praise. In this 6 versus 1 situation, Team Red had a slight advantage in terms of numbers. The ball was still in Team Blue's hands. The ball was passed around among the 5 of them. Their coordination was very good, ensuring that the ball wouldn't be snatched away by Team Red. They still maintained an offensive posture. Brother Qin Shao, when the opportunity arises, cooperate with me and strive to snatch the ball. Only then will we have the initiative. Wild suddenly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao immediately understood. Okay, I understand. However, if they wanted to cooperate, they also had to pay attention to strategy. They definitely couldn't be too obvious. Everyone was smart and had good eyesight. Once their performance was too obvious, they would definitely be seen through by their opponent. Therefore, the use of strategy must be fully prepared and all the ideas must be well thought out. Only in this way can good results be achieved. Qin Shao rushed to the man in Team Blue who was controlling the ball. One of Team Red's members was attacking that man. Now that Qin Shao had joined, it was a 2 versus 1 situation. The man in Team Red glanced at Qin Shao and nodded to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also responded tacitly. It seemed that the 2 of them had cooperated before. They had a tacit understanding. One glance was enough to be able to understand what the other was thinking. When the man in Team Blue saw the 2 of them besieging him, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He immediately became alert. He moved quickly with the ball in his hand. He had to get rid of the 2 people besieging him. He couldn't fall into their trap. Once he fell into their trap, he would be in danger. Therefore, the best way now was to move quickly and widen the distance as soon as possible. However, it was naturally difficult to widen the distance. After all, this area was so big. There were other people besides Qin Shao and Qin Shao. If he entered other areas, the others would immediately replace him. It was naturally impossible to completely avoid Qin Shao and Qin Shao in a small area. Soon, the man from the blue team had nowhere to run. He was about to fall into the trap of Qin Shao and Su Xiaolan. At this time, the man in Team Blue had no other choice. At this time, there was no way out. He could only pass the ball to his teammate. I've been waiting for this moment. Seeing that the man in Team Blue was forced to pass the ball, Qin Shao smiled in his heart. He had been waiting for the man to pass the ball for a long time. Qin Shao was also prepared for a surprise. When the man in Team Blue was about to pass the ball, Qin Shao directly rushed in a direction. As if he knew in advance where the ball was going, Qin Shao rushed over before the ball left the man in Team Blue's foot. Therefore, after the ball was kicked out and passed to his teammates, Qin Shao was one step ahead and intercepted it in advance. When Qin Shao kicked out, the man from the blue team saw that Qin Shao had accurately predicted the trajectory of his kick and went out to block it in advance. His expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, stop him quickly!" The man in Team Blue couldn't help but shout. At this time, he wanted to withdraw his foot, but it was already too late. The ball had already flown out. He kicked with a strong force, so the ball would fly out very fast. It was so fast that no one could catch up with it. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to catch up with it now. He could only ask his teammates for help, hoping that they could snatch the ball. However, it was too late. Qin Shao was already halfway there. The ball flew directly towards him, but was stopped by him. Qin Shao jumped up and blocked the ball with his body. At this time, a man in Team Blue rushed towards Qin Shao. The ball was originally going to be passed to him, but it was intercepted by Qin Shao. At this time, the man in Team Blue naturally wanted to snatch the ball back. However, Qin Shao was already prepared. After blocking the ball, he quickly kicked it back to the man in Team Red who was closest to him. He acted as a wall and blocked the man in Team Blue's attack, not giving him a chance to snatch the ball back. Qin Shao passed the ball quickly and accurately, and it soon reached the feet of Team Red. Everyone applauded when they saw this scene. The members of the Red team also cheered excitedly. They didn't expect that the ball would be snatched by Qin Shao, who was playing for the first time. He had made a great contribution. Haha, too cool, too cool. Brother Qin Shao, this ball is too awesome. Well done. Haha, brother Qin Shao, you don't look like someone who has never played before. Looking at you, I think you are an expert. Well done. The ball is in our hands so quickly. Today we will definitely win. Now it's our turn to attack. Ho ho ho! Wu Donglu and Ah Man also praised Qin Shao. It was indeed a good move. The surrounding crowd also started discussing animatedly. They were all full of praise for Qin Shao's earlier move. It was not an easy task to accurately determine the direction of the ball. Accurately determining, accurately attacking, and accurately intercepting the ball was really not an easy task. Only experts like Wu Donglu and Ah Man could do it. But today Qin Shao did it. A person who played Kuju for the first time did it. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Qin Shao had just broken through 2 layers of defense, and finally put on a beautiful performance to snatch the ball. This was simply a good performance. This wonderful performance naturally won a lot of praise and applause. Even the people in Team Blue couldn't help but admire him. Brother Qin Shao, you are really good. I feel like I have been deceived by you. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao in a daze. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I didn't deceive you. I really haven't played before. It really is my first time playing. Cough, your first time playing and you are already so good. I feel like if you play a few more times you will become the main force, Xiao Dao said. Chapter 16-19. Kuju was indeed a very fun game. Not only was the game fun, but the passion and fighting spirit that were aroused in the game could also be used to improve oneself. However, for Qin Shao, the fun of Kuju was that he soon discovered that it was actually beneficial to the recovery of his injuries. After a round of Kuju, Qin Shao would be so tired that he would collapse and his divine power would be almost depleted. Under such circumstances, Eating food to replenish one's divine power was a process of cultivation. Qin Shao discovered that the recovery speed of his injuries was much faster after consuming a huge amount of his divine power. The stimulation of passion could also speed up the recovery of his injuries. Originally, it was very difficult to recover from a huge injury to one's vitality. It would take a lot of time to slowly recover. This discovery made Qin Shao ecstatic. In this way, the recovery time could be reduced by at least half. Therefore, Qin Shao also fell in love with Kuju. Qin Shao liked to play Kuju, and in addition to her rapid progress, her skills improved very quickly, so she quickly became a part of everyone. The people of the Xinhua clan were really easy to get along with. Everyone was like a family, as close as brothers. No matter how intense the competition was, it wouldn't affect their feelings for each other, and it wouldn't stop them from getting angry. Everyone wasn't competing for the victory or defeat, but for the fun that came along with this exciting competition. The true meaning of the competition was to reap rewards and improve oneself from this kind of fun. And obviously, the Xinhua clan's people had played this role to the fullest. Qin Zhao's skills were pretty good and he quickly became the main force. As his injuries recovered, his strength also recovered to the universe grade level. After reaching the universe grade, he quickly became the main force of this level. This formed a virtuous cycle that allowed Qin Shao to get along well with many people of the Xinhua clan. Unknowingly, Qin Shao seemed to have completely assimilated into the Xinhua clan. This feeling was really good, as if he had integrated into a new family. Qin Shao quickly recovered from his injuries amidst the joy. This really made him feel happy and harmonious. Lai King and the clan master of the Xinhua clan had sent over a huge amount of treasures and medicinal pellets. With these things, the speed at which Qin Shao recovered from his injuries was also much faster. Although his speed had increased a lot, it was impossible for him to fully recover his heavenly venerate strength in a short period of time. He would need some time to recover. His divine body was recovering, and so was his heart force. Heart force was Qin Zhao's trump card. However, Qin Shao wouldn't use heart force in the competition. That would be cheating. The Kuju competition was not held every day. Basically, it was held only once a year, and Qin Shao would participate in it. Knowing that Qin Shao was hot-blooded, Qin Shao played Kuju. Everyone was used to calling Qin Shao along. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. After 10,000 years of recuperation, he had recovered about 30%. At this speed, he would be almost fully recovered in another 10,000 years. Once he was fully recovered, Qin Shao would prepare to leave this place and look for a stage that belonged to him. No matter how warm, homely, and peaceful this place was, it was not what Qin Shao wanted. Most importantly, there were still many things waiting for Qin Shao to do, so he couldn't stay here forever. Big brother Qin Shao, brother Dong Lu and the others asked you to play Kuju again. Today, a few experts came and asked you to support them. Xiao Dao ran over and said excitedly to Qin Shao. But today, Qin Shao shook his head uncharacteristically and said to Xiao Dao, "No, I won't be playing today. I've played too often in the past 10,000 years. The effect is good, but it gets weaker and weaker as time goes on. Now, the effect is basically not that great. So, I want to focus more on recovering. I've made some progress in closed-door cultivation recently, so I want to continue." "Haha, you don't want to play? Then forget it. If you don't want to play, then I won't play either. My skills are not that good, I'll only be tortured if I play." Xiao Dao didn't care. "It's fine if you don't want to play." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Oh right, Xiao Dao, is there any place in your Xinhua clan where I can train? Or maybe, can I join your Xinhua clan's hunting team and go hunting in the mountains?" A place to train? Hunting team? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao confusedly. He didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. I feel that Kuju doesn't have much effect on my recovery, so I want to try other ways. If I stay in the house to recuperate, I won't be able to recover quickly. So, I'm thinking that if I go hunting, it might be able to help me recover quickly. Hunting can bring me more tension and excitement, I can use more of my martial power, it can stimulate my strength, improve myself in danger, and stimulate my potential, so as to achieve the goal of faster recovery. Previously when I played Kuju, it should be the same, so now I want to give it a try. Qin Xiao said. Xiao Dao was relieved, but Xiao Dao also frowned slightly. He said with a troubled expression, Big brother Qin Xiao, hunting is indeed a very dangerous thing. Our Xian Hua clan also has very strict requirements for hunting. To be able to join the hunting team, it is a great honor, it is a symbol of strength. The most excellent and experienced people of our clan must have all joined the hunting team. Because they are the guardian gods of our clan, they are the strength that allows our clan to survive, they are the heroes of our clan. It is not easy to join the hunting team, you have to go through many tests. Our Xian Hua clan already has more than 10 million people, but the hunting team is pitifully small. There are only 100,000 people, which is a ratio of 1%. Out of 100 clansmen, only one person can become a member of the hunting team. You can imagine how difficult it is. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and asked, Do you think that I am qualified to join the hunting team with my strength? This. Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. He looked at Qin Xiao and said with a troubled expression, Big brother Qin Xiao, I really don't know. I have never experienced the tests of the hunting team, so I don't know how difficult it is or what kind of strength is required. However, many universe-grade cultivators in our clan have not been able to become a member of the hunting team. So, I think it is not that easy to become a member of the hunting team. Of course, Big brother Qin Xiao, you are a first step, heavenly venerate. Although your strength has not recovered, it should be possible to become a member of the hunting team, right? But Xiao Dao did not continue. However, Qin Xiao understood what he wanted to say. You want to say that I am not a member of the Xian Hua clan and that the hunting team of the Xian Hua clan has no precedent of accepting outsiders, right? Qin Xiao said. Xiao Dao nodded awkwardly and said, Big brother Qin Xiao, please don't mind me. I am not good with words. If I have offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. I was just saying it casually. Qin Xiao smiled and patted Xiao Dao's shoulder. Why would I? You are right. That is indeed the case. However, you can help me ask and see if I can join. It is not convenient for me to look for your patriarch personally because of this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. I am completely willing to join. Okay, Big brother Qin Xiao. I will help you ask Big brother Lai Wang. It will be fine as long as he agrees. Most of the time, Big brother Lai Wang is the one who leads the hunting team. Xiao Dao nodded and promised. In fact, Xiao Dao felt that there was no problem with Qin Xiao. However, the matters of the clan were not decided by him. He was only a puny sovereign and did not have any say in the clan. This matter still required the Lai King's approval. By the way, Big brother Qin Xiao, you asked about the training grounds. Our clan has two, right? Do you want to go? Xiao Dao asked again. Qin Xiao's interest was immediately piqued. He said, Yes, if it is possible, of course I would like to take a look. No matter what, it is good to try. I feel that it might stimulate me and speed up my recovery. Xiao Dao thought for a moment and said, It is not a big deal. Although it is true that we have never opened it to outsiders. But Big brother Qin Xiao, you are an exception. I believe there will be no problems. How about this, Big brother Qin Xiao? I will bring you there to ask if it is possible. I think there is no problem, but the decision is not up to me. I can only bring you there to ask. Okay, I understand. Then I will have to trouble you. Qin Xiao nodded and smiled. And so, Qin Shao followed Xiao Dao out. On the way, Xiao Dao began to introduce. Big brother Qin Shao, we are heading east. It is the inheritance ground left behind by the ancestors of our clan. It is also known as the ancestral tomb. Many of our Xian Hua clan's ancestor spirits are buried there. Some of them even left their inheritances there before they died. After countless years of accumulation, there are many inheritances there. There are inheritances, cultivation insights, cultivation techniques, and secret arts. It is also one of the sacred cultivation grounds of our clan. I have often gone there to cultivate. It is indeed a good place. With the help of the ancestors' inheritances, one can avoid many detours. However, Big Brother Qin Shao, the ancestor spirits buried there are all universe-grade and half-step heavenly venerate. There are no heavenly venerates. Therefore, I don't know how much help it will be to you, Big Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, let's wait and see. Although I am a heavenly venerate, I am still only a universe-grade. Perhaps it will be of some help to me. What about the other place? Tell me about it. Xiao Dao continued, as for the other place, it's north. There is a 10,000 beasts forest there. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts are imprisoned there. That place is for the people of our clan to go in and train. There are many ferocious demonic beasts imprisoned there. They were all captured by the people of our clan. They have been imprisoned for a long time, so they are naturally very violent. Those who enter will naturally attack crazily to achieve the effect of experience. 10,000 beasts forest? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. That doesn't sound like a big deal, right? It is no different from going out to hunt for demonic beasts, right? Ha, there is a big difference, Xiao Dao said with a smile. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 1620. Is there a big difference? Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao in confusion. Xiao Dao nodded and said, yes, Big Brother Qin Shao, there is a big difference. Firstly, the mountains outside are too dangerous. Monster beasts roam the wilderness. We don't know what kind of dangers there are. Our Xian Hua clan's hunters often die in the mountains. Hunting in the mountains is risking their lives. That's why hunters are also brave warriors. They are heroes who are prepared to sacrifice themselves for our Xian Hua clan. The outside is too dangerous. Without strength, hunting in the mountains is equivalent to courting death. Qin Shao nodded. He was aware of this situation. The Xian Hua clan's people were still too weak. Therefore, leaving the clan's land would naturally become very dangerous. Qin Shao had always heard of the dangers outside. Although he had never left, he could imagine it. Only the members of the hunting corps can leave the clan. This is also a rule passed down in our Xian Hua clan since ancient times. Others are not allowed to leave the clan's land. The outside world is very dangerous. There were some clansmen who disregarded the rules and left the clan's land to see the outside world. However, most of them never returned. Those who were lucky enough to come back alive were half dead. After more and more examples, our Xian Hua clan's people no longer dared to leave the clan's land. Therefore, in order to cultivate our ordinary clansmen, our ancestors created the Myriad Beasts Forest. They spent a lot of effort to capture some monster beasts from the outside world and lock them in the Myriad Beasts Forest. However, it is extremely difficult to capture those vicious beasts alive. Our ancestors sacrificed a lot of lives and blood, accumulating it from generation to generation to create the current Myriad Beasts Forest. Therefore, the monster beasts in the Myriad Beasts Forest are also very precious. We also set a rule in the Myriad Beasts Forest. All clansmen are not allowed to kill the monsters in the Myriad Beasts Forest. In exchange for the monsters in the Myriad Beasts Forest, all the monsters are not allowed to kill our clansmen. This way we can guarantee that the monsters will not die, and also guarantee that our clansmen will not be sacrificed in the Myriad Beasts Forest. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "But if that's the case, the effect of the experience will be much worse. If you went in with the belief that there was no danger to your life, then you would be fearless and unrestrained. In any case, I won't die no matter what. True experience requires the sharpening of life and death." In fact, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of situation. He preferred the sharpness of unknown danger and the passion of life and death. Only in this way could his potential be maximized. Without a trace of danger, the effect would definitely not be very good. This was also Qin Zhao's experience. Xiao Dao also nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao is right. Without the test of life and death, the effect would indeed be a little worse. But this is also something that can't be helped. If the rules are relaxed, then the monsters in the Myriad Beasts forest will probably die very quickly. Big Brother Qin Shao, you also know the situation of our Xian Hua clan. Just the problem of satisfying the rations of our entire clan is a huge problem. If too many monsters die, then we simply won't have the ability to replenish them. Over time, the Myriad Beasts forest will also be destroyed. So, this is also a method that can't be helped. Moreover, actually, there are still many clansmen who prefer this method. After all, not every clansman has the passion to fight and fight without fear of sacrifice. With this layer of protection, they will have more confidence to explore the Myriad Beasts forest. When they have the strength, they can also join the hunting corps and really go out to fight. With these layers of selection, it's actually not too bad." Qin Shao thought for a while and also felt relieved. Yes, that's right. Most of your Xian Hua clan's clansmen are still very comfortable and don't have too many ambitions. An ordinary life, a happy life. Every day is filled with laughter and laughter. If you have time, cultivate and play, it's actually quite good. Hee, Big Brother Qin Shao, please don't laugh at us for having big breasts and no ambitions. Xiao Dao smiled and said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "How can that be? Everyone has their own ambitions, everyone has the right to choose their own path, no one can interfere with them. Everyone's understanding of happiness is different, the pursuit is different, and the satisfaction is also different. The most important thing is to be happy. Actually, thinking about it, I should be the one envious of your lives. Living like this is too hard, too tiring, floating and sinking in endless dangers. To be able to live happily like this for a universe era is actually a very happy thing, at least it's something that can make others envious." Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao and seemed to be in deep thought. After a long time, he smacked his lips and said, "But Big Brother Qin Shao, actually, I also want to live forever, as long as the immortal realms, immortal and indestructible, like the clan leader, to be able to live forever." The dream of immortality was probably also the dream of countless people. A universe era, although it seemed to be a long time, there would always be an end. The fear of death was not something that everyone could face calmly. Work hard, as long as you are willing, it is the greatest motivation, this is your dream. Persevere in your dream, then you will definitely gain something. I remember that I heard a very interesting sentence in a mustard world, it goes like this, people should still have dreams, what if it comes true? As long as you want to become a heavenly venerable, then you will have the motivation to move forward, you will definitely gain something. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and encouraged him. But how to put it, Xiao Dao's talent and potential did seem to be a little lacking. Moreover, Xiao Dao was indeed not hard-working enough, compared to Qin Shao before him, he was a far cry. Perhaps due to the influence of the clan's aura, Xiao Dao's personality was actually a little lazy. He was also inclined to be plain, without any desires, there was nothing to compete for. Without pressure, without motivation, he would be less hard-working. Without strong talent and potential, and without much effort, it would naturally be difficult to become strong. And this situation was common in the Xian Hua clan, it was a painful illness. Perhaps it was a habit that had been formed all along, a kind of atmosphere, a clan characteristic that was difficult to change. In the unworldly peach garden, everyone could live a stable and peaceful life, there was no danger, and naturally, they would not have any thoughts. His life would be plain and ordinary, and that would be his entire life. And Big Brother Qin Shao is right. In front of you, I am very ashamed. Following by Big Brother Qin Zhao's side, I have also learned a lot. I have always admired Big Brother Qin Shao. To be able to walk out of the universe, you are indeed extraordinary. I can't compare to you in all aspects. So, in the future, I have to learn more from Big Brother Qin Shao. I may not have realized it before, but after Big Brother Qin Shao told me so much, I have truly realized where some problems lie. Big Brother Qin Shao, you are the guiding light on my path in life. Xiao Dao nodded heavily and said with a serious face. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't make me sound so great. In fact, you still have to walk the path of life by yourself. What I can tell you is just some of my experience. But how to walk the path, it is still up to you." Xiao Dao nodded in understanding. In fact, he was still aware of this principle. However, there were some things that he knew, but it was not so simple to do. Knowing was knowing, doing was doing, they could not be said together. The path of life was a path of learning, a path of growth. It was always learning, always growing. Many of the principles of life could only be understood over a long period of time. Only after experiencing it would it be more thorough. Although Qin Shao did not live for long, after all, he had walked step by step from a humble background to the strong he was now, so he had experienced a lot, and naturally appeared very mature. In terms of age, Qin Shao was actually not as old as Xiao Dao. But in front of Qin Shao, Xiao Dao seemed very immature, like a child who had not grown up. After all, he had been living in the Xianhua clan, a secluded environment, and only knew about the outside world from the words of the elders in the clan. He had not experienced it personally. "Well, don't think about it, let's go. Take me to the ancestral burial ground." Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao and said. Xiao Dao came back to his senses and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Let's go, Big Brother Qin Shao. I will take you to the ancestral burial ground first. I also think that you should go there first." Big Brother Qin Shao might not be very interested in the 10,000 Beasts forest. Furthermore, Big Brother Qin Shao has the strength of a heavenly venerate. The 10,000 Beasts forest is filled with universe-grade demonic beasts, so it might not have much of an effect on you, Big Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and said, "That might not be the case. I am only a universe grade now. Perhaps I can find some opportunities in the 10,000 Beasts forest. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's go to the ancestral burial ground first." Xiao Dao led Qin Shao to the ancestral burial ground very quickly. The atmosphere here was indeed different from other places. As soon as they arrived, they felt a cold and gloomy aura rushing towards them. It was cold and gloomy. It was especially gloomy and had a strange feeling. The air was also filled with a dense aura of death and spiritual resentment. The ancestral burial ground was where many of the Xianhua clan's ancestors were buried. Hence, it was normal for the spiritual resentment to be dense. The eerie atmosphere was located in the middle of a huge mountain peak. The light was blocked by the huge mountain peak, making this place unusually gloomy. There was no light at all. The gloomy aura was very strong. Most people would feel an inexplicable sense of fear when they came here. Xiao Dao also seemed a little nervous. He was clearly not used to this place, and an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Shao was by Xiao Dao's side, which gave Xiao Dao a lot of strength. There was a 9-story pagoda at the entrance. This pagoda was black in color and had a very strange shape. It exuded a sinister and gloomy aura that blended with the aura here, making it seem even more eerie. The pagoda didn't have a door, but there was no light coming from inside. It was dark and gloomy, which made people feel very strange. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. He walked in resolutely. As soon as he entered the pagoda, he felt a cold and gloomy aura sweep over him. It was like a sudden heavy blow. Qin Shao was a heavenly venerate after all, so he was naturally able to face such a situation calmly. His gaze landed on a corner where an old man was sitting cross-legged. Chapter 16:21. This was a universe grade, an extremely powerful one. Qin Shao could sense a dangerous aura emanating from the old man. Fortunately, Qin Shao was a heavenly venerate, so he didn't feel anything in the face of such an aura. If his cultivation level had been lower, such an aura would have been enough to make him feel a trace of fear. Grandpa Hu Zong. Xiao Dao was clearly a little afraid of the black-robed old man in front of him. He seemed a little nervous as he called out respectfully. His expression was cautious, but it was obvious that he was in awe. The black-robed old man raised his head and looked coldly at Xiao Dao before glancing at Qin Shao. When his gaze landed on Qin Shao, it turned colder. The black-robed old man didn't seem to be as friendly as the other clansmen towards an outsider like Qin Shao. Grandpa Hu Zong, it's like this. Big brother Qin Shao wants to go to the ancestral burial ground to cultivate. Can he go in? Xiao Dao asked carefully. The black-robed old man's cold voice sounded as he said in a deep voice, "The ancestral burial ground is an important place of our Jianghua clan. It's a forbidden area. There's no precedent of it being open to outsiders." In other words, he wasn't allowed to enter? Qin Shao also thought that the possibility of entering was quite high, but he didn't expect to be rejected. However, strictly speaking, it was normal. After all, it was the ancestral burial ground. The ancestors of the Xian Hua clan were all buried there. Naturally, it was an important and forbidden area of the Xian Hua clan. It was normal for outsiders to not be allowed to enter. However, after staying in the Xian Hua clan for more than 10,000 years, Qin Shao felt that he had completely integrated into the Xian Hua clan. He already felt that he was a part of the clan. Although Qin Shao didn't want to join the Xian Hua clan, Qin Shao did treat the Xian Hua clan as his home. Everyone got along very well. The people of the Xian Hua clan were very friendly. They didn't refuse to share many things with Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao had a preconceived notion that entering the ancestral burial ground wouldn't be a problem. It was just some inheritance of the Xian Hua clan's ancestors. It shouldn't be something precious. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Grandpa Hu Zong, it's like this. Xiao Dao was worried that the black-robed old man might not know about Qin Zhao's background, so he explained to him in detail about Qin Zhao's situation. He also mentioned that the clan master allowed Qin Shao to recuperate in the Xian Hua clan. In other words, Qin Shao was an honored guest left behind by the clan master, and Qin Shao was actually a heavenly venerable, but he was injured in an accident and was currently recuperating in the Xian Hua clan. He brought up Qin Zhao's situation and the fact that he was the patriarch. He wanted the black-robed old man to change his opinion of Qin Shao and make him loosen his mouth. However, the black-robed old man didn't pay attention to him. After taking a deep look at Qin Shao, he suddenly said, "Let's go. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the ancestral burial ground." Xiao Dao was stunned when he heard the black-robed old man asking him to leave. He thought that there wouldn't be any problem, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't work. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao awkwardly. He had made a promise just now. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was calm. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Forget it. Let's go." Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. There was no other way now. He could only leave first and think of another way later. "Grandpa Hu Zong, we'll take our leave first," Xiao Dao said and left with Qin Shao. When they were outside, Xiao Dao was still unwilling to give up. He said, "Big brother Qin Xiao, why don't you wait for me here first? I'll go find the clan master first. The clan master has always been kind and benevolent. I think he'll agree to let you enter the ancestral burial ground. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. I believe that some of the things in our clan won't be able to catch Big Brother Qin Xiao's eyes. Big Brother Qin Xiao won't covet our things." Qin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He said, "Xiao Dao, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. I don't have any strong desires. Since it's inconvenient, there's no need to force it. It's not a big deal. Forget it. Let's go take a look at the Myriad Beasts forest. If it still doesn't work, then I'll go into the mountains to hunt. Actually, what I want the most right now is to go into the mountains to hunt. That's what I need the most. Everything else doesn't matter. It'll be good if I can get it, but it doesn't matter if I don't. I can understand these things very well. Don't think too much about it." This. Xiao Dao hesitated. He really wanted to help Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao was a very warm-hearted person. Qin Xiao approved of this kind of character. "Let's go. Take me to the Myriad Beasts forest." Qin Xiao patted Xiao Dao, telling him not to think too much. Xiao Dao shook his head. There was no other way. This was the only way. "You two go in." But just as the two of them were about to leave for the Myriad Beasts forest, the voice of the black-robed old man suddenly came from the tower. Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao stopped in their tracks. The two of them looked at each other. Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. What's going on? Did the black-robed old man suddenly change his mind? That's not very possible. The black-robed old man was obviously a very stubborn person. He wouldn't change his mind so easily. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. That is, someone made him change his mind. In the entire Xianhua clan, the only person who could make him change his mind was probably the clan leader. No matter what the reason was, he changed his mind. Haha, Big Brother Qin Xiao, it seems like we don't have to go to the Myriad Beasts forest anymore. That's great. Xiao Dao was stunned for a while before he finally regained his senses and said with a smile. The two of them returned to the tower. When they saw the black-robed old man, Xiao Dao thanked him profusely. Qin Xiao also clasped his fists and bowed. He said, "Thank you, Senior." Senior? When the black-robed old man heard Qin Xiao calling him Senior, he frowned deeply. He looked at Qin Xiao with a strange expression. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, are you not qualified to be my senior? Although my strength has decreased greatly, my eyesight hasn't decreased by much. If I'm not wrong, senior has lived for an era. You're nearing the end of your life. I've lived for so long, but I'm still far away from an era. So, it's only right for me to call you senior." In this world, seniority was determined by strength. The stronger one was, the higher the status. It was rare to see seniority based on age. Qin Xiao wasn't a member of the Xinhua clan, so he didn't need to be treated according to seniority. Qin Xiao was a celestial venerable. Logically speaking, he could put on airs in front of the black-robed old man. However, Qin Xiao didn't. Not only did he not, but he also politely called him senior. This situation naturally surprised the black-robed old man, which was why he asked this question. It's indeed rare for a young man to have such a senior. Not bad. The black-robed old man, Hu Zong, nodded. His attitude toward Qin Xiao had obviously changed greatly. There was a hint of praise in his tone. Respect was mutual. You had to show respect to others first before you could gain their sincere respect. Sometimes, respect that was earned with strength was a little empty. "You two go in." Hu Zong waved his hand and a passage appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao. After bidding farewell to Hu Zong, Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao walked toward the ancestral burial ground. After passing through the black tunnel, the two of them entered the ancestral burial ground. The moment they entered, they felt an extremely sinister aura pounce on their faces, causing little Dao to involuntarily shiver. The ancestral burial ground was built in the belly of a huge mountain. The belly of the huge mountain was completely controlled and empty, forming a huge burial ground. What appeared in front of Qin Shao were tombs. Each tomb occupied an area of about 100 feet. At a glance, the densely packed tombs were like stars in the sky. There were too many to count. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of it. There was a stone tablet in front of each tomb. These stone tablets contained the lifetime of cultivation and comprehension of that ancestor, as well as the lifetime of inheritance left behind in them. Although these people had died, they were still alive in this way and continued to bring blessings to the descendants of the Xinhua clan. However, those buried here were only universe-grade existences. The inheritance was indeed a little small. This was the only way for the Xinhua clan. Big brother Qin Shao, this is the ancestral burial ground. Countless ancestor spirits have been buried here since the founding of the Xinhua clan. Even I don't know how many ancestor spirits have been buried here. No one has seriously counted. Moreover, there will be more ancestor spirits buried here every once in a while. The number will continue to increase. Xiao Dao was still a little sad as he looked at these ancestor spirits. He was even more in awe. Qin Shao glanced around and said, "Everyone will be buried here after they die?" Xiao Dao shook his head and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, of course that's impossible. If everyone is buried here, how many people have been buried over the endless years? To what extent would the ancestral burial ground need to be expanded?" Qin Shao smiled. He also felt that it was impossible. If that was the case, it would be far from enough to expand the ancestral burial ground by 10,000 times. The Xinhua clan's inheritance had been passed down for thousands of universe epochs. Even if there was only one generation in each universe epoch, there would still be thousands of generations. The Xinhua clan's clansmen would also exceed 10 million. If that was the case, the number of clansmen born in history would also be a very large number. However, the ancestral burial ground before them was obviously not that big and there weren't that many ancestor spirits buried here. Xiao Dao continued to explain, "Big brother Qin Shao, the ancestral burial ground is the sacred place of our Xinhua clan's ancestors. It's a glorious place. It's not that easy to be buried in the ancestral burial ground. There are a few conditions that must be fulfilled. The first condition is that one must be a hunter of the hunting corps. This is the basic condition. Only by fulfilling this condition can one be buried in the ancestral burial ground. In addition to this condition, one must die naturally in the clan and leave behind an inheritance before being buried in the ancestral burial ground. For example, some hunters who died in battle outside naturally can't be buried in the ancestral burial ground. These people will be buried in the Ardent Heroes Garden, where some of the heroes of our clan will be buried. As for the others, they won't be buried. They will be turned into ashes and returned to nature." Qin Shao nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. It was more or less what he had expected. The ancestral spirits buried in the ancestral burial ground were probably in the millions or even tens of millions. This was the accumulation of the Xinhua clan over the endless years. It was a precious wealth that could bring blessings to the future generations. Qin Shao walked towards the nearest tomb. In front of the tomb, there was a lifelike statue. Beside the statue was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet there was a written record. Chapter 1622. Little Knife, this ancestor has been dead for less than 10 million years. He's only lived for an era. He really died young. After reading the information recorded on the stele, Qin Shao said to Little Knife. Little Knife nodded and said with nostalgia, "That's right, Qin Shao. I still have some impression of this ancestor. He had been severely injured during a hunt and was unable to recover. Therefore, he had left behind this inheritance before he died. His life was great and his death was glorious. His deeds were touching. He was an ancestor that our people respected. Qin Shao stood behind the statue of the ancestor spirit and bowed. Then he came before the stele and sent his consciousness into it. Soon, Qin Zhao's consciousness entered a world of consciousness. A figure appeared in front of Qin Shao. It was the ancestor spirit called Tut. Clang! Tut held a mace that was more than 6 feet long and smashed it down. Qin Shao could feel the great power contained within. My weapon is the mace. I'm good at killing enemies with strength. I walk the immortal path with strength. As Tu Te spoke, he brandished the weapon in his hand. He demonstrated all the comprehension he had gained from his cultivation, as well as his understanding of the cultivation method he had cultivated. Perhaps 100 people would have 100 different understandings of the same cultivation method. Qin Shao listened carefully to Tut's every word and analyzed it. At the same time, he watched Tut demonstrate his cultivation method and move. He also used his heart to feel and experience. This was the immortal realm. Naturally, all native beings walked the immortal path. In the Great Thousand World, the 8 sacred realms corresponded to the 8 paths of cultivation. What Qin Shao had come into contact with so far were only the great path of cultivation, the path of sword cultivation, the path of heart strength, and the path of true meaning of power. Not only had Qin Shao come into contact with them, but he had also cultivated all 4 of them at the same time. It sounded like there was too much to chew on. The immortal path was the 5th path of cultivation that Qin Shao had come into contact with. As such, my cultivation has completely come to a standstill. Before my injuries are completely healed, I won't be able to continue cultivating. I can cultivate the true meaning of strength and the Tao of sword cultivation, but I lack the guidance of cultivation methods for these 2 Taos. If I rely on myself to explore, it will be too difficult. Moreover, in the celestial realm, there were no predetermined conditions. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. My Grand Tao and Heart Force have both been severely damaged. For now, there's no way for me to cultivate. Qin Zhao's strongest point was the cultivation of the Great Path. His heart force had also broken through to the level of a celestial master. These 2 paths of cultivation were actually quite smooth. The true meaning of strength and the Tao of sword cultivation had long been stagnant. Without the guidance of cultivation methods and good conditions for cultivation, Qin Shao did not feel at ease to pursue the 2 paths of cultivation. Recuperating was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Although, according to the current situation, it would take tens of thousands of years to heal completely, this was only in theory. In reality, whether or not this was the case was still unknown. Right now, Qin Shao needed to find some new stimulation to stimulate him and hasten his recovery. Although it's said that too much can't be chewed, it doesn't mean that I can't try other paths of cultivation. Giving it a try doesn't mean that I have to walk down every path. My most important path is still the path of Grand Tao cultivation. Next should be heart force. I should continue to walk down these 2 paths of cultivation. The most important thing to focus on is the path of Grand Tao cultivation. As for heart force, I will only cultivate it when I have plenty of energy. However, the higher you go on the path of cultivation, the more difficult it is. The more you can't rely on time to gain something. The further you go, the more likely it is that you won't be able to advance even half a step for tens of thousands or even millions of universe epoch. Often, when it comes to this, you need to comprehend by analogy. You need to be flexible and try to walk other paths. However, once you really reach the end of one path and die, I don't think that trying other paths will have good result. If you want to walk down a path, you should walk it earlier. Only then will the results be better. Once I really reach a dead end on one path, and come to a standstill, I'm afraid that trying other paths will become very difficult. Since I've been given this opportunity, why don't I try the path of immortal Tao? I'm in the immortal domain now, and I'm afraid that I'll stay in the immortal domain for a long time in the future. The environment here is more suitable for cultivation on the path of immortal Tao. Any other path of cultivation would be greatly suppressed here. Now that I'm trapped in the depths of the southern wasteland, it won't be that easy to go to Middle Earth. In the immortal domain, it's probably very difficult to walk the path of Grand Tao or Heart Force. Why don't I change now and try the path of immortal Tao first? In fact, Qin Shao had this idea before, but he had never really put it into action. However, now that he was in the ancestral burial ground, Qin Zhao's idea was reignited. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that it wasn't a bad idea and he could give it a try. Immortal Tao. Qin Shao had stayed in the Xian Hua clan for more than 10,000 years. He had interacted with so many people and played hundreds of games of Kuju. He had been immersed in the immortal Tao for so long, so naturally, he had learned a lot. Now, he was able to understand Tut's heritage more directly and explain the immortal Tao. Naturally, Qin Zhao's understanding was deeper. With regards to the immortal Tao, Qin Shao also had many new understandings, and new inspirations. Qin Shao was a celestial venerable after all. The 8 paths of cultivation were different, but their realms were actually the same. Qin Shao had reached the celestial venerable level. If he wanted to cultivate the immortal Tao, he wouldn't be like an ordinary mortal starting to cultivate the immortal Tao. Qin Shao could easily control the ordinary level. What Qin Shao needed now was to develop to a higher level. Are there immortals in the world? What is an immortal? What is the Tao? Why is there an immortal Tao? What exactly is an immortal? Immortal might be a wisp of mortal dust. Immortal might be an obsession. Immortal might be the lofty aspirations of a lofty building. Immortal is a power that transcends the mortal world. Immortal is the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The immortal Tao is a righteous Tao. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the will of the immortals are all for me to use. Immortal has to go through the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Immortal is a will. It is ever-changing and ever-changing. Qin Shao comprehended the tombstones in the ancestral burial ground one by one. Qin Zhao's understanding of immortal deepened and he gained more insight. Immortal was a kind of will. Immortal cultivation was a thought. This Tao was completely different from the great Tao, heart force, true intent of power, and sword cultivation Tao. There wasn't even a trace of similarity. I've been seeking immortality all my life, but I've only reached the universe grade on the immortal path. I haven't even set foot on the true immortal path, so how can I seek immortality? The heavenly venerate realm is just the true beginning of the immortal path. It's really exciting. Everyone below the heavenly venerate is an ant. How cruel is this reality? How bloody is this reality? I've spent my entire life trying to break it and become a heavenly venerate. However, I haven't been able to do it until my death. My immortal path has ended. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. I don't blame anyone. It's just that I haven't worked hard enough. That's why I've ended up like this. I've left all alone. I can't seek immortality or the Tao. How lamentable is this? My immortal path has ended. If there is reincarnation, if there is a next life, I will definitely seek immortality again. I will seek the Tao again, I will shock this world again, and I will leave behind a startling sight. Where is the immortal path? These were the words left behind by an ancestor from several hundred epochs ago. From these words, Qin Shao could sense the ancestor's burning desire for the immortal Tao, and the last words he uttered before his death. However, it was all too late. Nothing could be changed before one's death. He left with sadness, loneliness, regret, and unwillingness. He left behind these words to warn the future generations to work hard in their cultivation. However, not many people would listen to his warning. The logic was simple, but it was very difficult to achieve. Everyone below the heavenly venerate is an ant. This is indeed a very cruel reality. Fortunately, I'm a heavenly venerate now, so I don't have such worries. However, Master, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Baichuan, and the others have such troubles. If they continue to stay in the sacred realm and can't become heavenly venerates within a universe epoch, their path will be cut off. Right now, I still don't know where they are. I wonder if they are safe and sound. Qin Shao shook his head. This matter was a spiritual wound in his heart. He couldn't mention it too much, or it would only make him feel worse. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud thunderous sound came from the sky. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Purple lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. It was as if monster beasts were stirring up trouble inside, causing the sky to change color. This phenomenon loomed over Qin Zhao's head. The demonic light that descended enveloped Qin Shao and completely enveloped Qin Shao. It was obvious that this phenomenon was directed at Qin Shao, imprisoning Qin Shao within. A phenomenon descending from the heavens. This is the first disaster. This means that Big Brother Qin Shao has made a breakthrough in the immortal Dao and is about to reach the Dao integration realm. Xiao Dao was slightly taken aback when he saw this phenomenon. This phenomenon was clearly the scene of the first calamity. There was a saying in the immortal Dao that there were 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Before becoming a heavenly venerate, every immortal Dao cultivator had to go through these 12 disasters and tribulations. This was the punishment of the heavens. After passing it, one would undergo a metamorphosis. From the Dao integration realm, to the sovereign realm, to the universe realm. There were 3 major realms and 12 minor stages. Each minor stage corresponded to a disaster and a tribulation. After going through it, one would undergo a complete metamorphosis and step into the heavenly venerate realm. For example, a person from the Xin Hua clan would go through the first disaster when he was born. After successfully passing the first disaster, he would be considered a Dao integration realm cultivator. Newborns could basically survive the first disaster without any problems. This wasn't something to be afraid of. Therefore, after coming back to his senses, Xiao Dao's face was full of joy. He was truly happy for Qin Shao. He didn't expect that Qin Shao would make a breakthrough in the immortal Dao so quickly. It was indeed amazing. Xiao Dao was full of admiration. How long had it been? It had only been a few years since he entered the ancestral burial ground. It was indeed a little unbelievable that he could make such a huge breakthrough so quickly. He had entered the ancestral burial ground many times, but he didn't gain much each time. Chapter 1623. The first calamity is here. A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. In the face of the first calamity, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. This was something that he had been pursuing. He had been comprehending and cultivating for so many years, and now, he had finally achieved his first result. After the baptism of the first calamity, he would succeed in the unification of Dao and officially step into the threshold of the immortal path. However, the realm below the celestial venerable was just the threshold. The real immortal path generally began with the celestial venerable. The realm below the celestial venerable was just a process of searching and laying the foundation. Only when one became a celestial venerable could one truly become an immortal and truly begin to seek the Tao. To seek the Tao, one must first become an immortal. Boom! Boom! The first calamity had arrived. Bolts of purple lightning roared down from the sky like huge electric snakes, surging towards Qin Shao. There were 9 huge electric snakes, each of them tens of thousands of feet long. They descended and formed a huge cage, completely enveloping Qin Shao. The huge electric snake was filled with terrifying energy, and all of it smashed onto Qin Shao's body. This was the power of the heavenly way, the power of the immortal realm, the will of the immortal realm, the law of the heavens, and the punishment of heaven. The punishment of heaven came with the law and the immortal pressure. The powerful and terrible power surged into Qin Zhao's body and launched a terrible attack on Qin Zhao's body, will, soul, and state of mind. This was an all-encompassing test. If there was a single weakness, then there was a chance that he would not be able to pass the first calamity. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. If one could not pass any one of them, at best, one's cultivation path would be cut off. At worst, one would die. At the same time, the descent of the immortal pressure and the law of the heavenly way allowed Qin Shao to be completely immersed in it and have a better understanding. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In such a calamity, if one grasped it well, there would be a great improvement. The descent of the law of the immortal path allowed Qin Shao to peek at the law more directly. Qin Shao himself was a celestial venerable, so the laws that he could peek into were definitely more advantageous than others. The test of the first disaster was naturally nothing to him. It wouldn't cause him any harm at all, so he could easily overcome it. Immersed in the immortal Tao laws, Qin Shao became incomparably hungry. He gained many new insights. These were not small gains. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to obtain such a harvest. But now, with the help of the immortal Tao, it was much easier. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long, and the first calamity ended very quickly. The strange phenomenon disappeared, and the world returned to tranquility. Qin Shao had also undergone a slight transformation. However, because he was a celestial venerable, such a transformation was difficult to manifest on his body. Time is really short. If I can immerse myself in the laws of the immortal Tao for a long time, I'm confident that I can reach the heavenly exalt stage within 10 million years. Qin Shao curled his lips, still feeling a little unsatisfied. Reaching the heavenly exalt stage within 10 million years? Who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death if word got out? Becoming a heavenly exalt in 10 million years? Not to mention the Xianhua clan, it would probably be difficult to find such a person in the entire southern wilderness. However, Qin Shao had such confidence. After all, on the path of great Tao cultivation and the path of heart force cultivation, Qin Shao had only used a few million years to become a heavenly exalt. It had not even taken more than 5 million years. Therefore, Qin Shao said that it would take 10 million years, which was a conservative and low-key way of saying it. If he was really given such an opportunity, perhaps the time would really be shorter. However, this was just a fantasy. Naturally, it was impossible. This kind of law of the immortal Tao would only descend during the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Of course, Qin Shao was just thinking about it. Soon, he cast away these distracting thoughts. This time, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the first step of the Tao integration realm. He had accumulated a lot of experience. One more step and he would be at the second step of the Tao integration realm. Haha, big brother Qin Shao, congratulations. You've succeeded in the Tao integration so quickly. I'm impressed. Xiao Dao walked over with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and joked. What's there to be impressed about? You guys went through the first calamity the moment you were born and succeeded in the Tao integration. Compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. Ahem, Xiao Dao laughed dryly and said, Big brother Qin Shao, don't joke around. Don't you know our situation? Big brother Qin Shao, you've transformed from nothing to something. Anyway, I'm very impressed. Haha, alright, I'll stop joking with you. I'll continue to cultivate. Qin Shao smiled and said. Xiao Dao nodded and retreated to the side. He had been comprehending and cultivating all this time. However, his harvest was far less than Qin Zhao's. Xiao Dao's comprehension and cultivation over the years had not improved much. He was now a fourth-step ruler. It was too difficult for him to break through to the universe grade. This was a huge hurdle. How could it be easy to cross it? After breaking through to the Dao integration realm, Qin Shao was now preparing to cultivate immortal techniques in addition to comprehending the immortal Dao. Qin Shao had also roughly summarized the immortal techniques that the Xin Hua clan had passed down. There weren't many immortal techniques passed down. In total, there were only a dozen or so immortal techniques. However, most of these immortal techniques were relatively ordinary. They were suitable for ordinary Dao integration sovereigns and might not be very effective for universe grade. There were only 3 immortal techniques that were really effective for heavenly venerates and below. Above the immortal techniques were the heavenly immortal technique. The heavenly immortal techniques could be cultivated to the heavenly venerate level. Heavenly venerates could also cultivate these techniques. According to Qin Zhao's understanding of the heavenly immortal techniques, the Xin Hua clan did have one. However, the heavenly immortal technique had not been passed down in the ancestral burial ground. Clearly, this was a secret technique that was not passed down. Perhaps only the clan leader was in control of it. Most likely, those who had not reached the 3rd step or 4th step universe grade were not even qualified to come into contact with it. It was very normal that it had not been passed down in the ancestral burial ground. Qin Zhao's current immortal Dao was still very weak. Naturally, he would not think about the heavenly immortal technique. There were 3 decent immortal techniques that were enough for Qin Shao to cultivate and comprehend. The first technique was called the immortal rope technique. It used immortal power as a rope, intent as a force, and Dao as a foundation to trap and lock up others. Once trapped by the immortal rope, the other party would not be able to move and would be at the mercy of the other party. The immortal rope could trap the immortal energy of others as well as their souls. If one were to cultivate it to a high level, it would be quite a powerful technique. Once trapped, there would be no way to resist. Such an immortal technique was rather novel. It was indeed something new for Qin Shao. He had not come into contact with it before. The cultivation of the immortal Dao was indeed very different from other cultivation paths. This kind of immortal technique was like a divine ability. It had a unique ability. The immortal rope technique is not bad. It does not give the enemy a chance to make a move. It can directly trap and lock up the enemy. It can be a surprise attack in exchange for victory at the smallest cost. However, the immortal rope technique also has its flaws. It must be able to lock the other party within a single move. If the first move fails, it will be more difficult to use it again. In a head-on battle, the immortal rope technique seems a little flashy and impractical. The immortal rope technique can be used as a surprise attack. It has a good effect when used when needed. However, the immortal rope technique is mainly an auxiliary technique. It can't be used as a direct attack. It is still lacking in this aspect. The second technique was called the Beast Transformation Technique. It used immortal power to transform oneself into a ferocious beast. If cultivated to a high level, one could even pass off the false as the real thing and achieve a magical effect. As for the Beast Transformation Technique, it was mainly an immortal technique for hunting. It could be used to great effect during the hunt. The Beast Transformation Technique was also the most popular immortal technique of the Xin Hua clan. It was especially useful during the hunt. It was a great help. Using immortal power to transform one's body into a demonic beast. The transformation technique is not a big deal. In the primordial universe, as long as one is a god, they can use the transformation technique. It can take on a myriad of forms. can transform into anything. It can be a speck of dust, it can be a mountain, it can be a river, it can be a sword, and so on. However, this is the immortal realm. Under the restraints of the immortal Tao laws, anyone below the celestial venerable level is an ant. It is very difficult for anyone below the celestial venerable level to have any tricks up their sleeve. This immortal technique allows one to transform into a demonic beast. It is indeed quite unique. However, this immortal technique can only transform into a demonic beast. It can't transform into anything else. Speaking of which, there are still some limitations. If this immortal technique was not used for hunting, its effect would be much worse. This immortal technique was born for hunting. Qin Shao was not very interested in it. After all, he could not possibly go hunting for a long time. Even if he did go hunting, he would go with the purpose of gaining experience. He would not go hunting for the sake of hunting. If he did not go hunting, this immortal technique would not be very useful. The third technique was called the startling sword technique. This immortal technique was more normal. It was also Qin Zhao's favorite immortal technique among the three. Swordsmanship had always been Qin Zhao's favorite category. Although the startling sword technique was an immortal technique, it was still mainly based on the sword. Although it was fundamentally different from the sword Tao laws and the sword cultivation Tao, there were still many similarities. It would be easier for him to practice it. Moreover, compared to the immortal rope technique and the illusory beast technique, the startling sword technique was more normal. It did not have any special abilities, but it could be suitable for anyone and any occasion. After comparing these three techniques, Qin Shao quickly made a decision. If I cultivate, I should focus on the startling sword technique and then cultivate the immortal rope technique. If these two immortal techniques are combined, it should be quite effective. As for the illusory beast technique, there is no need for that. Cultivating two immortal techniques at the same time is already very tiring. If there is another one, it will be fatal. But speaking of which, the startling sword technique and the immortal rope technique are relatively ordinary. They are not considered excellent immortal technique. Qin Shao curled his lips. But at this time, there was nothing to be picky about. For the Xian Hua clan, these three immortal techniques were the most important immortal techniques of the clan. But in Qin Zhao's eyes, they were indeed much worse. This could not be helped. After all, Qin Shao was a first-step celestial venerable. Moreover, he had obtained a few powerful techniques from his master, Old Man Luha. So naturally, he felt this way. Chapter 1624. When he was in the primordial universe, Qin Shao had also cultivated a sword-type cultivation technique called the graceful sword. The cultivation technique also had the word graceful in it, but the path they took was completely different. The essence of the Tao was also completely different. Although they were fundamentally different, there were actually many similarities that could be cited. The so-called graceful was to be graceful with immortal qi and graceful with one's will. Graceful was the heavens and graceful was the immortal. What moved was this Tao. It was a kind of control and application of the immortal Tao. To Qin Shao, this immortal art was not particularly unfathomable. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was there. Even if it was something completely different in nature, he could at least see some of it. The higher one stood, the higher one's starting point, and the greater one's vision. Therefore, if he looked again, he would naturally look at it with a different state of mind. If his state of mind was high enough, he would not find it difficult to look at it. Moreover, the fleeting sword art was not a very profound immortal art. In addition, there were some similarities between the swords, so it was much easier for Qin Shao to understand it. For Qin Shao, the biggest obstacle was his own immortal Tao realm. He was only at the first step of the Tao integration realm. It was difficult to use other things to make up for the weakness in his cultivation level. It was like a huge hole. If he wanted to cultivate this immortal technique successfully, he had to raise his cultivation level. Sword techniques were nothing more than moves and styles. The sword technique itself was not difficult for Qin Shao. Qin Shao could be said to be very strong in the foundation of the sword technique. However, the sword technique was only the foundation of an immortal technique. It was not the real core. The core was the power of the immortal Tao. The sword technique was like the trunk of a big tree. It was where the foundation was. However, what could really show how luxuriant a tree was not how thick or tall the trunk was, but how luxuriant the branches and leaves were. The branches and leaves were the embodiment. Meanwhile, Qin Shao was comprehending the immortal Daos from the Xian Hua clan's ancestors' heritage in the ancestral burial ground. He was trying to acquire more Daos from their experiences so that he could further improve his understanding of the immortal Daos. With such a slow accumulation, it was only natural that the boat would rise with the tide. Moreover, Qin Zhao's talent and potential were extremely strong. Once she cultivated, she could completely immerse herself in it. The effect was very high. Therefore, it was very easy to cultivate and one could see the improvement. His understanding of the immortal Tao also deepened. In terms of cultivation, there was also a rapid increase. Qin Shao had used less than 1,000 years to break through to the Tao integration stage and bring about the first calamity. After that, on average, he would be able to advance by one level and break through a small level every 3,000 years. Soon, Qin Shao had broken through to the fourth step of the Tao integration realm. He was just one step away from the sovereign realm. And it had only been a little more than 10,000 years, experiencing 3 disasters and 1 calamity. However, all these years, he had been completely immersed in the cultivation of the immortal Tao. The recovery of his divine body and heart power had slowed down a lot. Now, he had only recovered less than 50%. However, in terms of strength, he had already recovered to the level of a more experienced universe grade, which was probably equivalent to the level of the Lord of the Desolate Land. Although this level of strength was not very experienced, it was enough to become a hunter in the Xian Hua clan and join the hunting corps. The recovery speed of his divine body was still a little slow, but it did not matter. Anyway, it was very safe in the Xian Hua clan now. It did not matter if he spent a little more time. Most importantly, after beginning to cultivate the immortal Tao, Qin Shao also had a feeling of being intoxicated. The cultivation of the immortal Tao also overflowed with the recovery of the divine body. The recovery of the divine body would become more difficult as it progressed, so it also needed new stimulation. And the immortal Tao was a better way. Boom! The heavenly Tao once again sent down a heavenly punishment with great momentum. It was very shocking to see. Here comes the second tribulation. Qin Shao, who was already prepared, faced the second tribulation with full confidence. Wind, earth, thunder, and lightning. The power of the 4 calamities poured down like the falling of the Milky Way. In an instant, this part of the world was drowned, swallowing Qin Shao and completely annihilating him. The 4 terrifying powers intertwined together to form a terrifying offensive power that surged violently toward Qin Shao. These 4 powers bombarded Qin Shao wildly, as if they wanted to tear Qin Zhao's body apart and swallow him whole. It was extremely painful. If an ordinary person had to endure this kind of pain, they would definitely be heartbroken and suffer a fate worse than death. However, this kind of pain was nothing to Qin Shao. Along the way, he had suffered much, much more than this. He had experienced much more pain and torment than this. Therefore, Qin Shao did not feel anything when he suffered this kind of pain. He even felt that it was not enough and that it was still too weak. It would be more comfortable if he was stronger. If other people knew about this, they would probably want to beat Qin Shao to death. In this tribulation, Qin Shao was like a serpent bathed in the power of the heavenly Tao's punishment. He went against the heavens, broke out of his cocoon and transformed into a butterfly, transforming into a true dragon above the 9 heavens. At this time, Qin Shao was also transforming. He had broken through from the Tao integration realm to the sovereign realm. This was a kind of transformation, a huge transformation. The moment the light faded, Qin Shao also smoothly stepped into the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao. From nothing to something, from the beginning of the immortal Tao to the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao, Qin Shao had only spent slightly more than 10,000 years. If news of this spread out in such a short time, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? Brother Qin Shao, you broke through to the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao so quickly. It took me millions of years to reach the sovereign realm of the immortal Tao. Brother Qin Shao only used 1% of the time that I did. Compared to Brother Qin Shao, I really feel like a complete piece of trash. I'm really ashamed. Xiao Dao walked over and congratulated Qin Shao with a face full of admiration. He indeed felt that way. It wasn't a blow, but at least he recognized a reality. In front of Qin Shao, no matter how much they boasted of being a genius, they would probably feel ashamed of their inferiority. In any case, Xiao Dao was very ashamed of his inferiority. He had felt this way from the beginning. Being defeated time and time again had refreshed Xiao Dao's understanding of a genius. What was a genius? Only someone like Brother Qin Shao could be called a genius, right? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. What are you comparing with me for? I'm a first step heavenly venerate. Even if I started cultivating the immortal Tao from scratch, I still have a unique advantage. My various conditions are far from what you can compare to. My cultivation speed is much faster than yours. That's a normal thing. Xiao Dao shook his head. Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be modest. Even if you have a unique advantage, a speed that's 100 times faster is still very exaggerated. My speed is actually considered fast in our clan. Although it's not the best, it's still not bad. However, compared to you, Brother Qin Shao, the difference is like heaven and earth. Haha. However, I can't compare to a heaven-defying genius like you, Brother Qin Shao. You came out of the universe. Anyone who can come out of the universe is definitely a genius. Brother Qin Shao, on the other hand, is a genius among geniuses. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything else. He didn't say anything more. If he really wanted to say it like that, there was actually no problem. He was indeed a genius among geniuses. This was not a lie. In the primordial universe, he had long been recognized as the #1 genius of the primordial universe. This title wasn't just for show. Xiao Dao, you're not bad either. Don't belittle yourself. You also have a certain amount of talent. Perhaps you're still lacking in hard work and opportunities. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said. Xiao Dao puckered his lips and said, Yes, big brother Qin Shao is right. I really do have to work a little harder. In terms of opportunities, I'm indeed lacking a lot. However, there's no other way. Our place is too barren. We can't even leave the clan, let alone talk about opportunities. However, I'm still too weak now. There's no need to talk about opportunities. Let's continue cultivating. The sovereign realm was still too weak for Qin Shao. His realm was too low. Qin Shao continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Although the immortal Tao was the 5th cultivation path that Qin Shao had come into contact with, Qin Shao felt that the cultivation path brought to him wasn't much worse than the great Tao cultivation path. In fact, it was even better than the other 3 paths. Perhaps it was because this was the immortal domain. The immortal Tao was the most prevalent here. It was recognized by the immortal domain's origin will and didn't have a trace of suppression. Cultivating the immortal Tao in the immortal domain was naturally twice the result with half the effort. If it was in other places, it would be very difficult to cultivate due to the suppression and restrictions. It was just like cultivating the true intent of power, heart force, and sword cultivation Tao in the primordial universe. It was obviously very difficult and severely suppressed. It was very unpleasant to cultivate. Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Shao felt this way. Therefore, cultivating the immortal Tao here made Qin Shao feel very comfortable. It was very comfortable to cultivate, which made people have more desire to cultivate. Under the situation where there was no way to cultivate other Taos, cultivating the immortal Tao naturally became something that made Qin Shao feel more happy. Qin Shao was originally a cultivation maniac. He had been like this since he was a lowly person. He had always been immersed in cultivation. After recuperating in the Xianhua clan for more than 10,000 years, he indeed felt that he was a little crippled. Now that he had cultivated in the ancestral burial ground for more than 10,000 years, his whole person suddenly became much more relaxed and comfortable. He was much more energetic. Therefore, Qin Shao was even more willing to devote himself to cultivation. Stimulated by Qin Shao and encouraged by Qin Shao. Seeing that big brother Qin Shao was immersed in cultivation again, Xiao Dao clenched his fist. A surge of power surged in his heart. I must take big brother Qin Shao as my role model and take big brother Qin Shao as my goal. I must cultivate well and put in even more effort. I have been stuck at the fourth step ruler realm for many years and have been unable to take another step forward. This time, I must give it my all. Who knows, I might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to take another step forward. Even if I can't break through to the universe grade in one go, I can still improve my strength a lot and take a step closer to the universe grade. Only by taking one step at a time like this will I have a chance to break through to the universe grade. I must give it my all. I must work hard. I must give myself more confidence and more power. Let's start cultivating. Chapter 1625. Qin Shao and Xiao Dao were both immersed in their cultivation. There were millions of Xinhua clan members buried in the ancestral burial ground. Everyone had their own cultivation insights, and some left behind their own understanding of the immortal Tao. With millions of people, there would be millions of different opinions. From these many opinions, one would be able to improve oneself, enrich oneself, and gain even more insight. For Qin Shao, he cultivated the startling sword art and the immortal rope art while comprehending the immortal Tao. Qin Zhao's cultivation of the fleeting sword art was relatively smooth, and it was very handy. However, he was limited by his cultivation level, so it was very difficult for Qin Shao to cultivate the startling sword art to a very high level. The resistance was very great. If one's cultivation level was not high enough, there were many things that could not be touched. Naturally, there was no way to cultivate to that level. It was the same for the immortal rope art. As he cultivated it, he would be limited by his cultivation level, and it would be difficult to surpass that natural chasm. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. Qin Shao had unknowingly been in the ancestral burial ground for more than 60,000 years. In these 60,000 years of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot. After going through the fifth tribulation, Qin Shao had successfully broken through to the fourth step of the sovereign realm. If he went one step further, he would be in the Empyrean realm. He had also mastered the startling sword art and the immortal rope art to about 60 to 70%. To be able to cultivate these two immortal arts to such a level at the fourth step of the sovereign realm was already very good. It could even be said to be somewhat heaven-defying. If this had happened to other people, it would have been impossible, but Qin Shao had done it. After being immersed in the immortal Tao for more than 60,000 years, Qin Shao had really fallen in love with the immortal Tao and the feeling of being immersed in cultivation. Moreover, the immortal Tao was like the great Tao. It was incomparably prosperous, unlike the heart force, the true meaning of strength, and the Tao of sword cultivation. The prosperity of the immortal Tao might not be comparable to the great Tao, but it was not too far off. Therefore, wandering in the ocean of the immortal Tao had really made Qin Shao fall in love with it. Endless pursuit was a very interesting thing in itself. Living in this world, wasn't the pursuit of pleasure? However, after cultivating for a long time and comprehending all the inheritances left behind by the ancestors, Qin Shao also encountered a bottleneck. From the Tao integration stage to the sovereign realm, Qin Shao indeed didn't expend too much energy. It couldn't be said that it was easy, but at least it wasn't too difficult. It could be considered a matter of course. However, this time, Qin Shao had encountered a bottleneck while trying to break through from the fourth step ruler grade to the universe grade. He could clearly sense it. Since she had encountered a bottleneck, Qin Shao did not continue to cultivate. Instead, she stopped. Cultivating to the fourth step of the sovereign realm in 60,000 years was already a heaven-defying feat. The path of the immortal Tao has been particularly smooth for me. In less than 60,000 years, I've already reached the fourth step of the sovereign realm. One more step and you'll be at the universe grade. To be able to obtain such a harvest in such a short time is indeed not bad. I have my own cultivation base, so it's not strange for me to have such a harvest. However, over the past 60,000 years, the recovery of my injuries has slowed down. Up until now, I've only recovered to 70%. In terms of strength, I've only recovered to the level of a half-step heavenly venerate at most. However, my heart force technique is limited, I can't use my divine weapon, and I can't use the power of my internal world. My strength has been greatly reduced. Based on this recovery situation, it's really hard to say when I'll be able to fully recover. Recently, I've clearly sensed that the speed of my recovery has become extremely slow. It seems like I've reached a bottleneck. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to frown and ponder deeply. What exactly was going on? At the beginning, the recovery had been relatively smooth. However, why did it become more and more difficult towards the end? Now that he had recovered to about 70%, he actually felt like he had reached a bottleneck. How could this be? Even if his vitality was greatly damaged, shouldn't he be able to slowly recover? Over the years, Qin Shao had consumed a lot of treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines. Although the quality wasn't very high, there was a lot of them. Logically speaking, there should have been some effect, but the effect was getting worse with each passing day. It really made Qin Shao somewhat puzzled. Qin Shao couldn't think of a reason for such a strange situation. Jing Yang wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could have asked Jing Yang about it. Given Qin Zhao's knowledge, there was naturally no way for him to answer this question. Qin Shao had no choice but to focus on the cultivation of the immortal Tao for the time being because of the divine body's vitality. He couldn't just sit around and wait for death to come and slowly recover. He had to find another path. Furthermore, over the past 60,000 years of cultivation of the immortal Tao had also allowed Qin Shao to see some light at the end of the tunnel. If he really wanted to walk this path, Qin Shao felt that he could continue to walk it. In fact, Qin Shao didn't insist that he had to walk the path of great Tao cultivation. He just said that the path of great Tao cultivation was Qin Zhao's first path of cultivation. It was also the path of cultivation of the primordial universe. Qin Shao did have deep feelings for the path of great Tao cultivation. However, sometimes, he had to set out according to the actual situation and make appropriate adjustments. Qin Shao also carefully thought about this problem and made a decision. Before his divine body's vitality was fully recovered, he would devote himself to the cultivation of the immortal Tao. It didn't matter if he didn't walk the path of the true meaning of power and the sword cultivation. Qin Zhao's focus was still on the great Tao and the heart force. Qin Shao felt that these two paths of cultivation were still possible. There was no need to talk about the path of great Tao cultivation. With the inheritance of his master, old man Lu Ha, there was a way to guide his cultivation. As for the heart force, it was much worse. Now, Qin Zhao's heart force didn't have any guiding power. Therefore, it would be very difficult to continue on the path of heart force cultivation. Under such circumstances, the immortal Tao was undoubtedly a better choice. In order to be safe, one had to be vigilant. Even if Qin Zhao didn't have to be vigilant, he would always think about the safety of his master and the lord of the desolate land. If he was already like this, they probably wouldn't be any better. Big brother Qin Zhao, why did you stop? Xiao Dao walked over and asked. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, I can't. I've reached a bottleneck. It's no longer effective to stay here and cultivate. Therefore, I stopped to rest and relax. Ah, you've reached a bottleneck. Haha, big brother Qin Zhao, I thought you wouldn't encounter a bottleneck. I didn't expect you to have a bottleneck too. Xiao Dao laughed. Qin Zhao glared at Xiao Dao and said, Are you taking pleasure in my misfortune? No, no, no. Xiao Dao shook his head hurriedly and said, Big brother Qin Zhao, don't misunderstand. I just think that you're so heaven-defying. You've actually cultivated all the way to the fourth step, heavenly venerate level in just over 60,000 years. You've already caught up to my nearly 10 million years of cultivation. Your speed is more than 100 times faster than mine. That's why I was surprised when I heard Big Brother Qin Zhao say that you've reached a bottleneck. I really thought that Big Brother Qin Zhao would kill his way all the way to the universe grade and maybe even break through to the heavenly venerate level. Ahem, you really thought highly of me. Are you disappointed in me now? Qin Zhao shook his head. Xiao Dao said, Don't say that, Big Brother Qin Zhao. I only have admiration for you. I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you. How can I be disappointed? Compared to you, Big Brother Qin Zhao, then I'm thousands of miles away. I haven't had any great gains in over 60,000 years, and I'm still stuck at the fourth step sovereign realm. Big Brother Qin Zhao, you've already caught up to me. Qin Zhao smiled. He was just joking. Xiao Dao naturally knew that Qin Zhao was joking, so he didn't take his words to heart. The two of them left the ancestral burial ground and soon returned to the 9-story pagoda to see the black-robed old man again. The black-robed old man's deep and serene gaze landed firmly on Qin Zhao's body, emitting a somewhat cold light. Greetings, senior. Although the black-robed old man wasn't very friendly, Qin Zhao still had the necessary etiquette. Qin Zhao treated his seniors with respect. You've already cultivated the immortal Tao to the fourth step sovereign realm? The black-robed old man clearly had good eyesight. He immediately saw through Qin Zhao and understood Qin Zhao's situation. Qin Zhao wasn't surprised that the black-robed old man saw through him. He nodded honestly and said, Tu Te was right. I've indeed cultivated the immortal Tao to the fourth step sovereign realm. You've cultivated the immortal Tao to the fourth step sovereign realm in just over 60,000 years. Such a speed is simply unimaginable, simply unimaginable. Even though I'm a first step heavenly venerate, it's not that easy to cultivate other paths of cultivation. They're fundamentally different, so it's difficult to communicate. 60,000 years? How short is that? You've cultivated the immortal Tao before? The black-robed old man, Tu Te, was rather surprised and asked in disbelief. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, No. Monster. Tu Te couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Qin Zhao's words, monster. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Qin Zhao a monster. Tu Te was sincerely impressed. As expected of a peerless genius, it was absolutely heaven-defying. Let's go. However, after exclaiming in surprise, Tu Te quickly regained his usual cold demeanor. He waved his hand at Qin Zhao and said coldly. His personality was really a little strange. However, Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He nodded at Tu Te and quickly left with Xiao Dao. Big brother Qin Xiao, are we going to the myriad beasts forest now? Xiao Dao asked after they left. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, not for now. I just came out of the ancestral burial ground. If I go there again, I don't think it'll be any good. For now, I still need a quiet environment to properly digest the insights I've gained in the ancestral burial ground. I need to improve my understanding of the immortal Tao to achieve my goal. After instilling so many things into me, it's time for me to calm down and digest them. Chapter 1626. A very quiet place? Xiao Dao thought about it seriously. In terms of quietness, his house was actually relatively quiet. However, this was obviously not the place Qin Xiao wanted to live in. He wanted a quiet place that could make people feel relaxed and happy. Such a place wasn't easy to find. Xiao Dao thought for a while before his eyes lit up. He had finally thought of a place. I got it, big brother Qin Xiao. There is a large lake beside our tribe's land. There is a willow forest beside the lake. I used to play there when I was young. It's relatively quiet there, so no one usually goes there. Qin Xiao wasn't picky about places. As long as it was quiet, he didn't care about anything else. Since Xiao Dao had agreed, it was fine. Xiao Dao led Qin Xiao to the willow forest he had mentioned. This place was indeed relatively secluded and quiet. Big brother Qin Xiao, what do you think of this place? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao nodded. It's not bad. Let's stay here then. Thank you, Xiao Dao. If you have something to do, you can go back first. You don't have to worry about me for now. I will go back and look for you after I digest this. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Hee hee. Alright, big brother Qin Xiao. You can cultivate here alone. I will go back first. If there is nothing important, I won't disturb you. Haha. Perhaps the next time we meet, big brother Qin Xiao will have already broken through to the universe grade. Xiao Dao nodded. Universe grade? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, thank you for your kind words. I hope so. Who knows, you might even break through to the universe grade before me. Xiao Dao froze for a moment before laughing foolishly. Big brother Qin Xiao, you are making fun of me. I am still far from breaking through. It's just a matter of time. Have you forgotten what I said? You should still have dreams. What if they come true? Life is full of unknowns. How do you know that you, Xiao Dao, can't create a miracle of your own? Qin Xiao curled her lips and said. Xiao Dao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded solemnly. Brother Qin Xiao is right. Then I'll work hard. Hee, maybe my dream will come true. Although I haven't been lucky for so many years, it doesn't mean that I can't be lucky. Alright, brother Qin Xiao, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm leaving now. After he finished speaking, Xiao Dao left. After sending Xiao Dao away, Qin Xiao randomly found a willow tree and sat down. The water on the lake, the willows on the shore, the gentle wind, the blowing Buddha in the face, rolled up the misty fog. His body and mind were relaxed. This scene was truly a pleasant one. Qin Xiao looked at the surface of the lake and gazed into the distance, murmuring, seeking the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was a slow and long Tao. It was an endless Tao, a Tao of seeking, a Tao that defied the heavens. Although this Tao was incomparably slow and long, it was also incomparably exciting and worth looking forward to. Cultivating the immortal Tao allowed Qin Xiao to wander in the ocean of the immortal Tao as if intoxicated. Immortality was a thought, and more importantly, an obsession. Obsession was very important in cultivating immortality. Without a strong obsession, it was very difficult to go far on the path of cultivation. Immortality was completely different from the great Tao. Immortals were awe-inspiring, heroic, and had a long song. They had spirits, obsessions, and thoughts. Immortals were awe-inspiring. The great Tao was illusory and hot-blooded. Immortals had a special transcendence. The great Tao, on the other hand, could make people want to fight bloody battles all the time. To use an inappropriate analogy, immortals were very quiet, while the great Tao was very moving. Cultivating immortality required a kind of quietness, tranquility, and still water. This mountain looks like a mountain, but it's also not a mountain. This water looks like water, but it's also not water. Looking at mountains and water, you can see an immortal. Immortals are really vast and boundless. In a part of the Xianhua clan's territory, behind the Xianhua platform, there was an ancient palace that looked somewhat sacred. It emitted a supreme ancient aura, just like the Xianhua clan leader. With a stooped body, one could tell that it was an ancient existence that had lived for countless years. This palace was full of vicissitudes. This palace was called the Xianhua Palace. To be called the Xianhua Palace, it was enough to see the palace's status in the Xianhua clan. The Xianhua Palace's status in the Xianhua clan was equivalent to the Xianhua platform. It could also be considered as the Xianhua clan's sacred ground, the place of power. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to enter the Xianhua Palace. Only those highly respected and ancient living fossils in the clan had the right to do so. Not only did they have to be experienced, but they also had to be strong and have a high status in the clan. Only then would they be able to enter. At this moment, in the palace's meeting hall, there were a few ancient existences. Each of them was an ancient antique that carried the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, each of them sat upright and still, emitting a dignified aura. There were not many of them, only about 100 of them, and the one sitting at the front was none other than the Xianhua clan leader. Of course, the Xianhua clan leader would also be present in such a high-level meeting. Clan leader, did something big happen? Why did you call all of us here in such a hurry? Yes, clan leader, could it be that something big has happened? That's not right. Our Xianhua clan has been very peaceful recently. Nothing big has happened. If there is something, then it can only be that brat called Qin Shao who ascended from the universe. An old man has also heard of this, but it's not a big deal, is it? Many of the old antiques were still worried, and they asked one after another. Qin Shao had stayed in the Xianhua clan for so many years. In addition to his amazing performance in the ancestral burial ground, his reputation had long spread throughout the Xianhua clan. Logically speaking, for such a high-level meeting to be held, there must be something very important. Usually, it was related to the survival of the Xianhua clan, such as the reputation of the clan. Therefore, everyone was a little worried. They were all worried that something might have happened. Xianhua clan leader waved his hand, signaled everyone to quiet down, and said, "Everyone, don't worry, nothing big has happened. Our Xianhua clan has been very peaceful recently, and it's not because of Qin Shao, so don't think too much and make wild guesses." None of them? Then what was it? Upon hearing Xianhua's words, the crowd looked at Xianhua with a puzzled expression. If nothing had happened, then why was there a need to hold such a high-level meeting in such a hurry? That's impossible. It must be something very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have held such a meeting. Clan leader, you don't have to play riddles with us. Let's talk about the matter. An old man with white hair and beard said. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it was very heavy, as if there was no way for him to speak. Xianhua clan leader said, "Everyone, I have gathered you here in such a hurry because I have something very important to discuss with you. Just now, I received a secret order from the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. The Fu Yu Immortal Palace is preparing to hold a selection of nominal disciples 10,000 years later, and all tribes can send their people to participate. Our Xianhua clan can send 3 people to participate. However, the requirements are that they must be below the universe grade and be less than an era old. There are only these two basic requirements, and there are no other restrictions. What? Did I hear wrongly? Yes, clan leader, are you sure you are not joking with us? Impossible, clan leader. Are you sure the secret order you received is not wrong? How is this possible? The Fuyu Immortal Palace has never openly accepted disciples. Even if they want to accept disciples, they will only accept official disciples. I have never heard of nominal disciples. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is recognized as the #1 force in the Fuyu region, a colossal existence and unparalleled strength. I have never heard of such a thing, so why would they suddenly accept nominal disciples? Even if they want to accept disciples, there is no need to make such a big fuss and go through so much trouble, right? If every clan can send their people to participate, how many people would they need to send? That's right, Patriarch. It does sound very hard to believe. Upon hearing Xianhua's words, the crowd started to discuss among themselves, causing the atmosphere in the area to become extremely lively. Such a situation was indeed very hard to believe. Xianhua clan leader said with a serious face, "Everyone, I have gathered all of you here in such a hurry, which means that I am very sure of this matter. Otherwise, I would not have done this. Actually, when I first heard this secret order, I did not believe it either. However, after confirming it a few times, I have no choice but to believe it. It is indeed the truth. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is indeed preparing for an unprecedented, super large-scale selection of nominal disciples, open to all the clans and forces in the Fuyu region. No matter which clan you are from, you can send your people to participate. Our clan has 3 people, I wonder how the other clans are doing. But at the very least, they will be the same as our clan. If all the clans and forces in the Fuyu region are added together, then the number is really endless, even I do not know how long it will take. The Fuyu Immortal Palace is really going all out this time. Although it is a nominal disciple, it is still a nominal disciple of the Fuyu Immortal Palace, which means that they are already half a step into the Fuyu Immortal Palace. Becoming a nominal disciple means that they have the chance to become an official disciple. And even if it is just a nominal disciple, it is enough to make people want to kill them. So this time, I am afraid that it will cause a huge storm. After listening to Xianhua clan leader's words, the entire meeting hall was in an uproar again. Haha, that is really great. Our clan can send 3 people out. Maybe we can get lucky. Don't lie to yourself about this, it is a little too whimsical. Don't you know the younger generation of our clan, there is no one outstanding. Wanting to become a nominal disciple, that is no different from a fool's dream. Sigh, that is true. How big is the Fuyu region? How many clans and forces are there? There were simply too many of them to count. We, the Xianhua clan, are just a small and weak clan, not even worth mentioning. Don't be so pessimistic, right? Even if you can't become a nominal disciple, it is still important to participate. Participate, more or less, there is a little bit of hope. All in all, it is still a good thing. Chapter 1627. I have a suggestion. Count Xiao Dao in. I also think Xiao Dao is not bad, he's good in all aspects. His talent, potential, and strength should be outstanding among the 4th step sovereigns. I think Man is not bad, he's hardworking. I suggest Big Brother, I watched him grow up, his potential is not bad. Big Brother's potential is not bad? It's still a bit lacking, I suggest Fan Shan, he's not worse than Xiao Dao. Heated discussions began in the meeting hall. There were many 4th step sovereigns in the Xianhua clan, so there were many to choose from. Because of this, the debate had been going on for a long time. But speaking of which, there were no outstanding 4th step sovereigns in the Xianhua clan. Although Xiao Dao was a little outstanding, he didn't have a clear gap between him and the others. It was just that everyone recognized Xiao Dao. Not many people objected to Xiao Dao's suggestion, they all approved of him. However, there were still 2 other spots that were more difficult to choose. So, after a long discussion, no one came to a decision. All of a sudden, Xian Hua Clan Master said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a person that I would like to recommend. Take a look, it's Qin Shao from the universe." Qin Shao? Hearing this name, many people were stunned for a moment. Immediately, voices of opposition rang out. "Clan Master, this is a matter of our Xian Hua clan. There are only 3 spots in total. It's very precious. How can we give it to an outsider?" "That's right, Clan Master, such precious spots are not enough for us. How can we give it to an outsider?" "I don't agree. Besides, didn't Qin Shao say he's a heavenly venerable? He doesn't have the qualifications to participate, right?" Yes, I don't agree. He didn't join our Xian Hua clan." Regarding Qin Shao, an outsider, everyone obviously didn't agree. Although the Xian Hua clan's people were very hospitable and friendly, this matter involved the clan's great interests, so they naturally didn't agree. Clan Master Xian Hua waited for everyone to speak before he said, "Everyone, please calm down, there's no need to be so agitated. I'm just asking for your opinions, I didn't say that he must be given a spot. It's true that Qin Shao is a celestial venerable, but his vitality has been greatly damaged, and his strength has been greatly reduced. At this time, he is no longer a celestial venerable. Moreover, he is only a celestial venerable in the Great Tao realm, but he is not in the immortal Tao realm. This child is definitely a monstrous genius in the immortal Tao. His talent is extremely heaven-defying. He's only been in the ancestral burial ground for a mere 60,000 years, yet he's already reached the 4th step of the sovereign realm. This is simply unbelievable. The competition for the Fu Su Immortal Palace's nominal disciple selection this time will definitely be terrifying. In fact, we all know that the Xian Hua clan has no chance of winning even if we send someone to participate. I'm sure you all know about Xiao Dao's situation. He may be good in the Xian Hua clan, but in the entire Fu Shi region, he is nothing. There's not much hope. That's why I'm thinking, why don't we help him? If we recommend Qin Shao, maybe he will have some hope. If he really enters the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, then he will at least be grateful to the Xian Hua clan, right? That is my original intention. I have no other intentions. That won't do. Whether there's hope or not, we still have to give it a try, right? Such an opportunity may not come again in the future. Yes, the Fu Shi Immortal Palace is openly recruiting nominal disciples. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. And I still disagree. Since everyone disagreed, Xian Hua clan master could only wave his hand and say, "Fine, fine, since everyone disagrees, then let's drop this matter. In that case, let's discuss the candidates for the 3 spot." Soon, a piece of inspiring news that made the entire Xian Hua clan boil with excitement was announced. As soon as the news was released, it spread across the entire Xian Hua clan, causing the clan to be in an uproar. Cheers and exclamations could be heard everywhere, as if the Xian Hua clan was blessed by the heavens. Oh my God, did I hear it wrongly? The Fu Shi Immortal Palace is openly recruiting nominal disciples? Our Xian Hua clan actually has 3 quotas? Is this a gift from the heavens? Yeah, it's incredible. I can't believe it. Are you joking with us? How can it be a joke? This is announced by the clan master himself, and the selection process has already begun. Oh my God, if we can really pass the selection and enter the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, it will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens, then our Xian Hua clan will also become stronger. Yes, it's a pity that I'm already a universe grade, so I'm not qualified to participate. Otherwise, I would really want to give it a try. The Fu Shi Immortal Palace, that's the Fu Shi Immortal Palace. It's said that there are many immortals in the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, and they can easily annihilate our Xin Hua clan 1,000 times over. TSK, I can't imagine how glorious it is to become a nominal disciple of the Fu Shi Immortal Palace. Hey, who do you guys think can represent our Xin Hua clan? I think Xiao Dao should be able to do it, but I can't say for the rest. Anyway, I think Xiao Dao is the best. It's hard to say, there will be a selection process. Who knows, maybe there will be some dark horses. The entire Xin Hua clan was in an uproar, and it was very lively and festive. However, Qin Shao was still enjoying the peace, cultivating under the willow tree by the lake, and walking on his immortal Dao. Qin Shao also gained a lot from digesting the enlightenment he had gained in the ancestral burial ground. Immortal Dao had to be comprehended slowly. Just like fine wine, it had to be savored slowly. The immortal Dao was slow, one step at a time, only then would it be leisurely. Big brother Qin Shao, a voice interrupted Qin Zhao's thoughts, forcing Qin Shao to stop. It was a little uncomfortable to be interrupted. However, the voice belonged to Xiao Dao, so Qin Shao didn't blame him. He looked over and saw that Xiao Dao had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. Big brother Qin Shao, have you heard? Xiao Dao asked excitedly to Qin Shao. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He looked at Xiao Dao in confusion and said, Heard what? I've been here all this time, did something happen? Hee, right, you see, I was so happy that I forgot about it. I'm just here to tell you, big brother Qin Shao. It's a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Xiao Dao patted his head with a look of enlightenment. To be able to make Xiao Dao so excited, what kind of major event had happened? Big brother Qin Shao, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is going to open the recruitment of nominal disciples. Our Xin Hua clan also has 3 spots in the entire Fu Tu territory. Xiao Dao said. Fu Tu Immortal Palace? Qin Shao frowned, he obviously didn't understand. Qin Shao knew about the Fu Tu territory, it was one of the many territories in the entire South Baron. The Fu Tu territory was huge and boundless, it ruled over countless territories, there were countless clans and clans in it, more than a drop of water in the ocean. Fu Tu Immortal Palace, if they dared to use such a name, it was enough to show how strong they were, they must be the strongest force in the Fu Tu territory. Therefore, after thinking carefully, Qin Shao understood why Xiao Dao was so excited. Yes, big brother Qin Shao, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is the absolute overlord of the Fu Tu territory, the publicly acknowledged strongest force, the undisputed ruler of the Fu Tu territory. The strength of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is far beyond our imaginations. Our Xin Hua clan can't even be compared to the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. This is the first time the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is recruiting a disciple, although it's just a nominal disciple, it's enough to make people excited and fight for it. If one can successfully become a nominal disciple of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, it's like ascending to immortality. If that's the case, not to mention becoming a celestial venerable, it's very possible for one to pursue a higher level. It's said that celestial venerables are the weakest existences in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, they're everywhere, they're as worthless as ants. If someone from our Xin Hua clan can become a nominal disciple of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, then our Xin Hua clan will become stronger all of a sudden. Xiao Dao continued to speak excitedly. His eyes were shining brightly, he was full of yearning for the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, his face full of longing. This indeed sounded exciting enough. Even Qin Shao was a little moved when he heard this. Being able to join an overlord's force was indeed a great thing. The bigger the stage, the more resources, the more beneficial it would be for one's cultivation. Qin Shao was deeply aware of this situation. He naturally understood the importance of it. After coming to the immortal realm, Qin Shao naturally wanted to join a big force, to obtain a better space for growth. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to rely on himself to explore. And now, the very real problem in front of Qin Shao was that Jing Yang was not by his side. Now he was really all alone. He had to rely on his own efforts. In the immortal realm, it was very difficult. The slightest mistake could lead to death. Under such circumstances, joining a big force was the best choice. Fu Tu Immortal Palace should be considered a strong force. It also met Qin Zhao's selection criteria. Naturally, Qin Shao was a little tempted. Xiao Dao, Fu Tu Immortal Palace has never publicly selected disciples before? Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao shook his head and said with certainty, I heard from the elders of our clan that it has never happened before, at least the situation they know has never happened before. Not to mention a public selection of registered disciples, even official disciples is something that has never happened before. This is the first time. So we all found it very strange. Even the patriarch didn't believe it at first. He only dared to believe it after confirming it again and again. That's really strange, it has never happened before, suddenly making such a big commotion, it's really a little hard to understand. Qin Shao shook his head, he was also very puzzled. Xiao Dao also shook his head, it was indeed very puzzling, anyway, he couldn't think of a reason. However, he was too lazy to think about it, anyway, the matter was confirmed without a doubt. Has Fu Tu Immortal Palace ever recruited official disciples? Or has Fu Tu Immortal Palace always been closed, and disciples are only trained in their own clan's descendants? Fu Tu Immortal Palace's inheritance should be very ancient, they should have a lot of descendants of their own clan. If this is the case, it should be possible. Qin Shao asked again. Chapter 1628. Generally speaking, Fu Yu Immortal Palace has always maintained a relatively conservative attitude, rarely accepting disciples from outside, right? Qin Shao analyzed and came to a conclusion. If that was the case, it was indeed very strange, very strange. Fu Yu Immortal Palace had existed for who knows how many universe epochs, possibly hundreds of millions of universe epochs. To be able to dominate a region, it was definitely not simple, and it might have existed for a very long time. For countless years, they had rarely taken in disciples from the outside world. This time, however, they had suddenly taken in disciples without any warning. Moreover, it was on a large scale. It was obvious that it would accept a considerable number of disciples into Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Such a move was indeed puzzling to everyone. Even with Qin Zhao's knowledge, he couldn't understand it at all. But it was fine if he couldn't understand it, as long as it wasn't a bad thing. But Qin Shao always liked to think clearly about things, so that he could feel more at ease. All in all, this was indeed a great opportunity for them. But how could he seize this opportunity? Xiao Dao, congratulations, you should be able to get a place, Qin Shao said to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled. He still looked a little embarrassed as he said, Big brother Qin Shao, you don't have to congratulate me first. The quota hasn't been confirmed yet. It doesn't necessarily fall on my head. I can only say that I'll try my best. I hope that I can get a place. But I heard that the elders in the clan still think highly of me, and I'm confident that I can get a place. This time, perhaps it's a great opportunity for me, a chance for me to make a great leap in my life. So, no matter what, I have to try my best. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and encouraged him. Well, since there's such an opportunity, of course you have to try your best. Although the competition is big, as long as you have enough confidence and determination, I think there's still a great chance. Haha, thank you for your kind words, brother Qin Shao. I'll try my best. Xiao Dao nodded with a smile and said, But brother Qin Shao, speaking up to this point, Xiao Dao seemed to find it hard to continue. He did not continue speaking and instead looked at Qin Shao strangely. Even if Xiao Dao didn't say it, Qin Shao could guess what he wanted to say. Are you trying to say that the 3 places will be selected from your clan? Qin Shao asked. Xiao Dao nodded and said, It's like this, big brother Qin Shao. I heard that the patriarch originally suggested you, but it was rejected by everyone. They firmly refused to agree, so Qin Shao didn't care and said with a faint smile, Shao, it's nothing. It's human nature. Your clan only has 3 spots. This kind of rare opportunity naturally has to be given to the people of your own clan. Although I'm a guest, I'm not a member of your clan. I can understand Shu. Besides, I'm a first-step celestial master, so I may not be able to make it. It doesn't matter. Opportunities can't be forced. If it's yours, it'll be yours. If it's not yours, it's useless to force it. In this respect, Qin Shao didn't think much of it. He had experienced a lot, so he naturally saw through it. Brother Qin Shao, how about I talk to the patriarch again? Xiao Dao sincerely wanted to help Qin Shao and let Qin Shao be qualified to participate in the competition. If he was qualified to participate, there would be some hope. Moreover, he admired Qin Shao very much, so he naturally had some selfish motive. Xiao Dao immediately added, Brother Qin Shao, I just think that with your incredible talent, if you can participate in the competition, there's still a great chance that you'll be accepted into the Fuda Immortal Palace. Once you enter the Fuda Immortal Palace, your cultivation path will be much smoother. I know that Brother Qin Shao has great ambitions. You definitely won't be willing to stay in a barren land like our Xian Hua clan. Staying here will only delay Brother Qin Shao. I think it's a pity. Brother Qin Shao, a peerless genius like you deserves a better stage and better cultivation resources. Qin Shao smiled. Although that was the case, some things couldn't be forced. Qin Shao patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, You don't have to say anything for me, Xiao Dao. This isn't something you can control. I appreciate your kindness. It's not practical to take up your Xian Hua clan's quota, so it's better to think of other ways. Other ways? Xiao Dao was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. What other ways could there be? Qin Shao said, Xiao Dao, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's recruitment of registered disciples this time, is it open to anyone? This, Xiao Dao shook his head and said, Brother Qin Shao, I really don't know about this. I think even our clan master doesn't know about this. Anyway, our clan master received a secret order that our Xian Hua clan can send 3 people to participate. As for the rest, I don't know. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, It doesn't matter if you don't know. But according to my guess, since it's a public recruitment of disciples, it will definitely be more open. Anyone can sign up. Furthermore, the scale of this recruitment is unprecedentedly huge. Even your Xian Hua clan gave 3 quotas, it's not hard to imagine. Adding up the entire Fuda territory, how many people are there? It's definitely a terrifying number. Therefore, the Fuda territory should be more open to those who participate. The bigger the scale, the more provocative it will be. From this, I can also see that the Fuda Immortal Palace's requirements will definitely be very high. In the end, only a few will be able to pass the selection. Xiao Dao nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't really understand, he also felt that Qin Zhao's words were very reasonable. Logically speaking, this should be the case. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Dao said, Brother Qin Shao, then you mean, you will sign up yourself? But this may not be possible. Besides, isn't it very difficult to sign up? I don't even know how to sign up. I don't even know where the Fuda Immortal Palace is. Not to mention me, even our clan master might not be able to find it even if he spends his entire life searching for it. Brother Qin Shao, it's almost impossible for you to participate. First of all, you can't even find the Fuda Immortal Palace. Even if you know where it is, you won't be able to get there in time. Our barren land doesn't have teleportation portals or anything like that. We can only fly. This was indeed a huge problem. It was also the biggest headache for Qin Shao now. Not to mention that his vitality was greatly damaged. Jing Yang was not by his side, and neither was Mount Tongshun. It was simply impossible for them to travel in a hurry. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to travel far away from the Xianhua clan, let alone go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was simply a pipe dream. Therefore, this matter was very, very difficult. But it was also impractical to take the Xianhua clan's quota. This matter was indeed giving Qin Shao a headache. He couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said, "Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Things like opportunities, if it's yours, you will be able to grab it. If it's not yours, you might not be able to grab it even if you try. Let's leave it at that. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of your own matters. This opportunity is very important to you. Do your best." This, Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment, but he had no other choice. He could only say, "All right then, big brother Qin Shao, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'll go back first. The selection is about to start. Although I'm very confident, I can't be careless. I still have to deal with it properly. I don't want to fall for it. I heard from the clan leader that the Fuda Immortal Palace will send an envoy to bring us to the Fuda Immortal Palace in about 10,000 years. And good. Go and prepare. I'll cultivate here for a while more. I'll go see you off." Qin Shao nodded and said. Xiao Dao then left to prepare for his own matters. After sending Xiao Dao off, Qin Shao sat down again. He looked at the calm surface of the lake. His heart was as calm as still water. However, although his heart was calm, many thoughts were surging in his mind. It won't work. None of the paths will work. Could it be that I can only watch this opportunity slip away before my eyes? Qin Shao shook his head. The pain in his heart was indescribable. He really wanted to seize this opportunity. However, based on the current situation, he had already considered all the possibilities. There was no way he could succeed. It was impossible for him to snatch a spot from the Xianhua clan. After all, he was an outsider. He couldn't possibly join the Xianhua clan just for a spot. Moreover, even if he did, it might not even be his turn. After all, the Xianhua clan was so big, and there were many fourth-step sovereigns. It would never be his turn. Qin Shao completely dispelled this idea. There was no need to try and humiliate himself. No matter what, he was still an outsider. An outsider should have the awareness of an outsider. He should know his own limits. Perhaps it's not completely hopeless. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and a thought came to mind. He already had a plan in his heart. This plan sounded a little crazy. If he didn't do it well, it might bring him disaster or even death. However, for this opportunity, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to stay in the Xianhua clan. Now, he had to find a way to leave the Xianhua clan. Staying here was not a solution. Even if he slowly recovered his strength, he would still have to face the problem of leaving the Xianhua clan. Moreover, if he stayed for too long, Qin Shao would feel embarrassed. All these years, he had been living and eating from the Xianhua clan. There was always a big favor there. Of course, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here for too long. I have to plan every step. There are still 10,000 years left. Let's not think so much. I'll cultivate in peace. Everything depends on strength, talent, and potential. How can it be so easy to pass the test of the Fu Su Immortal Palace? The requirement is the fourth-step sovereign realm. Then I can't think about breaking through now. I must suppress my immortal Tao to the fourth-step sovereign realm. Qin Shao pondered in his heart for a while. After he sorted out his thoughts and came up with a plan, it was decided. There was still time. There was no hurry. He should continue cultivating. Chapter 1629. In the Xian Hua clan, the competition for the 3 spots was like a hot pot of tea. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who wouldn't want a chance to become a dragon? Even if he failed, he could use this opportunity to go out and take a look at the legendary Fuda Immortal Palace. That would be good too. After all, for the Xian Hua clan members, they couldn't even leave the clan grounds before becoming hunters. The Sovereign Realm clansmen definitely hadn't even left the clan grounds before, so they were naturally filled with endless yearning for the outside world. Therefore, even if they didn't aim to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, they would still want to go out and see the outside world. Moreover, the latter might be more attractive. In fact, everyone knew their limit. Such an open selection would involve the entire Fuda Immortal territory. Countless factions would send people to participate. The number of people participating would definitely be as many as a drop of water in the ocean. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the elimination rate would be. It probably couldn't be described as 1 in 10,000, but at least 1 in 100 million. With such a terrifying elimination rate, who would have the confidence to do so? Since it was something that seemed impossible, he might as well think of something that was feasible. Therefore, the selection of the 3 spots this time was especially intense and lively. Almost all the 4th-step sovereigns participated. There were even a few 3rd-step sovereigns who participated. Logically speaking, only 4th-step sovereigns could participate. However, there was no explicit rule that said that 3rd-step sovereigns couldn't participate. According to the Fuda Immortal Palace's requirements, there were only 2. One couldn't be older than an epoch, and the other was that they had to be below the universe grade. As long as they didn't exceed these 2 conditions, it was fine no matter what. Even a Dao Integration Realm cultivator would be fine, let alone a 3rd-step sovereign. In any case, the Xian Hua clan only had 3 spots, so they could nominate anyone they wanted to. After a series of vigorous selections, 3 people were finally selected. Xiao Dao was the one with the least amount of suspense. He was the only one that everyone thought highly of, and he didn't disappoint. He smoothly passed the various tests and obtained a spot. As for the other 2 spots, one was taken by Ah-Man and the other was called Shi Sua. Xiao Dao and Ah-Man were still within everyone's expectations. There were quite a few people who thought highly of Ah-Man. Ah-Man had always been considered outstanding, and she was also very good at Kuju. As for Shi Sua, he was a complete dark horse. Almost no one thought highly of him, but in the end, he was fortunate enough to obtain a spot. The 3 spots had already been announced, and those who did not get a spot had already put away their fantasies. This was still fine as the Xian Hua clan had always been friendly and harmonious with each other. There wouldn't be any conflicts between the clansmen. Although many people coveted the quota, they would fight for it with their own ability. If they couldn't get it, it didn't matter. Now that the quota had been decided, all that was left was to wait for the emissary of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace to come and pick them up. They would be notified for 10,000 years, so they still had time to prepare. Next, they would gather the strength of the entire clan and do their best to prepare for Xiao Dao and the other 2. After all, the 3 of them were representing the Xian Hua clan in this expedition. If one of them could become a nominal disciple of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, the Xian Hua clan would be able to ascend to the higher realms. Who wouldn't want such a supreme honor? Even if they felt that it was impossible, they would still fantasize about it. After all, this was a chance. Therefore, the Xian Hua clan naturally had high hopes for Xiao Dao and the other 2. Naturally, they would do everything they could to improve the methods of the 3. As long as it was something they wanted, they would try their best to satisfy them. 10,000 years passed by very quickly. After waiting for a long time, it was finally over. Hong Long Long, On this day, a vast and powerful aura gushed over from the horizon like a mountain, covering the entire Xianhua clan's land in the blink of an eye. As soon as the Xianhua clan members sensed the aura, they all ran out in fear and looked towards the horizon. The patriarch also quickly flew out and hovered in the air. He could see a huge immortal boat in the distance that was rapidly approaching them. There was a symbol on the celestial ship that he recognized. It was the emblem of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, representing the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. From the aura of the celestial ship, the Xianhua clan leader could feel that it was at least a mid-grade flying immortal weapon. Only the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace would be able to afford such a thing. Everyone, don't panic. The messenger of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is here. Xiao Dao, ah man, sure saw, the three of you quickly get ready and come over. After confirming the situation, the Xianhua clan leader immediately said to the Xianhua clan members. Actually, there was no need for the Xianhua clan leader to say it. Everyone had already guessed that this was the only possibility. Just this aura alone was enough to crush the Xianhua clan. It was too terrifying. Xiao Dao and the other two had been waiting for this day for a long time. When they heard the clan leader's order, they naturally prepared to go over and welcome the moment of glory that belonged to them. Xiao Dao, do your best. This time, it's all up to you. Sister really hopes that you can succeed and bring glory to our Xianhua clan. You can bring glory to our ancestors. If you can succeed, Father and Mother will be happy when they know about it in the underworld. Xiao Yu said to Xiao Dao with a face full of reluctance and expectation. Father and Mother died early, so Xiao Yu, as his elder sister, had always taken care of Xiao Dao like a mother. The two of them depended on each other. Xiao Dao nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I know, sister. I will definitely do my best to try. No matter what, I will do my best. Although the hope is not high, I still hope that I can succeed." Yes, just do your best. As for whether you can become a nominal disciple of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, Sister will not force you. Sister knows that you will do your best. That is enough. You will have a clear conscience. Xiao Yu nodded and said, "There were expectations, but some things could not be forced. The more one forced it, the more likely they would get what they wanted." Xiao Dao looked in one direction, but he didn't see anyone, which made him feel a little disappointed. Xiao Yu also looked. She naturally knew what Xiao Dao was thinking. However, she still said, "Brother Qin Xiao is not here yet. Don't wait anymore. Let's go over first. The emissary of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace will be here soon. We can't let the emissary wait for you. The clan leader is still waiting for you." Xiao Dao looked at it again, and could only nod his head. It was indeed time for him to go over. However, at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Xiao Dao immediately smiled happily and said, "Sister, Brother Qin Xiao is here. I knew that Brother Qin Xiao would not forget. He said that he will send me off. He will not go back on his words." "Of course I won't go back on my word. Of course I will remember such an important matter clearly." Qin Xiao walked over with a smile. After not seeing him for 10,000 years, Qin Xiao's spirit was obviously much better. It seemed like his injuries had also recovered. However, no matter how much he recovered, he was not even 80% recovered. He was only much better than 10,000 years ago. However, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. "Hee, Brother Qin Xiao, it's good that you are here. I feel more at ease and confident now." Xiao Dao scratched his head and smiled. "Let's go. The clan leader is still waiting for you." Qin Xiao patted Xiao Dao. Only then did Xiao Dao return to his senses. The three of them hurried towards the infernal platform, where the patriarch was currently waiting. Along the way, there were also many people rushing towards the fiery altar. Everyone wanted to witness this moment. "Xiao Dao, this time, you will bring glory to our Xianhua clan." "Yes, Xiao Dao, You are the most outstanding representative of our Xin Hua clan's younger generation. This time, you will represent our Xin Hua clan in the selection of the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. You must work hard and obtain a spot. That way, our Xin Hua clan will become famous. Xiao Dao, whether or not our Xin Hua clan can become strong will depend on the performance of the three of you. Do your best, I have high hopes for you. Xiao Dao, when you become strong in the future, don't forget about us little friends. Along the way, there were many clansmen who praised Xiao Dao and had high hopes for him. The more hopes were placed on him, the more burdensome it was for Xiao Dao. In the end, Xiao Dao arrived at the fiery altar under the escort of a large group of people. Aman and Shi Sua had also arrived early and were already standing on the fiery altar. The clan leader glanced at Xiao Dao and said, "Quickly, come up on the altar." In the end, he glanced at Qin Shao, but he quickly retracted his gaze and did not say anything. Xiao Dao said to Xiao Yu and Qin Shao, "Sister, big brother Qin Shao, I will go up first. Don't worry about me, I will do my best." Xiao Yu and Qin Shao nodded and secretly cheered for Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao also went up the fiery altar and stood together with Ah Man and Shi Su. The three of them stood there like three towering mountains. The three of them also became the center of attention. The three of them carried the hopes of the entire Xin Hua clan. It could even be said that they were the hope of the clan. The Xin Hua clan was too weak, too backward, and too poor. Thus, the Xin Hua clan needed to have a big shot to strengthen the Xin Hua clan. No matter how small the hope was, it was still hope. Big brother Qin Shao, you should also want to participate, right? Xiao Yu suddenly said to Qin Shao. Firstly, because Xiao Dao called Qin Shao big brother, and secondly, because she knew that Qin Shao was a first-step celestial venerable. Thus, Xiao Yu also called Qin Shao big brother. In fact, in terms of age, Qin Shao was even younger than Xiao Dao. However, in this world, age was never the most important factor. Most of the time, strength was the most important factor. Since Xiao Yu wanted to call him that, Qin Shao could only accept it. Yes, of course I want to. With such an opportunity, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Qin Shao did not hide it and directly nodded. Xiao Yu shook her head and sighed, but it's very difficult. Yes, it was very difficult, of course it was very difficult. Xiao Yu also understood the reason behind it. She did not say much, and Qin Shao did not say anything either. The two of them fell silent, very tacitly silent. Look over there, heavens, what is that? It's an immortal boat, it must be an immortal boat. Heavens, such a big immortal boat, how big is it? Is it really an immortal boat? I've only heard of it before, I never thought that I would see it with my own eyes one day. Isn't it too big? How big is it? It doesn't feel much smaller than our Xin Hua clan's territory. How many people can it hold? Chapter 1630. Boom boom boom. A gigantic immortal boat appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the immortal boat descended, a terrifying aura came crashing down. Naturally, the Xin Hua clansmen were greatly shocked. The Xin Hua clansmen, including their clan leader, had never seen an immortal boat before. To them, an immortal boat was something that only existed in legends. Now that they were seeing something that only existed in legends for the first time, it was easy to imagine how excited they were. Qin Shao also looked up at the horizon and saw the gigantic immortal boat. Seeing the immortal boat, Qin Shao was reminded of the time in the primordial universe when High Lord Galan arrived on a gigantic immortal boat. At that time, Qin Shao was also greatly shocked. Therefore, Qin Shao could understand the Xin Hua clansmen's reaction and emotions. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the gigantic immortal boat in shock. Everything fell silent. Mid-grade flying heaven's weapon, Qin Shao took a look and judged that it was a mid-grade flying heavens weapon from its aura. Looking at the immortal boat, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. If he had MT Fengyu, he wouldn't have to worry so much. At this moment, Qin Shao really had the urge to snatch the immortal boat away. However, it was obviously impossible. Soon, the gigantic immortal boat stopped above the Xian Hua clan. It was like a huge mountain that enveloped the entire Xian Hua clan. Under such a powerful and terrifying aura, many Xian Hua clansmen trembled in fear and awe. A figure walked out and stood at the front of the immortal boat, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. It was a tall and mighty man who emitted an extremely powerful aura. The immortal aura descended and pressed down on everyone like a huge bell, forcing them to kneel down. The Xian Hua clansmen knelt down one after another, including Xian Hua clan leader. Xiao Dao and the other two also knelt down respectfully. In the face of such a powerful aura, they couldn't help but kneel down. Soon, everyone knelt down. Only Qin Shao was still standing there. He did not kneel down. Instead, he looked at the existence on the immortal boat with a calm expression. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and neither was he fearful. However, Qin Shao could also tell that the person standing on the immortal boat was at least a third-step heavenly venerate, or even a fourth-step heavenly venerate. However, regardless of whether it was a third-step celestial venerable or a fourth-step celestial venerable, they were all very powerful to Qin Shao. They were all existences that were far beyond his reach. Such an existence was enough to suppress him, and there was no problem in suppressing him in terms of aura. However, even so, Qin Shao did not kneel down. Instead, he supported his body and resisted the immortal might. Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and kneel down. Don't offend the emissary of the immortal palace. When Xiaoyu saw that Qin Shao did not kneel, she immediately became extremely worried. She hurriedly transmitted a message to Qin Shao and secretly tugged at Qin Zhao's clothes, indicating that he should quickly kneel down. However, Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to Xiaoyu's good intentions at all. This made Xiaoyu even more anxious. The emissary of the immortal palace was a supreme existence. If they offended him, it would be a capital offense. Brother Qin Shao, did you hear that? Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and kneel down, Xiaoyu said again. However, this time, Qin Shao still did not have any reaction. This made little Jade Knife do not know what to do. The person on the immortal boat swept his torch-like eyes across the people below. Wherever he went, all of them knelt down on the ground in an extremely respectful manner. Only when it came to Qin Zhao's side, they stood and looked at him. Moreover, their aura did not seem to be inferior. The person on the immortal boat suddenly frowned slightly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze stopped on Qin Shao. At this time, many people realized that Qin Shao was also so presumptuous in front of the emissary of the immortal palace. Not only did he not kneel down, but he also dared to look at him. This was simply an offense to the emissary. Many people also became anxious, and they were all worried for Qin Shao. Even clan leader Xian Hua was a little anxious. He quickly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, hurry up and kneel down. Don't act recklessly or you will be killed. The emissary of the Immortal Palace represents the immortal prestige of the Fushu Immortal Palace. Don't worry, senior clan leader. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Qin Shao confidently transmitted a message to clan leader Xian Hua. Know what he's doing? What do you mean? Clan leader Xian Hua really did not know what Qin Shao was up to. Someone who came from the universe? The emissary of the immortal boat asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, Junior Qin Shao greets Senior. I came from the universe and accidentally landed here. It's extremely rare to be able to come out from the universe, and you're a first-step celestial venerable. Not bad. However, your vitality and strength are greatly damaged. You haven't fully recovered yet. The emissary of the Immortal Palace did not seem to be angered by Qin Zhao's offense. Instead, he said calmly. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Senior is right. My vitality is indeed greatly damaged, and my strength is greatly reduced. Now I've only recovered about 70%. There's still a long way to go before I can fully recover." The emissary of the Immortal Palace did not say anything else. He looked away and ignored Qin Zhao. However, this made the people of the Xianhua clan feel relieved. Fortunately, the emissary of the Immortal Palace was not angry. Otherwise, they really did not know how to end the situation. Xianhua clan leader also felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. He was really worried that the emissary of the Immortal Palace would be angry. Now, it seemed that he worried too much. A powerful existence like the emissary of the Immortal Palace would not easily get angry with a weakling, right? The emissary of the Immortal Palace looked at Xianhua clan leader and said lightly, "You're the clan leader of the Xianhua clan, right?" Xianhua clan leader immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Greetings, Lord Emissary. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The emissary of the Immortal Palace did not bother with formalities. He glanced at Xiao Dao and the others and said to Xianhua clan leader, "These three little guys are the seeds that your Xianhua clan has chosen to participate in the selection?" "Yes, Lord Emissary. It's the three of them." "Lord Emissary, please don't laugh. Our Xianhua clan is poor and weak. We can only choose these three people." Xianhua clan leader immediately said. The emissary of the Immortal Palace waved his hand and said, "That's fine. It's very difficult to pass the selection. As for you guys, the most important thing is to participate. As for other things, there's nothing much to think about. All right, I won't waste any more words with you. I have one more thing to tell these three brats." After saying that, the emissary of the Immortal Palace looked at Xiao Dao and the others. Being looked at by the emissary of the Immortal Palace, Xiao Dao and the others lowered their heads in fear and trepidation. They knelt there respectfully and waited for the emissary of the Immortal Palace to speak. The emissary of the Immortal Palace said seriously, "Three little brats, it's fine if you want to participate in the selection of the unnamed disciples of our Fu Su Immortal Palace. However, there's a condition that I must make clear to you. If you regret it now, it's too late. Once you board this immortal boat, there's no room for regret. If you regret it after boarding the immortal boat, I'll just kill you on the spot." What did he mean? Hearing this, Xiao Dao and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They sensed that something bad was going to happen. Xianhua clan leader also looked at the emissary of the Immortal Palace in confusion. He did not understand what was going on. If you participate in the selection of the unnamed disciples of our Fu Su Immortal Palace, then your life and death will be up to fate. In other words, from the moment you step on the immortal boat, your life and death will be up to your own luck. However, I can tell you that if you don't pass the selection, then most of you will die in the selection. Do you think it's so easy to become an unnamed disciple of our Fu Su Immortal Palace? Layers upon layers of tests, intense competition, naturally, there will be many bloodshed. So, if you want to participate, then you must be prepared to die. There's a possibility that once you go, you won't be able to come back. So, whether you want to participate or not, you should think about it carefully. I'll give you half an incense stick's time to think about it. Once the time is up, I'll take it as your consent. Hurry up, cherish your time. After hearing the emissary of the Immortal Palace, everyone was stunned. They were dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Listening to this, it was really quite frightening. If they couldn't pass the selection, then it was equivalent to dying. Was there such a scary thing? This sentence immediately made many people want to retreat. Those who were previously envious of Xiao Dao and the others were now rejoicing. Xiao Dao jumped down from the torch altar and walked over. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Dao with a worried face. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, Xiao Dao really hoped that Xiao Dao would participate. Who knew there might be a chance? On the other hand, Xiao Yu only had this one brother. She didn't want Xiao Dao to take such a big risk. If he failed, then there was a high possibility that he would die. If she really had to say, then Xiao Yu felt that the probability of Xiao Dao losing was very high. So, Xiao Yu naturally became very conflicted. There were two voices fighting fiercely in her heart. Xiao Dao understood Xiao Yu's feelings. He grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and comforted, "Sister, don't worry about me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll definitely come back alive. I can't bear to part with you either. Even if I can't pass the selection, I'll definitely come back. Didn't the Lord Messenger say that the probability of death is very high? He didn't say that it's 100% certain, right? Besides, sister, you have to have some confidence in your brother. Who knows, maybe your brother will pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace." Xiao Dao. Xiao Yu's voice became a little choked up. At this moment, her emotions were very complicated and painful. There were thousands of words in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. Qin Xiao also comforted, "Xiao Yu, don't worry. Since Xiao Dao has decided, then he should do it bravely. Don't be afraid to go because of the danger. If that's the case, you'll only restrict your path. I also believe in Xiao Dao. Nothing will happen to him. You should also give Xiao Dao more confidence. That way, Xiao Dao will have more power." Xiao Yu nodded. Although her heart was very painful, she still said, "Xiao Dao, as long as it's your choice, sister will support you. Do your best. Sister will wait for you to come back. You must come back alive. Definitely." Chapter 1631. Xiao Dao's will was resolute. Even in the face of death, he would not back down. This belief was the foundation of success. Xiao Dao returned to the Xianhua stage, but on the other side, only A Man came up. Shi Suo gave up. "Shi Suo, you want to give up?" Xianhua clan master frowned as he looked at Shi Suo. He knew how dangerous this selection was. He also knew that the Xianhua clan's people would not come back alive. But this kind of thing, how could they back down? Not only were they fighting for a glimmer of hope, they were also fighting for the dignity of the Xianhua clan. If the Xianhua clan's people were afraid of death and did not participate, then wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Shi Suo immediately shook his head and said, "Clan master, this is too dangerous, I'd better give up. Anyway, with my strength, there is no way I can pass the selection. Rather than die, I might as well give up. Anyway, I don't have any ambitions. Being selected this time was just an accident. I was just lucky. This kind of thing, I'd better give up." Even though Shi Suo had made up his mind, Xianhua clan master did not say anything. Those who did not have any confidence in themselves would die even if they participated in the competition. Rather than die, it was indeed better to give up. Xianhua clan master looked at the others and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to participate? Now that there is an empty spot, those who are willing to participate, please step forward." But there was no sound, no one stepped forward, only some whispers. "So dangerous, then I'd better not. I thought, even if I was eliminated, I would be safe, then I could go out and see the world. Using noodles to exchange for this, it is not worth it. I might as well stay in the clan. If I can't pass, I will die. That is too scary. I'd better not. Anyway, I don't have the courage. With my strength, I will only be sending myself to death. I am not afraid of death, but to send myself to death, that is the action of a fool. Yes, I agree, I will also not participate." Seeing that no one had the intention to participate, Xianhua clan master frowned. Could it be that there was a lack of a spot? Xianhua's heart skipped a beat. A thought emerged in his mind, and he looked at Qin Xiao. Alright, time's up. Since there's no one else, it'll be the two of you, the Immortal Palace emissary said nonchalantly. He waved his hand and was just about to take Xiao Dao and a man away when a voice resounded, Lord Emissary, please wait a moment. The one who spoke was not Xian Hua but Qin Xiao. Hearing this bold voice, everyone's eyes also looked over and landed on Qin Xiao's body in unison. The emissary of the Immortal Palace also looked over, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Qin Xiao with some interest. Lord Envoy, if I may be so bold as to ask, does everyone have a chance to participate in the Fu Su Immortal Palace's selection of disciples in name? Qin Xiao asked. Hearing Qin Xiao's question, everyone finally knew what Qin Xiao wanted to do. This was quite a bold move. Xian Hua looked at Qin Xiao. He was wondering if he should speak up for Qin Xiao, but he had not expected Qin Xiao to take the initiative to speak up. This kid's courage was commendable. The Immortal Palace emissary nodded slightly and said, Yes, in theory, everyone has a chance to participate. Why, do you want to participate too? Qin Xiao nodded and said, That's right. I am participating. The Immortal Palace emissary snorted and said, But you're just a first step heavenly venerate. How can you participate? Even though your yuan qi and strength have been greatly damaged, you still have the strength of a universe grade. You don't even meet the requirements, yet you still want to covet this? Qin Xiao said seriously, Lord Emissary is right. My Tao is indeed a first step heavenly venerate. However, I have been cultivating the immortal Tao all these years. My immortal Tao is only at the fourth step sovereign realm. I believe this cannot be hidden from Lord Emissary's eyes. Is it possible for me to participate as an immortal Tao cultivator? The Lord Emissary fell silent and seemed to be pondering this question. After a long while, he said, There is no rule that says it is impossible. The requirement is that one's immortal Tao cultivation cannot exceed the fourth step sovereign realm. However, although your immortal Tao cultivation is at the fourth step sovereign realm, your strength is far from that. If you use other powers, it will obviously be cheating and will also violate the rules. Lord Emissary, you can rest assured about this. There will definitely be people guarding every test. No matter how stupid I am, I will definitely know that I cannot violate the rules. Therefore, no matter when, I will definitely only use the power of the immortal Tao. If I use any other powers, I will definitely be discovered. Once discovered, I will be violating the rules. I believe that I will definitely be severely punished. I am very clear about this matter, so I will definitely not do anything that violates the rules. Otherwise, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Although I am a great Tao cultivator, I have no choice. I ascended from the universe of the Great Tao Cultivation System and have been cultivating the Great Tao Cultivation System since I was young. Now that I am in the immortal realm, I will have to do as the Romans do. Therefore, I also want to walk the path of the immortal Tao. Please give me a chance. The Lord Emissary fell silent again. Below the stage, there were quite a few voices of discussion. Is this okay? It feels like cheating, right? Yes, besides, he is not from our Xinhua clan. Even if our Xinhua clan has one less slot, it shouldn't be his turn, right? So what if we give him one less slot? It doesn't matter. I just feel that this is too unfair. If not for the fact that I am only at the second step sovereign realm, I would also want to participate. The discussions continued. Qin Xiao also stared at the Lord Emissary. Success or failure depended on this. In terms of confidence, Qin Xiao was indeed not. After all, strictly speaking, he could not escape the suspicion of cheating. After all, his cultivation level was indeed at the first step heavenly venerate level. Therefore, even if the Lord Emissary did not agree, it was normal. Now, Qin Shao was also gambling that the Lord Emissary would give him a chance. Qin Shao felt that the Lord Emissary in front of him was relatively amiable and did not put on airs. Therefore, there was still hope. It just depended on whether he could succeed in the end. Okay, then I will count you in. After a long while, the Lord Emissary seemed to have tantalized everyone's appetite and said this. Hearing this, Qin Shao was overjoyed. It seemed that he had made the right bet. Opportunities were indeed obtained by daring to fight. If he did not dare to say this, he would naturally miss the opportunity. Thank you, Lord Emissary. Qin Shao thanked sincerely. Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. Xiao Yu's worries were finally relieved. She was very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, thank you for taking me in all these years, taking care of me, and saving me back then. Qin Shao will definitely remember this kindness and never forget it. If Qin Shao achieves something in the future, he will definitely come back and thank you properly. As long as you don't forget Xiao Yu said. After saying this, her face could not help but blush shyly. She actually turned her head to the side shyly. Such an action seemed to be a bit ambiguous. Qin Shao could not help but be slightly stunned and did not dare to say anything for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao jumped onto the torch platform. Behind him, a layer of mist appeared over his pair of jade eyes. What he could not see through was probably not only Qiushui, but also the figure that would never return. Qin Shao walked to the front of the Xianhua clan leader and said gratefully, Senior clan leader, thank you for taking me in all these years and for giving me so much help. This great kindness, I, Qin Shao, will remember it forever. As long as I, Qin Shao, am alive, I will never forget the great kindness your Xianhua clan has shown me. If Qin Shao is lucky enough to achieve something in the future, I will definitely not forget Senior Clan Leader and the Xianhua clan. After staying here for 90,000 years, I really feel like I've returned to my hometown. Xianhua clan leader patted Qin Shao's shoulder heavily and said, Good luck, little friend Qin Shao. I wish you success. What we can do is just a few small things. There is nothing else we can do to help you. Yes, I will do my best. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. All right, let's go. The Immortal Palace emissary said again. His friendliness seemed to have greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. It was indeed hard to believe that such a high and mighty existence could be so kind and amiable. Lord Emissary, he is not from our Xianhua clan? Isn't it inappropriate for him to take up one of our slots? At this moment, an old man suddenly stood up and said aloud. This voice broke the original harmony, causing many strange gazes to look over. Qin Shao frowned and looked at the person who spoke. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He was nearing the end of his life and did not have much time left. Such an old man, to him, life was probably already at the back of his mind. Anyway, he did not have much time left to live. What was there to be afraid of when one was about to die? I know he is not from your Xianhua clan. Didn't I say from the beginning that he came from the universe? The Immortal Palace emissary's face darkened and said coldly. The old man continued, Lord Messenger, if he is not a member of the Xianhua clan, how can he take up a spot in the Xianhua clan? Even if our Xianhua clan members are not willing to participate, it is still our business. To give our Xianhua clan slot to an outsider, Lord Emissary, I don't think this is appropriate. Hearing this, Qin Shao was speechless. He would rather leave the slot empty than give it to an outsider. How selfish was this? However, when he thought about how the old man was about to die, Qin Shao felt relieved. Humph, who told you that he is taking up your Xianhua clan slot? The messenger suddenly sneered and said angrily, Xianhua Celestial Palace, it's your problem if you don't have enough slots. We, the Fu Tu Celestial Palace, are openly selecting the nominal disciples. The slots allocated to the Xian Hua Celestial Palace are a gift to the Xian Hua clan.
Do you think only your Xian Hua clan is qualified to participate?
Do I not have the right to decide the other slots? Since when did I allow you to tell me what to do? You're so bold and ignorant. Seeing the Immortal Palace emissary angry, the old man immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Emissary, please calm down. It is my fault." Humph. The Immortal Palace emissary waved his hand and brought Qin Shao and the others away. Boom! Chapter 1632. After boarding the immortal boat, Qin Shao and the others saw that there were still many people on the boat. 1/10 of the huge cabin was already occupied, and there were millions of people. So many people? Xiao Dao and Ah Man were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They thought that there should be other people on the immortal boat, but they didn't expect there to be so many. Moreover, it was obvious that this immortal boat wasn't full yet. It would definitely continue to be filled. If it was full, there would be tens of millions of people, right? Moreover, it was just this cabin. If there were other places, it wouldn't be a problem for this immortal boat to hold hundreds of millions of people. Moreover, it was conceivable that there would be more than one immortal boat coming out from the Fuda Immortal Palace to pick up the contestants. If each boat could hold hundreds of millions of people, how many people would there be in total? Thinking about it, it was a jaw-dropping number. Just thinking about it might not have any impact, but with the mountain of people in front of them, the impact was more real. The arrival of Qin Shao and the others also attracted a lot of attention. However, many people just glanced at them and then looked away. Perhaps they were already used to it. Moreover, it was obvious that many people were a little wary and even hostile. After all, they would soon be opponents, so it was normal that they weren't liked by others. "Hey, 3 new brothers, come over here." At this moment, a friendly voice sounded. Qin Shao looked at the person who spoke. He was wearing very strange clothes, which looked a little unique and fresh. Although it looked strange on him at first glance, he didn't say that he was wearing it. But if you looked carefully, you would feel that it was a good match. The other party was showing goodwill. Xiao Dao also looked at Qin Shao habitually, and so did Ah Man. When they first played Kuju with Ah Man didn't know Qin Zhao's true cultivation level, so they were friends of the same generation. But ever since she found out that Qin Shao was an Empyrean, Ah Man clearly had a bit more respect for Qin Shao. So at this time, the 3 of them were unconsciously led by Qin Shao. Now that they were away from home, the 3 of them were a team. They had to stick together tightly. "Let's go and have a look. We need to understand the situation first," Qin Shao said to Xiao Dao and the other 2. Thus, the 3 of them walked over. Qin Shao also returned the greeting in a friendly manner. He said to the man, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. The 3 of us are new here, so please take care of us." The man laughed and patted Qin Zhao's arm. "Don't be so polite. We should take care of each other. We all came from this barren land, so we are more or less the same kind of people. Therefore, I feel that we shouldn't treat each other as opponents. We should be united and treat others as opponents. This way, our chances of survival will be much higher. As long as you can survive, you will have a higher chance of passing the selection." Qin Shao nodded and agreed with the man in front of him. That was indeed the case. At least in the early stages, unity was still very important. In the later stages, it would definitely depend on one's strength and luck. But no matter how good the selection rules were, they couldn't be absolutely fair. There were bound to be some accidental factors in it. Moreover, there were too many people participating in this event. With such a huge base, the probability of an accident happening was even higher. Therefore, if they couldn't grasp the early stages well, they might be directly eliminated in the early stages. Then, they wouldn't even have the possibility of entering the later stages, let alone other things. If they wanted to survive well in the early stages, they also needed to use some means. In this respect, Qin Shao had some experience and had a deeper understanding. Great minds think alike. I also have the same idea. I wonder if brother has any good ideas? Qin Shao said. Haha, I don't dare to say that I have good ideas. It seems that great minds think alike. The man smiled and said, if you three brothers don't mind, you might as well join our team. We will form a small alliance and twist together to face the outside world. In this way, our chances of survival in the early stages should be much higher. It's like this. I have already recruited 10 forces, a total of 27 people. If you three join, it will be 30 people. My plan is to form an alliance group of 30 people. In this way, the number of people is not too many, but not too few either. If there are too many or too few people, it won't be easy to do things. So I think 30 people should be a good number. I wonder if you three brothers are interested in joining. Qin Shao had a good impression of the man in front of him. He felt that he was a good person and could be trusted. However, Qin Shao didn't know the other people who joined, and he didn't know who they were, so he naturally hesitated a little and didn't agree immediately. Xiao Dao and Man looked at each other for a while, then looked at Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, it sounds good. Shall we join? Xiao Dao transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, what do you think? I feel that we can still join. After all, with just the three of us, we are indeed a little weak. In the early stages, if we can form a small alliance, it's actually not bad. In this way, we can expand our strength to deal with some dangers. An alliance of 30 people is not a lot. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you can decide. In any case, I will listen to you, Brother Qin Shao. Man and I have no experience at all. In this respect, Brother Qin Shao is a veteran. We can just follow you. Xiao Dao didn't care. Man also immediately said, yes, Brother Qin Shao, Xiao Dao and I have the same idea. We can just follow you. If you go east, we will go east. If you go west, we will go west. Qin Shao nodded. In this case, he could consider it. Of course, Qin Shao didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said with a serious face, the number of people is only 30. There won't be any more expansion later, right? The man nodded solemnly, of course. The number of people is fixed at 30. There won't be any more expansion. Even if there really is an expansion, everyone must agree. As long as even one person disagrees, it won't work. It's not a good thing to have too many people. 30 is enough. Brother, I know your concerns. You can rest assured. I have always had a good eye for people. The people I choose will definitely not be bad. Of course, when I say not bad, I don't mean strength. Strength doesn't matter. I think everyone's strength is about the same. The main thing is that it depends on the person. If it's some sinister and cunning person, no matter how strong he is, I wouldn't dare to ally with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know if I was eaten. The people I choose, in my opinion, are all upright gentlemen. There is no one with evil intentions. At least, everyone can keep their promises and won't betray their teammate. This way, it will be a powerful alliance. These words were reasonable. It was also what Qin Shao wanted to hear. Since he had said it so clearly, and Qin Shao also believed that his words were true. Good, since it's like this, then let's hit it off. Qin Shao also immediately agreed. He said, right, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Shao. These two are my brothers, Xiao Dao and Ah Man. The other party also laughed brightly, saying, I'm called Mo Wangbei. If you don't like this name, you can call me Old Mo. Come, let me introduce you to the other brothers. Let's all get to know each other and improve our relationship. This way, when we work together later, it won't seem so distant. After saying that, Mo Wangbei brought Qin Shao and the others to get to know the other 26 people in the alliance. They came from the 9 clans. After everyone got to know each other, the 30 people found a quiet place to stay. Other than their own alliance, there were clearly many other alliances here. Everyone had the same idea, so they naturally formed their own groups, first forming their own group. Some of the larger alliances even had over 1,000 people in them. However, there were also some who acted alone. They even stood alone in a corner, appearing aloof and incomparably arrogant. After getting to know each other, everyone also became familiar with each other. Mo Wangbei, on the other hand, was a very talkative person. It was easy for him to get along with everyone. Everyone was very familiar with him, so he was like a link that brought everyone together and formed a team. Mo Wangbei was a mediator, so everyone knew Mo Wangbei better. Unknowingly, Mo Wangbei became the leader of this group. During this time, there were a few people who came to ask if they could join the group, but they were all rejected by Mo Wangbei. There were more and more people on the immortal boat. Along the way, people were picking people up. One after another, people joined, causing the number of people on the boat to increase. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were clearly very excited. This was the first time they had traveled so far, and the first time they had seen so many outsiders. However, everyone was not familiar with each other, so they did not walk around and get to know each other. There were constantly new people joining, and there were also people who were constantly pulling people into their groups, causing one group after another to be born. Mo Wangbei's personality was very lively. He was the only one who was constantly getting to know people. Moreover, his personality was very easy to get to know people, and it was very easy for him to get along with others. This kind of personality made Qin Shao think of Brother Pure. This kind of personality had a good side. His ability to organize was relatively strong, so he could easily form a group, quickly gathering a group of people who did not know each other. This was a kind of innate ability. Ah Man, are you nervous? Xiao Dao's voice was clearly trembling as he asked Ah Man. Ah Man nodded and said, "Nervous? How can I not be nervous? Look, my hands are still trembling." That's right, my hands are also trembling. Just thinking about it, being able to compete with so many people on the same stage is a very exciting thing. Xiao Dao said. It is exciting, but it is also very frightening. The more I think about it, the scarier it is. There are so many people, and the competition is simply too great. If we are the slightest bit careless, we might be consigned to eternal damnation. I feel that many people's gazes are very scary, like wolves and tigers. Xiao Dao said. Ah Man nodded in agreement. That's right, it is very scary. So, we have to be careful. Since we've already come, there is no way out. For the sake of survival, we have to fight. That's right, they could only fight. The two of them looked at Qin Shao. Xiao Dao could not help but ask, "Big brother Qin Shao, are you not nervous at all?" Chapter 1633. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment and listen to me. A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the immortal boat, attracting everyone's attention. In this unfamiliar environment, even those who had arrived early only got to know a small number of people around them, and didn't appear to be too active. Even though Mo Wangbei seemed to be more active, he actually didn't go over to strike up a conversation with everyone. He only got to know a few people. Everyone came from different clans and powers, from different places, and didn't know each other. Previously, everyone had basically never left the clan's land. Everything in the outside world was unfamiliar to them. Suddenly coming to such an environment would indeed make them feel more restrained. Thus, most of them stayed there quietly waiting for the selection to begin. Now that someone stood up to speak, it naturally attracted everyone's curious gazes. Qin Shao also sized up the person who spoke. He had an imposing appearance, and an arrogant and domineering aura exuded from between his brows. However, it wasn't the kind of aura that was arrogant and domineering. This aura didn't feel too aggressive. It just propped up his aura, letting people know that he wasn't a simple character. He must be a capable person with some skills in his hand. In terms of aura, he was full of confidence, and his strength was definitely not bad. Only with strength would one have such confidence. Confidence was a power that could intimidate others, an aura. Everyone, it's so boring to stay here all the time. I think we still have a lot of time to travel, so why don't we play some games to pass the time? The imposing man said again. Who's this person? He's really so bored? Why does he want to play games? What's so fun about games? Xiao Dao said softly. A man laughed and said, Isn't that so? He's so bored. However, that's true. It's not easy to cultivate here. Sitting here and chatting, it feels like there's nothing to talk about. Moreover, with so many people talking, it's hard to talk about many things. Let's just watch. Even if we don't play, we can still join in the fun. Hee, that's true. It's not bad to be able to join in the fun. Xiao Dao nodded and laughed. It was indeed boring. They had been on the immortal boat for more than 1,000 years. Many people looked at the man with an aura with interest, but no one directly expressed their opinion. They all wanted to see how the situation turned out before making a decision. The man with the aura continued, We are all young geniuses from all over the world, from various clans and tribes. We are all outstanding figures. It's fate that brought us together. This is a kind of fate. For the sake of this fate, I think we need to get to know each other a little more. We need to communicate a little more and get closer to each other. Maybe we'll be disciples of the same sect in the future. We cultivators have gathered together. How can we just sit here and do nothing? You should show some of your heroism. Eating meat in large mouthfuls, drinking wine in large bowls, practicing martial arts, discussing the Tao and immortals, passing judgment on the world. Isn't this what cultivators of our generation should be doing? Therefore, I'd like to suggest that we play a game together. We should all actively participate in it and release the hot blood that cultivators of our generation should have. We should show off our style. Let's take this opportunity to get to know each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Cultivators of our generation should be like this. What do you all think? The man with the aura's words were somewhat provocative, stirring up everyone's hot blood a little. Many people's passions were indeed stirred up. This guy is quite good at stirring up people's hearts. What exactly does he want to play? Xiao Dao couldn't help but admire him. For the time being, Qin Shao couldn't figure out what he was selling in his gourd. He only had some vague guesses. However, he wasn't interested in this, so he didn't think too much about it. The fun was other people's business. He just needed to watch the fun. As the saying goes, people with different daos can't make plans together. It was indeed difficult for Qin Shao to blend in with those people he didn't know well. Sounds good. Haha, you're right. 4 cultivators of our generation, it's fate that brings us together. How can we waste so much of our beautiful time here? Amen, I also think it's good. Tell me, how do we play it? Yeah, be more specific. If it's fun, then let's play together. We have nothing to do anyway. No discord, no concord, it's true. It's also good for us cultivators to learn from each other. Just treat it as a rehearsal for the selection. I won't say anything for now. Let's wait and see. Everyone's passions were immediately stirred up. Many people expressed their interest. However, because there were too many people, there were already close to 10 million people gathered. There were too many people, so there were naturally many people who responded. Most people still remained silent. Those who participated in the end were definitely in the minority. It was impossible for many people to participate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the same as directly starting the selection? Old Mo, seeing Mo Wangbei walk over, Xiao Dao immediately stopped him. Who is that person? He's quite open, what does he want to do? Haha, you're talking about Prince Min? He's a rather open person. He formed a group of 100 people. I feel that his chances of passing the selection are quite high. Mo Wangbei said. Prince Min? Hearing this name, Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but slightly frown. Prince? How could a prince come out of nowhere? This was completely wrong. As if seeing Qin Shao and the others' doubts, Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Prince Min's clan has always claimed to be of the royal bloodline. It's said that a long time ago, their clan once established a great empire. For a period of time, it was strong enough to compete with Fuda Immortal Palace for glory. However, it slowly declined and returned to being ordinary. However, their clan thought highly of themselves and always claimed to be of the royal bloodline. When it came to Prince Min's generation, he was directly given the title of prince. That's how he got the name Prince Min. It sounds quite resounding. Xiao Dao exclaimed in surprise, Are you serious? Did their clan really have such a glorious past? Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, I don't know. After all, I only heard it from him. Who knows if it's true or not? Who knows how many epochs have passed? History can't be verified. However, I feel that it's more likely to be a lie. If our Fuda region really had such a glorious empire, it shouldn't have been recorded. We've never heard of such a thing. But who cares? A name is just a title. It doesn't matter. Call it whatever you want. Xiao Dao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Qin Shao looked over and wanted to see what kind of tricks this Prince Min was playing. Mo Wangbei was quite familiar with Prince Min. However, since he had retreated, he clearly had no intention of getting involved. From this point of view, Mo Wangbei was quite clear about things. He knew what could be done and what couldn't be done. If he could do something, he would do it. If he couldn't, he would resolutely not touch it. This was also a kind of principle. Qin Shao had known Mo Wangbei for more than 1,000 years. He had some understanding of Mo Wangbei. The more she got to know him, the more Qin Shao felt that Mo Wangbei was a good person, a capable person, and a person with a lot of potential. Perhaps, he had a high chance of becoming an in-name disciple of the dragon subduing Immortal Palace. Although it was hard to say for now, Qin Shao had some confidence in Mo Wangbei. It was just like how he had confidence in himself. On the other side, Prince Min continued, I've thought of a game. It's like this. Let's draw a circle with a radius of 10,000 feet and make it an arena. Whoever is willing to go up and defend the arena will go up and defend. The winner can choose to remain on the arena or come down and let someone else go up. However, to make it more fun and exciting, I want everyone to be more excited. My suggestion is to play a little wager. That would make things more interesting. I believe everyone has brought some Chaos Source rocks with them this time. Let's use the Chaos Source rocks as the wager. It'll be a small gamble. Each time, we'll use one Chaos Source rock as the wager. No more than one Chaos Source rock. After all, our goal is not to gamble. We can't hurt everyone's feelings. Although a Chaos Source rock is quite valuable, I believe that it won't be enough to hurt everyone. If the person defending the arena wants to continue, he won't take the Chaos Source rock with him. It will remain as the wager. However, the challengers only needed one Chaos Source rock. If you don't want to continue, you can choose to leave the arena. In other words, if you can win 10 rounds in a row and still want to continue defending the arena, your wager will become 11 Chaos Source rocks. However, the challenger will still need one Chaos Source rock. If the challenger wins, the 11 Primal Chaos Source rocks will be taken away. If he loses, he will lose one Chaos Source rock. However, for the sake of fairness, those who successfully leave the arena will face some restrictions if they want to enter the arena again. My current assumption is that after successfully exiting the ring, if you want to enter the ring again, you have to win at least 10 matches. Moreover, everyone can only leave the arena 3 times at most. If they exceed 3 times, they won't be qualified to enter the arena again. As for the specific details, everyone can give their opinions and discuss it together. What do you think? Prince Min's suggestion caused everyone to start discussing animatedly again. It sounded like a good idea. 1 Chaos Source Rock per round? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't have much desire for the Chaos Source Rock, it would be best if he had one. After all, the Chaos Source Rock was a currency that could be used to exchange for anything. Moreover, he had yet to fully recover his essence chi. If he had the Chaos Source Rock, he could absorb it directly to recover his injuries. Or he could purchase elixirs. Both were good methods. However, the prerequisite was that he had enough Chaos Source Rocks. Qin Shao didn't have any Chaos Source Rocks with him now. Not even one. Did everyone else have any? Chapter 1634. Qin Shao finally understood. That was how it should be. It seems like some people want to use this opportunity to win some Chaos Source Rock. At the same time, they want to find out more about the others and scout the path. I don't think it's a serious exchange of pointers, Qin Shao added. Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao is indeed a straightforward person. There are some situations that we've thought of but were unwilling to reveal. Brother Qin Shao, you've directly pointed it out. Mo Wangbei also felt the same way about the meaning behind his word. However, Mo Wangbei quickly added, but then again, Brother Qin Shao, winning is also a kind of ability. Those who dare to enter the arena are probably confident that they can win. If they were bound to lose, I believe that no one would go up and embarrass themselves. Everyone would go up with the mentality of winning. Not only would they win glory, but they would also win Chaos Source Rock. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this flag is a friendly exchange of pointers between cultivators of our generation. It's a way to get closer to each other through fate. With this flag, even if they lose, they won't feel too embarrassed. A big stage has been laid out in advance. It will also make many people less apprehensive. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. That was why Prince Min was a very scheming person. With a few simple words, he stirred up everyone's emotions. This was a kind of natural leadership ability. Qin Shao could also see that Prince Min was a very ambitious person. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of ambitious person who was too domineering and good at scheming. In comparison, Mo Wangbei's personality was more likable. As expected, under Prince Min's provocation, many people's passion was completely unleashed. Thus, everyone cleared out a large empty space and set up a temporary martial stage. Prince Min naturally assumed the role of a notary. He would be the host of the game this time. This way, he didn't need to enter the arena himself and could get a feel of everyone's strength. This was probably Prince Min's main goal. However, Qin Shao was too lazy to care about this matter. Anyway, he was just here to watch the fun. Very quickly, the game was played like fire and tea. They were exchanging pointers, but they were also secretly competing. Who didn't want to win? If he could win a battle here, it would be a victory. He would be able to obtain glory. Not to mention the source of primal chaos for now. Those who could be here were all young geniuses who had been carefully selected by the various clans and tribes. At least, this was the case in their respective clans and tribes. With the geniuses gathered together, they would naturally compete with each other. This was like a warm-up for the selection. Sparring and discussing the Tao became more and more intense, making the atmosphere of the scene even more fiery, stirring up the hot blood of others even more. As the saying goes, a tree needs a layer of bark to live and a man needs a breath of pride. Cultivators of our generation also need a breath of immortal chi. Under such an atmosphere, everyone's blood was boiling. They all wanted to compete, win, make a name for themselves, establish their prestige, and show off their might. Brother Qin Shao, don't you want to go up and play? Mo Wangbei suddenly asked. Xiao Dao immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No, I'm not interested. The more we play, the more intense it becomes. Although it's not overdone, there's still some real excitement. I don't want to join in the liveliness. I'm not interested. Cough, those people seem to be very strong. I'd better not go up there and embarrass myself. I feel like if I go up there, I'll definitely be crushed at any moment. Wild shook his head, not very confident in his own strength. However, this wasn't Wild's fault. After all, Wild's strength was indeed a bit ordinary. Moreover, those who dared to go up the stage at this time all had some strength, some confidence, and some confidence. How could ordinary people dare to go up the stage? Even if they knew that they would lose, they definitely wouldn't go up there and make a fool of themselves. Precisely because of this, the competition became more and more exciting. More and more experts went up the stage, presenting a lively scene. Haha, Brother Wild, you have so little confidence? Aren't you overestimating the morale of others and destroying your own prestige? Mo Wangbei laughed. Wild laughed awkwardly. It's not that I don't have confidence. It can only be said that I know my own limit. I'm actually very clear on how much I'm worth. This time, participating in the selection is only because of a burst of enthusiasm. But I also know that coming out this time, it'll probably be very difficult for me to return alive. But that's no matter. In life, there are always some things that are worth risking your life for. Although even if you give up your life, you may not be able to seize the opportunity, but it's still worth a try. In life, how many times will there be a time when you're worth risking your life for? Haha, that's right. Looks like Brother Wild is very open-minded, and has thought things through very thoroughly. Well, this really is the case. However, if you don't fear death and don't accept victory, then there's still hope for a turnaround. The most important thing is still your heart. Mo Wangbei nodded with a smile, praising Wild's words. However, there are some things that you can't change just by working hard. Sometimes, even if you work hard, you won't be able to change anything in the end. Many times, it's still strength that speaks. Everything depends on strength. Without strength, no matter how confident you are, no matter how much you want to change anything, it'll still be very difficult. How many people succeed in going against the heavens? Mo Wangbei then looked at Qin Shao and smiled. Brother Qin Shao, I see that you've always been very calm. Your strength should be quite good. Don't you want to go up and play? Do you know that my strength is not bad? My aura is a bit weak. Qin Shao shook his head. Because his vitality had been greatly injured, his aura gave people the feeling that he was a bit weak, just like a sickly person. Judging from his aura, perhaps no one would think that Qin Shao had any strength. They would all directly classify him as a weakling who was just there to make up the numbers. However, Mo Wangbei clearly didn't think so. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to be so low-key in front of me. I, Mo Wangbei, am quite good at judging people. Although your aura is a bit weak, if my guess isn't wrong, Brother Qin Zhao's vitality should have been injured. But from Brother Qin Zhao's aura and other aspects, I can confirm that Brother Qin Shao is an expert. At the very least, Xiao Dao and Wild both view you as their leader. That means that you're definitely the strongest amongst the three of them. You're the one who can make them willingly submit to you. Qin Shao smiled indifferently and didn't say anything more. There was no need to explain this kind of thing. Forget it. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I prefer to be a bit quieter. There's no point in warming up right now. Once we're on the battlefield, that's when the fun begins. Right now, it's better for me to rest a bit and be in my best condition for the selection. Mo Wangbei didn't force him. Instead, he said, Haha, it seems Brother Qin Shao is very low-key. Now that you've gathered your strength, you're just waiting for the selection to shine. Now I'm looking forward to Brother Qin Zhao's spectacular performance even more. Don't be so modest. Perhaps you've hidden your strength deeper than anyone else. Qin Shao teased. Ha ha ha, I hope so too. Mo Wangbei also laughed jokingly. Since you're not going to play, I'll go play. I'll just treat it as stretching my muscles and winning some Chaos Source Stones. With such a good opportunity to earn Chaos Source Stones, I don't see any reason to let it go. His calm words were filled with an incomparably strong confidence. This wasn't arrogance, but a guarantee of strength. When it came to judging people, Qin Shao was quite confident. He felt that Mo Wangbei was definitely an expert. Mo Wangbei went up. Qin Shao and the others also became interested. The other members of the team also became serious and prepared to watch the battle. Although the members of the team had become familiar with each other over the past 1,000 years, they still didn't know the strength of the others. Mo Wangbei was the team's leader by everyone's consensus. Therefore, everyone was naturally very concerned about his strength. The stronger Mo Wangbei was, the stronger the team's overall strength would be. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of survival in the later stages. This was a great thing. At this moment, the guard of the arena was a burly man named Babuzin. He was big and burly, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He was as strong as an ox. His appearance was also very boorish. He had a violent personality and was full of killing intent. Between his eyebrows, he exuded a chilling aura. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were cold. Whoever he stared at would feel an inexplicable fear. Babuzin had already won 7 rounds in a row. His strength was very strong. At this moment, he was even more arrogant and domineering. Babuzin clapped his hands hard. His eyes swept around with an extremely provocative look. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer. He said, "Who else wants to come up and exchange pointers with me? Heroes, don't hide your strength. Just play casually. It's a friendly exchange of pointers between us cultivators. 1 Chaos Source Rock for 8. It's worth it." Babuzin's strength frightened many people. Some people who originally wanted to go up hesitated for a moment. It was good to fight with a small group, but there had to be some chance of winning. If there was no chance of winning, it would not be a gamble. It would be a gift. Mo Wangbei walked over with a light smile on his face, and the crowd consciously opened up a path for him. Many eyes were shining as they looked at Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei could be considered the most active person here. Therefore, even those who did not know Mo Wangbei knew who he was. Babuzin also knew Mo Wangbei. When he saw Mo Wangbei walk over, his eyes deepened. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Old Mo, you finally can't hold back anymore? Good, good. You came at the right time. I have long known that you are not a simple person. I have always wanted to find a real expert to exchange pointers with. Your arrival is exactly what I wanted. Come on, old Mo. Let's have a good fight. Let me see how strong you really are." Mo Wangbei walked straight up to the stage. He smiled faintly at Babuzin, who was full of fighting spirit. "Brother Babuzin, you think too highly of me. I am also a little bored. Seeing that no one can make Brother Babuzin happy, I don't want to spoil your fun. Therefore, I braced myself and came up to join in the fun. Therefore, I hope that Brother Babuzin will go easy on me. Don't make me look too bad." Mo Wangbei's modesty obviously worked on Babuzin. Even though he knew that it was fake, he said, Of course. It is a friendly exchange of pointers. Old Mo, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start." Mo Wangbei nodded his head. His expression sank a little as he became more spirited. He had to treat this battle seriously. Otherwise, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Babuzin was not a simple person. Therefore, Mo Wangbei did not dare to be careless and treated this battle seriously. Chapter 1635. Babuzin was like a venomous snake that had been around for thousands of years. He was especially gloomy, cold, and ferocious when he entered the battle. He was like a ferocious wolf that had unleashed all of his viciousness. Just his expression and aura alone were enough to frighten people. Mo Wangbei, on the other hand, formed a stark contrast with him. Mo Wangbei's face was calm and indifferent, incomparably elegant. One was like a wolf, the other was like a sheep. But it was not necessarily a wolf eating a sheep situation. A wonderful show was about to begin. Everyone quieted down and watched with interest. "Brother Qin Shao, who do you think will win?" Xiao Dao suddenly asked. A man said jokingly, "Xiao Dao, isn't it too early to ask? They haven't even fought yet. How can we know who will win and who will lose? If Brother Qin Shao can see through this, then he must be a god." "That's not necessarily true, right?" Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao suspiciously. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Well, they haven't made a move yet. The situation is unclear, so it's really hard to say." "Ha, Xiao Dao, see, I'm right. But I think old Mo has a better chance of winning." But before Ah Man finished speaking, Qin Shao added another sentence. Ah Man choked and almost bit her tongue. She looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why?" Xiao Dao also looked at Qin Shao curiously, wanting to hear Qin Zhao's opinion. Qin Shao said, "There's no reason. It's just a kind of intuition. Sometimes it's hard to say specifically when it comes to judging people, but I just have this kind of intuition." "Intuition? Is it really accurate?" Babuzin suddenly roared and took the initiative to attack. The battle had officially begun, and it affected everyone's hearts. Babuzin's method was very barbaric and overbearing. His move was like a wolf, tiger, or leopard, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, or a dragon coming out of the sea. As soon as he made a move, the image of a dragon and a snake accompanied him. When the strange image was born, it roared and attacked with a majestic momentum. It was enough to frighten people. This was obviously Babuzin's destructive, immortal art. Coupled with his immortal force, it became abnormally destructive. His speed was very fast, like a whirlwind and a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Mo Wangbei. He wanted to use his powerful technique to deal a heavy blow to Mo Wangbei. He didn't show any mercy at all. His first move was ruthless. Evidently, Babuzin also saw Mo Wangbei as an opponent, so he was not careless at all. Even under such circumstances, Mo Wangbei's face was still as calm as ever, as calm as the wind, as calm as the clouds, and as carefree as the wind. Without any hurry, he formed a seal with his finger and waved it in the air. Immediately, clang! A sword flew out of Mo Wangbei's body, and the sound of a sword resonated in the sky. When the sword appeared, it tore through the air, immortal energy surged. A wave of sword chi rushed towards Babuzin. The speed of the sword chi was very fast. It danced in the air, leaving behind afterimages as it attacked Babuzin again and again. Pung pung pung. Babuzin's iron fists danced, accompanied by strange phenomena. His attacks caused the air to tremble and rumble like thunder. It could be seen how powerful he was. Not only was his strength strong, strange phenomena surrounded him. Dragons and snakes roared as he launched a fierce attack on Mo Wangbei. His attacks were wild and ferocious. He was very powerful. Immortal might, immortal force, and great Tao techniques were indeed dazzling. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. One had to admit that Babuzon's strength was indeed very strong. The powerful techniques he used were also quite shocking. So powerful. Isn't this Babuzon too strong? Even from afar, I can feel the terror of such technique. If I go up and fight him, I'm afraid I won't be able to last more than 10 moves. Little Knife clicked his tongue and couldn't help but comment. Wild's eyes widened. She opened her mouth and said, "Yeah, he's too strong. I feel like I won't be able to last more than 5 moves. Looks like there's really no suspense for me this time. Forget it, forget it. I had already expected this to happen. However, it doesn't mean that we'll definitely die. I don't have any extravagant requests for the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I just hope that we can keep our lives." Although it was said that there was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, there was still hope for survival. It wasn't a situation of absolute death. Little Knife nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the best thing to do now is to try and keep our lives. We really can't think too much about anything else. With our strength, we're still too weak. There's no way for us to covet too many things. However, this time we can broaden our horizons and see the powerful side of the world. It's also a good thing. For us, there's no harm." Qin Shao glanced at the two. Their ambitions were indeed not very high. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. It was difficult to change anything in a short time. For this kind of matter, they could only take one step at a time and see if there was any way to change it later. In Qin Zhao's heart, he naturally wanted to give both of them a hand. If both of them could pass the selection and become a registered disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, it would be a joyous occasion. Qin Shao continued to watch the battle. Babuzon and Mo Wangbei were both experts, so the battle between the two of them was very exciting. It was hard to tell who was the winner. One was fierce and ruthless, while the other was as steady as Mount Tai. Babuzon's body was full of the smell of a wild beast, while Mo Wangbei's body was full of the aura of an immortal. Therefore, the battle between the two was like a battle between good and evil. The two used their own methods and fought fiercely. The onlookers clapped their hands and sighed in amazement. It was a wonderful and fierce battle. "Brother Qin Shao, it looks like old Mo can't suppress Babuzon at all. Old Mo's fighting style is a bit weak. Babuzon is fierce and ruthless, making people feel like he's a wolf, a tiger, a leopard, or a viper. His mouth is wide open, and he's going to take a big bite out of him. If this continues, I think old Mo's chances of losing are higher," Xiao Dao suddenly said. A man shook his head and said, "Yes, Xiao Dao is right. I also feel that if things go on like this, old Mo will have a greater chance of losing. However, I feel that even if old Mo loses, it should be a small loss. He won't lose too badly. A battle between such powerhouses is still very interesting to watch. If old Mo loses, he should lose because of his fighting style. I feel that the two of them should be equal in strength. It's just that old Mo lacks Babuzon's ruthlessness. If he has that, then old Mo won't be at a disadvantage." Hearing their analysis, Qin Shao smiled faintly. Hearing Qin Zhao's laughter, Xiao Dao and Ah Man immediately looked over. They clearly knew that Qin Shao had a different opinion. "Brother Qin Shao, you don't think so?" Xiao Dao asked. Qin Shao honestly shook his head and said, "Yes, I really don't think so. Although on the surface, it looks like old Mo isn't at an advantage. Babuzon's attacks are becoming fiercer and fiercer, and it looks like he's slowly gaining the upper hand and suppressing old Mo, but many times you can't just look at the surface. The surface is often the best at confusing people. Once you've been confused, you'll lose your ability to judge. So you've all been confused by the surface. Was he bewitched by appearances?" Xiao Dao and Ah Man looked at Qin Shao in confusion. They clearly didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao explained, "Babuzon's strength is indeed not bad, but his temperament is a bit explosive. After fighting for a long time, he'll become impatient. His temperament isn't particularly stable, and he'll easily explode. This kind of person will easily go crazy, and once he goes crazy, he'll easily reveal his flaws. And look at Babudison. The more he fights, the crazier he becomes, and the crazier he becomes, the more he'll lose. Then isn't it possible that the crazier he becomes, the more he'll be able to take him down in one go? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed, saying, No. Babudison wants to take down Mo Wangbei in one go, but he's underestimating him too much. He hasn't realized that he's already been led by the nose by Mo Wangbei. Right now, he's completely under Mo Wangbei's control. Once he reveals an obvious flaw, that will be the time of his defeat. Ah? Xiao Dao and Ah Man were even more confused. How could they tell that Babudison was under Mo Wangbei's control? They couldn't see any clues at all. Do you really think that Mo Wangbei only has this much strength? In fact, he's been hiding his strength all this time. It's just that you can't see it. Qin Shao said. Hiding his strength all this time? How could that be? Xiao Dao looked suspiciously at Qin Shao, asking, Big brother Qin Shao, how did you see it? I don't think there's any problem. Of course you can't see it. If you can see it, then wouldn't everyone be able to see it? Babudison isn't a fool. If it's so easy to see it, then how could he not see it? How could he fall for it so easily? Qin Shao said. As Xiao Dao looked like he'd been dealt a heavy blow, Ah Man snickered and said with some schadenfreude, That's right. Xiao Dao, how could you see it with your little eyesight? Let's listen to Big Brother Qin Shao. Actually, I can't see it either. But from my understanding of Mo Wangbei, he's definitely hiding his strength. Moreover, I can feel that he hasn't used his full strength yet. From the beginning, Mo Wangbei has been intentionally hiding his strength. He's been testing Babudison step by step, baiting him step by step. From there, he'll secretly achieve his goal of controlling Babudison. So, without even Babudison himself noticing, he's already fallen for Mo Wangbei's trap. Right now, Mo Wangbei is infuriating Babudison, trying to make Babudison reveal a flaw. Once a flaw is revealed, then Babudison's defeat is set. Now, it's up to Mo Wangbei to grasp Babudison's flaw. When they heard Qin Zhao's unfathomable analysis, Xiao Dao and a man actually still didn't really dare to believe it, and they still held a somewhat doubtful attitude. Chapter 1636. However, Qin Zhao's words hit the nail on the head. Soon, Babudison revealed a flaw. Mo Wangbei had been guiding Babudison, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. Now that Babudison had revealed a flaw, Mo Wangbei naturally took advantage of it and dealt a heavy blow to Babudison. Under Mo Wangbei's thunderous attack, Babudison was knocked out of the stage. Once he was knocked out of the stage, he would be considered defeated. That way, even if he lost, there was no need to fight to the death. Brother Babudison, thank you for letting me win. Mo Wangbei maintained his elegant demeanor as he smiled and cupped his fists towards Babudison. Babudison had lost 7 rounds in a row, but he did not expect to be defeated by Mo Wangbei. His arrogance was completely shattered. Moreover, when Babudison calmed down and thought about it, he immediately understood why he had lost. Naturally, he became even more furious as he glared at Mo Wangbei and said, Good old Mo, you really know how to play tricks. Even the restaurant fell for your trick. You really played ruthlessly. In terms of strength, Jiao Jia is not below you. However, I fell into your trap and lost to you. I am really unwilling to accept this. This kind of defeat was actually a defeat in one move. Therefore, Babudison naturally did not think that his strength was inferior to Mo Wangbei's. He only felt that he had been tricked. Mo Wangbei was not complacent. Instead, he said, "Haha, Brother Babuzin is right. I was also opportunistic and took advantage of Brother Babuzin. Thank you for letting me win. Next time I will definitely get back at you. Just you wait," Babuzin said fiercely, but he waved his hand and left. He cared a lot about winning or losing, so he stirred up some unpleasant atmosphere. However, Mo Wangbei did not care. Instead, he looked at the crowd and waited for the next challenger to enter the stage. Babuzin's defeat was out of many people's expectations. Although many people did not like Babuzin's ruthlessness, they had to admit that Babuzin was indeed a ruthless character. At the very least, among the tens of millions of people here, he could be ranked at the top. He had a high chance of passing the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's selection. However, he still lost to Mo Wangbei. Those who didn't understand might think that Mo Wangbei won because of his intelligence, but even if he won in terms of intelligence, his strength was still there for all to see. Those with good eyesight would know that Mo Wangbei's victory was not simply in terms of intelligence. Mo Wangbei's and Babuzin's stature had also been elevated. They had been listed as strong and seated contestants. Both of them had the potential to pass the Fuda Immortal Palace's entrance exam and become the Fuda Immortal Palace's nominal disciple. They were geniuses who had the potential to become the Dragon's Gate. Such a character was naturally worth people trying to curry favor with. Based on the current situation, Mo Wangbei and Babuzin could be considered the top talents of this group. They were also the center of attention. Big Brother Qin Xiao, you were right. Mo Wangbei really won. That's amazing. Xiao Dao clicked his tongue. With the truth in front of them, they had no choice but to admire him. Qin Xiao laughed lightly. That's to be expected. I already said that Mo Wangbei would win. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. It seems like we're seriously lacking in experience in all aspects. I didn't think that there would be so much knowledge in this matter. Following Big Brother Qin Xiao, we've learned a few more things. Both Xiao Dao and Ah Man nodded in admiration. This was the first time the two of them had left the clan. It was completely normal for them to not have much experience. Following Qin Xiao truly made them feel that they could learn many things. Big Brother Qin Xiao, tell us more about how to judge a person accurately and how to use tactics in battle, Xiao Dao asked eagerly. Qin Xiao wasn't stingy. He patiently explained to the two of them. He didn't dare to say anything else, but in terms of battle experience, Qin Xiao dared to say that there was no one here who could match him. Not to mention being on par with him, it would be very difficult to even catch up to him. This was Qin Xiao's unique advantage. There was no way around it. After all, Qin Xiao was the only person who had walked out of the universe. Cultivators who had walked out of the universe definitely had an advantage in this aspect. The sparring was still going on, but after Mo Wangbei displayed his strength, no one dared to compete with him for the limelight. It wasn't that there really wasn't anyone who could match Mo Wangbei. There were many experts who were more low-key and didn't want to reveal their strength for the time being. So when no one went up, Mo Wangbei could only leave the stage in disappointment, handing it over to someone else. Old Mo, congratulations. You really are amazing. So domineering. When Mo Wangbei returned, Xiao Dao and the others all congratulated him. Mo Wangbei's prestige in the group also rose by quite a bit. With strength, no matter where you went, you would be respected. In a team, what they needed the most was capable people. Mo Wangbei's position as the leader became even more solid. Mo Wangbei casually waved his hand, saying, "Brothers, you praise me too much. It's just a small victory. It's nothing much. It's just for fun. Don't take it seriously. If you really want to take it seriously, you'll have to wait until the selection begins. Right now, everyone is just looking for something new and fun to pass the time. On our side, our true experts haven't even made a move yet. They don't even bother to show their strength here." In the eyes of the crowd, these words clearly sounded modest. Over at the martial arts platform, the game continued to be played like a hot tea. Brother Qin Shao, you really don't want to go up and play? In any case, you have nothing to do. There's no harm in going up and playing. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Furthermore, Brother Qin Shao, I feel like you'll definitely win. Mo Wangbei suddenly said. Qin Shao shook his head, saying, Old Mo, you really do think too highly of me. Don't think too highly of me. Forget about playing with me. If I'm really not interested, you guys can play. Mo Wangbei then looked at Xiao Dao and Ah Man. The two immediately shook their heads and waved their hands, indicating that they didn't want to go up. Xiao Dao and Ah Man indeed didn't have much confidence. They were seriously lacking in confidence, so naturally, they didn't dare to go up. Losing a Chaos Source Rock was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. Even if it was an exchange of pointers, a loss was still a loss. To people who cared, it was still fatal. The others in the group also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't want to participate. Since everyone didn't want to participate, Mo Wangbei naturally didn't force them. Everyone was more pragmatic, so perhaps they really didn't have much interest in standing out. As for the factor of strength, of course, it was also a factor. As time passed, there was an endless stream of new people coming in. There was also an endless stream of people joining the game, going up on stage to fight. As a result, this game became more and more popular, and it didn't stop. Even one stage seemed to be too little. There were still many people who wanted to stand out and show off. A murderous aura suddenly surged towards Qin Shao, causing Qin Shao to frown involuntarily. Xiao Dao and the others also sensed it. They all looked over and saw a familiar figure walking towards them. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on the newcomer. It was none other than Babuzin, who had just been defeated by Mo Wangbei. Babuzin's rough aura, dense murderous aura, revealed a barbaric taste, and was very aggressive. Walking towards them made Qin Shao and the others very uncomfortable. Seeing the newcomer, Mo Wangbei also walked forward. Even though he knew that the newcomer didn't have good intentions, Mo Wangbei still maintained a smile on his face. He said, Brother Babuzin, what advice do you have for me? Babuzin fiercely glanced at Mo Wangbei, but didn't pay him any attention. His gaze continued to sweep over Qin Shao and the others, and finally landed on Xiao Dao. Seeing this extremely aggressive gaze, Xiao Dao subconsciously shrank back, and unconsciously moved closer to Qin Shao. In Xiao Dao's subconscious, Qin Shao still felt a sense of security. Babuzin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's expression of fear was quite pleasing to him. Cowards, truly unbearable. Babuzin very disdainfully mocked. These humiliating words made Xiao Dao not dare to refute. In front of Babuzin, Xiao Dao truly felt very powerless and was greatly oppressed. Babuzin's gaze retracted from Xiao Dao's body, and then swept over Wild. Although Wild's personality was usually quite forthright, she also had a barbaric side. However, in front of Babuzin, he was defeated in an instant. The others were more or less in the same situation. Such a performance made the smile on Babuzin's face become even wider. Babuzin's gaze finally landed on Qin Shao, but this time, to his surprise, it didn't have the same effect as before. His aura pressured Qin Zhao's body, but the latter's face was calm and unperturbed, and even a little bit casual. This performance was not inferior to Mo Wangbei's. Not only Babuzin, but even Mo Wangbei was slightly surprised by this scene. He had long felt that Qin Shao was somewhat different, as if he had hidden it deeper. He felt that Qin Shao should have some ability. However, he didn't think of it in a more serious way. Now, it seemed that he had somewhat underestimated Qin Shao. To be able to maintain such composure under Babuzin's deliberate aggression was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Oh? There's still a tough bone? Babuzin raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, but there was still some disdain in his eyes. Boy, you have some guts, stronger than the others. Babuzin said to Qin Shao somewhat playfully. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and replied indifferently, I don't dare to say that I have guts, but I do have some. I'm not familiar with you, so I wonder if you have any advice for me? If you do, then there's no harm in saying it directly. If you don't, then please leave. We're not familiar with each other, so don't try to get close. Get close? Babuzin sneered. Boy, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? Have you become so confident, arrogant, and blind to this extent? Do you think that the restaurant will get close to you? Don't you think that's a very funny thing? Since you don't, then please leave. Qin Shao gestured for him to leave and said again. Babuzin almost choked when he heard that. How dare he talk to him like this? Who didn't know his strength now? Daring to talk to him like this? Wasn't he completely looking down on him? How arrogant was this? Chapter 1637. Mo Wangbei couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's courage. Babuzin was not a kind person. No one dared to provoke such a ruthless person. However, Qin Shao did not back down in the face of Babuzin's strength. He even retorted. The commotion here had attracted the attention of many people around. After all, Babuzin's appearance was still very eye-catching. Now that someone dared to oppose Babuzin, it naturally attracted more attention. Sir, you're quite arrogant. I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. I don't believe you can beat me today. From your tone, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Since we've bumped into each other today, why don't you have a fight with me? Babuzin angrily challenged. Obviously, he came for this. Everything that had happened before was just a prelude. The real purpose was to challenge him. How could Qin Shao not understand his intentions? Wasn't it just because he lost to Mo Wangbei just now? It was obviously impossible to challenge Mo Wangbei again. He had just lost, and now was not the time to get back at him. However, Babuzin couldn't swallow his anger. What could he do? Naturally, he had to find a way to vent his anger. Therefore, Babuzin's gaze fell on the people around Mo Wangbei. Naturally, it fell on Qin Shao and the others. After all, they had formed an alliance with Mo Wangbei and were very close. The others were defeated by Babuzin's aura. They were all afraid and didn't dare to challenge him. This made Babuzin feel bored. Qin Zhao's appearance ignited Babuzin's endless anger and high fighting spirit. Babuzin naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to vent his anger. Brother Babuzin, don't go overboard. My brothers are all low-key and honest people. They won't spar with you. If there's anything, let's talk about it later. Mo Wangbei was also a smart person. He naturally understood Babuzin's intentions, so he directly stood up and said it. However, how could the red-eyed Babuzin listen to Mo Wangbei's words? Old Mo, why are you so nervous and agitated when I'm talking to this fellow Taoist? Babuzin glared at Mo Wangbei before continuing to look at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with aggression and provocation, as if he was waiting for Qin Zhao's reply. Taking the initiative to issue a challenge was equivalent to issuing a written challenge. If one did not accept the challenge, it would naturally appear that one was at a disadvantage. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Shao directly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. Not interested? Aren't you very arrogant? Why did he immediately show weakness? To others, these words were undoubtedly a kind of cowardly display of weakness, but Qin Shao did not care about this. Seeing that Qin Shao was afraid to show weakness, Babuzin smiled even more coldly. It's just a friendly competition. I won't hurt you. What are you afraid of? Afraid of losing a Chaos Source Rock? That's fine. If I win, I won't take your Chaos Source Rock. If I lose, I'll give you all the Chaos Source Rocks I have. Although I don't have many Chaos Source Rocks on me, I still have 19 pieces. That's not a small number. You're using 0 to fight against my 19 pieces. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win deal. How is it? I've already given you such a generous offer. Are you still afraid? This was a blatant provocation. Furthermore, this was a provocation that was completely trampling on Qin Zhao's face. This provocation made Mo Wangbei, Xiao Dao, and the others very angry. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to oppress them? This was clearly bullying the weak. What a shameless act. This kind of provocation could indeed infuriate people. Xiao Dao and Ah Man clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth in anger at Babuzin. However, Qin Xiao still didn't get angry. His face was still as calm as ever as he rejected Babuzin. I've already made myself very clear. I'm not interested. If you're itching for a fight, why don't you find someone else to spar with? Why do you have to force me? Also, we don't know each other. There's no such thing as friendship grows after a fight. Your character isn't my type, so there's no need for us to get to know each other. Your Excellency, please do as you wish. Qin Zhao's calmness seemed like a pretentious act to many people. He was deliberately acting so calm when in fact, he didn't have any strength at all. If he really had the strength and confidence, why would he be afraid of a fight? It was just a friendly spar. There was nothing to lose. Why would he be afraid? The only explanation was that he was too weak. That was why he didn't dare to fight. He was afraid that he would be beaten too badly and his lies would be exposed. Those who could come here were all geniuses from various clans and tribes. They were all capable of representing their clans and tribes. They should have some strength and courage. After encountering such a thing, who could endure it? However, Qin Xiao was actually able to endure it. So naturally, many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Xiao, even spurning him. Even Xiao Dao and Wild hadn't expected Qin Xiao to be so tolerant. They believed in Qin Zhao's strength. He shouldn't be weaker than Babuzin. So why did he pretend to be weak again and again? The two of them really couldn't understand such behavior. Mo Wangbei also felt that he couldn't understand Qin Xiao. He couldn't see through Qin Xiao. Another coward. I really feel sorry for your patriarch. He raised such a cowardly descendant like you. You think you have the qualifications to participate in the selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace? I see that your clans are all the same. You're so weak that you don't have anyone to send. That's why you casually picked a weakling. I really admire your courage. You're so cowardly, yet you still dare to participate in the selection? You still dare to come out and throw away your life. Babuzin mercilessly scolded and ridiculed. His words also attracted the attention of many onlookers. They also humiliated Qin Xiao and even hit him when he was down. Babuzin, don't go too far. Even if you lose, you don't have to be so angry. Don't you think your actions are a bit despicable? Mo Wangbei finally got angry, and his tone became somewhat impolite. Babuzin glanced at Mo Wangbei and said coldly, Mo Wangbei, this is a matter between him and Zhu Jia. Why are you interfering? What's wrong? You're quite the busybody, aren't you? What can you do about it? Who do you think you are? Zhu Jia can bully whoever he wants. Who do you think you are to interfere with Zhu Jia? Don't go too far. Mo Wangbei was truly enraged. He felt like he was being bullied a little too much. How could a defeated opponent be so arrogant in front of him? It was really intolerable. Zhu Jia is going too far. What are you going to do about it? Babuzin did not show any weakness, even if he was facing Mo Wangbei, who had just defeated him. The smell of gunpowder suddenly thickened, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense and oppressive. More and more people were looking over. Even the battle at the martial stage had temporarily stopped. The excitement there was not as good as here. Many people also began to point and whisper. Many people's attitudes were still very neutral and fair, but there were also many people who were gloating and hitting Qin Shao when he was down. All kinds of sarcastic words were also spoken. This brother really doesn't fight back. He's pretending to be an expert, but in fact, he doesn't even have the strength to fight back. He doesn't even dare to talk back. Yeah, he's such a coward. He's a weirdo. He might as well die. Don't say that. Babutison's strength is too strong. Under his terrifying aura, it's normal to become a coward. He can only blame himself for being unlucky. He knew that Babutison was furious, but he still dared to provoke him. He deserves it. Facing these harsh words, Mo Wangbei could not bear to listen anymore. He shouted coldly and said, "Enough, Babutison. If you continue to be so unreasonable, then I can only take action against you. If I can defeat you just now, then I can defeat you again. Besides, other than me there are also my brothers. Since we're a team, we're united against a common enemy, brothers of one mind. Bullying Qin Shao is the same as bullying us. You don't put us in your eyes. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Do you really think that we're afraid of you?" Babutson didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled with a hint of playfulness. He looked coldly at Mo Wangbei and said, "What, you want to bully me with your numbers? Mo Wangbei, didn't you want to play just now? Now, I'll accompany you to the end." After saying that, Babutison waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of people walked out from the crowd and stood behind Babutison. Soon, 100 people gathered behind Babutison. These were the members that Babutison had recruited. He had also formed a team of 100 people. With 100 people against 30 people, he naturally had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. This was the rhythm of a good show. Mo Wangbei's face suddenly became gloomy. It seemed that Babutison had come prepared this time. The other side had a lot of people. If a conflict really happened, then they would obviously be at a disadvantage. The situation in front of him made Mo Wangbei a little dignified. How should he solve this? The onlookers were waiting to see a good show. At this time, Qin Shao, the cause of this incident, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Mocking gazes and mocking saliva were constantly thrown at him. "Babutison, what do you want? A straightforward person doesn't do underhanded things. If you have something to say, why don't you just say it clearly?" Mo Wangbei asked with a cold face. Babutison sneered and pointed at Qin Shao. "What I want is very simple. According to the conditions I just stated, he will exchange pointers with me. If you want to exchange pointers, then I'll accompany you. Why do you have to make things difficult for others?" Mo Wangbei said. Babutison shook his finger and said, "No, no, no, we have already exchanged pointers. There is no need to exchange pointers again. You don't have to make sarcastic remarks. Just now I was defeated by you. This is something that the restaurant acknowledges. But now, it's not a matter between you and me. It's a matter between me and this kid, so you don't have to get involved. If there is to be a fight, then it should be between this kid and me." Babutison's intention was very clear. He wanted to bully Qin Shao. Even a clay figurine has 3 fires. Qin Shao had been acting weak and unwilling to fight, not because he was afraid of Babutison, but because he really didn't want to fight. All along, Qin Shao preferred to keep a low profile. Being high profile was never Qin Zhao's character. Chapter 1638. "You really want to fight me?" Qin Shao finally spoke. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao and Ah Man immediately became worried. They stopped Qin Shao and shook their heads at Qin Shao, telling him not to be impulsive. Mo Wangbei also directly said, Brother Qin Shao, you can't. Qin Zhao's face was calm and indifferent. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Since someone isn't willing to let it go, they must be overbearing. If I can't bear it, then why should I bear it? We don't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Even a clay figurine has 3 fires, so why should we act too cowardly? So, since words won't solve the problem, then let's fight. It's not a big deal. Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Shao. From Qin Zhao's calm tone, he could feel Qin Zhao's powerful confidence. Such confidence should be due to his strength. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Therefore, Mo Wangbei couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that Brother Qin Shao wasn't simple at all. Xiao Dao and Ah Man still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Mo Wangbei. Although they had only known each other for a few thousand years, Mo Wangbei believed in his eyesight. Qin Shao wasn't a simple character. Moreover, there was no better way to resolve today's situation. This was the only way. Seeing that Qin Shao had finally been angered into accepting the challenge, Babutsun's smile became even more sinister. It's just a friendly exchange of pointers. Let's see if you dare or not. Babutsun's words were filled with thorns. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Qin Shao nodded and agreed. Babutsun laughed sinisterly and made an inviting gesture. Then please, let's follow the rules of the previous exchange of pointers. Use the martial stage over there. The martial stage over there was consciously left for Babutsun and Qin Shao. Everyone was watching the show. Naturally, everyone was happy to watch a good show. Babuzin and Qin Shao both stepped onto the martial arts platform. Their auras were solemn and filled with killing intent. Once he was on the stage, Babuzin returned to his ferocious and sinister state. This was the state he was in when he was about to enter battle. Just looking at him was enough to frighten people. The onlookers also began to discuss spiritedly. This battle was indeed interesting. Hey, who do you think will win? Needless to say, it's definitely Babuzin. Babuzin's strength was clear for all to see. If it wasn't for Mo Wangbei's help, Babuzin might have won even more. Brother Qin Shao, look, his aura is a bit weak. I can tell at a glance that he is not strong enough. Well, that guy named Qin Shao was completely infuriated by Babuzin's humiliation before he accepted the challenge. Therefore, it is obvious that he has no strength at all. Otherwise, how could he tolerate such humiliation? That brother is really unlucky. He was so close to Mo Wangbei that he naturally attracted Babuzin's attention. But I think that brother has some backbone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked Babuzin. In any case, it feels like he was courting death. Let's not care about that. Let's watch first. If he didn't seek it out, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Regarding this exchange of pointers, it was clear that no one was optimistic about Qin Shao. After all, just from his aura alone, Qin Shao was much weaker. It was truly difficult for people to be optimistic about him. Babuzin's strength had already been displayed for all to see. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. When Qin Shao and Babuzin stood together, they immediately formed a sharp contrast. It was precisely because of this that the difference between the two was obvious. However, Qin Zhao's situation was met with quite a few people's sympathy. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were still somewhat worried, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't help in any way. They could only anxiously stand there, praying that nothing would happen. Although Babuzin said that it was a friendly exchange of pointers, it was obvious that Babuzin wasn't going to be so easy to talk to this time. He would definitely ruthlessly humiliate Qin Shao before giving up. The atmosphere became even more tense and oppressive. A great battle was about to break out. Please. Babuzin put on the demeanor of an expert and lightly gestured to Qin Shao. But what made everyone's jaws drop was that Qin Shao didn't make a move. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "There's no need to fight. I admit defeat. You win. Alright, this battle is over. After saying that, Qin Shao turned around and left. Such a sudden turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. They were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? He didn't even fight, but he directly admitted defeat and ended it? This was completely out of the ordinary. Everyone was caught off guard and couldn't react for a while. Babuzin was also a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that Qin Shao would actually admit defeat without a fight. This completely disrupted his plans. He had wanted to wait and ravage Qin Shao to vent the anger in his heart. But now, this kid actually admitted defeat without a fight. Wasn't this too cowardly? Xiao Dao and Ah Man also looked at each other in shock. In their minds, Qin Shao didn't seem to be such a coward. Admitting defeat without a fight was not something Qin Shao would do. But the reality in front of them was exactly that. Mo Wangbei frowned deeply, looking at Qin Shao with a dignified and puzzled expression. He really couldn't figure out what Qin Zhao's intentions were. But directly speaking, he felt that Qin Shao shouldn't be such a coward. Since he had already agreed to a fight, he shouldn't have run away. This wasn't like Qin Zhao's character, nor was it his style of doing things. So what was going on? He had a feeling that things shouldn't have turned out this way. What the hell is going on now? Running away before a fight? What's he playing at? Isn't this too much of a killjoy? Admitting defeat without a fight, isn't that the biggest joke in the world? No matter how cowardly he is, he shouldn't be like this, right? It's just a spar, it's not like they're going to use real swords or spears to kill him. That's right, I already said that this guy wasn't good enough. I really didn't expect him to be such a coward. What a coward. Why would someone like this participate in the Fumu Immortal Palace's disciple selection? Isn't he afraid of losing face for his clan? Maybe their clan really doesn't have enough people, so they sent such a good-for-nothing disciple to participate. What a piece of trash. Just now, when I saw that he dared to accept the challenge, I thought he was a man with a bit of backbone, like a man. Now it seems that he's just a coward. Yes, I despise cowards like him the most in my life. Qin Zhao's running away before a fight immediately attracted countless curses. The endless sarcastic words were very unpleasant. Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong, so he didn't pay attention to these criticisms. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. Bastard, how dare you play with me? How can I let you off so easily? After being stunned for a moment, Babuzin suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. How could he allow Qin Shao to admit defeat? Babuzin, stop. What else do you want? He already admitted defeat. Xiao Dao shouted anxiously and angrily. However, Babuzin ignored Xiao Dao and snorted coldly. Admit defeat? It's too late. Once you're on the martial stage, there's no such thing as admitting defeat. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. If you don't want to fight, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Babuzin directly attacked, and his first attack was ruthless. He used his full strength, just like when he was fighting Mo Wangbei. This didn't mean that Babuzin regarded Qin Shao as an opponent, but that Babuzin was incomparably angry with Qin Shao and wanted to kill him. So now that he attacked, he disregarded everything and directly attacked. He wanted to crush Qin Shao in one fell swoop and then ruthlessly trample on him to vent his anger. When had he, Babuzin, ever been played with like this? If he didn't teach Qin Shao a lesson today, then wouldn't he become a laughingstock? This was a battle to vent his anger, as well as a battle of dignity, so Babuzin had to be ruthless. Big brother Qin Shao, be careful! Seeing that they couldn't stop Babuzin, Xiao Dao and Wild couldn't help shouting at the same time to warn Qin Shao. Qin Shao clearly wasn't surprised by Babuzin's attack. It was completely within his expectations. The corner of his mouth even slipped into a faint smile that no one noticed. When Babuzin arrived behind him and everyone was sweating for Qin Shao, something strange happened. Qin Shao seemed to have been prepared for this. He suddenly turned around and attacked. An unusually sharp sword qi swept out with a momentum that could sweep through the heavens. The sword qi was graceful, as if the might of an immortal had descended. The sword, with a dazzling light, directly stabbed towards Babuzin. The dazzling light startled many people, causing their eyes to widen. The sharpness of the immortal sword made many people's hearts tremble. The people who had been sweating for Qin Shao were all shocked. Only now did they realize that their worries were completely unnecessary. Oh? What? In fact, Babuzin didn't take Qin Shao seriously at all. He had always felt that Qin Shao was a boy who could be easily manipulated by him. He didn't have any strength at all and could easily trample on and play with him. Therefore, he had always been very relaxed around Qin Shao and didn't have the slightest sense of vigilance. But now, the power that Qin Shao had erupted with really shocked him. He smelled the scent of danger. Such a huge impact instantly woke him up, allowing him to understand what was going on. He had been tricked. He had been deceived by Qin Zhao's cowardice and cowardice. This guy wasn't cowardly at all. He wasn't weak at all. From the beginning, he had been deceiving him and making him think that he was weak. Therefore, he had been careless and didn't take Qin Shao seriously at all. But now, he had risen up and attacked with a sword. His peerless sharpness was completely released. It was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, how could Babuzin not understand? However, it was already too late for him to understand. Qin Zhao's sword was too sharp and sharp. Moreover, it came too suddenly and too quickly. It was so fast that he had no way to react or block it at all. Therefore, under the sharpness of this sword, he smelled the scent of despair. He desperately wanted to block it, but it was too late. Boom! The sharp sword slashed down heavily. The powerful force of the sword directly sent Babuzin flying and pierced a bloody hole in his body. Babuzin flew all the way out of the martial arts platform before he fell heavily on the ground. He climbed up with a miserable face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Chapter 1639. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone held their breaths at this moment as they stared dumbfoundedly at the martial stage. Babuzin had been defeated in a single move. It could be said that he had been defeated in an instant. This defeat was really miserable. Although Babuzin had also been defeated by Mo Wangbei, that battle had been a stalemate. The two had fought for thousands of rounds before Mo Wangbei had seized the opportunity to defeat Babuzin. Even if it was possible that Mo Wangbei had not used his full strength, it was still a fact. But this time, Babuzin had attacked Qin Shao first, but had been defeated by Qin Shao in a single move. How shocking was this? In an instant, Qin Zhao's tall and mighty image had been completely established. Too powerful. Everyone's opinion of Qin Shao had completely changed. Judging from his aura, everyone had thought that Qin Zhao's strength should be very ordinary. Only now did they realize that they had been gravely mistaken. This was a true hidden expert, a low-key expert. It turned out that Qin Shao had indeed been low-key and disdained to fight with Babuzin. He had not been afraid of Babuzin at all. And all of this was Babuzin's own fault. He had brought shame upon himself. Brother Qin Shao, he Xiao Dao and Ah Man looked at each other in dismay. They were also incomparably shocked. Although they knew that Qin Shao was a first-step heavenly venerate, it was clear that Qin Shao had not used any other power apart from his immortal Dao power. What kind of performance was this to defeat Babuzin in a single move with pure immortal Dao power? How long had Qin Shao cultivated the immortal Dao? It had only been a few tens of thousands of years, not more than 70,000 years in total. It was simply too inconceivable that he had reached such a level. Xiao Dao and Ah Man, who knew the situation, were naturally shocked to the extreme. It could be said that they were prostrating themselves in admiration of Qin Xiao. "Good move, brother Qin Xiao," Mo Wangbei exclaimed in his heart. Seeing this, he suddenly understood a lot. He also realized that he had underestimated Qin Xiao. Although he felt that Qin Xiao shouldn't be so simple, he didn't think that she would be at this level. He had indeed underestimated her. You really can't judge a book by its cover. It was said that there was always someone better than you out there. It was indeed true. The world is so big, there are so many capable people that you can't imagine. The winery was actually defeated. Cough, he actually lost so miserably. Cough, cough, how could this be? How could the restaurant be defeated? At this time, Babuzin's expression was extremely ugly. He looked like he was in extreme pain, unable to accept the situation in front of him. Losing to Mo Wangbei, he was not willing to accept it, and found it hard to accept. However, losing to Mo Wangbei was still a bit better. After all, they had fought for thousands of rounds, and Mo Wangbei was indeed a very strong person. His image in everyone's hearts was already very high. Moreover, it was Mo Wangbei who had taken the initiative to challenge him, so he had a way out of the embarrassing situation. However, losing to Qin Xiao this time was something that he brought shame upon himself. He had been constantly humiliating and bullying Qin Xiao, forcing Qin Xiao to make a move. Moreover, he had even launched a sneak attack, yet he had actually suffered a crushing defeat instead. How embarrassing was this? Such an outcome was undoubtedly a resounding slap to Babuzin's face, a heavy slap to his face. It made him lose all his face, and he was ruthlessly trampled to the ground. Qin Xiao put away his sword and glanced at Babuzin indifferently, saying, "I'll give you a sentence. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. I didn't want to fight you, not because I was afraid of you, but simply because I didn't want to talk to you. Face needs to be given by others, but sometimes it's also thrown away by oneself. You were overbearing and brought shame upon yourself, so you can't blame others. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but being too arrogant and unforgiving is just asking for a rebuff. Today, I'll teach you a small lesson. I hope you'll behave yourself in the future." After saying this, Qin Xiao walked back under the admiring gazes of the crowd. In an instant, his image was raised to an extremely high level, surpassing Mo Wangbei's. He even faintly had the aura of being the #1 person on the immortal boat. Strength could accomplish everything, and this was a display of strength. In stark contrast to Qin Xiao's lofty brilliance, Babuzin's humiliation and ugliness made him too ashamed to stay, and no one bothered with him anymore. Even Babuzin's allies seemed to be deliberately pushing him away, unwilling to get too close to him. A crushing defeat had made Babuzin lose everything, falling from a high place to the bottom of the valley. What kind of pain was this? What kind of humiliation was this? Good Qin Xiao, I'll remember you. If I don't take revenge, I'll be unworthy. Babuzin clenched his teeth, hating Qin Xiao to the bone. He would remember this enmity and hatred. In stark contrast to Babuzin's humiliation, Qin Xiao's current brilliance was lofty and lofty. His method of keeping a low profile was also very admirable. He was clearly so strong, but he was still able to maintain his composure after being bullied and humiliated. He still wanted to settle the matter peacefully. How great was this? How could an ordinary person do this? If someone dared to bully you, wouldn't that be the same as kicking them out? However, Qin Xiao maintained a low profile. Even though he was humiliated by Babuzin, he still didn't get angry. This was the indifference of a person in a high position, the noble character and unquestionable integrity of not bickering with ordinary people. However, Babuzin himself was overbearing and unforgiving, forcing Qin Shao to make a move. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. He didn't deserve any sympathy. This caused the distance between the two of them to widen greatly. Big brother Qin Shao. Xiao Dao and Amon looked at Qin Shao with a silly smile. They were too happy for Qin Shao. Just now they had been sweating, but now they could laugh loudly. Brother Qin Shao, you're in trouble, you're in trouble. Brother Qin Shao, you really hid your strength deeply. I always thought that your strength was very ordinary. I didn't expect you to be a true expert. Admirable. That's right, Brother Qin Shao. You really deceived us. I saw that you were silent and your aura was somewhat weak, so I also thought that your strength was ordinary. I really didn't expect this. Hey, Brother Xiao Dao, Brother Amon, you guys aren't also pretending, are you? If you have strength, then show it. Don't be so low-key. It's not good to deceive us. That's right, that's right. Brother Xiao Dao, Brother Amon, you guys must be playing low-key, right? Facing the doubts of their teammates, Xiao Dao and Amon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hurriedly explained. However, everyone was just joking. The focus was still on Qin Shao. Mo Wangbei smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao, you're quite heroic. What a good method. Haha, after what you've done, I think that Babuzin is starting to doubt his life. Smart people had their own way of expressing themselves. Qin Shao naturally understood the meaning behind Mo Wangbei's words. Just now, he had deliberately admitted defeat. In fact, it was a method. Others didn't understand, but Mo Wangbei did. Because Qin Shao had calculated that at that point, Babuzin naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, he would definitely make a move. Qin Zhao's move was firstly to ruthlessly humiliate Babuzin, giving him a heavy psychological blow. Secondly, he wanted to deliberately numb Babuzin, making him angry out of humiliation and become careless. Only then would he be able to defeat Babuzin in a single blow. This chain of events had a deep meaning, and the goal was to deal with Babuzin. If he didn't make a move, then he would make a move. This was Qin Zhao's style. At first, he really didn't want to pay attention to Babuzin. However, Babuzin had been aggressive and had humiliated him and Xiao Dao. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally couldn't bear it. Since he had decided to make a move, he would give him a ruthless blow. Others didn't understand, but Mo Wangbei was a smart person. He completely understood Qin Zhao's intentions. Therefore, at this time, his words also conveyed the same meaning. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, I don't know if he will doubt his life, but he will definitely hate me to the bone. Haha, he will definitely hate you to the bone. He won't be able to escape. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he will lose to you. So what if he hates you? Mo Wangbei laughed and said. Qin Shao naturally didn't care about this. It wasn't terrible to make enemies. What was terrible was that you didn't have the strength to make enemies. If you had enough strength, then what did it matter if there were more enemies? It didn't matter if you made enemies. Babuzin was an enemy who came to find him. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. Even if Babuzin had a force supporting him, it didn't matter. If Qin Shao could smoothly pass the selection of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, then what did it matter? Therefore, the most important thing for Qin Shao now was how to pass the selection of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace and become a registered disciple. That was the key. It was said that people were afraid of fame and pigs were afraid of being fat. Although this was a saying in the mortal world, it was indeed true. A figure walked over. His target was obviously Qin Shao. However, the person who came was not as aggressive as Babuzin. The newcomer still had a friendly smile on his face, as if he had come to express his goodwill. It was none other than the planner of this game, Prince Min. He was an unruly person with the blood of an emperor flowing in his body. However, at this time, in front of Qin Shao, he showed a bit of humility. The unruly aura on his body was also restrained and replaced with a bit of friendliness. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, nice to meet you. Previously, fellow Qin Shao hid very well. I didn't have a chance to get to know you. Now that you're here to join in the fun and get to know me, I wonder if it's too late? Prince Min cupped his fists to Qin Shao. His indifferent expression showed that he was joking. Although the unruly aura was restrained and there was a bit of humility, the blood of an emperor that was superior to others still existed in his bones. This was a characteristic that seemed to have been born with. It penetrated deep into his bones and would be emitted invisibly. Fellow Taoist Prince Min is too serious. Everyone is here to participate in the selection. It's a kind of fate to be able to gather together. There's nothing wrong with getting to know each other. Don't we know each other now that we've come and gone? Qin Shao replied. Prince Min smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Qin Shao is an interesting person. Since we got to know each other, what you said is very true. It seems that I'm not very popular. Well, it's enough to get to know each other. I won't disturb you any further. After saying this, Prince Min gestured to Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei and left. As for the others, they were directly ignored. Only when Prince Min was far away did Xiao Dao scratch his head and say with a puzzled expression, What does this Prince Min mean? Why did he take the initiative to leave after saying a few words? Maybe. Experts are all so mysterious. We don't understand, but Big Brother Qin Shao should understand. A man shook her head. Chapter 1640. 7,000 years after Qin Shao and the others boarded the ship, no one else was brought on board. It was probably the end of the line. 10,000 years later, the immortal ship finally stopped. Seeing the immortal ship stop, everyone stood up excitedly and stopped what they were doing. Their eyes were filled with nervousness and anticipation as they looked outside. Was this the Fuda Immortal Palace? The Fuda Immortal Palace was the holy land of the Fuda region. It was the most prosperous place, the land of immortals, the place where everyone went to visit. Many people participated in this selection purely to see the legendary Fuda Immortal Palace. They wanted to personally experience this land of immortals, the blessed land of immortals, the blessed land of immortals. Are we here? Haha, it's finally here. We can finally see the legendary Fuda Immortal Palace. I wonder what it looks like. Yeah, I'm so excited. Isn't this the reason for the selection? It's said that above the Fuda Immortal Palace, there are 7 colored auspicious clouds, a dreamy space, immortal beasts flying, and an immortal palace. I wonder if it's true. Haha, we'll know soon enough. I think it's true. That's more like the Fuda Immortal Palace. To be able to see the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's worth it even if we have to die. Everyone was excited. They had been waiting for this day to come. Now it was finally here. Come out, everyone. A voice that wasn't loud but was filled with majesty rang in everyone's mind. It was the voice of the Fuda Immortal Palace's messenger. Hearing this voice, the impatient crowd naturally swarmed forward and quickly walked out of the immortal boat to the deck. But when they reached the deck, they realized that this wasn't the Fuda Immortal Palace. Outside the immortal ship was a mountain range, a creepy forest, and a dark abyss. One look and one could tell that this was a dangerous place. It wasn't simple at all. From the aura in the air, one could tell that this place was extremely terrifying. It was enough to make one fearful. Not the Fuda Immortal Palace? Where is this? Shouldn't we be going to the Fuda Immortal Palace? Why are we here? Cough, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Don't tell me. I'm not qualified to go to the Fu-Su Immortal Palace, right? Is the first round of selection going to be held here? It can't be? If that was the case, wouldn't he cry himself to death? I don't have any strength, so it's impossible for me to pass the selection. I'm here for the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'll see it, right? Then I'll regret it to death. Yeah. I'm here for the Fuda Immortal Palace too. I'd be an idiot if I couldn't see it. Seeing the situation here, everyone started to discuss spiritedly. They could all tell that something was wrong. Xiao Dao also said softly, Brother Qin Xiao, what's going on? Aren't you going to the Fu Gang Immortal Palace? Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, If I'm not wrong, the first test will be held here. It should be a mass elimination. I've thought about this problem before. They can't directly bring all the participants to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Since the Fuda Immortal Palace is a place of pilgrimage, they should put on some proper airs. Not just anyone can go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. So the first test will definitely be a mass elimination. Once the number of participants is low, they can go to the Fuda Immortal Palace to begin the real selection. With so many people, a large number will be eliminated. Xiao Dao and Wild nodded when they heard this. What he said was indeed very reasonable. They really hadn't thought about this problem before. They didn't have any awareness in this area, so they subconsciously thought that they would go to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, they came to a sudden realization. It seemed that it really wasn't so easy to see the Fuda Immortal Palace. Many people looked at the Immortal Palace emissary in confusion. The emissary's gaze swept over everyone, then his dignified voice rang out again. All of you listen carefully. Remember, I will only say this once. Hearing the words of the emissary of the Immortal Palace, everyone immediately perked up and listened carefully, fearing that they would miss any information. Below us is the Juetian stream. This is the border. Your mission is to cross the entire Juetian stream and reach the destination on the other side. That will be considered as passing the first test. You have 10,000 years. If you can reach the other side alive within 10,000 years, you pass. If you exceed 10,000 years, you will be eliminated. There are no other rules. As long as you can reach the other side alive, it doesn't matter how you go or what method you use. I won't look at your process, only your results. Do you all understand? Hearing the words of the emissary of the Immortal Palace, everyone was stunned. They were shocked once again. Some of them still had blank looks on their faces. They didn't know if this test was scary or not. But finally, someone reacted. What? Juetian Stream? Juetian Stream? That's a place even immortals don't dare to casually enter. How is this possible? How is this possible? Hearing this person's words, everyone was shocked. Many of them were scared out of their wit. A place even immortals didn't dare to casually set foot in? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Immortals were existences that represented the heavenly venerate. They were only fourth-step sovereigns. They weren't even universe grades. They were too far away from heavenly venerate. Wouldn't fourth-step sovereigns be courting death if they entered a place that even heavenly venerates didn't dare to casually enter? Just listening to it was enough to make one despair. Even those who didn't know the dangers of the Juetian stream could imagine how terrifying it was. Thus, with a single sentence, many people were scared silly. They felt a sense of despair, as if they were about to lose their lives. All right, all of you can leave. I will wait for you on the other side. Remember, you only have 10,000 years. Work hard, the emissary said. The emissary of the Immortal Palace added. With a wave of his hand, a powerful and irresistible force enveloped everyone. With a sweep of the force, everyone was tossed out. All of them landed on the ground and entered the Juetian stream. After tossing everyone away, the immortal boat quickly sailed into the distance and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone landed on the ground and looked around blankly. Instantly, they felt like crying but had no tears. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qin Xiao also felt the terror of this Juetian ravine. An awe-inspiring aura rushed towards him, and the air was filled with strangeness and danger. Xiao Dao and Ah Man felt an indescribable sense of fear. Their bodies curled up together nervously. The two of them huddled together tightly, as if they could find some sense of security. What's going on? Is this the first round of the test? Why does it feel so strange? What kind of place is this Juetian stream? It feels so scary, Xiao Dao couldn't help but say as he sized up his surroundings. A man could be considered as someone with some guts, but this was the first time he was in such a sinister and frightening environment. He had no confidence at all. This is only the first round of the test, and it's already so scary. No wonder the emissary said that if we can't pass the selection, then it's basically a path to death. It seems that those words are true. In such a situation, there is indeed a slim chance of survival. Sigh, although I've already mentally prepared myself, but when I really face it, I still feel a bit afraid. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were originally not strong, so their confidence had always been lacking. Now, in such an environment, their confidence was crushed. Old Mo, do you know what kind of place this Juetian stream is? Xiao Dao asked. Mo Wangbei's expression also became serious. He frowned deeply and said, I've heard of the Juetian stream. It's a dangerous place in the endless territory of our Fu Shi region. Although it might not be ranked in the top 10, it is definitely an extremely dangerous place for us. Juetian stream is a place that even immortals don't dare to rashly enter. It's said that even heavenly venerables have a high chance of dying inside. According to what I've heard, there really are many heavenly venerables who have died in the Juetian stream. This is not an exaggeration, it's true. So the emissary of the Immortal Palace also mentioned it, and it's true. This is definitely a place that can make people despair. Xiao Dao was so scared that he lost his temper. So you're saying that only death awaits us? If we want to cross the entire Juetian stream, isn't that the same as sending ourselves to death? How is there a way out? Old Mo shook his head. Xiao Dao, you can't be so desperate. If we go one by one, then it's needless to say that we'll definitely die. Although the Juetian stream is extremely dangerous, and it's enough to make people despair and suffocate, it doesn't mean that there's no chance of survival. After all, we're a team now, and we have the strength of 30 people. If we work together, we might not have the strength of a heavenly venerate, but we should have the strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. So, it's not that we can't go in. Besides, if there's really no hope at all, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace wouldn't have thrown us in here to test us. The Fu Tu Immortal Palace must have calculated this carefully, and they must have left a glimmer of hope. It's just a matter of who can grasp this hope. There are over 100 million people in this batch, and I estimate that there won't be more than 1,000 people who can pass through successfully. Most of them will either die in the Juetian stream or arrive late. I estimate that there won't be more than 10,000 people who can survive in the end. The survival rate of 10,000 people, just think about it and you'll know how terrifying it is. Just thinking about it was enough to make people despair and have the intention to retreat. Cough, why don't we withdraw now? A man said weakly. Mo Wangxing shook his head. Withdraw? How? If you don't enter the Juetian stream, what will you do? Can you go back to your own clan? No one knew where this place was, and it had been more than 10,000 years since they left their clan. How could they return? Only death awaited them if they left. Therefore, there was no way out at all, and there was no leeway. They could only brace themselves and go in. Only by risking their lives could they have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The Fu Tu Immortal Palace must have calculated this situation long ago. Otherwise, why would they just throw everyone here without anyone to look after them? Alright, everyone, don't think about anything else. Now that things have come to this, we have no other choice but to fight to the death. Chapter 1641. So, what's the situation now? The Immortal Palace's emissary just left us here? Yeah, what do we do now? I don't understand at all. What should we do next? Although I don't know what's going on in the Juetian Valley, I'm sure it's very dangerous. We'll definitely die if we go there. How can we possibly cross it? I'm afraid even heavenly venerables wouldn't dare to be completely confident. We're just fourth-step rulers. Isn't this a joke? I'm really regretting it. What should we do? They didn't even give us a chance to withdraw. What should we do now? I think we shouldn't enter the Juetian Valley. We should leave this place and not participate. Leave? Where should we go? We're not familiar with this place. If we go back, where can we go? Want to go back? That's impossible. If we go back, we'll die. Then what should we do now? Do we really have to risk our lives? Why don't we find a team to join? Yeah, let's go find that Qin Shao. He's strong. It'll be safer if we follow him. Yeah, and Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei are together. We'll feel more at ease if we follow them. We're thinking the same thing. Let's hurry up and hug their thighs. Let's form a team. Fellow Taoists who are willing to join us, come over. If we want to survive, we have to join hands. The hundreds of millions of young geniuses from various clans and tribes were also in an uproar at this moment. Such a situation had indeed caught everyone off guard. However, there was no way out. They could only brace themselves and fight with their lives on the line. After a heated discussion, everyone began to form groups. Originally, there were already many groups in the Immortal Boat, and those who did not form groups also formed groups. There was no other way. In such a dangerous environment, the best way to survive was to form teams. Otherwise, with just one person's strength, they would probably die. Those who were stronger naturally became popular. Based on the current situation, there were 4 people who were most famous in this group: Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei, Prince Min, and Babuzin. Although Babutison had been defeated by Mo Wangbei and Qin Shao, this did not affect his own strength. To be fair, Babutson was indeed powerful. There was no doubt about it. Of course, these 4 people were publicly acknowledged. There were other experts who were not known to the public and had formed teams in secret. However, these 4 people attracted the most attention, so many people rushed to Qin Zhao's group. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, can we join your team? We are willing to do the hard work and even be the vanguard. Just let us join you. That's right, that's right. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, fellow Taoist Mo Wangbei, please let us join. Me too, me too. I want to join too. Please take me in. I can act cute. Do you lack women in your team? Can I join? There were also women who came over to inquire. So, rather than that, we might as well not open this hole. The more people there are, the bigger the target and the more dangerous it will be. This problem is relative. None of us can be the savior of the world. Although I really want to take them in, if we really do, then we won't be helping them. Instead, we will be harming them. The path of immortality is long. It's a difficult path that defies the heavens. Everyone's path had to be walked by themselves. Relying on others' help is not a long-term path. This path can only be walked by themselves. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "Brother Qin Shao, we have the same thought. I think so too." After saying that, Mo Wangbei looked at the others and said, "Brothers, if there's anything else you want to say it now. We will decide what to do in the end." Brother Qin Shao is right. I neglected this problem before. Then let's not open this hole. Yes, yes, yes. This way we really can't open this hole. For this matter, we can only help AI Moo. There's no other way. Right now we can't even take care of ourselves, let alone think about other things. Everyone also expressed their opinions one after another. Those who had just proposed to recruit some people had now changed their minds one after another. They had realized the seriousness of the problem. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "Okay, since everyone agrees that we shouldn't open this hole, then it's decided." After saying that, Mo Wangbei walked over. Seeing Mo Wangbei walk over, those who wanted to join the team immediately surrounded him. Each of them looked at Mo Wangbei with eager eyes, their faces full of expectation. But obviously, Mo Wangbei was going to disappoint them. "Everyone, I'm sorry. There are simply too many of you. Our team can't accommodate all of you. So, we just discussed and decided that we won't take in anyone else." Chapter 1642. Don't, old Mo. Just add me. I'm pretty strong. I promise I won't drag you down. Yeah, old Mo, please join us. I also promise I won't drag you down. Your team only has 30 people. There's no harm in adding a few more. Add me, please. After Mo Wangbei rejected them, many people started begging. However, Mo Wangbei had already made up his mind. His attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. So after begging for a while, those people could only give up. For this kind of thing, no matter how much they tried to force it, it was useless. They could only give up and form their own teams. There were a few girls who were still unwilling to leave. They coaxed and pestered, causing Xiao Dao's heart to soften. However, they were still rejected by Mo Wangbei. Speaking of which, it was somewhat cruel, but Mo Wangbei could only do this. "I'm afraid that my image as a bad guy has already been set. Forget it, let's not care about this. Let's discuss other things." Mo Wangbei shook his head. In fact, he was not willing to do this. He was not a cold-hearted person, but there was really no other way for this matter. The selection was definitely a survival of the fittest. Even if he could help now, he could not help forever. Moreover, strictly speaking, everyone was actually each other's opponent. They were all competitors. Sometimes, compassion could not be overflowing. Otherwise, it would harm others and oneself. A sense of justice could only be used when it was needed. Mo Wangbei said with a serious face, "Brothers, since we've gathered together by fate, now that we're going to adventure together and experience unknown dangers together, the most important words are unity and trust. If we can't even do these two most basic words, then we'll be like a sheet of loose sand. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to walk out of this Juetian ravine alive. Unity of trust, I believe that we have no problems. The problem now is that since we're a team, we need someone to lead it. This way, when danger comes, we can make the fastest and best response to ensure our survival. Does anyone have any opinions?" "Yes, the captain definitely has to be. I've wanted to mention this for a long time. In my opinion, old Mo, you should be the one. You were the one who roped us in. You're capable in all aspects. You think I don't think anyone has any objections?" "Yes, I have no objection to old Mo being the leader. Yes, old Mo will be fine. However, I think Qin Shao is also good. Why don't you two be the team leaders together? That would be perfect." "Haha, that's what I was about to say. It would be even more perfect if the two of them were to be shared." Mo Wangbei laughed. "Haha, it's not good to share both of them. After all, this Juetian ravine is not like other places, and it's filled with countless unknown dangers. Sometimes, danger comes in the blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, if the two people's orders are not consistent, it may bring about a disaster. Therefore, the captain can only be one person, and only one person can give orders at critical moments. Usually, everyone could discuss it together. That's the purpose of a captain. My suggestion is that Brother Qin shall be the captain, and I'll be the vice-captain. All orders will be given by Brother Qin Shao. What does everyone think? Hearing that Mo Wangbei wanted him to lead the team, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He actually didn't want to fight for the position of captain. Moreover, Qin Shao also felt that Mo Wangbei was capable in all aspects. There was no problem for him to be the captain. Moreover, the position of captain didn't mean that he had to monopolize all the power. It was just that at critical moments it would be convenient for everyone to react quickly. Old Mo, there's no need for that. You should be the captain. You're more familiar with it. The brothers all support you, so don't reject it. Qin Shao said. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said with a serious face, Brother Qin Shao, it should be you. Don't reject it. You and I are both sensible people. In all aspects, Brother Qin Shao should be above me. Now is not the time to fight for a position. Our starting point is to let our team obtain a better living environment and have a greater chance of passing through this Juetian ravine. That's why everyone should do their best. You are the most suitable person to be the captain. I'm not trying to be modest, but it's the truth. Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to be modest. Since Mo Wangbei had put it this way, Qin Shao had no choice but to consider it. If they really had to talk about it, then in terms of strength, experience, and ability to deal with danger, Mo Wangbei probably couldn't compare to Qin Shao. No matter how much experience Mo Wangbei had, it was definitely very limited. However, Qin Shao was different. Qin Shao had walked out from the universe and had a large amount of experience. He had faced all kinds of dangers, experienced all kinds of tribulations, and walked on the edge of life and death many times. This was something that Qin Shao was very confident in. Since that was the case, Qin Shao didn't reject it anymore. Fine, then I'll be the captain. We're all brothers, and unity and trust are the most important things. Naturally, no one had any objections to Qin Shao being the captain. Xiao Dao and Ah Man smiled somewhat happily. To them, it was from the bottom of their hearts that they were happy. Everything had been discussed, and the preparations had been completed. Now, it was time to start adventuring and entering this dangerous area. Quite a number of teams had already begun to move. Brother Qin Shao, which direction should we go? Mo Wangbei asked. If we want to cross the entire Juetian ravine, shouldn't we reach the opposite side? In terms of direction, shouldn't we just go straight ahead? Xiao Dao said somewhat uncomprehendingly. Qin Shao shook his head. Of course it's not that simple. The general direction is naturally the opposite side. But if we go straight ahead, although the journey will be the shortest, we'll have to face many dangers. If we go straight ahead, we'll probably pass through the most dangerous area of the Juetian ravine, the most central area. If that's the case, I'm afraid that we'll be in extreme danger. That's why our best method is to go around the edges. Even if the journey will be longer this way, the danger will be greatly reduced. The Juetian ravine is so dangerous. If we don't plan carefully, I'm afraid that we won't have any hope of walking out alive. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao finally felt completely relieved. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. Generally speaking, the most dangerous place was the central area. Going straight through was indeed the most dangerous. That's why it was best to avoid it as much as possible. However, we can't go too far around the edges. If we go too far around the edges, no matter how safe it is, the journey will still be too far. Then, we won't be able to reach the opposite side within 10,000 years. That's why we must grasp this technique well. We can't go too close to the edges, nor can we go too close to the core area. Moreover, this journey is filled with too many dangers. That's why we need to change our route at any time. Right now, we can only set a general direction and walk along this general direction. Then, we can make some minor adjustments. Step by step, we'll do our best to reduce the danger to the lowest. Right now, we're alone and weak. We can only try our best to find a relatively safe path to get out. Otherwise, if we barge in recklessly, we'll definitely die. Qin Shao continued to speak. His analysis was very thorough. Everyone was convinced. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone acknowledged Qin Shao as their captain even more. This required a lot of experience and an extremely smart mind. Only then would they be able to clearly understand many things in an extremely short period of time. Mo Wangbei nodded. Obviously, he also agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao looked around. Finally, he fixed his gaze on a direction and said, "Based on my intuition, it's relatively safer to go this way. For the time being, we can move at any time. Right now, we should still be in a relatively peripheral area. When we really go deeper, the danger will slowly come out. Let's go. We'll go this way first." The captain gave the order. Naturally, no one had any objections. The group of people set off in that direction. Qin Shao took the lead. Mo Wangbei stayed behind. No one dared to be careless. Everyone was on high alert. They walked quickly in the mountain forest. At the same time, they paid attention to the movements around them. As long as there was a wind blowing or a blade of grass, they would not let it go. After walking for a while, Qin Shao and the others found a problem. "Brother Qin Shao, there are many people following behind us," Xiao Dao said. Qin Shao had also found out. As soon as they moved, there were many people following behind them. There were at least 1,000 people in the team. Although these teams had formed more than a dozen teams, they still followed Qin Shao and the others. Although they had distanced themselves, they obviously wanted to borrow the strength of Qin Shao and the others. Wherever Qin Shao and the others went, they would follow. More than 1,000 people, divided into more than a dozen teams, following behind them. They were still a big target. These people are really too much. They can't join us, so they follow us closely. If they keep following us like this, it's not much different from joining us. There are so many people. They are too big of a target. I think it's better to not let them follow us. What can we do if we don't let them? Chase them away? If we chase them away, I don't think they will leave easily. Yeah, we can't chase them away. Are we going to attack them? That's even more impractical. We haven't reached the point where we need to attack them yet. Then what should we do? Let them follow us like this? Won't that bring danger to us? There are so many people. They are such a big target. Once they go deep into the Juetian stream, they will be too big of a target. It will be very easy for them to be targeted by dangerous forces. Brother Qin Shao, what do you think we should do? No one had a good solution. In the end, they threw the decision to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also seriously thought about this problem. He frowned slightly and said, "Forget it. Let them follow us for now. There is no better way. They are a big target. But when danger comes, the sharing of power will also be great. When danger really comes, we should be able to disperse them. At that time, we can leave. Maybe we can completely get rid of them. Now, we can't get rid of them at all. We can only let them follow us. Let's not care about them for now. We just need to take care of ourselves. Although we are still in a relatively peripheral area, we can't be careless. Otherwise, our lives may be in danger at any time." Since Qin Shao had said so, no one said anything else. They continued to move forward, ignoring those who were following them. Chapter 1643. Above a towering tree, a pair of dark eyes were hidden in the leaves of a cat. Even if one was close enough, it would be difficult to notice them. Those eyes were glowing with a strange light and could see extremely far away. This was the all-seeing eye technique. When used to the extreme, one could see extremely far away. The holy region's restrictions and oppression were relatively strong. Those below the heavenly venerable realm could not even fly in the air. Naturally, their eyes could not see very far and the range of their divine consciousness was pitifully small. However, if one cultivated the all-seeing eye technique, they could see extremely far away. Their eyesight was even better than that of a heavenly venerable. The owner of those eyes was not a human. Instead, it was a huge nine-tailed fox. It was more than 3 meters tall and was much bigger than the average fox. Around the nine-tailed fox, there were a few other beasts. Each of them was releasing their ferocious and evil aura. A two-headed snake was coiled around a thick branch. Its body was more than 100 feet long and more than 2 feet thick. It was huge. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. It even made a hissing sound, which was particularly terrifying. Nine-tailed, you've been watching for so long. Is there a situation? The two-headed snake asked impatiently. The nine-tailed fox let out a strange laugh and said, "Hee, there's a situation, and it's a big one. It seems that our luck is pretty good. There are so many humans as soon as we come out. It's enough for us to have a sumptuous meal. Hiss, it's been a while since I've eaten human flesh. I really miss it. This time, I must save up a little more and eat slowly." Big situation? What's the big situation? Nine-tailed, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. The nine-tailed fox said, "There are more than 1,000 humans about to enter our territory. Once they step into our territory, we can start a massacre." Hearing the nine-tailed fox's words, the other beasts were delighted. Their ferocious eyes shone with green light. They were full of greed. They missed the taste of human flesh too much. It was truly delicious. Not only was the meat delicious, but there was also the essence that could be devoured, which could increase their strength. These were all things that they needed. The selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace has given us a great opportunity. Normally, it would be impossible to meet so many humans. This time, it's enough for us to go crazy. Kill, I can't wait any longer. I'll be able to enjoy the delicious taste of human flesh again soon. Nine-tails, you've got to keep a close eye on them. The moment they step into our territory, we'll get ready to strike. We can't let those humans get away. Humans are extremely cunning. Damned Fu Tu Immortal Palace, they actually marked out our territory and didn't let us leave to kill people. This is so annoying. So what if it feels great? How can we fight against the Fuda Immortal Palace? They can only be obedient. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Let's not care about that. This is a path we have to pass through. Those humans will definitely enter our territory. When the time comes, On the other side, Qin Zhao and the others were advancing rapidly through the forest. Qin Zhao's gaze was carefully scanning the area ahead. Although his vitality was greatly damaged, he was still in the heavenly venerate realm. He had indeed been affected in many aspects, but his eyesight was still incomparable to other fourth-step sovereigns. Qin Zhao's eyesight could also see relatively far away. Although it was much worse than when he was in the heavenly venerate realm, it was still about 60 to 70%. Therefore, Qin Zhao could see things within 10,000 miles clearly. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze looked into the distance. In that instant just now, he had sensed something. There's a pair of eyes? They're hidden very deeply. I can feel the light in those eyes. They can see us? Only a heavenly venerate realm expert can see so far away. That's not right. We just entered the Juetian stream not long ago. It's very unlikely that a heavenly venerate realm demon beast would appear, right? If it really was a heavenly venerate realm demon beast, it wouldn't have to hide so deeply. Could have easily wiped us all out. If a heavenly venerate realm demon beast could appear so casually, Then the Fuda Immortal Palace isn't selecting registered disciples at all. They're sending us to our deaths. Qin Shao thought about it carefully and immediately eliminated the possibility of a heavenly venerate realm demon beast. Apart from the possibility of a heavenly venerate realm demon beast, Qin Shao could only think of an immortal technique like the all-seeing eye or a demon beast's bloodline ability. However, regardless of the situation, Qin Shao was certain that a demon beast was hiding there and that there was danger ahead. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately transmitted a message to the others. Brothers, there's a situation ahead. Everyone, listen to my commands and follow me closely. Follow me wherever I go. Don't hesitate. Do you understand? Of course, no one doubted Qin Shao's words. Although they couldn't see what was going on, they believed that Qin Shao wouldn't speak carelessly. Mo Wangbei was also staring ahead, but clearly, he couldn't see what was going on. Therefore, when he heard Qin Shao's words, he was a little surprised. However, he didn't doubt Qin Shao's words. Although he didn't doubt Qin Shao's words, he still had some doubts in his heart. He couldn't sense anything at all. Moreover, the place Qin Shao mentioned was thousands of miles away. How could he sense it from so far away? Could it be so powerful? However, Mo Wangbei didn't think too much about it. Qin Shao was the team leader, so all he had to do was listen to Qin Shao's commands. He believed in Qin Shao's ability. As they got closer and closer, the dozen teams behind them also followed. However, although Qin Shao was getting closer, he was also consciously walking towards the edge. His consciousness was very small, so he wouldn't be noticed. He walked towards the edge bit by bit. Although it seemed like he was just casually walking, it was in fact carefully planned by Qin Shao. The closer he got, the clearer Qin Shao could see, and the more certain he was of his conjecture. However, Qin Shao was slowly walking towards the edge. Finally, when he was close to 100 miles away, he completely circled around the edge. Brothers, follow me closely. Full speed ahead. Qin Shao suddenly transmitted his voice to everyone. Hearing Qin Shao's transmission, no one hesitated. After the transmission, Qin Shao's speed suddenly increased to the limit. He moved forward at full speed, and the others quickly followed. Qin Shao's team didn't hesitate at all. They moved in unison. However, the dozen teams behind them didn't react for a while. This was simply a sudden situation for them. By the time they reacted, Qin Shao and his team had already run far away. Qin Shao and his team are trying to shake us off. Everyone, hurry up and catch up with them. Hurry up. Otherwise, if we are shaken off, we will have to break through by ourselves. Everyone, hurry up and catch them. Don't let them run away. After they reacted, they quickly caught up with them. They didn't care so much and increased their speed to the extreme. There were more than 1,000 people behind them, so they spread out quite a bit. In this way, many people directly chased into the territory over there. In the territory over there, on the towering tree, the nine-tailed fox was very angry. What's going on? Did they discover me? That group of people suddenly ran away? They must have discovered us. That's why they suddenly acted like this. Those humans are really smart. How could they discover us like this? It's really abominable. They suddenly disrupted our formation. Many humans didn't enter our territory. Everyone, don't hesitate. Hurry up and kill them. Otherwise, more humans will leave our territory. That's not good. That's right. Let's kill them first. Kill as many as we can. We can't let those who came in go out again. Let's do it. Soon, sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. The sound also broke the silence here. Hearing the sounds of fighting and screams behind them, Xiao Dao and the others were shocked. There's really something over there. The sounds of fighting and screams are endless. It's so tragic. It seems that the situation is very serious. Yes, it's really scary. It seems that this Juetian Valley is really a place where immortals die. We just came here not long ago.
It hasn't even been a month, right? The danger is already here, and it's so scary. This is only the first danger. If it's already like this, how many more await us? Yes, it's probably an understatement to say that it's a 90% chance of survival. Sigh, our trip is very difficult, but there's no other way. It's been 10,000 years. It's only been a month. There's still an incomparably long time waiting for us. Thinking about it, it's too long. It's too scary. It's too dangerous. I really don't know if we can survive. Don't think so much. Let's take one step at a time. We're following Qin Shao and Old Mo. It's much better than the others. If it weren't for Qin Shao, we would have definitely broken into that place. Then, we'd probably be the ones screaming now. Yes, Qin Shao is too smart. He noticed the situation from so far away and was able to successfully avoid it. I'm impressed. Anyway, I'm full of admiration for Qin Shao now. Choosing Qin Shao as the team leader was the right choice. Haha, Old Mo is also not bad. Yes. Old Mo is also not bad. It's not a problem for either Qin Shao or Old Mo to be the team leader. It's our fortune. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. All right, let's go quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Those people are really unlucky. They helped us stall those demonic beasts so that we can have such an easy time. There's nothing we can do about it. I can't warn them to avoid it. That's the only way. Yes, that's the only way. Qin Shao, you don't have to think too much. Let's go quickly. There are still some people following us. They're lucky. Qin Shao also saw that there were not many people following them. There were only about 100 people. The others had all entered the territory over there. It was difficult to completely shake them off. Since they were following, then let them follow. Qin Shao and the others did not stop. They left quickly. The sound gradually faded away and soon disappeared completely. After they were thousands of miles away, Qin Shao slowed down. Running continuously consumed a lot of divine power. He could not do that. Wandering in the Juetian stream, he must pay attention to this. Once his divine power was consumed too quickly and he could not replenish it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1644. The dangers in the Juetian ravine were indeed very frightening. Along the way, they were filled with danger. Not every day was dangerous, but there was definitely a small danger every 3 days and a big danger every 5 days. Along the way, it was like this. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's perception was very strong, so he was able to avoid these dangers very well. As long as there was danger, Qin Shao was able to detect it in advance and think of ways to avoid it. And this method was tried and tested. Every time, he was able to avoid it perfectly. He did not need to use any strength at all and could safely move forward. As for the 100 over people following Qin Zhao's team, their numbers were slowly dwindling as the dangers came again and again. Even though they had been following Qin Zhao's team closely, sometimes Qin Zhao's team would suddenly leave at full speed. Therefore, before they could react, they would be surrounded by danger. After a year, no one followed Qin Zhao's team anymore. They were the only team left. Their team of 30 people was not bad. In this year, they had followed Qin Shao and had only fought 2 or 3 times. Moreover, it was not too dangerous. Therefore, for a year, everyone was unscathed. It even made them feel that they had passed through it very easily. Thinking about it, they felt that it was a little unbelievable. This was the Juetian ravine, the Juetian ravine. It was a place that even celestial venerables did not dare to enter easily. However, they had walked in the Juetian ravine for a year and were actually unscathed. One had to admit that it was a very miraculous thing. And this miraculous thing was completely created by Qin Shao. Qin Shao used his eyesight, his intuition, his alertness to danger, and his rich experience to make judgments. It was always effective.
Therefore, everyone worshipped Qin Shao more and more. It made Qin Zhao's image in their hearts even greater. He was simply a godly person. Indeed, it made people feel that he was a celestial being. Old Mo, did you notice a problem? Qin Shao suddenly asked. As old Mo walked, he replied, Qin Shao, I know what you want to say. I have noticed this problem long ago. I have always wanted to tell you about it. I didn't expect you to say it first. Our journey here has indeed been a little strange. Therefore, I have a bold guess in my heart. Qin Shao, do you think it is possible? It's like this. I feel that the demonic beasts and some dangerous places in the Juetian ravine must have been carefully arranged by the Fumo Immortal Palace. Those demonic beasts must have divided their territories. Once humans enter their territories, they can attack them. As for those who haven't entered their territory, they can't make a move. That's a safe zone. Those demonic beasts are all trapped in their own territories and are not allowed to leave. That's why our journey has been so peaceful, and we haven't encountered much resistance at all. Haha, old Mo, it seems that we have the same idea again. Qin Shao laughed heartily. He indeed had the same idea, so he wanted to talk to Mo Wangbei. Unexpectedly, Mo Wangbei was also thinking the same thing. The two of them were thinking of the same thing, not one bit different. If not, they would not have been able to completely avoid the demonic beast. Even if they had bypassed those dangerous places, those demonic beasts should not have been so easy to talk to. Even if they could bypass those dangerous places, they should not be able to bypass those demonic beasts. But the strange thing was that along the way, Qin Shao and the others did not even encounter a single demonic beast that ambushed them. But along the way, Qin Shao had clearly sensed and seen many demonic beasts. Therefore, it was impossible that there were no demonic beasts. This situation was obviously somewhat thought-provoking. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao came up with this bold guess. Mo Wangbei also had the same bold guess. The two of them had the same idea, so it increased the possibility of this guess. Only in this way could it be completely explained. So, Qin Shao, you are the one who is able to completely avoid those dangerous places and the demonic beasts' territories. That's why we've been able to survive until now. So now I'm having a whimsical thought. If we can keep avoiding the demonic beasts' territories, then wouldn't it be like this all the way? Wouldn't there be any danger? But obviously this kind of thinking is relatively naive. I do not believe in this kind of thinking. Fu Tu Immortal Palace must have already calculated it. They will not let this kind of situation happen. It's just that if we do this, the test we will have to face will be much lighter. It can be regarded as a bit of cheating. Qin Shao also nodded and said, Yes, it is naturally impossible to avoid the demonic beasts all the time. Also, I have encountered some problems in the past year. The further we go, the more dangerous the demonic beasts' territories become. The demonic beasts' territories also become more frequent and larger. If we want to avoid them, we have to spend more time thinking about it. Therefore, I feel that if this trend continues, it will become more and more difficult to avoid the demonic beasts until there is no way to avoid them and we have to face them. And the further we go, the worse my ability to judge will be. It will be very difficult to judge in the end. Since Fu Tu Immortal Palace came up with this kind of rules, they must have considered all aspects. There is no way they will allow people to cheat. However, although cheating is not very likely, there are some shortcuts in the rules that can lessen the test. Perhaps this itself is a kind of test for the candidates. If it is purely for people to enter Juetian stream, I dare say that we will definitely be wiped out. Even heavenly venerables have a 90% chance of dying. How can us fourth-step sovereigns do it? Therefore, Fu Tu Immortal Palace should be testing many aspects in this round. It should be a comprehensive test. This round's test isn't to highlight one's ability, but to consider many factors from various aspects. In any case, it is only the first round of elimination. It doesn't matter if more people stay. Yes, yes. Mo Wangbei nodded in agreement with Qin Zhao's words. He added, however, Qin Zhao, I feel that there is another factor. Although this test won't highlight one's strength, there will still be some people who will stand out like heroes. Just like a team leader like you, if you can lead a team to pass this stage, it will highlight your abilities in all aspects, and it will be very dazzling. Therefore, I do not understand why Fu Tu Immortal Palace came up with this round. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, forget it, let's not think about this for now. At the very least, we have some idea of how to proceed. That is enough. Let's continue with our original plan and try to avoid as many dangers as possible. Let's try to pass by coincidence and reach the other side with the least cost. Danger will definitely come sooner or later. It just depends on how much we can avoid. The more we can avoid, the greater our chances of success. Perhaps this is the biggest test we have to face. The group continued forward. They hadn't ventured too deep yet, so the situation was still relatively good. There wouldn't be any great danger. Qin Zhao was able to avoid it very well, so it was relatively easy for them to travel. Although it was said that the further they went, the harder it would be, Qin Zhao had long since realized this problem, so he was adjusting himself. When encountering a situation, he wasn't in a hurry. He analyzed it slowly and carefully, and finally found the best way out. With Qin Zhao around, it was enough to make things easier. Qin Zhao's unique advantage was something that few people could match. It could be said that he was cheating. However, strictly speaking, experience and vigilance were not cheating. After all, Qin Zhao really didn't use other forces. Qin Zhao, old Mo, look! An extremely excited voice suddenly sounded. It was a man behind Qin Zhao who spoke. His eyes were sharp. He looked in one direction and a ray of light burst out from them. Hearing this voice, everyone looked over one after another. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a strange flower growing in a deep valley in the distance through a crack in a rock. This flower was like a living fairy dancing there, blooming with spirituality. At first glance, people could tell that this flower was not simple. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. What flower is that? It looks very strange and precious. Yeah, I haven't seen it before. But even from so far away, I can still feel the strangeness of this flower. Doesn't anyone know this flower? Qin Zhao, old Mo, what about you? Qin Zhao definitely didn't know. He came from the universe, so his knowledge of the things in the immortal domain was very limited. He had never heard of such an item. After Mo Wangbei carefully sized it up, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of surprise. It's the 3 lives flower, it's actually the 3 lives flower. Haha, this time we really hit the jackpot. I didn't expect to find a 3 lives flower here. We're rich, we're really rich. Mo Wangbei became excited, his face filled with ecstasy. Seeing Mo Wangbei like this, everyone knew that the 3 lives flower was very precious. Therefore, everyone became even more curious. Someone impatiently asked, Old Mo, what is the 3 lives flower? Quickly tell us, how precious is it? Can a single flower make us rich? Qin Zhao also looked at Mo Wangbei curiously, waiting for his explanation. After Mo Wangbei calmed himself down, he said, The 3 lives flower blooms once in a lifetime, a total of 3 lives. After 3 blooms, it will completely die. 1 year, 1 wilt. The 3 lives flower blooms once in a lifetime, 3 wilts completely. Once the 3 lives flower blooms, it will only last for a very short time. It might wither in a few days. If it's long, it might even last for a few years. That's why it's not an easy task to encounter a blooming 3 lives flower. And the greatest value of the 3 Lives flower is that it's the main ingredient for refining the soul resurrection pill. It's priceless. It's said that one 3 Lives flower can be sold for 1,000 chaos source stones. Haha, that's why we're rich this time. Our luck is good to come across a 3 Lives flower. This is equivalent to earning over 1,000 chaos source stones. Chapter 1645. Each person would get 30 to 40 chaos source rock. Just the thought of it was enough to make them excited. Even one chaos source rock was precious enough, let alone 30 to 40 chaos source rock. Although the various clans and families had given him some chaos source rocks for this trip, it could be said that the clans and families had taken out all of their savings. Weaker clans and clans might not even have 1,000 chaos source stones in total. One 3 Lives flower was enough to make everyone feel like they were looking at a mountain of gold. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? Haha, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over before someone else gets to it first. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone was a little impatient. Naturally, they wanted to get it as soon as possible. Qin Shao said, "Everyone, don't be impatient. We're the only ones around here. There's no need to rush." In such a dangerous place, opportunities are often born with danger. Therefore, it's highly likely that there's danger around the 3 Lives flower. If we rush over recklessly, it's highly likely that we'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, we still have to be careful. Let's get closer slowly. I'll check out the situation first. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts. The group of people carefully approached that place. It was a relatively remote valley. The surrounding terrain was very complicated. Groups of peaks completely surrounded this place. Strange and rugged rocks formed stone peaks of different sizes. Each of them was like an ancient warrior standing guard there. Everyone carefully sized up the secluded valley. The most eye-catching place was the 3 Lives flower that was blooming with immortal qi. It was like a budding fairy. It had immortal qi, spirituality, and a holy glow. One look and one could tell that it was a precious treasure. It was a priceless immortal treasure. From afar, it could already stir people's hearts. It attracted everyone and made them want to pounce over and snatch the 3 Lives flower. The closer they got, the more excited they were. After all, no one had seen such an immortal treasure before. This feeling was like a beggar suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. It was difficult to express that kind of excitement. Qin Shao, there shouldn't be any danger over there, right? Let's speed up. An urgent voice sounded. Qin Shao looked at the man helplessly and said, "Beard, why are you in such a hurry? The meat is already in your mouth. Are you afraid that it will fly away? Calm down. This is the Juetian stream, not an ordinary place. If you could see any danger with just a glance, then it wouldn't be the Juetian ravine. Based on my experience, it won't be easy for us to obtain the 3 Lives flower. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause us to fall into an irrecoverable situation. So, don't be in a hurry. Move forward slowly in case of any sudden danger. Everyone, don't be careless. You must be 120% alert." Mo Wangbei's expression was also somewhat serious as he said, "That's right. Everyone, don't be careless. This is not a game." I also agree with Qin Shao. It's better not to fantasize about a pie falling from the sky. This place looks peaceful, but it's extremely likely that there are hidden dangers. Beard laughed embarrassedly and said, "Aren't I just too excited? All right. I'll listen to you." Qin Shao indicated for everyone to continue forward. Soon, they were within 5 kilometers of the 3 Lives flower. This distance was already extremely close. If a 4th step ruler were to move at full speed, they would be able to reach the 3 Lives flower in an extremely short amount of time.
HM? Qin Shao waved his hand, suddenly indicating for everyone to stop. Seeing Qin Zhao's actions, everyone's expression immediately changed. They all knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have acted like this. Every time this happened, it meant that something was about to happen. Mo Wangbei's expression also immediately sank. His gaze swept the surroundings, sensing danger. He faintly sensed a dangerous aura hidden in the darkness, but he had no way to confirm it. He couldn't find the source of the danger. "Brother Qin Shao, what's the situation?" Mo Wangbei asked. Qin Shao looked around seriously, then pointed in 3 directions and said, "I can sense powerful auras hidden in those 3 directions. Moreover, look at those 3 directions. They're all facing each other, and the distance from the 3 lives flower is the same. However, all 3 sides are maintaining their calm and hiding there. There's no movement at all. It's a bit strange." Mo Wangbei frowned and said, "Qin Shao, could it be that there's a demonic beast secretly guarding the 3 lives flower? But that can't be right? It's possible for an immortal treasure to have a protective power. However, if there are 3 demonic beasts, then that shouldn't be right. According to what I know, the 3 lives flower is also an extremely precious treasure to demonic beasts. Demonic beasts have an innate advantage over us. They can directly swallow the 3 lives flower and then slowly digest it. We can't do that. If we forcefully swallow the 3 lives flower, we might explode and die. If a 4th-step ruler demonic beast could swallow a 3 lives flower, then it would definitely be able to step into the universe grade immediately. It might even be able to raise its cultivation base to a very high level. Therefore, if demonic beasts saw the 3 lives flower, they would go crazy fighting for it. Why would they just quietly hide there? This doesn't make sense." Qin Shao said, "It does make sense, so I have another idea. What if these 3 demonic beasts hiding in the dark are opposing each other?" "Opposing each other?" Mo Wangbei was slightly moved. After pondering for a while, he nodded his head heavily. "Yes, Brother Qin Shao, you're right. It's possible that they're opposing each other. After all, there's only one 3 lives flower. Everyone would definitely want to get their hands on it. If there are only 2 people, then they'll just fight it out. The winner takes all. However, if there are 3 parties, then no one would dare to make a move rashly, lest the 3rd party takes advantage of them. Therefore, the situation is in a deadlock, forming a sort of balance. Everyone wants to break this balance, but no one would dare to make a move rashly. Therefore, they're all hiding in the dark." Yes, Qin Shao was thinking the same thing. This possibility was the highest. After all, Qin Shao couldn't help but sense that there were forces hiding in the dark. Based on the aura of these forces, he could sense an extremely dense killing intent. Obviously, the 3 demonic beasts that were hiding in the dark were all filled with murderous aura. This meant that the forces hiding in the dark were all accumulating power and waiting to attack each other. Furthermore, Qin Shao could also sense that the forces hiding in the dark were extremely powerful and wouldn't be easy to deal with. 1 demonic beasts wouldn't be a big deal, but there were actually 3 of them. This was troublesome. "Qin Shao, what should we do now?" Mo Wangbei asked. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, "Old Mo, do you have a good plan?" Mo Wangbei thought for a while and said, "The 3 forces hiding in the dark have already maintained a balance. If we rashly enter now, then we'll probably become the target of the 3 forces. At that time, we'll become the target of public criticism. If the 3 forces crazily attack us, then it'll be a big problem. Moreover, I can sense that the 3 forces hiding in the dark should be relatively powerful. Therefore, if we really have to fight with them, we might have to pay a price." Mo Wangbei and Qin Shao didn't have to worry about anything. They were confident in their own strength. At the very least, they should have no problem protecting themselves. However, it was hard to say about the others.
For Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei, when they thought about problems, they had to consider the whole team and not just themselves. First of all, they had to ensure that the team would benefit the most. They also had to ensure that no one in the team would have any accident. Since they were going to make a move, then they had to consider everything clearly. Therefore, I think we can wait a little longer, old Mo said again. Wait. Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei. Everyone else also looked at Mo Wangbei. Everyone was a little impatient. They couldn't wait. The 3 lives flower was right in front of them, but they didn't take it. How could they not be itchy? Mo Wangbei continued, yes, let's wait a little longer. If they're hiding, then we're hiding too. If they're not moving, then we're not moving either. The 3 lives flower's flowering period is very limited. At most, it'll only bloom for a few years. Therefore, we can't keep waiting. The 3 forces hiding in the dark should have been watching for a while. They're still able to maintain this balance without making a move. They're probably testing each other's patience. However, no matter how patient they are, once the flowering period is near, they'll definitely make a move regardless of the consequences. Therefore, why don't we wait for them to make a move first, then we'll sit back and reap the benefits. Mo Wangbei's strategy sounded pretty good, and many people nodded in agreement. If he could use the safest method to obtain the 3 lives flower, why wouldn't he do it? However, Qin Shao shook his head and said, no, it's not appropriate. Not appropriate? Mo Wangbei was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Shao. Everyone else also looked at Qin Shao. Why was it not appropriate? Didn't it sound pretty good? Qin Shao spoke his thoughts. It's like this. Listen to me carefully. First of all, if we can sense their presence, I think they should be able to sense us too. In terms of detection, monsters have a slight advantage over us. Therefore, if we have such thoughts, then they'll definitely have a countermeasure. In this way, we'll most likely fall into a passive position. Secondly, if we really wait until the 3 lives flower's flowering period to make a move, then it's very likely that we'll miss it. At that time, if everyone fights to the death, then it's very likely that no one will be able to obtain it. Monsters have their own thoughts. They'd rather no one obtain it than let others obtain it. Therefore, if we really fight to that extent, then I'm afraid no one will be able to gain anything. Exactly. We can't do that. We can't gamble like that. If we want to fight, then we have to fight with the determination to obtain the 3 lives flower. Therefore, I'm more willing to make a move now. We can't delay any longer. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone started to weigh the pros and cons. Mo Wangbei also had a thoughtful expression. After a while, he said, Qin Shao, if that's the case, then we'll be taking a huge risk. Chapter 1646. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, old Mo, I'm also thinking about this. That's why I haven't thought of the best way to deal with it. I'm still trying to think of a better way, but after thinking about it for a long time, I'm afraid that the only paths we can take are mine, Lu, and yours. Now, let's see which path is better. Now that the 2 paths have been laid out, let's express your opinions. Let's discuss together and reach a consensus. 2 paths, one was Qin Zhao's dangerous path, the other was Mo Wangbei's safe path. The dangerous path would increase the chances of getting the 3 lives flower. If it was a stable path, then the chances would be smaller. There were pros and cons. It all depended on how one weighed the pros and cons. Therefore, everyone took this question seriously. They had to pay attention to it. After all, it was a very important matter. If one were to advance and one were to retreat, then it was possible that one's life would be at stake. Who would dare to be careless in such a matter? The bearded man was the first to speak. I think I agree with Qin Zhao's path. This is a 3 lives flower, an immortal treasure. It's right in front of us. If we don't fight for it, won't we be laughed at by others? Wealth comes from danger. I feel that I'm a little hot-blooded now, so I want to fight for it. Before this, we've always been sheltered in the clan. Now that we've come out, we have to face a lot of dangers. Since we've come to participate in the selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace, we've come with the determination to succeed or die for a righteous cause. If we fail, I believe the chances of us surviving are very small. Therefore, we should take advantage of the fact that it's not too dangerous now. We should take more risks to train ourselves and grow. With our current strength, I believe that apart from Qin Shao and Old Mo, the rest of us have no hope of passing the selection. If we can't pass, even with Qin Shao and Old Mo's help, we'll still have a slim chance of survival. The biggest possibility is that what awaits us is a dead end. Therefore, I think we have to fight for it this time. Every time there is an opportunity, we must fight for it. We have to fight for it again and again, train ourselves again and transform ourselves from life and death. Only in this way can we hope to pass the selection. Qin Shao and Old Mo couldn't help glancing at the bearded man. The bearded man's long-winded speech was very reasonable. The others also looked at him with a new level of respect. Seeing everyone's expression, the bearded man touched his head and looked at everyone. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Yi Wu Gui, who was beside the bearded man, hammered the bearded man's chest and praised. Not bad, bearded man. You're usually so carefree, but nothing good comes out of your mouth. Today your words are like gold. What do you mean? The bearded man was confused. Well said, it makes a lot of sense. I seriously agree with what you said. Yi Wugui said. The bearded man laughed. It was indeed difficult for him to come up with such a great principle. Today, he had a flash of inspiration. Yes, the bearded man is right. If we don't dare to fight for it now and only ask for Qin Shao and Old Mo's protection, then we definitely won't pass the selection. The possibility of death is very high. Now there's this opportunity for us to fight for it and train ourselves. I think it's a good thing. Perhaps this is the good intention of the Fu Su Immortal Palace. So, no matter how dangerous it is, we have to fight. Immediately, someone agreed with the bearded man. The bearded man's words really resonated with everyone, and it really made everyone realize the depth of the problem. One thing really couldn't be seen from the surface. It must be analyzed from the depth and carefully analyzed. If it was just from the surface, then this time it was indeed more dangerous, and there might really be bloodshed. However, on a deeper level, if he were to shrink back now, he would probably shrink back in fear later on. If they kept shrinking back like this, then the possibility of dying in the test was very high. The bearded man's words could be regarded as a wake-up call, and it made everyone think of this deep problem. It really was as the bearded man said, this kind of situation really did exist. Thinking about it carefully, they were completely relieved. Perhaps they really hadn't realized this problem before, but now they were completely aware of it. With this kind of deep understanding, everyone unanimously agreed with the bearded man's words and Qin Zhao's path. Needless to say, Xiao Dao and Ah Man naturally unswervingly followed Qin Zhao's footstep. No matter what choice Qin Shao made, they would definitely follow closely. Everyone expressed their views, and Mo Wangbei also said, yes, the bearded man has been enlightened this time. He's right, it really is like that. Perhaps this is the hidden test that the Fu Su Immortal Palace gave us. If we don't realize this level, then it's very likely that we're thinking about how to avoid the danger, how to escape. But in fact, escaping won't solve the problem. The more we escape, the more we will rely on it, and the less we will fight. If you want to pass the selection of the Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciples, then you must have hot-bloodedness, potential, strength, and comprehensive strength. You have to be outstanding in every aspect. You have to stand out from the countless competitors. You have to be 1 in 100 million and carve out a bloody path. And if you want to kill your way out, then you must be willing to sacrifice yourself. You must dare to fight, to bleed, and not be afraid of sacrifice. If you don't even have this little bit of courage, then you naturally won't be able to pass the test. The first elimination test seems simple, but there are actually many mysteries hidden within. If you don't think about it carefully, you really won't be able to think of this level. Even I didn't think of this level. It was the bearded man's words that woke me up. The bearded man, this time I really have to give you a merit. What you said is very true. Hee. Receiving Mo Wangbei's praise, the bearded man laughed somewhat embarrassedly. This was the first time he was praised by Mo Wangbei, and also the first time he was recognized by everyone. Naturally, he was very happy. Mo Wangbei then looked at Qin Shao with a face full of admiration, and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I really admire you. In terms of sharpness, I am indeed far behind you. You could see through the problem with one glance, but I never thought of it. If it wasn't for the bearded man, I really wouldn't have thought of it, and neither would everyone else. But you must have thought of it long ago, so you said you couldn't wait." The bearded man's words were just a flash of inspiration. I know the bearded man, he's good everywhere, but his brain isn't very good. The bearded man immediately looked at Mo Wangbei with a wry smile. "Old Mo, you're exposing my shortcomings, can't you give me some face? You were just praising me, why did you take it back in the blink of an eye? You can't bully me like this, can't you let me show off a little longer? Do you have to say it out loud? So what if it was a flash of inspiration, a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, that's also a skill. I also thought of it with my own skill, why do you say that my brain isn't very good, I don't accept it." "Haha, bearded old Mo is right, today you really met a blind cat meeting a dead mouse." Laugh, what I wanted to say, old Mo said it out loud, haha, let me laugh a little longer. I also want to laugh a little longer. You! The bearded man was so anxious that his face turned red and he almost cried. This was too much of a bully. However, everyone was just joking, so naturally they didn't take it seriously. The bearded man had always been the target of everyone's jokes. However, the bearded man's personality was actually very carefree, so he wouldn't really get angry, at most he would be a little anxious. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Okay, you guys don't make fun of the bearded man, this time he really hit the nail on the head. I did think of it, but I didn't say it out loud, so the bearded man said it out loud." Hearing Qin Shao speaking for him, the bearded man suddenly became happy again. He blew his beard and stared at everyone, saying, that's right, you guys only know how to bully an honest man like me. Look at Qin Shao, he's so good at talking. Look at you guys, the gap is really big. No wonder he's the captain." However, before the bearded man was happy, Qin Shao added another sentence, fiercely stabbing the bearded man. Although the bearded man is usually not very smart, this time he's still blessed. Well, there's always a time when people are smart. Plop! The bearded man directly fell down, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Qin Shao like a resentful woman. "Ha, I'm just kidding, let's get down to business." Qin Shao patted his beard. Such behavior made everyone a little stunned. In their impression, Qin Shao was the last person who would joke. He had always been more serious. Although he was easygoing, easy to get along with, and was very kind to everyone, he had never joked before. This was the first time. In this way, the distance between him and the others was also a lot closer. At this time, everyone realized that Qin Shao also knew how to joke. What did it mean to joke? It meant that the relationship between them was very close, so he could joke unscrupulously, which was a sign of closeness. At this time, Qin Shao could joke with the bearded man, which meant that the relationship between them was very close. Otherwise, it would not be like this. After joking, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at the crowd with a flicker in his eyes and said, "Everyone, since we've reached a consensus, let's discuss how to take action again. I believe that I don't need to say anything more about the situation. If we take this road, we'll definitely bear a lot of risk. There may even be casualties among us. Our blood will be spilled here, and our lives will be left here. This is very likely. Although I don't want this to happen, I have to admit that this possibility can't be ruled out, and it's not small. I don't even know how dangerous it is. I just came here with the mentality that I have to give it a try. So, since everyone has chosen this road, you must be prepared to fight to the death. First of all, this belief is a must. Only when this belief is firm can we fight without fear. Only in this way will our chances of success be higher. Moreover, for us, success is not only about getting the 3 lives flower, but also about the tempering of life and death in such a dangerous situation. It will improve ourselves in all aspects. Chapter 1647. Everyone had unanimously decided on the path to take. A series of plans had also been discussed and decided. The 30 people were divided into 2 groups. Each group consisted of 15 people, led by Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei. They approached the 3 lives flower from 2 directions. Just like the 2 wings of a bird, they could take care of each other. If one group was attacked and needed to slow down, the other group could quickly respond. If there was a great danger, the 2 groups could quickly distance themselves from each other and disperse the enemy's strength. In this way, the 2 groups were like 2 sharp blades. This strategy was also decided by Qin Xiao. In terms of combat experience, there was no doubt that Qin Xiao was very rich. Qin Xiao had participated in too many big and small battles. Qin Xiao led a group of people and quickly approached the 3 lives flower. Since they had decided to take action, they naturally did not hesitate. No matter if they approached quickly or slowly, they definitely could not escape the detection of the 3 hidden forces in the dark. Therefore, as long as they took action, they would definitely be targeted. There was no doubt about this. The fact proved that this was the case. As soon as Qin Xiao took action, he immediately felt a pair of terrifying eyes staring at him in the dark. A gloomy and cold aura also surged over like a tide. However, this aura was relatively restrained, so only Qin Xiao could sense it. The others did not sense it. For the others, there was no danger in front of them at all. Anyway, they could not sense it. The 3 hidden forces in the dark were hidden very deeply. Ordinary people could not sense it at all. Hiding one's aura was also a demonic beast's instinct. If Qin Xiao did not have so much experience and a very strong sense of perception, it would definitely be very difficult for him to detect it. As they got closer and closer, Qin Xiao also clearly sensed that the hidden forces in the dark were preparing to take action. Brothers, pay attention. Get ready to fight. Qin Xiao transmitted a message to everyone. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone's nerves were stimulated and they all became vigilant. They knew that Qin Xiao wouldn't joke around. If she said that there was a battle, there must be danger approaching. Yes, underground. Qin Xiao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. She felt a movement coming from underground. The aura was also coming from underground. Moreover, it was moving rapidly underground. Qin Xiao immediately realized that something was hidden underground. What the hell was this thing that could move so quickly underground? He knew the Earth Shield technique? Everyone back off! Qin Xiao suddenly shouted and ordered everyone to step back. At the same time, he flipped the sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. When everyone heard Qin Xiao's words, they didn't hesitate and immediately stepped back, distancing themselves from Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's sword fiercely pierced into the ground. The powerful sword key vibrated and transformed into a sharp light that pierced into the ground.
Immortal energy surged, and the sword shone brightly. As the sword fell, the ground quickly cracked open, and cracks appeared on the ground. The sharp light of the sword key flickered in the fissures. These fissures were clearly formed by the sharp light of the sword key. From this, it could be seen how powerful this sword was. Although Qin Shao didn't use the startling sword's immortal technique, it still couldn't erase the power of this sword. In terms of cultivation, Qin Shao was a fourth-step ruler. However, he had already reached the peak of the fourth-step ruler realm and was only a small step away from the universe grade. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's understanding of the immortal Tao was different from ordinary people in many aspects. The more he understood, the more powerful he would be able to unleash. He could mobilize the might of the heavens for his own use and integrate it into his sword, making it even more powerful and sharp. It looked like an ordinary sword, but it contained a lot of things, including a lot of the power of the immortal Tao. The so-called immortal technique was actually a kind of use of the immortal Tao's immortal might. In a deeper sense, it was the use of immortal Tao nomological laws. Qin Shao had started creating cultivation techniques when he was very weak. Therefore, he had a lot of his own understanding. Qin Shao could use it in actual combat to strengthen his own technique. Bang! When Qin Zhao's sword landed, a loud explosion was heard and a figure scuttled out of the ground. It was a demonic beast about 10 meters long that looked like a mouse. Its 4 legs weren't long, but its body was very thick and strong. However, its head was also very long and it had a thick and powerful tail. There was also a horn on its head that looked like a barb. Its entire body was covered in yellowish-brown scales. Each of these scales was bigger than the opening of a bowl. They were shiny and reflected a chilling light. This demonic beast wasn't huge, and it didn't look very sinister or scary. At first glance, it even looked a little cute. However, no one dared to think so. That would be courting death. The demonic beast in front of them exuded a strong murderous aura. Qin Zhao's sword strike just now clearly did not cause any harm to him. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the demonic beast. He obviously didn't know where it came from. However, someone soon recognized it. It's the ground shell beast. It's born with the ability to shield the ground. It comes and goes like a ghost and is very difficult to catch. The ground shell beast's strongest point is its defense. It's said that it's very difficult to hurt it. It can shield the ground and its body's defense is very strong. Even if its attack power is weak, it's still very difficult to deal with it. Ground shell beast. Qin Shao finally knew where this demonic beast came from. However, Qin Shao hadn't heard of the ground shell beast before. After hearing this explanation, he roughly understood the abilities of the ground shell beast. Qin Shao had already experienced its strong defense. Qin Shao had also experienced its innate ability to shield the ground. With these two methods, it would not be easy to deal with him. It seems that we can't use force. We can only use our wits. Our goal isn't to kill this ground shell beast. We just need to defeat it and drive it away. In other words, we don't even need to drive it away. We just need to suppress it. The ground shell beast has strong defense and strong escape ability. However, this world is fair. Since God has given the ground shell beast 2 extraordinary talents, he definitely won't give it too much. So, if I'm not wrong, its attack must be its weakness. If it's strong, I won't fight it head-on. If it's weak, I'll focus on it and hit it. Qin Shao thought for a while and immediately came up with a countermeasure. After coming up with a countermeasure, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately said to everyone, "The ground shell beast can shield the ground. Everyone, be careful. Follow my previous plan. Attack is its weakness. So, once it attacks, we'll dodge. Once it dodges, we'll attack. We won't fight it head-on. We'll use our strengths to suppress it. Brothers, let's do it together." At Qin Zhao's command, everyone didn't hesitate. They were already prepared for battle and quickly attacked.
Qin Shao was naturally the first to attack. He slashed out with his sword, which bloomed with a strange sharpness. It was breathtaking. The Jinghong swordsmanship's sword could be breathtaking. Although Qin Shao hadn't cultivated the Jinghong swordsmanship to a very deep level, he could still display some breathtaking power. Everyone unleashed their attacks at the same time. It was like a monstrous wave surging towards the ground shell beast. The ground shell beast didn't dodge. Instead, it used its body to resist everyone's attack. At the same time, it let out a low roar and attacked one of them. Its target was obviously not Qin Shao. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's attacks landed together. It was like 5 thunderbolts striking the ground shell beast. It was like lightning striking the ground shell beast's body, causing a series of sparks. The ground shell beast's speed was fast. It even dodged many attacks. He received all the other attacks, but they didn't hurt him at all. He didn't care about those attacks at all. He just kept going after his target. The person targeted by the ground shell beast wasn't anyone else. It was Yi Wuguei. His strength was average. At this moment, when he saw that the ground shell beast wasn't affected at all and pounced towards him with a gust of cold, Yi Wuguei's heart sank. He felt like the Grim Reaper was walking towards him. He smelled something terrifying. The danger was coming. This was the aura of death. This time, Yi Wuguei was really frightened. Under the impact of this terrifying aura, Yi Wuguei's face instantly turned cold and pale. Be careful, Yi Wuguei! Yi Wuguei dodged quickly. The others also realized the danger and instantly shouted. How could Yi Wuguei not know the danger? How could he not want to dodge? But at this moment, his body didn't seem to be listening to him. How could it be so easy to dodge? Moreover, the ground shell beast's speed was too fast. It made Yi Wuguei feel like he had no way of dodging at all. He felt like he was being targeted. Therefore, Yi Wuguei could only retreat quickly. However, the ground shell beast chased after him at an even faster speed. Under such circumstances, Yi Wuguei had no way of escaping. Humph, beast, get lost. At this critical moment, an immortal rope suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew over like a bolt of lightning. It actually tied up the ground shell beast in an instant. The other end of the immortal rope was held in Qin Zhao's hand. Then, with a strong pull, she pulled the ground shell beast back. In this way, the possibility of the ground shell beast killing Yi Wuguei was cut off. Only then did Yi Wuguei catch his breath. He quickly retreated to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and wipe off his cold sweat. Phew, that was really too dangerous. I was scared to death. I almost died in the mouth of this ground shell beast. After the incident, Yi Wuguei still had some lingering fear. If not for Qin Zhao's timely intervention at the last moment, he might really have died in the hands of the ground shell beast. Even if he didn't die, he might be seriously injured. Fortunately, Qin Zhao acted forcefully and stopped the ground shell beast in one move. What a coincidence! Qin Zhao's move was the immortal rope technique. This was also the first time Qin Zhao used the immortal rope technique in a battle. The effect was not bad. Roar! The ground shell beast let out an angry roar. It glared fiercely at Qin Zhao and hissed, "Lowly and weak human, do you think you can bind me with your immortal rope technique? Humph, your immortal rope technique is far from perfect. It's not mature enough. Don't think you can bind me with this little power." Chapter 1648. Once the ground shell beast entered the ground, its power became limitless. Thus, as soon as it burrowed into the ground, Qin Zhao felt a powerful force tugging at him, trying to drag him away. Qin Zhao was actually very strong, but in this trial, he could only use the power of the immortal Tao. He couldn't use the power of his true meaning of strength. If he could, Qin Shao would naturally be able to hold on to the immortal rope. Qin Zhao's body was dragged along the ground by the ground shell beast. However, Qin Shao did not let go. Instead, he held on tightly to prevent the ground shell beast from breaking free of the immortal rope. As long as it was tightly bound, the ground shell beast's power would be greatly reduced. Everything would be in Qin Zhao's hands. Only by controlling the ground shell beast would he have the upper hand. With the upper hand, he'd already won half the battle. Over there! Attack! Qin Shao shouted to the crowd. He pointed in a direction, then unleashed his full power, pushing the immortal rope technique to its limit. Qin Zhao's full power temporarily restrained the ground shell beast, but this clearly couldn't be maintained for long. It would soon lose its effect. The others didn't hesitate in the slightest. At Qin Zhao's command, they all swiftly attacked, smashing down with all their might at the place Qin Shao had pointed. Instantly, the light of blades and swords flashed. Immortal qi danced in the air, and immortal aura surged. Streaks of sharp light surged into the ground, creating deep pits. Because the ground shell beast was bound by Qin Zhao's immortal rope, it was now a live target for the crowd to attack. The ground shell beast's defense was terrifying, but the combined attacks of more than 10 fourth-step sovereigns still managed to make the ground shell beast roar in pain. In its extreme frenzy, the ground shell beast unleashed even more power, and it fled again. However, no matter how he tried to escape, Qin Zhao's immortal rope continued to bind him tightly, doing his best to prevent him from breaking free. Qin Shao was trying his best to stall the ground shell beast. No matter where it fled, it would not be able to escape everyone's eyes. Hence, they were able to accurately hit the ground shell beast time and time again, treating the ground shell beast like a live target. No matter how strong the ground shell beast's defense was, it would not be able to withstand the repeated attacks of the ground shell beast without any ability to retaliate. After a dozen rounds, the ground shell beast was already shrieking in pain. Its tough scales were beginning to crack. I've long heard that the ground shell beast's defense is invincible among its peers. Today I've finally witnessed it for myself. After being suppressed by us for more than a dozen rounds, he only suffered some minor injuries. I feel like we won't be able to kill this ground shell beast even if we combine our powers. Although he is not particularly strong, his defense is indeed terrifying. Yi Wu Gui shook his head and said, he was the first to be attacked by the ground shell beast. If it wasn't for Qin Shao saving him in time, he would probably be lying on the ground now. Hence, he wasn't going to be courteous to the ground shell beast. He had been scared out of his wits just now, so he had to get it back no matter what. Yeah, its defense is indeed invincible among its peers. However, no matter how invincible it is, it will still be suppressed by us today. Wasn't this beast very arrogant just now? If a dozen rounds weren't enough, then let's fight it for a few hundred rounds. I don't believe we can't cripple this beast. Everyone was rather excited. They wanted to kill and cripple this ground shell beast at all costs. On the other side, Mo Wang Bei and the rest were also in a bad situation. They were ambushed by a nether demon, blocking their path forward. Nether demons were demons from the nether realm. They could transform into the nether realm, invisible and formless. If they hid in the void, it would be extremely difficult to find them. They could also kill without being seen, which was extremely terrifying. Mo Wang Bei's team already had 2 people injured. One of them was heavily injured. If it wasn't for Mo Wang Bei saving him, he would definitely have died in the hands of the nether demon. Under Mo Wang Bei's leadership, everyone's power was mobilized well, and the situation was alleviated. The situation was stabilized. However, under the obstruction of the nether demon, Mo Wang Bei and the rest were also suppressed into a small circle, and it was difficult for them to advance. This nether demon was actually a 4th-step ruler, and it wasn't a universe grade. However, at the same cultivation level,
The Nether Demon was able to suppress Mo Wang Bei and the rest of the team by itself. It wasn't that the Nether Demon was very strong, but that its innate ability was too powerful. Its body was hidden in the void, and it was invisible and formless. Therefore, it was very difficult for Mo Wang Bei and the rest to attack the Nether Demon. On the other hand, the Nether Demon could find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack in the void, and it always succeeded. Under such circumstances, Mo Wang Bei and the rest could only be suppressed. Fortunately, Mo Wang Bei was still there to take charge of the situation and fight against the Nether Demon with his strength. Otherwise, everyone would have been defeated. A Nether Demon and a ground shell beast. Both of them had their own strengths and were very difficult to deal with. Just these two hidden powers were enough to give Qin Shao and the rest a headache. They couldn't continue fighting like this, as it would consume too much of their divine power. Once their divine power was almost depleted, they wouldn't be able to use their strength. Once that happened, they would be in danger. After all, there was still a hidden power that hadn't appeared yet. No one knew what kind of existence this hidden power was. Therefore, this problem gave Qin Shao and Mo Wang Bei a headache. Big brother Qin Shao, the defense of this ground shell beast is too invincible. We can't continue like this. I'm afraid that it will exhaust all of our divine power, and we still won't be able to kill it. If we continue to drag on like this, we will definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Little Knife sent a message to Qin Shao worriedly. This was also what Qin Shao was thinking. Yes, Little Knife. You're right. We can't continue like this, or we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. I already have a plan to deal with it. Just follow my instructions later. Everyone was still attacking the ground shell beast madly. No less than 50 rounds had passed. After being beaten up like this, the ground shell beast's body was left with shocking wounds. However, these were only superficial wounds, and didn't hurt the ground shell beast's core. It was just that the ground shell beast was very uncomfortable being beaten up like this. It roared, and cursed time and time again. Despicable, despicable, a bunch of lowly humans. You want to keep beating me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ground shell beast roared more than once. Its eyes had turned red, and blazing flames were coming out of them. It was exploding madly. The beast blood in its body spewed out and its power exploded. Purring! Under the ground shell beast's crazy power, the immortal rope that had been binding it broke. Without the restraint of the immortal rope, the ground shell beast became extremely relaxed. Haha, despicable humans. I told you that you can't trap me. You can't trap me. Humph, I'm not going to play with you anymore. The ground shell beast laughed happily when it regained its freedom. However, although it was angry, it didn't dare to continue fighting with Qin Shao and the rest. Otherwise, it would suffer again if it was tied up again. That wasn't what it wanted. Therefore, the ground shell beast didn't hesitate at all after it was freed. It burrowed into the ground and approached the 3 Lives flower. Obviously, its target was the 3 Lives flower. Since the battle had already started, there was no need to hesitate. It had to snatch the 3 Lives flower at all costs. It didn't matter. It had to get the 3 Lives flower first. The ground shell beast approached the 3 Lives flower at the fastest speed possible. This action shocked everyone. Oh no, the ground shell beast is going to snatch the 3 Lives flower. Hurry up and stop him. Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and do something. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Let's chase after him. We can't let him snatch the 3 Lives flower. If he gets it first, we won't have a chance. Everyone became anxious and chased after the ground shell beast as fast as they could. However, the ground shell beast's speed was obviously faster underground. Everyone could only hope that Qin Shao would make a move. However,
Qin Shao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. Qin Shao stared at the ground shell beast on the ground, and a faint smile appeared on her face. This was what he wanted. This was his plan. Qin Shao, hurry up and do something. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. It's over. I think the 3 lives flower is going to fall into the ground shell beast's hands. This beast's earth shield technique is really hard to deal with. Yeah, with the earth shield technique, it's really hard to deal with. Unfortunately, we don't know how to use it. We don't have any techniques to suppress it either. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the 3 lives flower fall into the ground shell beast's hands? After fighting for so long, are we still going to fail? I can't accept this. Mo Wang Bei and the others were also watching anxiously. They were further away, so they had no way to stop the ground shell beast. When the nether monster saw the ground shell beast's actions, he became anxious. He let go of Mo Wang Bei and the others and chased after the ground shell beast. Now was the time. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Rumble! The ground suddenly shook as if there was a crack in the ground. It was terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. Hard rocks that looked like spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and formed layers of blockades. They completely blocked the ground shell beast's path and forced it out of the ground. Rumble! Kacha! 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 The ground suddenly cracked open. A huge fissure appeared, and huge rocks protruded out and flew out. A huge head suddenly emerged from the ground. This head was as big as a house. 2 eyes, like the mouth of a well, emitted an eerie light. They were like 2 small black holes, bottomless. If one looked at it more, they would feel like they were going to be sucked in. The long body quickly emerged from the ground. Soon, it was more than 10,000 feet long. 2 huge claws suddenly slapped the ground shell beast's body. The ground shell beast was already in a sorry state. Now that it was attacked by this sudden force, it was caught by a huge claw in a moment of carelessness. The huge claws grabbed the ground shell beast like it was grabbing a little chick. It slammed the ground shell beast into the ground, creating a huge pit. After slamming it a few hundred times, it flung the ground shell beast tens of thousands of feet away and smashed into a mountain. Chapter 1649. The armored dragon had been trapped by Qin Shao and the others and had been crazily attacked for dozens of rounds. It had been badly beaten. Just now, it had been beaten up by the giant earth dragon in a panic. It had been one disaster after another. After being beaten up twice, the armored dragon was also badly injured. It drilled into the ground in a sorry state, its shield facing the distance. Of course, whether it had really given up and left was another story. It had temporarily left and given up. If it continued to fight, its life would be in danger. The armored dragon had been beaten away. Now there were only 2 demonic beasts left. The nether demon did not continue to attack. Instead, he stopped and finally revealed himself. His body was shrouded in a black death aura, making it difficult for people to see his specific appearance. He looked like a man and a beast. He was eerie and strange. His face was ferocious and gloomy. His pair of deep eyes were especially terrifying. The nether demon came from the nether realm. He was a spirit born of resentment, a spirit of death. His body was full of resentment and death aura. Just his aura alone was enough to make people tremble. Those who were timid would probably be scared out of their wit. Bang! Bang! The giant earth dragon's feet slammed hard on the ground, causing the whole earth to tremble. A powerful aura gushed out from his body. He was showing off his strength with an overbearing aura. Just this aura alone was indeed very shocking. Qin Shao held his sword tightly and looked at the giant demonic beast with cold eyes. It looked like a dragon, but it did not look like a real dragon. But its body was also in the shape of a dragon. Just the part that was exposed on the ground was thousands of feet long. There was still half of it that was not out of the ground. Its thick and strong claws were as sharp as knives. It made people feel that if they were caught, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. This giant beast was brown-red. Under its scales, there seemed to be lava flowing. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why is it so big? It looks so scary. Yeah, its body is probably more than 2,000 feet long. Isn't it too long? It looks like a dragon, but it's not a real dragon. What kind of demonic beast is it? There weren't many people who recognized this gigantic demonic beast. Hu Zai, Wu Gui, and the others were also discussing it with fear in their hearts. The larger the body of the demonic beast, the more powerful it would be. The larger the body, the more powerful the divine power. The size of one's body could basically represent the strength of one's divine power. The size of any lifeform's body was fixed. Even if you grew bigger, your body would not grow bigger with you. Using divine power to enlarge one's body was ineffective. The original body could not be changed. Just like the human race, their bodies were basically 6 to 7 feet tall. The taller ones were at most 8 to 9 feet tall, and this was their body. Of course, this kind of comparison was also a comparison between those at the same cultivation level. Since they were in different realms, there was naturally no comparison. This is an Azura Earth Dragon, a life form from the Azura. Mo Wangbei walked over and said. Now, Qin Zhao's two teams had joined together. At this point, if they wanted to split up, it would be more dangerous. The ground shell beast had already left temporarily. Now, the Nether Demon and Azura Earth Dragon could easily form a united front to fight against the enemy. The forces of the three parties seemed to have formed a tripartite balance of forces. Seems like the plan can't keep up with the changes. This is a little troublesome. Qin Xiao frowned and said to Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei shook his head helplessly. Indeed, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The problem now was how to deal with these two demonic beasts. Humph, you puny humans dare to come here and cause trouble? You want to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth? You really don't know what you're talking about. The Azura Earth Dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a thunderous voice. It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's ears. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Clearly, this voice contained a powerful force that could attack people. For those who were weaker, just this voice alone was enough to cause their blood to spurt out. However, Qin Xiao didn't show any signs of weakness. He pointed the sword in his hand at the Azura Earth Dragon and said proudly, "If we humans are puny, then why are we the rulers of the immortal realm? You're just a little snake. Do you really think that you're a dragon just because you're tall? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. If you're really a dragon, then it's still reasonable for you to say these words. But what right does a little snake like you have to be so arrogant? You're a snake. I think it's better for you to lie down obediently." Domineering. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone immediately had a feeling of prostrating themselves in admiration. He was really domineering. Facing such a powerful Azura Earth Dragon, he could actually say such domineering word. Qin Zhao's words caused the Azura Earth Dragon to fly into a rage. It let out a powerful roar at Qin Xiao. That bloody mouth of the Azura Earth Dragon seemed to want to devour everything. "You're a sharp-tongued human. How dare you? Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The Azura Earth Dragon roared furiously. However, the Azura Earth Dragon wasn't stupid. It wasn't truly angered by Qin Xiao and didn't attack directly. If the Azura Earth Dragon attacked now, it wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It might even give the Nether Demon the upper hand. The Nether Demon was also there, eyeing them covetously. It was even possible that the ground shell beast hadn't gone far and was waiting for an opportunity to come back. This was all possible, and they had to be on guard against it. However, Qin Shao didn't back down. He continued to provoke the Azura Earth Dragon. "We're here for the 3 lives flower. Do you think we'll leave just like that if we don't get the 3 lives flower? I think you're the ones who should leave. You 2 beasts better leave quickly. Otherwise, our swords won't show any mercy. I've eaten a lot of demonic beasts' meat, but I haven't tasted the Azura Earth Dragon's meat. Maybe I can repay it today." His words were getting more and more aggressive. It was completely provoking the Azura Earth Dragon. Everyone was shocked and impressed. They were shocked because if the Azura Earth Dragon was so angry, wouldn't it go crazy and attack them? Wouldn't that benefit the Nether Demon? "Damn you! You're courting death! You're courting death! I'm going to eat you! I'm going to eat you!" The Azura Earth Dragon roared even louder. It was so angry that it wanted to rush out and attack Qin Shao. However, just as it took a step forward, the Azura Earth Dragon stopped abruptly. It stopped in a strange way. When they saw that the Azura Earth Dragon was about to attack, everyone's heart tightened. They were all prepared to attack. However, the Shura Earth Dragon had strangely stopped. What was it trying to do? Qin Shao, on the other hand, did not seem to be surprised at all. His face was still calm and indifferent, as if everything had already been within his expectations, so he did not panic at all. Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and felt relieved. The Azura Earth Dragon turned around and glanced at the Nether Demon. A strange light flashed in its eyes. "Nether Demon, what are you waiting for? Since this little snake doesn't know what's good for it, let's attack," Qin Shao said coldly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to everyone, "Let's attack. Wind Shadow, speed is your strength. We'll hold back these 2 demonic beasts. You're in charge of getting the 3 lives flower. I'll leave the most important task to you. When we attack, you'll stay behind and pretend to attack. Find a chance to get the 3 lives flower. After you get it, quickly come to my side. Remember, you must be fast and pay attention to your safety." "Okay, I understand. I'll be careful." Wind Shadow nodded solemnly. Wind Shadow cultivated a speed-type immortal art. In terms of instantaneous speed, he was the fastest. Even Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei couldn't compare to him. Because of this, Qin Shao gave the most important task to Wind Shadow. He was in charge of getting the 3 lives flower. It was the best choice. The most important thing now was to hold back the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao and the others attacked one after another, pouncing towards the Azura Earth Dragon. The Azura Earth Dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and angrily said to the Nether Demon, "You Nether Demon, you actually colluded with the human race. You are also courting death. Idiot!" The Nether Demon directly scolded the Azura Earth Dragon. However, this angered the Azura Earth Dragon even more. It roared and charged at the Nether Demon. Its body of more than 2,000 feet rushed out from the ground like a huge dragon. However, it couldn't fly like a huge dragon. It was like a huge 4-legged snake. Its huge body was its weapon. Its huge tail swung at the Nether Demon fiercely. This huge tail was like a mountain. It smashed with the powerful Azura Earth Dragon's power. The Nether Demon immediately used a divine ability. He turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. Although he entered nothingness, when he attacked, there were still spatial fluctuations. It was still possible to capture it. Of course, if he didn't attack, it would be very difficult to capture it. The Azura Earth Dragon's huge tail swept across the void. The powerful destructive power made the void tremble slightly. Qin Shao and the others also rushed over and attacked together. The battlefield was instantly chaotic. Light surged and sand and stones flew. It was very intense. Now, it was Qin Shao and the others who joined forces with the Nether Demon to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. With the Azura Earth Dragon, the combined power of both sides could naturally suppress the Azura Earth Dragon. Seeing this, the crowd finally understood why Qin Shao provoked the Azura Earth Dragon. It turned out that this was his plan. However, the crowd didn't think that Qin Shao had secretly discussed with the Nether Demon. Obviously, Qin Shao did it on purpose. He deliberately led the Azura Earth Dragon in that direction. In the end, the Azura Earth Dragon exploded, especially when the Nether Demon called him an idiot at the end. It completely angered the Azura Earth Dragon. The Azura Earth Dragon's body was huge. However, its intelligence wasn't very high. It was easily provoked by Qin Shao. This wasn't a brilliant method. It could even be said that it was a little low-end. However, it still succeeded in causing the Azura Earth Dragon to explode. Qin Shao originally had the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to succeed so easily. However, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. It might not be a success. This battle was still very difficult. He couldn't be happy too early. While the battle was chaotic, on the other side, Feng Ying seized the opportunity. Suddenly, he burst out with full speed. Like a gust of wind, he swept towards the Three Lives flower. Humph, despicable human race. Nether Demon, we've been fooled. The Azura Earth Dragon quickly discovered Feng Ying's movement and roared. Chapter 1650. Have we been fooled? But I don't think so. Xiao Dao and the rest cursed inwardly when they heard the Azura Earth Dragon's words. If the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon joined forces, the situation would be reversed immediately. However, the Nether Demon's reply stunned everyone. What's going on? He doesn't think so? What does that mean? As expected, the Nether Demon ignored the Azura Earth Dragon's words and continued to attack the Azura Earth Dragon. Such a situation left Xiao Dao and the rest dumbfounded. They thought that the Azura Earth Dragon and the Nether Demon would give up and join forces to deal with them. They didn't expect the situation to be like this. What's going on? Wasn't sending the Azura Earth Dragon to deal with the Nether Demon the result of Qin Zhao's anger? However, looking at the situation now, it didn't seem to be the case. Mo Wangbei was also surprised. He realized that he was wrong. Qin Shao, how did you do it? Mo Wangbei naturally understood the situation. Qin Shao had already dealt with the Nether Demon. They were now on the same side as the Nether Demon to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. In that case, they could easily suppress the Azura Earth Dragon. There was no suspense at all. Therefore, Mo Wangbei really admired Qin Shao. In a situation where he was completely unaware, Qin Shao had actually taken care of the Nether Demon without anyone knowing. It was really a disaster. To be able to come up with such a strategy in such a situation, he couldn't help but admire him. The Azura Earth Dragon's overall strength should be above the Nether Demon. The Azura Earth Dragon was the strongest among the three beasts. In all aspects, the Azura Earth Dragon's abilities were very good and balanced. It didn't have any obvious weaknesses. It could attack and defend if it wanted to. Moreover, its body was huge. Even if Qin Shao and the rest had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to gain any advantage. If they were to compare, the Nether Demon was slightly inferior. The Nether Demon's weakness was that he could enter the void silently, making it difficult for others to catch him. This method was similar to the walking mirage of the Heavenly Dragon continent. This method was indeed powerful. However, the Nether Demons were only dangerous because of this technique. The other Nether Demons were not dangerous at all. Let's talk about it later. Now, let's suppress this Azura Earth Dragon in one fell swoop to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Qin Shao replied. Mo Wangbei nodded. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked. Nether Demon, are you crazy? Are you really in cahoots with these despicable humans? Aren't you afraid of being schemed against by them? Hurry up and stop that human. Otherwise, the 3 Lives flower is going to fall into his hands. The Azura Earth Dragon let out a furious roar. Of course, the Azura Earth Dragon was furious. No matter what, he and the Nether Demon were both demons. Even if they didn't belong to the same race, they were still the same species. When facing the human race, they should be united against them. But Nether Demon actually cooperated with the human race to deal with him. Humph, why can't I attack you? Do you think it's that easy to obtain the 3 Lives flower? The voice of the Nether Demon rang out from the void, filled with confidence. The moment he heard the words of the Nether Demon, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. Seemed like his plan wasn't going too smoothly. His plan to get Wind Shadow to obtain the 3 Lives flower was going to go down the drain. Indeed, before Wind Shadow reached the 3 Lives flower, he came to a stop and stood there in a daze. It was as though he had lost his mind. At times, he would laugh foolishly. At times, he would scream out in fear. It was as if he had been possessed by a demon. Illusion. Qin Shao immediately understood what was going on with Wind Shadow. He had fallen for the Nether Demon's illusion. Qin Shao had long heard from Mo Wangbei that the Nether Demon had 2 innate mystic skills. One was to turn into nothingness. As for the other, it was an illusion. Evidently, it was an illusion that had bewitched Wind Shadow. Wake up, Wind Shadow! Qin Zhao's voice resounded like the chime of a grand Dao bell and entered Feng Ying's consciousness. This voice contained the power of Qin Zhao's will. It was to help Wind Shadow break the illusion. To break the illusion, one had to rely on their own strong state of mind and willpower. Otherwise, one had to rely on external forces to forcefully break the illusion. Otherwise, one would always be trapped in the illusion unless the illusionist broke the illusion. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for the Nether Demon to break the illusion for Wind Shadow. Moreover, it seemed like Wind Shadow had no way to walk out of the illusion. He probably didn't even know that he had fallen into the illusion. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's loud voice entered Wind Shadow's consciousness, it immediately woke Wind Shadow up. Wind Shadow, who had woken up, looked around with a blank face. In that instant, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what had happened. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came back to his senses and reacted. He knew what was going on. After regaining his consciousness, Wind Shadow was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. This illusion was too terrifying, wasn't it? When he fell into the illusion just now, he didn't feel anything at all. It felt too real. He didn't expect that all of this was an illusion. What he saw just now didn't exist at all. Illusion was really strange. It could completely kill people without them noticing. If he fell into the illusion for a while longer, Wind Shadow felt that he would die in the illusion. Fortunately, Qin Shao woke him up in time and dragged him out of the illusion. Thinking about it, he still had a lingering fear. Qin Shao, He didn't complete the task and fell into danger. After Wind Shadow calmed down, he looked at Qin Shao with a face of shame. But before he finished speaking, Qin Shao said, "It's not your fault. Don't act for the time being. Listen to my instructions later." Since Qin Shao said that he wouldn't act for the time being, Wind Shadow could only give up and retreat. He also knew that it was useless for him to force his way in. With his strength, there was no way he could get close to the 3 Lives flower. Qin Shao and Nether Demon teamed up to deal with the Shura Earth Dragon. With the combined strength of both sides, they could naturally suppress the Shura Earth Dragon. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Nether Demon, you are a monster with no backbone. You don't deserve to be a monster. You are a traitor. You actually dared to work with humans. Don't you feel ashamed?
The Shura Earth Dragon was suppressed by both sides. It was naturally very uncomfortable. It didn't have much strength to resist at all. It could only be beaten up. Even though its defensive capabilities were not bad, those with stronger defensive capabilities than the ground shell beast were still being abused. Hence, the Azura Earth Dragon was naturally being abused as well. What's there to be ashamed of? Let's deal with you first. Then, we'll rely on our own abilities. Anyway, we have to fight. Let's eliminate one side first. I advise you to admit defeat and leave. Nether Demon said. These words enraged the Shura Earth Dragon even more. After scolding Nether Demon, the Shura Earth Dragon turned to Qin Shao and scolded, "Despicable and shameless human. You're so cunning. Don't be so agitated. All's fair in war." Qin Shao snorted coldly and ignored it. He continued to attack the Shura Earth Dragon. The startling sword was pushed to the limit. The immortal rope skill was also used from time to time to restrain the Shura Earth Dragon. Under the fierce attacks of both sides, the Shura Earth Dragon was beaten up until it was covered in wounds. It was battered and exhausted. Its godly body was greatly damaged. Horrifying wounds were all over the Shura Earth Dragon's body. Damn it, all of you have to die. All of you have to die. The Shura Earth Dragon's voice was bone-chilling. Clearly, it was an expression of extreme anger. Hearing the Shura Earth Dragon's angry voice, Qin Shao instantly sensed a strange aura. It was a bad aura. Danger. This was Qin Zhao's first instinct. It was a keen sense of danger. Qin Shao didn't doubt this feeling at all. Thus, he immediately reminded everyone, be careful. The Shura Earth Dragon is about to go crazy. The situation was indeed as Qin Shao said. However, before he finished speaking, a ball of raging fire was spat out from the Shura Earth Dragon's mouth. The raging fire was like a volcanic eruption. It instantly filled the sky and surged towards Qin Zhao's group. The Shura Earth Dragon's mouth was originally very big. At this moment, the ball of fire that it spat out was also very big. Moreover, the speed at which the flames spread was also very fast. Very quickly, it completely enveloped a radius of 1,000 feet. Qin Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. He had already sensed it. However, Qin Shao didn't expect that the Shura Earth Dragon would spit out such a terrifying ball of fire. Thus, Qin Shao was also somewhat unable to react in time. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were completely scared silly. They stood there in a daze and for a moment they actually forgot to dodge. Qin Shao grabbed the two of them and quickly retreated. After the others reacted, they also quickly retreated. However, some of their reactions were still a beat slower. The raging fire was like a storm of destruction, surging towards the crowd. Not good. Mo Wangsheng was also shocked. At this moment, he didn't have any hesitation. His hands formed a seal and he shouted loudly. Pu. Layers of walls actually appeared out of thin air. It was as if they were rapidly growing out of the ground. Layer by layer, they formed a barrier in front of the raging fire, encircling everyone and protecting Qi Yan. This was one of Mo Wangbei's two great immortal techniques, the Thousand Walls technique. It was a defensive immortal technique. If cultivated to the peak, it was also very powerful. It could instantly build thousands of walls to protect oneself. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would need a certain amount of time to completely break through these walls. He could make use of this time to make more preparations, or he could retreat. The Thousand Walls technique was Mo Wangbei's ultimate move. It was a big trump card that he rarely used. This time, in the face of danger, he had no choice but to use it. Under such circumstances, it was used at the right time. It just happened to block the Azura Earth Dragon's flames. Quickly retreat. Spread out and retreat further away. Qin Shao swiftly returned after helping Xiao Dao and Ah Man settle down. At the same time, he cried out loudly to everyone. Boom! The Azura Earth Dragon's huge tail fiercely swung at the layers of walls. This heavy tail swung down, the 1,000 walls simply couldn't block it and were directly smashed apart. Whoosh! The Azura Earth Dragon once again opened its bloody mouth. The raging fire was like a roaring fire dragon, bringing with it endless whistling sounds. Not good, it's dangerous. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei shouted in unison. The two of them were somewhat worried. Chapter 1651. Not only could hellfire burn the divine body, but it could also incinerate one's will and soul. Everything could be incinerated. Of course, one would need to be extremely powerful in order to reach a level where everything could be incinerated. The Azura Earth Dragon was only a 4th-step sovereign, so the flames it spat out were naturally far from that level. However, even if it wasn't at that level, it was still very frightening. At least, it was still a great deterrent to 4th-step sovereigns. It was also a great deterrent to universe-grade existences. At this moment, the flames burned over once again and danger swept over. It was naturally very frightening. Little snake, back off. Qin Shao glared coldly at the Azura Earth Dragon and shouted. The fleeting sword art was pushed to the extreme. Qin Zhao's sword turned into a supreme sharpness that attacked the Azura Earth Dragon fiercely. Mo Wangbei also attacked with all his might. His immortal technique, Tai Sword Art, was fully executed. A huge Tai sword diagram flew to the 9 heavens and released endless sword chi. The light from the sword chi immortal diagram wanted to suppress the raging flames, but the power of the sword chi immortal diagram was clearly weaker. Although it was Mo Wangbei's strongest move, his strength was still limited. Hellfire was the Azura Earth Dragon's ultimate move. When the ultimate moves of both sides collided, it was time for a real battle of strength. Obviously, the Azura Earth Dragon was superior. The flames quickly burned the two of them. At this critical moment, one of them pushed the other away with all his might, but he was engulfed by the flames. After being engulfed by the hellfire, his entire body was instantly bathed in flames. Ah! Not many people could withstand the burning of the hellfire. It wasn't just the divine body that was being burned. Even the soul and willpower were being burned. Who could withstand this kind of pain? Yi Wuguei, no, the person being burned by the hellfire was none other than Yi Wuguei. The first time he almost died in the mouth of the Azura Earth Dragon, it was also karma. Now, he still couldn't escape his fate and fell into the Azura Earth Dragon's hellfire. However, in the face of this hellfire, no one could save Yi Wuguei. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Wuguei burned himself in the raging inferno. Brothers, don't worry about me. Hurry up and back off. I'm leaving first. Let's be brothers again in the next life. Under the burning of the flame of hell, Yi Wuguei could not hold on any longer and uttered his last sentence. After a miserable scream, his body completely turned into ashes and was burned into nothingness. His soul had truly scattered, and he had died miserably on the spot. Karma has no return. Seeing Yi Wuguei die under the hellfire in just a breath, everyone's eyes turned red. They were filled with endless anger and pain. Although it was true that they hadn't been together for a long time, only a few years at most. However, their friendship was very deep. They had ventured out together, life and death partners, brothers. Everyone acknowledged this friendship between them. However, Yi Wuguei was the first to sacrifice himself. He gave up his life here. At this moment, the endless anger in everyone's heart was completely ignited. And the culprit was the Azura Earth Dragon. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's eyes turned slightly red. As the captain and vice-captain, they naturally felt a kind of pain that was hard to absolve themselves from the blame for the death of one of their team members. Bastard! Mo Wangbei gritted his teeth and cursed.
You've been spitting out hellfire for so long and so much. Let's see how much hellfire you have left. If I'm not wrong, you've already used up all your hellfire. Your ultimate move is useless. Now, it's time for us to deal with you. Mo Wangbei shouted angrily. His long sword slashed out, and the Tai sword technique was once again displayed to the extreme, fiercely attacking the Azura Earth Dragon. Little Snake, congratulations. You've successfully angered me, Qin Shao said in a bone-chilling voice. He rarely got angry, but this time, he was really angry. Qin Shao had always been a person who valued friendship and loyalty. She would always put friendship as the first priority. Although he didn't speak much with Yu Wugue, and the time they spent together was also very short. But fate brought them together, and they formed a team. Everyone was brothers, and they should share joys and sorrows. They should share blessings and hardships together. The Azura Earth Dragon killed Yu Wugue, which was equivalent to cutting off his limbs. This was a great hatred. When the danger was just now, Nether Demon didn't make a move. Now that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had returned, Nether Demon also returned. Qin Shao also knew that there was nothing to say about Nether Demon's inaction. Nether Demon had no obligation to help him. The cooperation was only temporary. They would still meet on the battlefield later. Therefore, this matter was not a big deal. Indeed, as Mo Wangbei had guessed, the Azura Earth Dragon had used up all its hellfire, and now it didn't have anything to rely on. Furthermore, the Azura Earth Dragon that had used up all of its hellfire was clearly much weaker than before. Being suppressed by both sides, the Azura Earth Dragon's situation was much worse than before. Under such circumstances, the Azura Earth Dragon could only lower its arrogant head. Stop, I won't fight with you guys anymore. I give up. You guys can go and snatch the 3 lives flower. Begging for mercy? Hearing the Azura Earth Dragon begging for mercy, Nether Demon immediately stopped and didn't continue attacking. Although Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei still wanted to fight and take revenge for Yu Wugue, their rationality told them that it was impossible. It was almost impossible for them to kill the Azura Earth Dragon with just their strength. Even with Nether Demon, the possibility wasn't high. After all, the Azura Earth Dragon's divine body was so huge that it was too difficult to kill it. The difficulty of killing the Azura Earth Dragon was probably even more difficult than killing the ground shell beast. So, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei could only give up. Now that Nether Demon had stopped, if they didn't, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. It would be difficult for them to take revenge. Humph, consider yourself lucky, the Azura Earth Dragon said viciously and left. After the Azura Earth Dragon left, only Qin Zhao's group and Nether Demon's group were left. Now, it was time for the 2 groups to decide who would get the 3 lives flower. Mo Wangbei gave Qin Shao a look without batting an eyelid. Qin Shao naturally understood what he meant. The others also stared at Nether Demon with vigilance. They braced themselves and prepared to attack. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Nether Demon suddenly laughed. You guys don't have to be so nervous, right? We were fighting side by side just now. We worked together to drive that Earth Dragon away. Are we going to meet each other on the battlefield now? You don't have to turn hostile so quickly, right? I think that we can have a good talk and solve this problem peacefully. Isn't that better? Why do we have to fight and kill? I actually don't like fighting and killing. If there's a good solution, I still like it. Nether Demon's words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei looked at each other in disbelief. Nether Demon was so easy to talk to? He wasn't going to attack? Solve it peacefully? There was only 1 3 lives flower. How could he solve it peacefully? It didn't make sense. Therefore, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei didn't dare to be careless. It might be Nether Demon's trick. He wanted to confuse them and make them careless. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei were careful people. Naturally, they wouldn't be fooled so easily. Therefore, they stared at Nether Demon to see what he was up to. Qin Shao said, "Nether Demon, what do you mean? You don't want to fight? Then tell me, who will get the 3 lives flower? You, Nether Demon, or us? In my opinion, no one would agree to it, right? At the very least, we won't agree to it being yours. Therefore, there's nothing to talk about. Why don't we fight? Let's fight again. The winner takes all. Wouldn't that be better?" Nether Demon wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "Fighting is a good solution, but I think there's a better solution than not fighting." "Why? Don't you want to hear it? Is there a better solution than not fighting at all?" These words caused everyone to be even more puzzled. Was there such a way to solve this problem? Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei looked at each other again. They couldn't help but frown deeply. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. This wasn't normal. It was very abnormal. No, it must be wrong. Qin Shao, be careful. I feel that Nether Demon is very cunning. He might want to play some tricks with us. We can't fall into his trap. But as long as we're careful, we don't have to worry about them playing any trick. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao replied, "Yes, I also feel that Nether Demon wants to play some tricks. If he wants to play, then let's play with him. Let's see what tricks he can play. It won't be so easy to deal with us. Let's see what he has to say first." Nether Demon continued, "As for the 3 lives flower, I don't really need it. I don't have a strong desire for it. So, I can give you the 3 lives flower. But, I have some conditions. If you can satisfy my conditions, then you can take the 3 lives flower. This way, everyone can take what they need. Isn't that better? See, this is what I meant when I said that there's no need to fight. As long as you're willing to talk, there's still a way." As he spoke, Nether Demon looked at Qin Shao and said, "Didn't we have a very good discussion just now? Didn't I agree when you invited me to join forces to deal with the Azure Earth Dragon? So, why can't we talk now?" Just now, Qin Shao invited Nether Demon to join forces to deal with the Azure Earth Dragon. In order to get Nether Demon to agree, Qin Shao put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, how could Nether Demon agree so easily? Qin Shao thought that if Nether Demon didn't join forces with him, then he would join forces with the Azure Earth Dragon. Moreover, if Nether Demon fought the Azure Earth Dragon alone, he would definitely lose. So, if Nether Demon joined forces with the Azure Earth Dragon, it would be equivalent to giving the 3 lives flower to the Azure Earth Dragon. Chapter 1652. Conditions. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He looked at Nether Demon and said, "Then tell me, what conditions do you want? If the 3 lives flower really belonged to them, then they could discuss it first." However, Qin Shao knew that Nether Demon wouldn't be so kind. It was the 3 lives flower, an immortal treasure worth over 1,000 Chaos Source rock. It was a priceless treasure. How could they give it away so easily? Qin Shao didn't think that they had anything that was worth so many Chaos Source rocks unless they added all their lives together. Everyone looked at Nether Demon with suspicion and vigilance. They didn't think that such a good thing would happen. There was no need to fantasize about a free lunch falling from the sky. Mo Wangbei's expression was rather serious as well. "It's like this. I know of a dangerous place that has something extremely important to me. That place is rather dangerous, and I can't take it by myself. So, I want to make a deal with you. I can give this 3 lives flower to you, but you have to promise me that you will accompany me into that dangerous place and help me obtain what I want. Then we'll each take what we need. What do you think?" Nether Demon smiled. Qin Shao frowned and said, "We don't know how dangerous that place is, and we don't know how valuable the thing you want to take is either. We don't know anything about the situation right now. Do you think we can make this deal with just a few words from you? If it's too dangerous, then wouldn't we be screwed over by you? If the thing you want is even more valuable than the 3 lives flower, then wouldn't we be at a huge disadvantage? We'd be risking our lives just to pave the way for you? Moreover, it's just us fighting for the 3 lives flower right now. You're quite strong, but you might not be able to gain anything. Our advantage in numbers will always be here. If we really fight, then you'll be the one at a disadvantage. So, do you think we might agree to this deal? Nether Demon chuckled instead of getting angry. You're right. I've naturally considered all of that. If I can't make you agree, then I won't mention it. There is no proof, but I can swear by my natal oath that the danger there is absolutely not too terrible. Of course, I can't say that there is no danger of death, but there is. However, I am certain that if we combine our strengths, we have at least a 70% chance of success. I'm not saying that I'll definitely succeed. I'll take the lead and fight at the front. You guys just have to give me a hand. If there really is great danger, then the first unlucky person should be me. Also, that item is definitely not more valuable than the 3 lives flower. I can swear on my life-bonded oath to answer the 2 questions that you are worried about. If that's the case, won't it dispel your concerns? Swear by the natal oath? This wasn't a joke. Once they made an oath, they had to honor it. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, if one made a life-bonded oath, it could indeed be completely trusted. However, Qin Shao still felt that something wasn't quite right. There was something fishy about it. Old Mo, what do you think? Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei's expression was solemn. He was also pondering over this matter and seriously considering the various possibilities. After thinking for a while, Mo Wangbei said, Qin Shao, I still feel that something isn't right. I keep feeling that Nether Demon is playing some dirty tricks with us. I don't think he's really that kind. Although there is a natal oath, there aren't many restrictions. It's impossible to put on a facade. For example, he's made an oath, but what if he has companions? What if he has his companions set up a trap and wait for us to jump into it? Even if we get the 3 lives flower now, he can still take it back if he kills all of us later. Therefore, I feel that the risk of this matter is far too great. If that's the case, why don't we just give it a shot? We have the advantage in numbers. Nether Demon's innate ability is more powerful. In other aspects, he's not that powerful. If we really go all out, our chances of winning should be very high. At most, we might have to pay a little more. But overall, I still feel that the price is worth it. Qin Shao looked at the others. Most of them were leaning towards Mo Wangbei. Only Xiao Dao and a few others were leaning towards Qin Shao. The overall opinion was that they shouldn't take the risk. In the end, it was up to Qin Shao to decide. Qin Shao thought for a while and said to everyone, We've already used up a lot of our divine power. If we continue to fight with Nether Demon, although it seems that we still have a good chance of winning, there's a very practical problem there. Even if we fight until the end and win by a fluke, I reckon that our divine power will basically be exhausted. In such a state, it's very dangerous. If any external enemies appear, I'm afraid that we'll all be wiped out. Although the Azura Earth Dragon and the Ground Shell Beast ran away, they might not have given up and not run far away. What if they're hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to strike? Once we don't have any divine power left, we will be in a very, very bad situation if they come back and attack us. Therefore, I feel that we should make a deal with Nether Demon. No matter what, we can get the 3 lives flower first. As long as we get the 3 lives flower, we'll be able to deal with whatever comes after with more ease. Our greatest goal is to obtain the 3 lives flower. Everyone has worked so hard and even sacrificed themselves here to obtain the 3 lives flower.
Since we've fought so hard, we have to get the 3 lives flower. Otherwise, we won't be able to live up to our sacrifices. Since we've participated in the Fuda Immortal Palace's selection, we've already prepared to fight to the death. No matter how dangerous it is, we can still give it a try. I don't believe that the Nether Demon can really bring us to a dangerous place. At most, he'll play some tricks. Moreover, he might not necessarily play any tricks. Maybe we'll just take what we need. Nether Demon isn't stupid. He's very smart. He should be very clear that if he really wants to fight with us, his chances of winning aren't very high. Therefore, he thought of such a compromise. Just like when I invited Nether Demon to join forces to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon. Nether Demon also realized his own problem, so he agreed readily. Nether Demon is smart. He knows how to do things in a smart way. After listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, everyone fell silent. Qin Zhao's words sounded very reasonable. It was not without reason. No matter what, they had to get the 3 lives flower first. Once they got it, everything would be settled. There was no need to talk about anything else. They would only feel more at ease when they got the item. Everything else was just a fight. But wasn't that what they were fighting for? Why did Yi Wugui sacrifice himself? Wasn't it to fight for the 3 lives flower? Yi Wugui was willing to risk his life for the 3 lives flower. Why wouldn't they dare to? Since they were going to fight, they didn't care so much. Thinking about it this way, they felt that they could still fight. Although Nether Demon might play some tricks, thinking about it carefully, Nether Demon was indeed a smart person. Smart people would do smart things and wouldn't act recklessly. The possibility of success was still very high. Although Mo Wangbei was still a little worried, he also felt that Qin Zhao's words were very reasonable. Therefore, after thinking carefully, Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "All right. Qin Zhao, we'll do as you say. We'll all listen to you. Although your path is also very risky, you're right. But you're right. Yi Wugui sacrificed himself in order to obtain the 3 lives flower. He risked his life, so how can we retreat? If we don't get the 3 lives flower today, wouldn't we be letting Yi Wugui down? So, let's fight. No matter what, if we get the 3 lives flower first, we'll be halfway to success. Once it's in our hands, we won't have to worry about anything no matter how we fight. We'll be full of confidence. If we really want to talk about it, this is indeed the best path." Since everyone agreed, Qin Zhao nodded and said to Nether Demon, "Nether Demon, I have one last question. How far is the dangerous place you mentioned?" Nether Demon smiled and said, "Not far. It's only a few thousand kilometers. You don't have to worry about where I'll take you. I definitely won't lead you to a dangerous place. Besides, if there's danger, I'll be the vanguard. What are you worried about? I've said it before. We'll each take what we need. I'll swear on my life essence. What do you have to worry about? All right, since that's the case, let's make this deal." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Nether Demon, you should swear an oath first. If you swear an oath, I'll also swear an oath. Since we're working together, then we should show the sincerity we deserve. Only in this way can we be at ease. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha!" Nether Demon laughed heartily and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Since you've brought it up, then it's for the best. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have. Since we're working together, then we naturally have to trust each other. If I swear on my life essence, then all of you will naturally have to do the same. Otherwise, what would we do if all of you go back on your word? All right, I'll swear an oath first. All of you can swear an oath after that." As soon as he finished speaking, Nether Demon swore an oath with extreme pleasure. After that, Nether Demon made an inviting gesture to Qin Zhao and the others. Qin Zhao said to the others, "Everyone, swear an oath together. They've shown sincerity,
so we have no reason to not show sincerity in return. Everyone nodded. Qin Shao took the lead to swear an oath, and the others followed suit and swore an oath together. The oaths were quickly completed. An invisible force bound their oaths. If they dared to violate it, then they would suffer heavenly punishment and be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1653. Since Nether Demon had already sworn an oath, there was naturally nothing to worry about. No one could go against a life oath. Let me. Feng Ying walked towards the Three Lives flower again. Last time, he was suppressed by Nether Demon's illusion. This time, he was able to approach the Three Lives flower without any obstructions. However, when he got within 3 feet of the Three Lives flower, Feng Ying suddenly froze. What was going on? Such a situation caused everyone to be puzzled, and they looked at each other in dismay. Nether Demon, what's going on? Qin Shao asked with a frown. Nether Demon shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on either. None of us have approached the Three Lives flower before. This situation is a little strange. Strange? Qin Shao looked at Nether Demon. Clearly, he didn't believe Nether Demon's words. Even if you can't be sure, you should be able to see the situation, right? Since we're cooperating, we've already sworn a life oath. Therefore, if we can't get the Three Lives flower, we won't be able to fulfill this premise. Then, our cooperation can't continue. Nether Demon thought for a moment and said, I don't know the exact situation. Since I'm cooperating with you, I naturally know this. If you can't get the Three Lives flower, you won't help me. Therefore, I naturally hope that you can get the Three Lives flower. I think that you should go over and take a look. Perhaps you'll discover something. It's normal that an immortal treasure like the Three Lives flower isn't easy to get. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei frowned slightly. It seemed that Nether Demon wasn't lying. Old Mo, I'll go over and take a look, Qin Shao said. Mo Wangbei nodded his head and Qin Shao walked over. Soon Qin Shao was within 3 feet of the Three Lives flower. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. After Kazekage entered, he seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. It was very strange, and it was also very worrying. They didn't know what happened to him. Now that Qin Shao was there, everyone wanted to see what was going on. They hoped that Qin Shao could find out the truth. Initially, he thought that the Three Lives flower was already in his hands. However, he did not expect that obtaining the Three Lives flower would not be so easy. As soon as Qin Shao entered within 10 meters of the Three Lives flower, a sly smile appeared on the corner of the Nether Demon's mouth. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. As soon as Qin Shao stepped in, the situation was the same as Feng Ying's. She was suddenly fixed in place. It was exactly the same as what happened to Kazekage. How could this be? Did something happen? What happened to Kazekage and Qin Shao? I don't know. Isn't this too strange? Why is it that when people get close they are frozen? What do we do now? Both Kazekage and Qin Shao are frozen. What should we do? Such a situation caused everyone to panic as they looked at Mo Wangbei one by one. Qin Shao was frozen. Now Mo Wangbei was the backbone. Everything depended on him to make decisions. Nether Demon, what is going on? Mo Wangbei frowned deeply, looking at Nether Demon with some anger. Obviously, Mo Wangbei believed that this matter had something to do with Nether Demon. Did they fall into his trap? Was this all a scheme? A trap? He swore a lifeblood oath just to lower their guard and make them trust him completely? Was this all a trap that he had dug long ago, waiting for them to jump into? Was this really the case? Yes, Nether Demon. It must be Nether Demon's trick. Damn it, after winning our trust, he tricked us. It must be like this. This is the only possibility.
Nether Demon, tell us quickly. What is going on? If you don't tell us, we will not forgive you. Nether Demon, hurry up and release Kazekage and Qin Shao. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. Everyone's anger was quickly directed at Nether Demon. Not only was their anger aimed at him, but they also did not hesitate in their actions. They immediately surrounded Nether Demon, ready to fight. Even if Qin Shao was not here now, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. But when their anger reached this point, they did not care about anything else. Even if they risked their lives, so what? Yiwugue was the first to be sacrificed. Kazekage and Qin Zhao's situation was still unclear. How could they not fight? Mo Wangbei held his sword tightly, staring at Nether Demon. His fighting spirit was soaring. He could clearly feel the endless anger burning in him. If Nether Demon said that he didn't know, then Mo Wangbei would have attacked without mercy. Nether Demon laughed sinisterly, saying, "You don't have to be so nervous, right? I didn't do anything, but your situation does not look good. You should turn back and look at your two companions." What did he mean? Nether Demon's words puzzled everyone again. With this kind of confusion, everyone turned back and saw that Qin Shao and Kazekage had turned around again. They were moving again. They were fine? But that was not right. Only then did everyone realize that their eyes were red, and their murderous aura was very strong. There was something wrong with these two. Why did they look so strange? It was as if they had completely changed into two different people. How could this be? Qin Shao and Kazekage walked out, but their expressions were cold and indifferent. Everyone was completely confused about the situation. "Brother Qin Shao, Kazekage, what's wrong? What's going on?" Xiao Dao walked over and asked worriedly. "Don't go over, quickly retreat." Xiao Dao had just taken a step when Mo Wangbei shouted and quickly rushed out. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, quickly retreat and form a formation. Do not separate, form a large formation." Mo Wangbei's tone was very dignified, and there was a tone that could not be disobeyed. When everyone heard Mo Wangbei's words, it was also the first time they saw Mo Wangbei so dignified, so they did not have any hesitation. Qin Shao was not here, so Mo Wangbei was naturally the leader. Everything was done according to Mo Wangbei's orders. Although Xiao Dao was very worried about Qin Shao, when he heard Mo Wangbei's words, he could only retreat and quickly form a large formation with everyone. Mo Wangbei took the lead and stood in front of everyone. He held his sword tightly in his hand and stared at Qin Shao and Kazekage, who were walking over. Qin Shao and Kazekage were not fast, but the terrifying murderous aura emitted from their bodies was very scary and cold. The two of them were completely different from the past. There must be something big going on here, otherwise it would not be like this. Nether Demon, what did you do to them? Despicable, you despicable and shameless demon. You actually used the life oath to confuse us. You really have a good method, a good method. Mo Wangbei scolded furiously. However, Mo Wangbei was not in the mood to find trouble with Nether Demon. Instead, he was thinking about how to solve the situation in front of him. Ha! Nether Demon suddenly laughed loudly. He laughed very proudly and looked at Mo Wangbei playfully. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. If you insist on being so stupid, what can I do? You believe everything I say, so how can you blame me? Shouldn't you blame yourselves? There's nothing wrong with the life-bonded oath. I didn't violate the life-bonded oath. The 3 lives flower is right there. You can't get it, so how can you blame me? I only used a little trick, and I was able to play all of you in the palm of my hand. This is really something to be happy about. You are all very stupid. If you die, you can only blame yourselves. I think you don't need to be angry with me. You should think about how to save your own life. Ha ha, I'm going to watch you brothers kill each other later. How exciting would that be? I will sit here and watch the show. Clearly, this was all part of Nether Demon's plan. Everything was within his calculations. Everything was a conspiracy, a big trap. But now, there was no other way. They had already fallen into his trap. What was the use of saying more? Qin Shao-Mo Wangbei tried to shout. However, Qin Shao was completely bewitched. His eyes were red, and his face was expressionless. His face was cold and murderous as he walked over. So was Feng Ying. The two of them were like walking corpses. Qin Shao, it's me, old Mo, wake up, wake up! Mo Wangbei couldn't figure out what had happened to Qin Shao and how he had become like this. An illusion? Obviously not. Mo Wangbei did not need to rely on Nether Demon's illusion to deal with Qin Shao. He knew how strong Qin Zhao's mental state and willpower were. He was also ashamed of his inferiority. He was far inferior. If Nether Demon's illusion was really so powerful, then he should have directly attacked all of them. How straightforward and free. Therefore, this situation was also impossible. Since it was not an illusion, then what was it? It was hard to understand. He did not understand at all. Brother Qin Shao, I am Xiao Dao. What happened to you? You don't recognize me either? Xiao Dao shouted anxiously. If it was not for Mo Wangbei's order, he might have rushed over. However, Qin Shao did not seem to recognize anyone here. He did not speak a single word. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. Sword Qi immediately surged out like a ray of light from the 9 heavens, instantly illuminating the area. He actually made a move. Qin Shao seeing that Qin Shao actually made a move against them, everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. Qin Shao was the captain they respected and worshipped. He was the captain who had led them through the wind and waves, the captain who had led them smoothly all the way. Why would Qin Shao make a move against them? Why would he attack them? What kind of trick did he fall into? What kind of evil did he fall into? Wasn't this too scary? It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Qin Shao and Wind Shadow both made a move at the same time. How funny was it to kill each other? How cruel was it? Nether Demon stood at the side with a sinister smile on his face. He was waiting to see a good show. This was the show he wanted to see. Fight, fight. Kill to the death. The more intense and exciting the fight, the more interesting it will be. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, aren't you smart? Aren't you smart? Didn't you fall into my hands this time as well? You want to snatch the 3 lives flower from me? How is that possible? None of the things that I have set my eyes on have been able to escape from my grasp. There are no exceptions. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.